wanna join? I'm in the wrong costume. There we go. Hi. Hello. How's it going, everybody? Thank you so much for Sighteel for the donation. I really do appreciate that. But hello, everybody. Hello. How's it going? How's it going? How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully, everybody's doing well. Doing well. We're gonna start. Sorry, just one minute. Sorry. So yeah, no, tonight we're gonna be doing some PSO, some Fantasy Star Online, the first version on PC. We're doing Blue Burst on the Affinia server. So if you got if you have a Fantasy Star Blue Burst or interested in even joining up with me in playing Fantasy Star Online, that was not a bad. Now is a good time to check it out because like it's a good game and the game can run on potatoes. Can run on well you can run a potato onto it. Well, the game can run can run on practically like anything at this point. So it's like I highly recommend people checking out the game because also too another thing that's good is that since the game is not really supported anymore by Sega and it's now a fan supported game, you can download for free with like no problem whatsoever. So again, we're playing on a fan server called Iffinia, and yeah, no, I've been wanting to do another stream like this. So yeah, nothing else to report. Thank everybody for like stopping by last night for all the raids and everything. Really did mean a lot. And I saw a lot of responses from everybody concerning what I was doing, and it wasn't really. I really do appreciate that I do appreciate everybody saying like you give me some well the giving me advice and telling me all that stuff. So, alrighty then, let's not waste any more time. Let's play some Fantasy Star. I know what window everything is. Come on, what do you think I am? Some sort of you think I will? You think I don't know what I'm doing? Also, let me set up something here, something really quick. Uh, All right. Looks like we're set here.
Shorty.
Play the Garden of Love.
Meet the Feebles is a 1989 film from acclaimed director Peter Jackson, who would later go on to mention it during his acceptance speech when Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King won Best Picture in 2004.
A special thanks to Peter Nelson and Ken Cammons, who were with me right from the days of Bad Taste and Meet the Feebles, which were wisely overlooked by the Academy.
Now, I know you're all wondering what terrible secret I'm about to uncover about the man who brought Middle-earth to life and then spent 3 movies making us wish he hadn't. You're all wondering, what is Peter Jackson hiding? It's Meet the Feebles. He's hiding Meet the Feebles from us. Have you seen this fucking movie? What Meet the Feebles says about the culture of New Zealand in the late 1980s is actually quite compelling. Imagine that a rabbit, let's say Bugs Bunny, contracts...
No, shut up. Katie, get him out of here. I have to talk about Half-Life 2 until the end of time. This video has absolutely nothing to do with Meet the Feebles, which is a cinematic masterpiece and should have been considered by the Academy, but no, they went with Driving Miss Daisy, which had no machine gun massacres, not one.
I think they're all gathered in box 3, so.
I don't love Half-Life 2. I know it's a good game, I respect it, I know it's designed with an incredible attention to detail and Valve's trademark, Valveness, and people have been haunting me for years for a video, like what am I going to say about a game that's been discussed endlessly already? What could I possibly add? Half-Life 2 is the best game ever made, according to PC Gamer, and you know what? From a purely technical standpoint, plus the influence the game has had, I guess so? I feel weird calling anything the best game ever made when it has a pistol this shitty. I'm getting ahead of myself. After 6 years of what's been described as a painful and arduous development cycle fraught with problems, including Valve being sued by Vivendi, the company nearly going bankrupt, you know, all the hallmarks of a studio working on a legendary game. They even hired a guy from Looking Glass to prepare for bankruptcy. Half-Life 1 was a runaway success, which surprised Valve for some reason. They thought that Half-Life would fail, and then it did the exact opposite and completely changed the genre. So they wanted to make a sequel. Thanks to Half-Life 2's 20th anniversary happening recently, I have a whole documentary from Valve to pull information from, and it's quite illuminating. For one thing, they wanted to outdo themselves, so they started working on a new engine that's still carrying around some old Quake DNA. They added fancier lighting, physics, mind-blowing animations, and not just the facial animations, all of them. The production quality of this game makes you start to think there might be something to running your company on Valve time. The lawsuit I mentioned was actually started by...
Hey, Shiro, how you doing?
Who had publishing rights to their titles after buying Sierra, was licensing Counter-Strike out to cyber cafes. Well, Valve didn't like that and felt like Vivendi was overreaching with their licensing agreement, so they filed a little lawsuit. Vivendi, in retaliation, attempted to destroy the company with legal costs and murder what people call the best game ever made. And Steam, not that it was great at the beginning. And also, we're personally going after Gabe Newell and his wife. I know I'm using the Pentagon Wars music hits, but what if, just this once, the bad guys didn't win? So Vivendi inundates the company with counterclaims because they can't possibly give up the money they're making from cyber cafes.
I'm doing pretty good, pretty good.
For one game, or cut a fairer deal with the people who made that game that's pulling money in for them.
Publishers at that time in the industry were used to being able to bully developers, right? And so this was really about an assertion of power as much as it was optimizing for a financial outcome.
Valve here is about to run out of money, and then there's no Half-Life 2, no Steam, no Portal, no Team Fortress 2, no Dota, no nothing. But what if a miracle happened? And by miracle, I mean Valve being fucking unstoppable. One does not cross Gabe in the white. Valve wasn't in the same position of power it is today. So when Vivendi dumped a bunch of documents on them in Korean, they didn't know what to do. Except one of their interns was a native speaker, so they had him read it, and Vivendi, well, they made a little mistake. They may have sent Valve documents that had someone admitting to destroying evidence in the case on orders from higher-ups. And so now
Damn.
Valve is able to wrestle away control of their IPs from the greedy, stupid publisher, and then they release the best game ever made, and Gabe Newell is recounting this story from his fucking yacht. This is what happened when you fucked around with Valve before they had a Steam-powered money machine. Somebody go back in time and tell that to Tim Sweeney. Oh, I gotta talk about the beta leak. Not really in depth because it's not that interesting. I mean, okay, so the beta for Half-Life 2 leaked in September of 2003, about 14 months before the game itself came out. Valve was very embarrassed, and I can understand why, although it's certainly interesting from a historical perspective. I mean, look at these cakeless head crabs. All these new polys and a physics engine, and they made the head crab's asses flatter than week-old Nutrifuel. This video is sponsored by Nutrifuel, and I'm proud to introduce the newest flavor of one of the top 15 selling gamer-branded energy drinks of the year 2018. That's right, it's frozen confetti cake. Comes right out of the can like a good cheese pull. What you see here is a lot of the rough sketches of the things that would appear in Half-Life 2. Arenas, locations, hell, whole sections would be reworked and polished into playable levels that are instantly recognizable. Like this bit from the tail end of the Ravenholm chapter, or these areas in the city. There's even a rough draft of the opening train station chapter where Barney's here telling you,
"Look here, Gordon. That's the Terminal Plaza.
if you say so.
Look for citizens wearing a lambda. Talk to them and they'll help you on your way."
Yeah, that didn't exactly make it in. There are stalkers who are actual enemies and not just props, which they would be until episode 1. Look at this, I'm playing Borealis with a Tau cannon. This feels illegal. I mean, it was illegal, the guy who leaked it, right? Valve had this cunning plan to lead him to the US from Germany with a job offer to work on beefing up their security, and then they were gonna have the FBI arrest him when he got there. Germany heard about this and said, yeah, well, they him and gave him 2 years probation. He was also involved in cyber crimes. What can the beta tell us? They had a very con what Half-2 would be by 2003, which is good because then they made anything was right with the world. I love Half-Life, not afraid to step on Valve's toes or anger Gabe Newell. I'm already in jail. What the fuck is Gabe gonna do to me? Please leave my Steam account alone. So I've been reading comments because I'm forced to. I read comments on every video, which for a YouTuber is like dragging yourself through broken glass. And given the choice,
read the flagged replies, Civvy.
It's just gonna be slurs. It's always slurs. Look, you fat fucking make a video on Half-Life 2 already, and also go fuck yourself. Also Deus Ex, also I hate you. Keep up the awesome content, you
Now the ones on Reddit.
Several commenters have pointed out and gotten very angry about the fact that in the first video, I didn't use an old version of Half-Life. And here I thought I'd be okay as long as I didn't play Half-Life Source. Oh no, see, because Valve has been changing the engine and the effects, and some people don't like that. So I played what, at the time, was the newest version of Half-Life 2, and I got a whole playthrough of that. But what y'all couldn't possibly have known is that I've had an old copy of Half-Life 2 this whole time. This is the Half-Life 2 Game of the Year edition from 2005. I've had this up my ass for 8 years, which explains why my shits look like this. So kids, on the menu today, we've got Half-Life 2, just as you remember it, plus Half-Life 2 from a couple months ago, and then I played the episodes with the newest update they did for the 20th anniversary, which is strangely the only one that crashed on me. So what are the differences between the versions of base Half-Life 2? Ragdolls are faster and more forceful and more early 2000s. Specular effects are more early 2000s. The newer versions of the engine have dynamic shadows. The Vortigons look different. Player movement is different and buggier. The Combine soldiers look different. The fire effects look different. Wouldn't it be weird if the people telling me to play an earlier version of Half-Life 2 because they wanted me to make a super special video dedicated to their hyperfixations were just wasting my fucking time?
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
Still not calling me Dr. Freeman, like what the hell? Mike Shapiro says he plays the G-Man as someone existing in multiple moments in time, so maybe he's somewhere before Gordon graduated from MIT. Either way, it's disrespectful as hell.
Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until, well, let's just say your hour has come again.
Hey, what happened to Gordon's baby? I'm waiting for a train. Again. Oh, look, the seats are shinier in the new version. Better make a note of it.
I didn't see you get on.
Yeah, I was teleported here, silently, by some kind of extra-dimensional being who's using me to do... it's something. So yeah, I'm waiting for the train to arrive. I'm not gonna say that this game sucks because the amount of care put into this introduction is wild to me. Little details like this object getting pushed around by the wind, I think. There's clearly a trigger for it. But who thought to do that? Who was like, we need the player to know about the physics now? In fact, the amount of information delivered to you in the first room of this game simply through audio and visual cues is stunning. And I think Breen is a shit villain.
Welcome. Welcome to City 17. You have chosen or been
All right, let's do this.
to one of our finest remaining urban centers. I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish my administration here.
Already, through the imagery, you know the deal. Everybody's wearing the same clothes, carrying the same suitcases. There's an old guy on a giant monitor telling you that a numbered city is one of the finest urban centers in front of a wall covered in propaganda that's written in an alien language. There are times when Half-Life 2's writing and presentation fails. This ain't one of them. You see a creepy gas-masked guard pushing a guy from your train around, and if you hang around too long, he pushes you. Hey, there's somebody on the phone here asking for a fascist asshole.
On your way to Barcelona.
So over here, anyone who played the first game is going to recognize the alien slave from before, now known as a Vortigaunt. It isn't shooting lightning at anything. It's carrying a broom and sweeping up.
Were you the only ones on that train?
This desperate woman asking you that implies things about this world that aren't clearly stated, which is that whoever she's waiting for may never get there due to circumstances outside of her control, you know, like the Combine, which is something the designers intended, and sometimes it works.
You just give these NPCs a name at the moment they die and let the fans fill in their whole life story and...
That's fine.
Poor Laszlo, the finest mind of his generation, to come to such an end.
Because he's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy.
Who is Laszlo? Why was he the finest mind of his generation? I'm not going to think about him again after this interaction because he's nobody. The important information in that part comes when this guy's telling you that he's trying to get to the Vortigaunt camp to get some bug bait. The thing you're gonna do. Half-Life 2 doesn't hold the player's hand like a lot of games that were made after. No, instead it just restricts the area in which you can move your hand until you reach out and grab it. There's no better example of this than... This one action is like a Rosetta Stone for understanding how Half-Life 2 works. This is a Combine Metro cop, and he's being a petty douche, and teaching you that you can grab physics objects, like nearly anything small in the world, like all this trash littered everywhere. So...
Ooh, good job.
Look, I get it. I'm playing a game that simulates a brutal dystopia as a form of escapism to forget about the actual dystopia I live in. In the context of this YouTube show about a man in a secret underground detention facility, I'm sure everything up there is fine. Half-Life 2, like Half-Life 1, guides you by the nose through the entire game, but totally not in a disrespectful way where it thinks you're an idiot.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Holy crap, Lois, it's Barney from Black Mesa!
Hey, sorry for the scare. I had to put on a show for the cameras.
Barney, in the intervening 20 years, has infiltrated the Metro cops and is now making sure you don't get on a train to a scary place called Nova Prospect.
I've been working undercover with civil protection. I can't take too long or they'll get suspicious. I'm way behind on my beating quota.
I'm not sure if this implies that Barney has tortured political dissidents in order to maintain his cover. Meeting Barney first is actually pretty cool because of the characters in Half-Life 2 and its episodes, he's one of the very few that doesn't immediately suck off Gordon Freeman.
Great Scott! Gordon Freeman!
Isaac Kleiner is the first scientist we meet in this game. He's been given a character beyond...
Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
See, because...
For me, it was the idea of it's a science team. That suddenly, you could put those guys anywhere, and because they have, like, a familial...
Are you kidding me?
And they recognize Gordon, that will make you feel like it's a continuation of this story.
If you say so, Mark Laidlaw.
I expected more warning.
Yeah, you and me both, Doc. He was about to board the express to Nova Prospect.
Well, Barney, what do you intend?
I'm thinking.
Alex is around here somewhere. She have a better idea how to get him here.
Sure she would. And you'll meet her. But the game needs to really reinforce this thing by having you walk through town a bit, get your picture taken, see the Combine being oppressive, so there's no misunderstandings. You see, Valve loves you. So it's not going to let you miss anything. If you didn't see the guy in the interrogation room before and get it, here's another guy being shaken down in a room you're not allowed to enter. Did you think Pick Up That Can was teaching you about physics objects? Wrong, because you have to learn to pick up and pile boxes before Barney lets you go.
This is how it always starts. First the building, then the whole block.
These people could certainly use some cheering up, and what is my job? Not to bring entertainment to people. I'm a dystopia clown, kids, so let's use everything we've learned so far to bring some goddamn merriment to these people. Forget this asshole on TV. Broadcast is dead. I've got this doll. It makes noises. It might even pee itself.
When is it all going to end? Please.
It's all right.
Hey, looks like somebody's got a case of the Monday. I got a brand new character for you guys. It's Dumpster Baby. Dumpster Baby has a worse life than you could possibly ever have. Dumpster Baby lives in a little box with only trash to keep her company. Suffers the tortures of the damned, I tell you. Isn't that right, Dumpster Baby? The Combine are, in fact, clearing out this building, and now we have to run for the next, 4 chapters of the game. It isn't long before they corner you, as they are an unstoppable oppressive force in this world, until you have a gun. But that's not important right now. You know what is? Facial animations.
No, you don't.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
So, games had facial animations before Half-Life 2, but not like this. This is 2004. Alex's expression changes as she hears something, with subtle shifts in her eyebrows and mouth, and no matter what problems I have with this game, and there are plenty, this was unlike anything people had seen before.
I'm Alex Vance. My father worked with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me, though.
Nope, not even a little. What were you, 4? Also, this right here, this look, this little subtle movement, that conveys within 45 seconds of meeting you, Alex wants to invite you into her blast pit. She wants to be on your rail. Alex wants you deep in her lambda core. She wants to process your residue without any apprehension. And thanks to the suppression field Combine has, there will be no unforeseen consequences. Because nobody can have kids. You know, in hindsight, I think Dumpster Baby might have been a little insensitive. My point is that Alex Vance is making fuck-me eyes at you, and that this is a milestone in video game technology. Why she's so attracted to a mute-goateed man who should be 20 years older and only expresses himself through violence and solving simple physics puzzles, let's be real, it's totally about violence. Man, I don't know.
Remember him from Black Mesa? Your old administrator.
No.
Don't get my dad started on Dr. Breen.
Why? Because he might actually tell me something about him? Shut up, Mark Laidlaw. There's no other medium you'd get away with this kind of character writing.
Uh-oh, everything all right, Dr. Kleiner?
Oh, hello, Alex. Well, almost all right. Lamar has gotten out of her crate again. If I didn't know better, I'd suspect Barney of trying and... My goodness. Gordon Freeman. It really is you, isn't it?
I found him wandering around outside. Bit of a troublemaker, isn't he?
We owe a great deal to Dr. Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake.
Okay, so I guess Freeman did save the world from the Nihilund, and then disappeared for 20 years, and the trouble that followed was the Combine taking advantage of the dimensional rifts we opened up to invade Earth, because you wanted to shoot a crystal with a big laser. Oh, I'm sorry, the G-Man wanted to shoot a funny crystal with a big laser. I'd explain why, but Half-Life hasn't for the better part of 3 decades.
When he brought in that crystal, I knew I should have aborted that damn test, but I didn't.
This is a red letter day. We'll inaugurate the new teleport with a double transmission.
Oh, we're doing teleportation experiments. What could possibly go wrong?
You mean it's working? For real this time? Because I still have nightmares about that cat.
Oh, there's nothing to be nervous
What
about.
cat?
We've made major strides since then. Major strides.
What cat?
There was a serious push to make Half-Life 2 more light in tone after earlier versions had a darker, more depressing dystopia.
We didn't think players would enjoy spending 20 to 40 hours in such a dark and a kind of oppressive setting.
So yeah, everything is brighter and there are some jokes thrown in. Like Lamar. I hate her. A lot. Stupid Jar Jar ass comic relief.
Never fear, Gordon. She's de-beaked and completely harmless. Final sequence. The hell? What is it? It's your freaking headhopper!
This is the boomerest ass reference ever put into a video game, and they get away with it because of science. Hedy Lamarr was a famous actress from the 1930s and 40s, but also an inventor, so it kind of fits. So Lamarr, the head crab, which goes around trying to copulate with people's faces, sets the whole plot in motion because she makes the teleporter fail, meaning that Lamarr is a double agent. The teleporter does work for Alex, who's whisked away to Black Mesa East. The trip will not be as fun for us. You almost get to Black Mesa East, but then nope, you're in Breen's office, and he's the first person who isn't happy to see you.
I'm all but certain it was Gordon Freeman.
So I have to make a lot of assumptions here because everybody knows that Gordon Freeman saved the world, I guess. Breen seems to know more. He sees Gordon Freeman as a huge threat. Maybe?
This is not some agent provocateur or highly trained assassin we are discussing. Gordon Freeman is a theoretical physicist.
I think it's more that people see Gordon Freeman as a leader, a savior, and my God, does that drag this game down. Gordon Jesus flies in the face of Half-Life 1, where he was just a guy. The whole point was that he was just a guy. He went to work and shit hit the fan, and he had to deal with it. Now, well, he's incredibly important. People want to follow him, and this girl wants him to accelerate her particles, if you know what I mean. Half-Life 1 was a rebuke to the power fantasy shooters that came before it, you know, like Doom and Quake and Duke Nukem, and basically all shooters up to that point. Now, not so much. And you might be tricked into thinking that Half-Life 2 doesn't want to take that route either in the opening chapters because you spend most of the time being chased by the Combine.
Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy. You're gonna need it.
Yeah, right, because the crowbar is iconic. I dropped a glue-on gun too, asshole. Where's that? The name of this chapter is apt because it's annoying. Valve likes to make the player feel weak, kinda, before giving them better tools and then letting them go nuts. It's a recipe for catharsis. You don't have a gun yet? Well, when you get one, you'll realize the Metro cops are not a threat. Not like you're used to. The HECU grunts were way worse. Their AI, their skill, their weapons, they could mop the floor with most of the Combine soldiers. And this is the playthrough I did on hard. On medium, it's even easier. Valve had some rules for the Combine. Alright, like their AI wouldn't let more than 2 of them shoot you at the same time. Or the fact that the AI itself was more of a loose framework that let them hear them so that they play nicer and easier in sequences. I guess they just don't make them like they used to.
No! Nobody ever made them like this.
This is what happens when you can make a game on Valve time. A thing most developers don't have the resources to do. Valve almost didn't have the resources to do it. They worked on this game for 6 years, and to put that in perspective, Notorious Vaporware Daikatana took 3 years. Doom 3 took 5 years. This game has been whittled down into a singular experience not just over the development cycle, but for the last 20 years they've been patching it. So you're being chased by Metro cops, and all you've got is a shitty pistol that's still pretty effective. But that's boring, so let's put explosive barrels everywhere, and then after we've introduced that, the Combine will start using them on you. I need to get to the other side of this, but I'm waiting for a train. The game is having its cake and eating it. The Combine are made of tissue paper, and they're an oppressive force because they're spawning all over the damn place and easily killing NPCs. And here's a safe place to test out the turrets. And another thing...
No kiss.
Mechanics are introduced in fun ways that don't quite hit the same when you've played the game a bunch. Like the first time I threw an explosive barrel at a group of barnacles, yeah, that was great. Not just because of the barnacles in this game, but because of the way they were used in Half-Life 1. Half-Life 2 is front-loaded with the parts that I hate. I know why it's like this. Valve is following their playbook. And part of that playbook is extensive playtesting.
Dozens and dozens of people come through, and you sit there painfully, silently, taking notes while you struggle and get frustrated, and then you go and you fix that over and over and over again.
Yes, the players are the boss. You're making the best game ever for them, Valve. So we need them to understand everything, guide them. It's all for them.
It's all for you!
Yeah, you know, the man hacks are annoying, but you get a 0-point energy field manipulator later, so it's good. You'll love it. And Valve's gonna make you fight them until you're sick of it, with some light puzzle solving along the way. And this room just fucking full of explosive barrels. You can do it a little faster now because you have a submachine gun, which isn't really a good weapon as much as it is a serviceable one. Why don't I have a shotgun yet? I fucking despise Water Hazard. I have always despised Water Hazard. It's 2004 and I'm despising Water Hazard. It's 2024 and I'm despising Water Hazard. I hate the airboat and how it controls.
We did this whole other pass of the canals where we dialed down the consequences for failing the tricks, and we dialed up the feeling of, you know, power.
Power, huh? Well, you didn't have a gun on the airboat yet due to classic Valve blue balling. You're stopping every few minutes to grab supplies or something, almost like exploring, but not really.
If you stop here, we're going to give you a reward, basically. Either a narrative reward or like an actual in-game reward.
One of the illuminating things about that documentary is how Valve employees talk about their design techniques and how they iterate in order to make the game accessible to people who want to play it in different ways. Like in this level, they wanted to make it so you could stop and look around and collect supplies, but they also wanted to make it so you could just race through it. Now, you can't really balance a game properly if you're making it for both of these options, so even in this playthrough, with a more modern version, while I'm playing on hard, there's so much health around that it makes the battles fairly trivial. Like, there's health everywhere. Everywhere. And you know, you stop off to get the airboat out of the water and you move it to...
You've been disconnected.
Oh yeah, baby. Game of the Year edition. And I guess it wouldn't be a...
What?
Power. No, I still hate this. Oh, right, we have to get some more story out of the way. So we finally reach Eli's lab, where we're introduced to Mossman.
I'm Dr. Mossman, Dr. Judith Mossman. I've been hearing about you since long before the Black Mesa incident. Oh, Black Mesa. I do so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Kleiner when they
Monster Energy for the working man.
Never mind that we almost ended the world.
You should hear her drone on about how it should have been her in the Black Mesa test chamber that day.
Yeah, because then everyone would be so happy to see her and telling her how good she is at everything.
Oh, Gordon, the Vortigaunt said you were here.
Give it help.
You made it so quickly on foot.
I believe he broke your record, honey.
See, I'm the awesomest dude ever. First try in a foreign land with no map and an airboat that flips easier than an old Ford Explorer? Yeah, I beat the record. I'm Jesus.
There's nothing Gordon can't handle, with the exception of you.
Dad, please.
How do I get around?
Black Mesa East has two important parts in it. Part 1, giving you story details. There's no combat in this chapter. The most important thing is this big board with all these news clippings that gives you some context as to what happened. 7-hour war, Earth surrenders, Breen licks the Combine boot and gets installed as an administrator, and that there were horrible portal storms, no doubt caused by the resonance cascade, so no more shooting lasers into mysterious crystals, okay? Eli, what the fuck?
Alex, why don't you take Gordon along and give him some practice with the gravity gun?
Brings me to part 2. This game masturbating so furiously over its physics engine that it gives itself friction burns. My God. I didn't show some of the earlier stuff, like the seesaw puzzle, or the buoyancy seesaw puzzle, or the one with the washing machine, because I want to address this all at once. The Havoc physics engine was a major selling point for Half-Life 2, and you bet your ass they were going to use it every single chance they got. So internally, they had this fun weapon that they would pick up things with and toss them around, and they say, hey, you know who would love this? The player. They weren't wrong.
This is a gravity gun my father was talking about. You can call it the zero-point energy field manipulator if you really want to.
I don't. I'm gonna go with Zepephum. And Valve absolutely fucking laboriously tells you how to use it. And then, after that's finally over, they teach you how to use it more. But it's not boring because of Dog.
Dog! Come!
When I say that this game has...
I'm gonna check out here, because I know this person right here. That's Degenerate.
Because the character animation on Dog is so fucking good it got in this game of the year decade after release. Valve takes this opportunity to teach you every single thing you need to know. And then Dog throws you a weird electric ball thing, and guess what? You're gonna need to know how to work those later. And then Dog pick up a thing that's too heavy for you to volley back at him, and Alex is like,
No, Dog! No, no, boy! Down! Put that down!
so now you know.
What is it, Dog? Oh my God, what was that?
No, wait, there's no time for that, because we're under attack by Mitchell Shepard.
We're in the scrapyard airlock, stuck in a full auto cycle.
Is Gordon still with you?
He's right here.
Good. I want you two to...
Dad?
Take Gordon out of here. Head for the coast. Do not go through Rafe.
Don't go where?
That's the old passage to Ravenholm. We don't go there anymore.
Okay, so, Ravenholm. What can I say about the best chapter of what is allegedly the best game ever made? Oh no, Rape slaps. You think I'm gonna come in here and start trashing Ravenholm? The level where the designers do every single thing in their power to jerk off the physics engine? The level where directly after getting the Zepephum, it gives you objects that will wreck headcrab zombies in a way still gives you everything you could ever need to deal with the enemies, and there's health everywhere. But it also has enemies that do more than slap you around or shoot at you, like the poison head crab. I'm not getting hit by this little bastard. He takes your health down to 1% with a neurotoxin that slowly wears off and gives you your health back. But my God, this one tanked a magnum bullet on hard. That's just mean. The poison head crabs aren't unfair. They have very distinct sounds and a long wind-up time. I know I haven't really talked about the weapons because most of them are kinda weak. Not the Magnum. The Magnum still rules. Ravenholm drops an enemy that annoying on you and it's fine. Even when the poison zombies show up and respawn fucking indefinitely in one part, because that's how strong this chapter is. There's fast head crab zombies, so you can infer that they're more evolved versions of the zombies you saw in Black Mesa, except they've had time to mature. See, you can infer that much better than you can infer the life story of a random NPC you will never think about again.
Or Laszlo, the finest mind of his generation.
And finally, Finally, Valve stops blueballing you and gives you a shotgun.
Here, I have a more suitable gun for you. You'll need it. Catch!
And it's fine. The accuracy feels all over the place sometimes, and it only holds 6 shells instead of 8 like in the last game, and you're gonna feel every missing shell in Ravenholm. Thanks, Padre. And like, I shut this door, so at least I'll know when they're trying to get in, and then... That's not a chef's kiss, that's a chef's blowjob. So I get on this elevator, and I'm waiting for rain. Boom just keeps escalating until the streets are full of a never-ending parade of zombies. Don't worry about it, there's health everywhere. Once you've gotten through that section...
Ah, there you are. At last. I will send the cart for you, brother. It will be but a moment.
I have to wait for a train. While I'm waiting, I can admire the stupid detail of the drain pipe shaking as the zombies climb up them. That's giving a strategic advantage to the player, because Valve loves you. An even more intimidating horde of zombies awaits you as you fight your way through the graveyard with Father Grigori.
Farewell, brother. I fear I deliver you to a darker place. May the light of lights illuminate your path. Look to your own salvation.
Is well deserved. Yeah, I know, I'm awesome. I don't really need supplies, but I go around looking for them anyway. I'll leave with a full complement of rockets. Not that it matters, because every place you need to use rockets has an endless supply of them. You wouldn't want the player to get stuck. Oh, yeah, and Vortigons can charge up your HEV suit. Happy to do.
That should keep the free man safe.
Yeah, for like a second. This is the playthrough. So, you let me out?
Your mind is opaque.
Okay.
Our life is worthless unless spent on freedom.
Are you fucking with me right now?
We remember the free man. We are coterminous.
Is this revenge for all the Vorts I've killed?
Where to now? And to what end?
He's definitely fucking with me, and I can't kill him. I tried.
We shall prevail.
Let me out!
There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene. We have lost all to us.
Oh my god!
This is more than anyone can bear.
Oh man, this reminds me of what happened when Benny fucking like trapped me in fucking Fallout.
Stop it! Just let me out. I'm sorry I killed a shitload of your friends
God,
in the last game. I thought they were shamblers.
We have lost all dear to us.
Back on the road, we finally used that knowledge of how cranes work to pick up the buggy and then knock over a bridge and some combine, and it's easy to forget how this kind of set piece just wasn't as good or polished before Half-Life 2 happened. You see stuff like this all the time in games now. Not quite as focused and refined, you know, or put into a game that is dedicated to really challenging the player. We're on the road again and you've got to take down another gunship, but it's okay, you've got infinite rockets and tons of health. Those electric balls come back around to be a nuisance. There are several nice little combine battles as you progress down the highway, and it feels less restrictive than the airboat section, even if it is pretty much the same thing. You have to leave the car entirely when you get to the bridge, one of the more famous set pieces in Half-Life 2, for reasons I don't quite understand, because I always found it a little frustrating.
But what we would do is whenever players would get close to edges, we would increase that friction a lot so that people wouldn't accidentally fall off things. It's just not fun for the player, right?
One of the problems I've faced in this video is that there isn't a set piece in Half-Life 2, no matter how tedious, that the game won't use at least twice. So guess what? It's time for another gunship battle, except this time the infinite rocket crate is in the middle of the bridge, so you have to backtrack. I know, backtracking. I hope someone got fired for that blunder. You guys want to see one of the rare game over screens? Yeah, it has nothing to do with getting hit with this train. Failure to preserve mission-critical resources. You scratch the car and the G-Man can't get you another one. You could probably walk to Nova Prospect if there weren't so many stunt jumps in the way. It's surprisingly easy to miss the crossbow, which unlike in the first game, is an instant kill on a lot of different enemies. But it's not shooting pussy-ass poison darts, but red-hot rebar made for ragdolling. It's let down a little by the fact that it flies in an arc relatively slowly, making it not the greatest sniper weapon. I could just use the Magnum. I struggle to find things to talk about because there's more shooting combine in dilapidated buildings than another gunship, this time at the lighthouse that has a supply of infinite rockets. We can't get to sand traps fast enough.
Good God! Poor Laszlo!
Yeah.
Remember to stay off the sand. The ant lions are edgy right now.
Returned in 3 weeks.
Sand Trap is the most high-stakes game of the floor is lava that anyone has ever played. You might not realize how useful the Zephethum is until you want to grab a little extra suit power and it's in the sand over there, but now you basically have telekinesis, so it doesn't matter. You also won't realize until you're dragging pieces of scrap metal around that this is just Valve jerking off the physics engine again. A true testament to Valve's prowess as game designers that it takes any time whatsoever. These machines that are supposed to keep the ant lions away work most of the time. We have a quick boss fight with an ant lion guard because we needed to harvest buggy. This is a pretty standard boss battle since you just shoot it. So a Vortigaunt carefully removes the bug bait. So now, after spending several chapters avoiding ant lions, we can now control them. Valve Blue Ball is in full effect, and guess what? Now you feel like a fucking god. And of course they teach you exactly how to use it and tell you you're a good boy for understanding. Another high point of this campaign is leading a swarm of antlions into Nova Prospect. It conveys the epic feeling that Valve was going for and makes it somewhat plausible that one theoretical physicist who gets winded faster if he's using a flashlight while running could break into this notorious prison. We can't have too much of that because we need to shoot down 2 gunships. It's different because it's 2 instead of 1. Look, I've had it with the gunships, okay? I'm not sure who keeps putting poison zombies in secrets, but my money is on Kasali. Probably not the antlion guard, though. That's just... Look, Half-Life 2 is spinning its wheels again while we wait for it to get to something more inspired. After leading antlions to deal with the Combine for what feels like forever, you finally meet Alex again.
My dad's up there somewhere, in that holding area. It's gonna take some doing to get him out.
We're here to get you out, Dad.
Never mind me. Save yourselves.
No, we're not leaving you. I think I can recalibrate the Combine portal to get us out of here.
Yep, that's the plan. Teleport over to Kleiner's lab again, as if that worked the last time with no complications. While the entrance to Nova is one of my favorite parts, the inside is one of my least favorite. Because Valve, you've been dodging turrets this whole time, and now you get to use some, although it's a little more like babysitting. It starts out easy, but then transitions into what I think is the most difficult fight in the game. This is entirely down to the number of shotgunners they throw at you. I didn't even really notice the difference between this section on hard versus medium, except in the newer versions, the shotgunners are clearly marked. We find out that Mossman, a character we've been encouraged to not trust, is working with Breen, thinking that the Combine might go easy on them because despite being a scientist, she is very, very stupid.
Damn her, I don't believe this! Leave it talking to me, Gordon. We may need her to get out of here.
Ha! Leave the talking to you, that's funny. Just make sure you don't tip her off that you know she betrayed everyone.
Gordon, how did you get in? We know all about you and Breen. What?
Alex, you're fucking this up.
You've been a spy for the Combine the whole time.
What are you talking about?
Damn it! Move back, Mossman. We're coming.
Yeah, and this time, I'm gonna handle things.
Alex, whatever you may think, I assure you, I have worked to protect your father. Shut up and be glad you're still some use to us.
Yeah, you tell
We're going to reconfigure this teleport and get the hell out of here.
You see, we're working to the same end. I've already reprogrammed the modulator to emulate a Zen relay.
That's my father's work you stole.
Yeah, great job, Mossman, giving that technology to the enemy. Now the Combine can teleport in from anywhere to attack you, and it makes sense within the story, whereas before the game spawned them in from nowhere, and it was absolute nonsense. Mossman is trying to save Eli because she likes him, you know, enough to try to convince the Combine to let him live while killing everyone else and then enslaving him to do science stuff. Yeah, great plan, Judith. I'm starting to see why they didn't put you in the test chamber. So we head into another, much easier battle where you have to place turrets and wait for the machine to power up again because, get this, Mossman takes Eli and teleports away with him, betraying you yet again. So why don't you let me do the talking next time, Alex? With my gun. I know how into all of this killing you are.
I sure am.
Good shot.
Nice move.
The parties.
Nice work, Gordon. Oh, nice going. Nice shot.
Yeah, Myrna!
I think the teleport exploded just as we were porting out.
Indeed it did, and the repercussions were felt far and wide, but That was over a week ago.
It's a good excuse to get us right into the revolution. No planning necessary. Everybody's already outside killing. So what are you waiting for? It's not my favorite Half-Life chapter, but it's my favorite Half-Life chapter title. Anti-Citizen 1 is a badass nickname. We get to see the city a little differently now that we've got a gun. I like the way the Combine's wall things are encroaching more and more. The game is back to introducing stuff like the hoppers, which are explosive barrels with extra steps. And they're not a bad idea at all. I just don't want to spend half an hour of my game time pulling them out of the ground. And yeah, we're mostly fighting Combine again, but now we've got a squad.
Don't forget to reload, Dr. Freeman.
Pardon me. Reload, Dr. Freeman.
You thought there was health everywhere before. Just wait until you have medkit dispensers that follow you around.
Take this medkit.
And so now you're going to continue to be funneled through set pieces like the Manhack invasion, which is a lot less stressful when you realize the Zepathum can, when correctly used, insta-kill Manhacks. You protect Alex as she does a thing to open a door. Alex climbs a building and gets kidnapped. We go through a sewer. I wait for a train. Okay, the chapter about saving Barney's ass. That's right, he's still in this game.
Gordon, take out these snipers, would you?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Why do I have to say shit?
Grenades!
I know, Barney!
All right, thanks, Gordon. Now let's clear out of here.
Barney enlists Gordon to help him destroy the suppression device in this big old building, which is more about removing energy balls from force fields. I can see why he needed me for that since I have the only Zepathum in existence. Yo, goddammit, get out of here! Unstable balls! I'm not gonna stop and tell you about all the Combine battles you get into, because that's all you really do. At Combine, you destroy 3 balls, then you go on the roof and fight yet another gunship. But don't worry, the whole grab some rockets and shoot down a thing that's hitting you with suppressing fire isn't going anywhere. Because once you're outside again, the Combine sends Striders after you. Now, the Strider is cool looking, but it's another missile target that's kinda easier to deal with than the gunships because it doesn't seem capable of shooting my rockets down. They soak up plenty of them, and because it's Half-Life 2, I can only carry like 3. But don't worry, there's infinite rockets, kids, and there's help everywhere. For all these impressive set pieces, you're still doing the same things over and over, heading in a straight line until the game stops you. You have to shoot down like, I don't know, 100 Striders.
Dog came crashing through the plaza, knocking over walls, and I think he's looking for Alex. He seems to have it set in his head that she's in the Citadel. I figured Alex wouldn't want him getting any deeper in trouble, but hell, you try stopping him. Hey, dog! There, you can't get through that way. Well, I'll be damned. I think you want you to go through, Gordon. You better hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Barney. I thought this whole revolution was about not listening to our machine overlords. Fuck you. Where's the beer you owe me? Finally, we've entered the Citadel, that big building that's been teased to us since early game, that's loomed in the sky for so long. It's eerily cold-looking, featureless, utilitarian, so yeah, checks out. I don't think it's a good idea to restrain yourself inside of your enemy's base, but hey, I'm not a theoretical physicist. We get a marvelous and very long tour of the Citadel as I wait for this train, but oh no, the game is taking all my weapons away.
We just had like
that's
intense, you know,
yeah, I know all these people. Margarita is Margarita. Molly is Degenerate. Landis is Landis. The red hair is Suri, which is Sarzak. And I don't know who the other person is. Oh. Oh.
Of course, forcing me to restrain myself again so that I
I
can
was
be taken
thinking
directly to Breen's office as a hostage. I feel like there could have been a more organic solution than giving up, but they say they only
they
have
do
a
not.
month to finish the game by this
That's
point,
huge.
so yeah,
Lols.
Don't struggle, it's no use. Until you're where he wants you, there's nothing you can do. I'm sorry, Gordon.
Well, if it isn't Gordon Freeman at last. What's this? I'll put it over there.
definitely an administrator and not a scientist.
Having both of you in my keeping ensures I can dictate the terms of any bargain I care to make with the Combine.
Smart little prick.
Dr. Breen.
Huh.
Wallace.
Yes, Judith, what is it?
The bargain we should be making is for Eli's life so he can continue his research.
You're both idiots. The Combine are gonna kill you when you're no longer of any use to them. That's their thing. I think. I don't know. It hasn't really been explained yet.
You're more than qualified to finish his research yourself.
And I think this is the point where Mossman is like, oh wait, I'm an idiot. Because he's got Alex too.
God damn you, Green, you let her go.
That's all up to you, my old friend.
Alright,
Short-sightedness of doing the entire species?
yeah.
Will you give your child the chance her mother never had?
Ew. I think it's weird the way he's telling her. Made that Garden of Love montage 4 chapters ago. Breen threatens to send Eli and Alex off to some horrible dimension somewhere.
Fortunately, the Resistance has shown it is willing to accept a new leader. And this one has proven to be a fine pawn for those who control him.
Do we know that? Because I really don't know what the G-Man's endgame here is. Nobody does.
How about it, Dr. Freeman? Did you realize your contract was open to the highest bidder?
Nah, man, they treat me like a fungus. Keep me in the dark and feed me shit. I'd speak up about it, but, you know.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
Alex, sweetheart.
Judith, what do you think you're doing?
We're doing what I could never do alone. We're stopping you.
Yeah, it's about goddamn time, Judith.
Guards, get in here. They know you betrayed them. They'll turn on you. Judith, Dr. Mossman, please.
Breen grabs the Zapathum and saves some money in the animation budget by making the screen turn white, and then everybody's freed while he runs. So let's go after him.
Gordon, we haven't known each other very long, but I know you didn't have to do this.
I kinda did. I don't have any control over my own actions, and all paths lead to the same place.
Thanks for coming after me.
Yeah, Alex, I know. Breen is still trying to cut a deal with the Combine, which, whatever, I'm tired of him being alive. He's about to teleport out, so we need to go and ice him now.
Yeah,
So we come up
500K,
and Breen
okay.
taunts us and we throw energy balls at gunships and into the portal, and I never liked this ending. It feels kind of anticlimactic, because while Breen is a shithead, he's not the one pulling the strings for either side. He's an old paper pusher out of options. But don't you worry, Alex, I'll kill him good for you. Alex, I couldn't have done it without you getting kidnapped.
Come on, Gordon. We've got to get out of here. Maybe we still have...
Time, Dr. Freeman.
Well, I'm glad you're acknowledging my credentials.
Doon para ba look up bodega? Ooh.
It seems as if you only just arrived. You've done a great
Does it have
deal
cats?
in a small time span. You've done so well, in fact, that I've received some interesting offers for your services.
Now, I remember seething at this ending when I first played this, because I've gone through all the trouble of, you know, this whole fucking game. And then G-Man says, nope, I'm taking you out of here and you're gonna go off and do something else.
I do apologize for what must seem to you an arbitrary imposition, Dr. Freeman. I trust it will make sense to you in the course of...
These weird conversations I'm having with everybody from another stream.
Then episode 1 happens. So, Not quite 2 years later, at the start of the episodic gaming craze that no longer exists, because developers decided that crunching a project every 6 months or so was probably really awful, Episode 1 was released to a gaming public that was still dying for Half-Life content and wanted to see where the story went. Well, in Episode 1 it doesn't go very far. A group of Ortigons undoes the ending of the main campaign,
We'll see about that.
Great, cool. What now? Some more incredibly impressive dog animations. In fact, all the character animations look better, though that could be because I'm playing on the newest release, the one that came out for the 20th anniversary. I've been working on this video for way too goddamn long. I don't really have a ton to say about Episode 1. You get pulled from the rubble by Dog, Alex gives you a big old hug.
Oh my god! Gordon! So worried. Hey, the gravity gun. Give it to him, Dog.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be Half-Life 2 without our physics dildo. So because we wrecked the Citadel, it's going to explode soon, and we have to get out of the city, but we won't have time to do that unless we go back inside the Citadel and slow the reaction. Dog has a solution to get us inside, which is the closest Half-Life ever comes to being a straight-up theme park ride. And it comes pretty fucking close sometimes with how linear it is.
Good throw, Dog! Now go, boy, go on. You'll be fine, just... Uh-oh. What now? Whoa. Alright, let's get off before the next ride starts.
We somehow survived this
Well,
without seatbelts. Essentially, we're just getting more Citadel, which includes getting the Zephethum supercharged again, fighting more Combine, using the electric balls against some stalkers, and establishing a kind of villain for the rest of the game. Mossman sent out some important data that Alex is carrying, and the Combine is going to chase us until they can get it back. Brian's last conversation with the Combine was him speaking to a Combine advisor, I think, and that advisor sees us here and gets flown out because, you know, the imminent massive explosion that'll destroy the city. There's a lot of Portal puzzles here, and I know that Portal is basically a half-2 mod with some powers.
Lol.
So shooting energy balls to activate things is from here first, but like, let's move on. We temporarily stabilized the big orb thing, and then escape on a train. The train is full of Combine stalkers and crashes because it's a train in a video game. I want to highlight a scene here because I think the episodes do a better job of some things than the base game does. Like characterization. This train scares the crap out of Alex, and when it crashes, she's stuck under one of the stalkers right in her face. And she just get off. This actually freaks her out.
Hold up a sec. I gotta catch my breath.
Look at that, she's taken something more seriously, you know, aside from her father getting kidnapped. I feel the urge to comfort her and tell her that it's all right. But alas, I can't speak. All I can do is murder it and do science. And maybe that's enough.
We're in the same boat as the other evacuees now. On foot to a train station.
And that's the journey Episode 1 takes us on. While another team was working on Episode 2, the designers were making a nice little expansion where they'd be able to reuse assets, because we're just going through City 17 again. Only this time mostly destroyed instead of half destroyed. We're introduced to...
A Combine zombie. That's like a zombine, right? Zombine, get it?
The girl who likes you is making a joke, but you're powerless to laugh. Fuck the Zombines, though. They're extra tough. Somehow. Despite the Combine generally having the constitution of a late-game Jenga tower. And they're kamikazes. Alex doesn't have a flashlight, so I have to shine mine on things that I need her to shoot. And there's significantly less health and ammo, like they did better on the balance this time around. pitch-black parking garage has every kind of enemy you can think of. Zombines, regular zombies, antlions, everything except Combine, thank God, because I'm really sick of shooting Combine. A new mechanic is introduced to solve a new problem introduced in this episode. Blast cars over holes with the having to stand on the top of the coming. Yeah, this is it. And of course, Anne's favorite, waiting for rain in the dark, is mostly Valve using everything they've already made and squeezing a bit of juice. This section is home stuff, but it was a pain in my ball.
That was close.
Yeah, oh right, that just happened. Quickly, Alex, a flashlight.
Destabilization of the City 17 reactor has had concussion. Destructive pulse are on the entire network of reactors.
It's gonna explode still. You're the stars from campaign. We fight Bernie again, and let's get out.
He's doing okay. Just don't try it.
I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to die. Would never do that again. Never, ever do that.
Still some information Citadel on our way out. I don't know what it is. It's important enough that they've been counting us the whole way here.
Well, it's a run. Look, we gotta get moving. You guys know about the evacuation, right? We've been planning to make a train tip. Now look, it's like we're gonna have to cut a path through it. Cop who's having second thoughts about the P-17.
If you and I took a separate route, we could combine away from you.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. That's what we should be doing. And so we fight through a hospital full of Combine zombies that ends with pulling jerks off the physics. The Mac. Some of you might feel like I'm shortchanging episode 1, but it's really for Half-Life 2. We've seen this move before. Like, it's mostly not bad and a little tighter than the base campaign, but like... Then you get to the I don't know, I feel like I've shown this before. Same gameplay transfers to a slightly different setting. Although a lot of these areas are copied and pasted, whole hallways, rooms, so it gets a little... How did that strike here?
You're my new
50th I've had to kill. Are we out of here or what? Let's get to doing some of that procreation Kleiner was talking about. We're gonna have if we really escape City 17, the Citadel doesn't explode. A big portal opens and a bunch of Combine ships fly through it. I'm feeling a little ripped off, honestly. Bold of Valve to end every fucking game with cliffhanger. Let's see if it works out from... Because you were previously on a train, you're now on a crashed train. I'm starting to think that Alex has much stronger plot armor than Gordon, because after all these cataclysmic events, she's like...
Oh, Gordon, thank God you're okay.
And what's the first thing you get?
Let's go.
Wow, I forgot what a kick this thing has.
You might notice everything looks prettier than usual. That's because Episode 2 was the first to release on a newer version of the Source engine that added stuff like dynamic shadows. It started development when Episode 1 did, but took much longer because of Valve. Episode 2 is also much more impressive than Episode 1 in terms of story, scale, scope, gameplay. Really everything is better and tighter. There's a lot less train waiting. And the flashlight has its own
Sarzak?
Instead of being tied to your stamina, which is a thing I really could have used like 5 chapters ago when it would have made a difference.
When I couldn't find you, I got... I know.
They have to change. They have to change that position of the confirmation thing right there, because that's just bad UI.
I don't know. I think City 17 looks better than ever. Oh man, look at them physics. Good, I missed out on that. It sounded exciting. I don't know how you survived that. I suspect you're only alive because people you, you know?
Don't worry, Dad. We're fine. But something really strange is happening with the Citadel.
Oh yes, we've been monitoring the situation. The raw discharge of the meltdown has been focused into a pyrrhic beam of portal energy.
It's the Combine.
Oh, is it the Combine? Fucking shocking.
What you're seeing is the infancy of a super portal. If it attains full strength,
It'll be 7-hour war all over again. Except this time we won't last 7 minutes.
Gordon, what if that's why they were sending so much data from the Citadel?
Look, I understand, I do, but I'm Gordon Buford, and I am Jesus, and I'm with Alex, who is an unstoppable Iron Lady boner fueled by violence. Like I saw her tank a grenade from a zombie, and oh god damn it, now I'm saying it. Alex, like usual, sends me to do some busy work while she stirs up trouble. Just like always. Yeah, so shoot it. I see, just crawl over here and... Oh. Shit. Whoa, this isn't how this is supposed to go, Val. This is Garden of Love. You don't do this, right? Well, like any corner that they write themselves into, the solution is Vortigons.
What harm has come?
Okay, I'm back. I'm good. Tony Todd is here. Louis Gossett Jr. is great, but nobody is Tony Todd. R.I.P.
The free man. I am pleased to see at least you are unharmed. But the alley expands. The condition is grave.
Nothing a clan of Ords can't fix, right? Whew, Half-Life did you have me there for a second. And caring about your characters.
My kin will meet us at a sheltered location beneath the surface.
Traits to go off alone and kill some shit before the next set piece. And eat bug slime. We're in the Antlion caves, kids, and if you thought that there was health everywhere before, man, they've got goddamn walls in here. Must be pissing off the Antlions, because I may be killing their children. Is how we treat the heroes of the Battle of Nova Prost? Not quite. There's new Antlions that spit neurotoxin at you. They go splat. It's good, though. I get the sense that Valve wanted to show off how pretty their terrain could look, and yeah, looks great. I didn't realize until now that Antlions immediately die when they get into water. Probably not the best place for them to live, since, like, quite a few drown themselves. One gets owned by a barn. They all get owned by the shotgun.
13? Ugh. Thank you, Landis, for that fucking image.
Alex Vance clings to the margins.
I literally can't go anywhere until I do, sir. Never tell it to avoid while the Antlions invade from 4 different hallways. We've only got 2 turrets, and it's been a while since I've blasted 3 episodes.
Oh, that's me.
The first few waves are. The fuck you just say to me? You know nothing of my work. It gets worse.
Goodbye, Miss Henry.
Gets the blood pumping. Once that's over, we need to head back out into the caves to get some larval extract from the Antlions, which will save Alex. For reasons, don't worry about it. To get it, you have to dodge the attacks of a souped-up Antlion guard, who I'm not supposed to kill, but don't worry, there's health everywhere.
So for spawning right in front of me, right in front of me, assholes. Ow.
I realize this moment may not be the most convenient for a heart-to-heart.
It's fine. I'm just putting some...
I think I have escaped. I think I have that.
There was a time they cared nothing for his
shotgun, but whatever.
When I plucked her from Black Mesa, I acted in the face of objections that she was a mere child and of no practical use to anyone.
I think it'd be creepier, G-Man, but you've outdone yourself. Is your office near Borealis or something? What is happening?
Still, I am not one to squander my investments, and I remain confident she was worth far more than the initial appraisal.
Hey, who's the star of this fucking show? Who's the free man?
That's why I must now extract from you some small repayment owed for your own survival.
You had me on ice for 20 years while all my friends suffered under an occupying alien force, you trans-dimensional loose-skinned child abducting uncanny valley dumpster of alien spunk. You ain't shit. These episodes have turned you into Shatner and Tech Wall. What are you gonna do, threaten to put me back in the freezer? Fuck you. Finish your exposition and then fuck off back to null space. I hope John Carmack gives you a temporal swirly, you... No, I'm not getting worked up over this. I don't care about the story. I shouldn't care about the story because they're never gonna finish it.
Now, listen carefully, my dear. When you see your father, relay these words. Prepare for unforeseen consequences.
Oh my god. I thought for sure I was dead.
You're only mostly dead. Very curable condition when you've got magic. Go in the comment to explain why the vorts aren't magic. She's fine though. She can't really walk good yet. They take down ant lions, but they're ant lions. The only people who have trouble with ant lions are the Combine and Laszlo.
Good God! Poor Laszlo!
I keep making fun of this motherfucker, but I do remember him. Alright, we need to get to a car. There's one on the bridge protected by the biggest seesaw physics puzzle you've ever seen. Alex is strong enough to provide some sniper cover and he kills zombies. Not really that much to talk about, so... This is episode 2 in a nutshell. It's doing a lot of the same kind of things that Half-Life 2 has already done, except it's prettier, tighter, and somehow when Alex tells you to stop somewhere, it feels like you're organically being led into the next first-person cutscene that moves the plot forward.
Gordon, hide.
Oh yeah, we got some Combine hunters. You might think I hate them because they stabbed Alex and made me go through all that other stuff before, but nah, the hunters are a breath of fresh air. The Combine hunters shake up the gameplay more than any of the other new enemies in these episodes. They're fast, tanky but not too tanky, have good feedback, shoot halo needles at you. There, 2 of them down. Oh shit, shit. Half this room is destroyed after their attack. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is top-tier Valve content.
I think that's all of them.
We should get our warning out and then keep moving. That was probably the scouting party.
This is White Forest. Identify yourself.
This is Alex.
Alex Vance? Where are you? I expected you hours ago.
Well, we had a bit of a setback.
Don't you understand the gravity of the situation? The survival of Earth depends on the data you...
Yes, I know. But the Combine, they're heading your way.
What's that? What? You're heading my...
Oh, hello, Neo Axolotl. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well this evening. Currently hanging out with Sarzak and the rest of the crew, but hopefully you're doing well this evening. Watching some Civ 18, Civ 11, I mean, and also to like as just to kill some time. So like you guys won't hear like the void of space. It's on a random playlist, so it's like you might get this, you might get some other things down the road. So But it's good enough for like a good enough for like a 12-hour stream for these 12-hour streams, you know. Thank you for stopping by here. I really do appreciate it. How are things? How are things? Like, I'm pretty sure you're in Star Trek chat right now at the present moment, right?
Bombs on me. The time between Valve blueballing you and giving you catharsis is the shortest ever series, I think. As a minute later, you pick up those bombs, tossing them.
Ow.
So we've done an airboat helicopter fight, we've done car helicopter fight, we've done rocket
Ow.
helicopter fight, and we've done Zeppelin helicopter fight.
Yep. Okay.
That's every possible avenue for these gameplay mechanics, right?
Are they screaming at me are they screaming at me in his chat? Oh my god! Stop being invisible! I hate these episode 4s. I hate these episode 4 fucking fights so much. I like on a lot of streams. That's good. I'm pretty sure too you're on Pokios as well, because I know you're always hanging out with Pokio. You hang out with Pokio a lot, so it's like that's fine. I know. I do appreciate you lurking here. It does mean it like the lurk. As I always say before, the lurkers are like the backbone of all streams, and I do appreciate all of them. Yo, no problem, mate. No.
I know we both stay together, you can get through anything.
I like to think that the Vortigaunt behind him is tapping into the collective consciousness right now, like, hey, the Eli Vance. We helped.
I make a pretty good team.
Yeah, well, that's good, because, now that the suppression field's down, we all have to do our part.
Eli is just over here like, Gordon Freeman, thank God you're here. Please fuck my daughter.
Dad?
Can you blame an old man for wanting grandkids?
Look, I've been waiting in so much radioactive sludge that I'm probably sterile.
My dear, what a relief. Not to mention a delight to see you here at last. And Gordon.
Oh God.
You and the HEV suit have taken excellent care of each other.
They're inseparable.
Alex, you could get a buff any time. Also, where's my hug?
Why not regain the sync of the satellite? Or should I postpone the launch to make time for a fan like you?
I love him. I mean, like right now he's being a dick, but he's not wrong.
I was just saying hello to Alex and Gordon.
Fine. No one grants me a moment's peace, but by all means, unroll the red carpet.
Now, my dear, where is this data packet you've been carrying?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. What does that do exactly?
If I delay a single moment, I'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah, Magnuson is an asshole, but he's got a good reason. One of his best scientists is a complete dweeb who keeps a pet head crab.
Another one?
What next? Constant interruption.
Speak of the fucking devil. You just stay put, Lamar. Stay. Magnuson sends me into the tunnels to, do Freeman stuff. Yes, I am! And then we're actually attacked by the Combine. This section gives me a lot of old Black Mesa vibes. The steel and concrete and science equipment. I seal the silo doors to prevent more Combine from getting in, but things are getting worse. I mean, look at this Vort in a lab coat. Why is he wearing a lab coat? They quickly analyze the footage with Mossman to discover...
It's the Borealis.
Good God.
Incredible. What? The Borealis? It's real?
Oh yes, quite real, despite its almost legendary stature. Our peers at Aperture Science have research vessel had simply disappeared, vanished, with all hands, and even part of the dry dock.
The Borealis pulled a Starship Titanic spontaneous mass existence failure.
But now that we've found it, we can use it against the Combine.
This is one with the boss.
But think of the advantage for humanity. We can't simply waste all that potential.
There's no controlling that kind of power.
I'm sure this would have gone terribly wrong if they'd ever continued this story properly.
Gordon and I are more than able to handle this.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Or not.
Dad, are you okay?
shit, that's Eli as a character actually reflecting on the horrible damage he's helped cause. You guys are actually using Robert Guillaume to, like, emote? Besides being worried about his daughter? You know, you guys could have done this for so long when you were too busy jerking off the physics engine like, okay, Alex, he's clearly going through it. Can you talk to him because I can't?
Dad, prepare for unforeseen consequences.
Alex, no, that's not helping.
Unforeseen consequences. The last time I heard those words was back at Black Mesa. You had just stepped into the test chamber and you whispered them in my ear. You know who I'm talking about. I'll meet you in Frame.
Unfortunately, yes. You probably could have mentioned this earlier since I've been basically conscripted into his service for reasons that have not and may never be explained.
Now he's using my little girl, putting words in her mouth. Damn it. I should have known when he rescued her at this very damn reason. Gordon, there's so much I need to tell you. Between us, we may finally have a chance.
Is everything alright?
Excuse me if I'm interrupting the tea time.
Magnuson, we're kind of doing something here. This is an emergency.
Well, Freeman, I believe I found the perfect use for you. You proved yourself capable, and the staff seem to respect you. Therefore, I'm putting Defense of White Forest, this ingenious new weapon of mine, in your hands.
New weapon? All right, now you're speaking my language. In fact, you should speak my language more often and shut the fuck up so I can go kill things to impress my girlfriend. I got the okay from her dad, but it was way easier than I thought it would be. He was like, nah, Gordon, it's okay, raw dogger. We need to repopulate the species with smart science babies. I just really hope the G-Man doesn't start talking through her while we're doing it, but she can call me Dr. Freeman all she likes, you know what I'm saying?
Call it the Magnuson device. Not my chosen label, you understand, but it seemed to please the personnel.
Well, it looks like a perfectly ball of bullshit, so that tracks. And because Valve, you're taught how to use it before going out there.
Oh, and Freeman, if you pull this off, I might just forgive you for that debacle at Black Mesa. You know the one I mean.
Oh, so someone remembers that I helped wreck the planet.
Involving a certain microwave casserole.
Jesus Christ! Thank you.
That's your villain origin story? It was a prank, bro. It was nothing. My God, what are you doing? My, what are you doing? Also, I shot a couple of people at Black Mesa. When I say that the battle for White Forest is the peak of Half-Life design, I mean it. Apparently, Dario Casali was leading the charge on this one, from what I can gather from the 20th anniversary documentary. And they worked a lot to get this thing off the ground, and I can't tell you how successful this battle is in capping off this episode. Basically, you drive around in your car picking up Magnuson devices.
Sarzak, come on! Sari! We need you!
So this enormous map is being invaded by
The fat lady is needed right now?
It's up to you.
Oh, there you are.
It's Valve magic through and through.
I was starting to get really concerned.
Best ending of anything Half-Life related, and it isn't even close. Yeah, I hate that you can only carry one of these devices on your car, but it keeps you moving. The Striders aren't spawned in maliciously to screw you over. They're destroying buildings in the most impressive physics jacking to date. And this time
Perfect.
when
There
you
you go.
return to the base, everyone is cheering you. It feels like you've actually earned it. Like you're finally living up to the legendary status afforded to Gordon Freeman, who up to this point did do some impressive stuff, like aborting a giant baby, easily destroying Citadel based off pure luck and dodgy technology, waiting for trains, everything to get here. This is where it ends, kids. And I didn't think I'd be sad about that again, but here we are. launch this rocket. That's nothing, Kleiner. Don't worry about it.
It's all yours, Gordon.
Yes. Yes. That's right, Lamar. Fuck up my teleport, will ya? Who's laughing now, face fucker?
It's going to work, right?
It has to.
Once the rocket is in range of the portal, we'll be able to switch on the xenium resonator.
Well, let's get outside. I'd like a better view of the fireworks.
Oh, episode 2. I know what's coming, and I still admire how you build up to it.
Gordon, hold on a
Oh,
second.
there you are.
The more I think about that warning from our friend, the more I'm convinced it has to do with Borealis. Don't be deceived. That ship must never be used.
I'm on board, Doc. I mean, if the time came for me to make that choice, I'd probably quick save and see how it turned out both ways, you know, for science.
Gordon, thanks for everything you've done. For Alex, for all of us. I couldn't be prouder if you were my own son.
Okay, maybe they're laying it out a little thick here, but that's Valve for you. Bye-bye Combine Portal, hello Free Earth. Everything coming up Millhouse.
Dog? Hey, where are you?
It's probably nothing. Not that I can stop what's coming. Not that I really have any power. Sure, I can blow things up, shoot guys, allegedly do science, but...
Get away! Don't! Dad, look out! No! Dad! Dad! God damn it, let go of him!
What a gut punch. Man, it would be really awful if that's where they left the franchise for decade. To the absolute hell I've had said. I won't tell you what happens, maybe another day. So why is there no Half-Life 2 Episode 3? Better yet, why is there no Half-Life 3 yet? Well, that's apparently a very easy question to answer. Valve employees expressed that they were basically out of ideas on what to do with their current engine, tools, gameplay mechanics. They rang every last drop they could out of Half-Life 2, so that when they went to design Episode 3, they came up with nothing, really. A cool ice gun, but with this footage, you're just shooting more Combine, just in the snow. The garden is closed, kids. We've picked every fruit, drank deeply of their juices, and I no longer mourn the loss of Half-Life 3. It's been 16 years since Episode 2. Mark Laidlaw can toss out whatever notes he had of where the story went, but we may never know, especially after Half-Life Alyx, how any of this ends. Because Valve can't make a game that they feel lives up to this legacy.
But sort of saying that your reason to do it is because people want to know what happens next. You know, we could have shipped it. Like, it wouldn't have been that hard. You know, the failure was... My personal failure was being stumped. Like, I couldn't figure out why doing Episode 3 was pushing anything forward.
Valve has the resources at its disposal these days to do whatever they want. And if Portal 2, Half-Life Alyx, Left 4 Dead, if that's what they're going to do, then I'm okay with that. It's a little annoying that we don't have any closure after that ending, though. Half-Life's narrative is one of the most...
The story was never the boss of anything.
What?
The dreaded beast versus the savage hunter. Aliens versus Predator.
You may be wondering where the video on Phantom Fury is. Well, kids, I've decided I'm going to do a whole big video on the game with big name cameos. It'll be just like that Half-Life video or that Duke Nukem Forever 2001 video. Yeah, those were good times. Now I'm just waiting on Slipgate Ironworks to finish the game. After that, it'll be a bonanza of content. Definitely a 15-hour video. And I assure you that it will not be a weird, frustrating, glitchy, thoughtlessly designed hodgepodge of disparate ideas. And if the giant meteor headed towards Earth, the only way to avoid the extinction of the human race was for Slipgate Ironworks to put out a finished game that stayed even remotely engaging for more than 2 hours, we'd all be texting our loved ones to say goodbye. Yeah, just as soon as they finish that game. But for right now... Alien! Predator! Two species brought together by a random prop being reused in Predator 2 that's really obviously an alien skull, right? Because I'm sure Stan Winston's company had it lying around, because that's not the alien skull from the first movie. Because of the ridges instead of the smooth head. No, it's definitely one of Winston's from Aliens. This common practice of prop reuse led to comic books, bad movies, and of course, video games. Like this arcade beat-em-up by Capcom that rules.
Oh, that game fucking rules. I want to play this game. I want to play that game again.
Most famously, a trio of games made by British studio Rebellion. Aliens Predator for the Jaguar, Aliens vs. Predator in 1999, and then Aliens vs. Predator in 2010. Not confusing at all. Even less confusing when Monolith made Aliens vs. Predator 2 in between, which is actually the best in the series because Monolith made it, and so obviously you can't buy it anymore. Rebellion is known mostly for the Sniper Elite series nowadays, although it seems like they're branching out into comics, movies, TV, books. That AVP game for the Jaguar is, if I ever make head or tail of where the fuck I'm supposed to go in that game, maybe I'll let you kids know what I think. An AVP game to follow up the Jaguar version was rumored as early as 1995 for PC, PlayStation, and the Sega Saturn, because I expect that Atari Jaguar exclusives weren't selling very well. Well, those other console ports didn't materialize, although we do have some screenshots and a bit of footage of the PlayStation version, which looks absolutely nothing like the final product. Released in 1999, Aliens vs. Predator was well reviewed, and so then an expansion pack was created, which was packaged with the original later on as Aliens vs. Predator Gold Edition, which is the version I played originally. It added a few new weapons for the Marine and a bunch of new single-player and multiplayer levels. Wild stuff, too. Blew my mind as a 12-year-old. I probably would have hated the standard version because when that came out, it didn't have save games. You had to get through each level without dying or else it was back to the start. I'm not sure why they made it like that. I know making saves in games, especially now, is a pain in the ass. Like if you use an Unreal or Unity. But this was 1999, and being able to save anywhere in an FPS game is the standard. So back then, I was surprised when I booted up the game and was presented with 3 skill levels: Training, Realistic, and Director's Cut. And the skills determine how much damage Acid Blood does to the Marine and Predator, as well as health and energy pickups for the Marine and Predator, whereas the Alien has different health gathering properties we'll talk about a little later. For the Marine and Predator, it says that the enemies are more savage, and for the Alien, it says the enemies are armed with heavier weaponry. Training difficulty gives you 8 saves per level. Realistic gives 4, and Director's Cut gives 2. Here's the problem. In order to unlock all of the bonus levels that I want to show off in this video, I need to finish the whole campaign, every species, on Director's Cut. Good news though, that's not a problem. Done it a dozen times before. I've played the absolute shit out of this game. I'm prepared for the jag and awkwardness of it. I'm ready, man. Ready to get it on. You know it. That's why I'm starting with the Marine campaign.
Oh, the hardest of all the campaign.
In order to placate the people who are fans of the original poorly acted FMV scenes that played on these monitors in the first release, I'll show you the same one, except it looks like it was shot on one of the really early low-budget Red Dwarf sets, as opposed to the new low-budget Red Dwarf sets, which is ironic because these are the ones with American actors.
Look alive, Private. You're in some serious shit. We're bugging out, now. Level 3 doors are already locked, so get your ass to the comm room. I'll beat you from there.
I always wondered why the United States Colonial Marines had so many British people ordering me around. Those are Rebellion employees, and I personally like them better. Their acting is bad in a much funnier way. This game has some impressive graphical effects with particles and stuff for these flares, but once you approach this mirror, oh boy. Yeah, parts of this game aren't pretty. Even for 1999, the year we got Quake 3 and Unreal. And then AVP is over here with this hand on the upper and pulse rifle. Giger ain't got shit on the body horror of this man's arm. Look at that Mr. Potato Head ass thumb. The lighting is pretty, and I know what you're saying. You can't see anything because it's dark. This is a very dark game. As the Marine, you can either toss a flare or use your night vision, but don't do both at the same time. I don't really like using the night vision because it blows out the screen when there is light, and while it's activated, you can't use the motion tracker. Let's talk about first contact. Oh, okay, that didn't last long. That's not to say the aliens aren't dangerous. They're incredibly fast, hit hard, the acid melts right through you, and since I'm feeling charitable, I'm gonna say that the AI is unpredictable. It's fine because you move at nearly doom speeds in this game. You can kind of tell that this was started in the mid-90s and not, you know, after Half-Life. Right here, I got attacked by one alien and my armor is more than half gone. And you might be saying, Timmy, if you've played this game a lot, why is your health so low? Because I took a fall. But I continued on undeterred. I can deal. This first level takes place in an installation built around the derelict ship from the first Alien movie. Yes, and the second if you watch the special edition. Shut up. And it takes place 10 years after Aliens. So I'm guessing the nuclear blast that left a dust cloud the size of Nebraska did not destroy this ship. We get to enter the ship and take an elevator down into that main chamber with one of the pilot aliens. Really cool. Like I said, unpredictable. But your pulse rifle takes care of it. It doesn't feel quite as beefy as you'd expect from a gun in a 90s shooter. The impact is pretty tame, actually, for a gun that shoots 10mm caseless explosive tipped rounds. And sometimes jams. Yeah, a few of the guns in this game can jam, and you'd think, oh, just reload it, that'll solve the problem. Ha!
Yeah, we actually kind of synced it. Goddamn.
Which came out a year after Half-Life. You still have to reload all of the guns, just when they run dry and not a second before. It's okay, we're moving on to the next level, Colony. Kind of a recreation of the setting of Aliens. I assume it isn't
okay, there you go.
Colony that blew up. We've talked about this before.
The blast radius of 30 kilometers, equal to about 40 megatons.
We're Aliens fans.
Hadley's Hope is gone. This is a different colony. Whatever you might think of Rebellion, they're not Gearbox. You may notice that you only have one at the moment, and you'd continue to have one weapon for a while if you were playing the standard game. But this is the Gold Edition, so we jump on top of this elevator and grab us a couple of pistols. The pistols are a lot more powerful than you'd expect, but I think you're better off spraying with the pulse rifle, which I do. You're supposed to go around this colony, restart the generator in pitch blackness, which makes it so the level is less pitch black. I don't want to complain about the darkness too much because it's based on Aliens. It's gonna be dark. Something that I love
this boss.
torn on now is how the alien encounters can feel random. They aren't random exactly. The game respawns aliens constantly and never lets up. There's no 100% kills in this one. As long as you're there, they keep coming. More and more the farther you get into the campaign. It's the same with the other campaigns too, except for the alien one. It'll continue to spawn humans. This puts you on the clock. You can't fuck around. So I turn the generator on, but before I continue, I have to go up here to what is essentially a secret and grab the smart gun. Yes, this game has the smart gun, that enormous fuck-off cannon from Aliens. In the second level, taking slot 3 on your keyboard like it's a common shotgun, which this game does not have. Well, the humans have it in the Alien and Predator campaigns, but not you. It kind of sucks, actually. It could have come in handy for close encounters. Too much? Yeah, too much. The smart gun has a tracking mode and a free fire mode, and this thing still has a hard time keeping up with the aliens. Hold on, I guess I need clearance for this. Oh, fuck you, you senile bitch. Okay, so the best way to use the smart gun, even has 500 rounds per magazine, is to use short, controlled bursts. Fine. So even with this massive weapon that tracks enemies, I'm still feeling pretty tense. Even though this game is jank of the highest order, the aliens can and will appear from nowhere and eat your face. I gotta get to operations to throw 5 switches.
Damn.
my switches?
Yeah?
The main gate hasn't budged. Near the bypass.
Accent, man. Very, transatlantic.
The engineer had one, but still beyond.
Yeah, and he's in the med.
You ain't dead yet, Siri. Let's go.
Dead in a hive somewhere. So we go down to the med lab.
Do we all go or nobody goes?
The face huggers. Up to this point, I've never played an alien game where the face huggers were an instant kill. But I swear to God, I'm not letting one of those little bastards get me. I run over here, grab another smart gun. I'll need the ammo. And outside of the med lab, there's a flamethrower, which we won't be seeing much of. It sure does set things on fire. Problem is that when you set the aliens on fire, they continue to run around and attack for a while until they pop. But it's hard enough to hit face huggers, and I want to keep my distance. This stupid bypass device spawns on a different table every time I play this game for some reason. I open the gate, shoot more aliens, and make my way to an APC, which will take me to the next level, Invasion, which takes place inside of the colony's atmosphere processor. First, you'll notice all your weapons are gone except for the pulse rifle, because you don't keep your weapons between missions for reasons.
Orders from above. You must shut down the cooling system to fall out authorized airmen. Need to power down 5 ventilation fans and make your way to the processor.
Now, this is where the game starts to get tougher. Health and armor pickups are pretty rare, but they both will fill you up completely. Oh God, there's a face hugger here. Totally worth it. I guess the flamethrower isn't too bad against them. As soon as you turn off the cooling system. Not cool game, assuming you placed that alien and he didn't wander there himself. A dropship comes to pick us up in a somewhat familiar location, and we've escaped the planet full of aliens. Onto a space station full of aliens. No. Fuck you.
I hate this boss so much.
There's another extraterrestrial in its title. See, the thing about predators in this game is that if you don't blow them up or double tap them, what you have to do is run past the predator to get into the room over here that has the SADAR, the rusty missile launcher, which will one-hit the predator and make it forget that self-destruct exists. Now, obviously, the melee-focused aliens are going to go after me while I'm trying to do this, and get ready for the most tense, ass-puckering section of this video. I am the ultimate badass. You know, until I come up against the other new enemy, this comic book ass thing called the Xenoborg. A cybernetic alien which is basically stationary and has lasers. I used to think they were invincible, but a couple of well-placed explosive shots. It doesn't matter, you can avoid them pretty easily. However, there's another predator on this station, and I'm gonna have to do battle against it. Prove my worth. Restore my honor. Later, bitches. I'm sure there's a reason I can't escape on the ship I came in on. Now we've arrived at Terrargo, a level based on the Sulaco from Aliens. Our brief encounter with the Predator part of this game is over for the moment, so we can clear out one of the most infested levels of the campaign. This is the first mission where that 2 save limit really hurt. I can grab a smart gun in the shower, but I have to be really judicious with my ammo use. The
Nagi
are pretty linear, so I make my way to this hallway of death. I call it that because it's where we first get assaulted by a Praetorian, a mini queen alien that's a walking meat grinder.
Disco Braveman. Yes, I don't need it.
We don't fuck with Praetorians.
Another Disco Braveman. Yeah, but I don't want it.
We get the skeeter launcher, which is fucking ridiculous. It's entirely
Razor the
powerful.
Grace.
It launches secondary projectiles at other enemies.
Does
when they
anybody
rush
want
you,
one of
they
these?
basically rush at you because they're melee only. Yeah, I don't want the skeeter launcher. I want. Oh yeah, This minigun is a weapon of mass destruction. Finally, a weapon straight out of Predator, and it wrecks anything in front of it. You also can't walk and fire at the same time without your aim going crazy. Oh, god damn it, you're not even from the company and you're fucking me over. Fine. The game sends a Pred alien after you. Yes, a Predator and alien hybrid made by a facehugger impregnating a Predator. But I have a minigun. Look what this minigun does to Praetorians. One small problem. I have to take this elevator down to exit this level, and there's Praetorian at the bottom in a tiny little room. And even if the fucker is under the elevator while I go down... Great. Now it's time for the final boss, a queen alien. We have to press some buttons to get out of the airlock. I don't know why the queen is here, it just is. And now it's in space. Yeah, that's it. I hope you weren't expecting a story resolution. As we travel up a butthole, we are introduced to our alien. And because we don't have any British xenomorphs to ham up cutscenes, we're gonna have to... Hold on, this game wasn't designed to be played in 4K.
Our temple has been violated.
From that cutscene, it sure looked like it.
Eliminate intruders and seal the entrances.
It's a good thing I know this game, or else I'd have to squint to read these mission objectives. Now, this level's knocking some things onto some fire and then entering the area where humans are hanging out, killing them,
alright.
pipes, breaking some other things to block off some turrets, and running at about 26 feet per second. Describing the alien's built-in combat abilities, well, what you're looking at is a perfect organism. Okay, sure, it doesn't stand up to much heat, but it is very fast. And though its 3 attacks, claws, tail, and head bite, are all 1 or 2 hit kills, and the creature is obviously immune to motion sickness, the alien interface and gameplay is fairly simple. Running, climbing on any surface, and using mouse 1 or mouse 2 to kill. If you get close enough to an enemy, you bite their head with the little secondary jaw. Not only is it fun and horribly gruesome, this is how you get the most health back. Enemies are highlighted in different colors depending on the version of the game you're playing. The classic 2000 version on Steam, I really don't know, it's not that important. Getting used to the simple interface is another story. I've been playing this for more than 20 years, so I'm kinda used to it. I've always got my wall walk key pressed down. To combat the pitch blackness of this game, the alien is also given an alternate vision mode, which seems like it just completely inverts the colors on screen. After the game gives you a couple minutes to get used to this, it's time to hunt some humans. You're dealing with Marines and civilians here. Dropping on a Marine works good. Some of the civilians carry Molotov cocktails, and if you get anywhere near them, they'll toss it and set you on fire. Or if you're anywhere near them when you kill them, they'll drop it and you'll catch on fire. If that happens, say goodbye to at least half your health, because the alien, as we've seen, doesn't respond well to fire.
I guess go on your facilities.
Enemy and get out of the way.
Slow roasted goodness.
And enemies are basically blind, so sneaking up on them is pretty easy. They almost never look up, so you can drop from the ceiling. You got sentry turret?
Alrighty. Just as I was mentioning earlier, I have to take a break because I need to pee. Because when I was preparing, I did not prepare for I didn't go to the toilet or anything like that. So yeah, let's take a break, and I'll be back in it's 10:18. Why am I back to this? No, you idiot. There you go. There we go. If it's 10:18, let's say it's 10:20. Way back in 1035.
Diecast. Invincible. Introducing the Bionic 6 family. Each implanted with bionic parts. Giving them superhuman powers. Will the evil Dr. Scarab destroy the Bionic 6? The Bionic 6 from LJN.
Who explodes with more firepower than ever? No question. It's Batman forever. It's Gotham City's ultimate battle as the Riddler's brain trap drains your brain. But Night Hunter Batman sets his sights on crushing evil every time. And Hydra Claw Robin delivers a devastating left hook. And when Batman soars in the Turbo Batwing, evil is blasted from the sky and battered with an explosive surprise. Who's the ultimate answer to crime? No question. It's Batman forever. Figures and vehicles sold separately.
You can make the good guys better. Battle Base. Lightning League Battle Base. You put it together.
Wheeled warriors, quick changing fighting machines. Enemy approaching, prepare battle base. Launcher 1 loaded, 2 loaded, 3 loaded.
You can stack and attack with wheeled warriors, quick changing fighting machines. Lightning League Battle Base. Vehicles each sold separately. Some parts not for use with some toys. New from Mattel.
Batman, Legends of the Dark Knight. 7 towering inches. Twister strikes Scarecrow has a frightening slice. Neural Claw Batman strikes with wings of enormous might. Dyed Claw Robin fights with colossal power. Now the Skywing Street Fight delivers the ultimate air-to-ground assault. Skywing Street Fight comes with other figures sold.
Gigantic Gorilla Optimus Primal transforms with double cannons firing. T-Rex Megatron transforms with pulverizing claw and twin missile launchers. Each sold separately.
Even without his laser gun.
What's that?
Or his laser axe.
A robot!
Or his awesome power claw.
Roboto.
This unstoppable enemy of evil.
Go get him, Roboto!
Roboto.
Yeah!
Is the most powerful robot in the universe. Roboto. New from the Masters of the Universe collection. Other action figures each sold separately from Mattel.
Power on with Pepsi. Now Pepsi is offering you a chance to win an interactive PowerJet XT7 from Mattel for your children. Then they can join me, Captain Power, and the soldiers of the future. Just look for this Power On with Pepsi display. Collect the letters to spell power found under specially marked caps of Pepsi-Cola products, and you win a PowerJet XT7. So remember, Power On with Pepsi and win a PowerJet XT7. Then the whole family can enlist with me, Captain Power and the soldiers of the future.
Cobra can run, but he can't hide. The G.I. Joe Crusader's hot on his trail.
Nobody beats G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe Crusader. Cobra is shaking with fear. Crusader's gonna blast him from the stratosphere.
Gotcha!
Launch the Avenger!
The Crusader and Adventure are one top team.
Gear down!
Awesome!
Nobody beats G.I. Joe, a real American hero!
Crusader comes with pilot and adventure.
Yo, Joe!
New Batman Batlink takes the battle to cyberspace.
I am
Batman, suit up Roadbuster, bring the Joker down. Then power up the Netrunner Batmobile. Evil defeated, Joker deleted. Batman Batlink. Figures and vehicles sold separately, batteries not included.
Toxic Crusaders. It's Dr. Killamoff, the evil alien who wants to pollute the whole world. He's going to smogify every tree in Tromaville. But look who's gonna stop him. It's Toxie, the trendy yet hideously deformed leader of the Toxic Crusaders, who with their help really gums up the works.
I'm toxic, but I'm tasteful.
How does he do it? What does she see in him? Where did he get that tutu? Toxic Crusaders, they're proud, but they still get girls. Hideously deformed action figures from Playmate.
What? My brother's in cover. How do you know? I knew. Until now, those had easy. But now it's all getting real hard. Cobra's hired evil twin brothers, leaders of the Crimson Guard. They're double twins, so much the same. If one's in trouble, the other feels pain. The Crimson Guard's the most dangerous foe. G.I. Joe.
Can G.I. Joe stop the Crimson Guard? Find out in Marvel Comics.
Mask, where illusion is the ultimate weapon.
Convert Switchblade to jet mode. Surprise, Matt Tracker. It's mayhem. Battle stations. Protect the decoder, Bruce. I'm going up. Stacks ready to fire.
Mask, Switchblade, Thunderhawk, and Rhino.
Fire!
Each sold separately with action figure.
Cover me, Matt. 10-4. Sato's getting away. But you're not, Mayhem.
Mask, Switchblade, Thunderhawk, and Rhino. Each sold separately. New from Kenner.
Batman's ninja skills rule the street. New Batman Night Force ninjas. Batman chopping left and right.
Crack! Whack!
Good night. This Batman's power kick blasting through.
Pow! Boom! Blast!
Leaving Croc black and blue. Look out, Killer Croc's tail lightning quick.
Bash!
Night Force drops him like a ton of bricks. It's a bigger, badder way to be the man.
I am
Batman. New Batman Night Force ninjas, each sold separately. And now Night Force brings you a whole new way to play with real martial arts control. Batman Night Force Ninja Karate Fighters.
I'm here with Tommy to demonstrate the WMAC Masters action figures. Now you control the action and compete for each other's key with the machine's terrifying two-handed twist, tiger claws, devastating, and Olympus's brutal kick. Display their keys on the coveted dragon belt. Get real with the WMAC Masters.
Bandai, action and satisfaction.
Beast War Next Level Transmetals.
Metallic machines, 3 modes of me. Evil new Transmetal Rampage changes from Copper King Crab to Gatling gunning tank to cluster missile crustacean. A triple threat with 3 Transmetal modes. But Heroic Depth Charge will test his metal with 3 Transmetal modes. Metallic Manta Ray to Gleaming Orbital Assault Vehicle to Grenade-Loaded Ultra Robot. Metallic machines, 3 modes of me.
Beast Wars Transmetals.
Figures each sold separately.
トランスフォーマー2010、21世紀に繰り広げられる想像を超えた新たなる戦い。メトロフ X の巨大パワーがダイナザウラーに炸裂する。ウルトラマグナスはガルバトロンを倒せるか。スペリオンとメナゾール、合体対決の結果はどうなる。ガーディアン対決ブルーティカスは天地を揺るがす合体攻撃だ。サイバトロンかデストロンか、今激突する宿命のライバル。全宇宙の平和をかけてサイバトロンの新たな司令官ドディマスコンボイは立ち上がった。対決。
The Rancor monster's hungry again. Let's feed him. Don't do it.
Luke Skywalker, Gamorrean Guard, new Rancor Monster and Rancor Keeper action figures, each sold separately.
You'll regret this. Wait till he gets his claws into a Jedi Knight. Whoa, some jaws. This is my only chance. He's wounded. We better get in there. You'll never get out alive, Gamorrean Guard.
New Rancor Monster, action figures, each sold separately, from Kenner's Star Wars Return of the Jedi collection.
blue bars, white stars, it's the Dukes of Hazzard inside that car. This is Luke and Bo, you see, and the name of the car is the General Lee.
What's going on? It's Boss Hogg.
You can pretend Boss Hogg's up to his evil ways, and it's up to Bo and Luke to save the day.
Other Dukes of Hazzard action figures include Daisy, Boss Hogg, and Cooter, each sold separately. The Dukes of Hazzard, complete with Bo, Luke, and General Lee car. By Lego.
Below the Earth's surface, the inhumanoid Metlar is followed by Magnacore. Which way, Magnacore? Only one way to find out. Inhumanoids! Inhumanoids!
The evil that lies within.
Only Magnacore's opposite halves can position themselves to paralyze the evil Metlar.
This will stop him. We did it! Join forces! Nice job, Magnacore.
Magnacore comes together. Other figures sold separately from Hasbro. Inhumanoids!
Silverhawks, partly metal, partly real, mighty warriors with the powers to protect space from all evil.
It's me, Evil Monstar.
Figures and attack birds sold separately. Monstar and Sky Shadow attack the Silverhawks.
Flashback, prepare for battle.
Sky Shadow grabs him and sucks him in, but then Stronghold flies to the rescue.
Activate Saberjaws.
Flashback escapes and the fight rages on.
Bombs away. Where'd he go?
Ha, gotcha.
Not yet.
Stronghold and Steel will. Sky Shadow and I will not be beaten.
Wanna bet?
Silverhawks.
Who puts the future in your hands? Your own creation to command.
The amazing world of robotics, from the smallest vehicle to the biggest robot. If you can imagine it, you can create it. Parts, motors, motion, you control it all.
Who lets you use imagination to make any configuration? Who puts the future in your hands?
Introducing the expansion set and 3 new starter sets from Milton Bradley.
There's the Autobots in space!
But where are the Autobots?
Who cares? This one deserves a gun!
Oh no, look!
It's Omega Supreme!
Introducing the Autobots Omega Supreme Defense Base. It comes with a motorized tank with flashing turret lights.
Decepticons! Counterattack Omega Supreme!
Transformers!
Omega Supreme will stop him!
Robots in the sky!
Omega Supreme is invincible!
Transformers!
The Transformers, sold separately. Batteries not included from Hasbro.
Guarantee. If you find a lower advertised price, bring it in and we'll meet it. And give you 10% of the difference. Children's Palace, home of the toy nuts. And lower prices, too.
Kids, when battling the foot, my motto is keep your feet planted, except, of course, when you're in the air. Which brings us to the Turtle Bubble Bomber. Our Bubble Bomber drops smoke-filled bubble bombs. Boom! A really awesome jet with really awesome bombs. And that brings us to another great vehicle, the Sewer Sand Cruiser. Turrets rotate, makes gunfire sounds. That'll get the foot flying. So, dudes, remember, a good turtle general never finds himself in the soup.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I hate soup jokes.
It's the holiday season, it's the time of the year when families try to spread holiday cheer. But you're sad and you're blue with the presents you found. Let Lionel Kitty City turn that frown upside down. A time for sharing, warm feelings too. Lionel Kitty City makes it easy for you. When the waiting's over and the big day comes around, let Lionel Kitty City turn that frown upside down.
For toys and hobbies and more, it's Playco, your best toy store.
Playco takes your child to the fantasy world of Eternia with Mattel's Masters of the Universe collection. Stimulate their imaginations with wondrous toys like Castle Grayskull, Snake Mountain, the Road Ripper, or the ferocious sidewinding Dragon Walker. Masters of the Universe at low Playco prices. Playco, your best toy store.
Playco, not the biggest, just the best.
The war between good and evil continues, and you can be a hero with He-Man. You can be a hero battling Skeletor in his all-terrain Terrorclaw. You can be a hero with the big blasting Bowlerjet. You can be a hero with the action-packed Astro Sub. And you can be a hero with the controls of the incredible Starship Eternia. Figures and vehicles sold separately, batteries not included. In the war between good and evil, you can overcome.
overcome the forces of Skeletor. You can be a hero.
With He-Man.
Now Conan and the evil Rapamon face off with giant battle stallions, Thunder and Demon Hunter. Pull the battle cords and these massive foes trade fearsome blows in battle action so real you feel the power. These giant warriors and stallions come with star armor and powerful multi-weapon launchers. Feel the power as Conan and Rapamon match swords in colossal combat. Feel the power of Conan. Conan, the adventurer. Stallions come with exclusive figures, armor, and weapons each sold separately.
A James Bond Jr. secret mission, but Scum is ready. Walker the Plank hooks IQ. Jaws is having a snack. On Job is flipping his lid. But IQ packs a punch, and James Bond Jr. dives into action. Mission accomplished. James Bond Jr. figures and vehicles sold separately.
歴史を塗り替えるためにあまたの勇者が消え、そしてまた英雄が生まれる。ジョニー・ライデン少佐。今またフルアーマーオペレーションガンダム部隊との壮絶なる戦闘へ。機動戦士ガンダムバンダイのプラモデル。
This is Kiss, each sold separately, and you can put them in any crazy pose you want.
That's the name, Kiss. They may look insane, Kiss. It rocks your game, it's Kiss.
Kiss, each 12.5-inch figure sold separately by Mego.
Too bad. We'll be double trouble for He-Man.
He-Man.
I'll get him. No, he's mine.
Too bad Skeletor and He-Man figures each sold separately.
Well, an evil warrior. Two warriors. Name's Too Bad. Too bad for you. Oh, yeah? Who wants me first? You get him. No, I'm getting out of here.
Too bad. New from the Masters of the Universe collection. Other action figures each sold separately from Mattel. Battle Beast Wood! Fire! Fire burns wood! Battle Beast Fire! Water! Water puts out fire! Battle Beast Water! Wood! Wood beats water! Battle Beast! Battle for the fun of it! Just activate their battle badges.
I got fire! I got water! Water beats fire!
Battle Beast!
Wood! Fire! Fire beats wood!
Battle Beast can grow into an army!
Collect all 84.
Battle Beast!
Skeletor! With He-Man gone, the magic of Orko will be mine. Prince Adam, we gotta get out of here now!
Skeletor, Orko, Prince Adam, and He-Man figures each sold separately.
Help! Help, Prince Adam! Looks like a job for He-Man. Trick's on you, bone face! Yarg!
Prince Adam and Orko with Coin Trick, new from the Masters of the Universe collection, each sold separately. Other action figures also sold separately from Mattel.
For toys and hobbies and more, it's Playco, your best toy store.
Here's a super idea. Superheroes at Playco. Imagine the adventures you'll have with all-time favorites like Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and more, who are ready to do battle with Dr. Doom, Lex Luthor, and their band of evil henchmen. Each figure is ready for action, and you're sure to want them all. So for super fun, check out Playco, your best toy store.
Playco, not the biggest, just the best.
Get behind them and tail whip them. Tail whip anything. It auto-aims, and it mostly hits what you want.
Alright, I'm back.
Mostly.
Now I gotta wait for everybody else to come back.
Campaign aren't going to be humans. That's right, kids. While Ellen Ripley overcame her prejudice against artificial persons, I fucking haven't. They can all be sent to the scrap heap. They don't mind when you take an arm off. They'll one-hand a shotgun and kill you, the milk-blooded bastards. So, to sum up, the Alien campaign is like playing a very aggressive kitty with permanent zoomies. A tangle of claws and teeth, less perfect organism and more razor-sharp Tasmanian devil. Nope, don't move. Don't. Fuck, bitch. You did that on purpose. She knew I couldn't eat a severed head and did that to spite me. Once you enter the hive, you're sent out to board a ship that'll take you off-world. This involves breaking through a heavily guarded checkpoint, moving through ventilation shafts you could herd cattle through.
contained. Keep the eggs moving on schedule.
Oh wow, is the company taking xenomorph eggs again? Do I even to do anything? This never works. And the humans in this game are even dumber than your average company stooge. Good job. I still think the Alien has the hardest campaign. It only takes one Marine with a smart gun or minigun to kill you in under a second.
I'm just here eating some.
You know, unless you're too close to them, and then they don't hit you at all. With a smart gun. There's still an element of strategy required that mostly revolves around identifying what weapons each human is carrying. If it's a pistol or pulse rifle, you're probably fine. If it's a shotgun, minigun, flamethrower, or smart gun, try to avoid alerting them. I found one guy who was smart enough not to use a grenade launcher in this tiny bathroom, but not smart enough to know that his pistol wasn't going to work. They seem to have a harder time hitting me while I'm crouched. Just look at this guy with the minigun. I was pretty sure I was cooked, but now we're fine. Eat ahead, break some glass, exit to the next level. We've stowed away on a ship that's a recreation of the Nostromo from Alien. Sort of. Like all the others, the scale is off and kind of weird, as locations in older 3D games used to be. This is Ferrarco. The bane of my existence is the Xenomorph. I consider it the hardest level in the Alien campaign, so probably the hardest in the main game. The map is huge, chock full of humans with flamethrowers and synths with shotguns. Oh God, come on! I'm desperate enough to use another tactic the game offers you. The ability to destroy lights to darken areas. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This is the level I think of most when I'm talking about judicious use of save games. The number of enemies that can either knock your health close to zero with fire or instantly kill you with a shotgun that are stashed away in straight corridors or right behind doors is infuriating. I usually save once around the halfway point of the level and once before the final stretch where you have to run through the ship to the bridge in total darkness where there are synths hiding there, emitting no pheromones to make them visible because they're assholes. You have to go in, wreck the main computer system, and then make your way to the escape ship. That escape ship is picked up by Gateway Station, which we see in Aliens. And the level designers were really having fun with all the elevator shafts and long, windy tunnels. It just feels good to zoom through them as the Alien. The Marines are packing a ridiculous amount of firepower here. Okay, I take it back. Minigun is OP.
With some cash, so like just as a precautionary just as a precaution, just I won't.
Like in the other campaigns, enemies will continue to spawn as long as you're hanging around.
I'm gonna test this sword out really quick while
I. Humans appear from nowhere to come and deal with a xenomorph instead of running in the opposite direction because of basic self-preservation instincts.
Ooh.
Keeping aliens in a lab on Gateway Station, which is orbiting Earth, because Weyland-Yutani are, as has been established in all forms of media, really stupid. So we free them and enter the final Alien campaign mission, Earthbound. A minigunner ends up shooting his buddy and may be dead before he realizes he fucked up. Just imagine you're trying to stay alive. You got a few more weeks left in your rotation, and a sentient flaming buzzsaw blade leaps towards you and your heavily armed buddy and kills you both in a second before eating your brains to cure its severe burns. Yeah, that's being an alien. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're at the end of the Alien campaign in Aliens vs. Predator, and we haven't seen a single Predator yet. Well, don't you worry, kids, because the final challenge for the Xenomorph is to kill 2 Predators. If you thought a single alien was easy to deal with as a Marine, the Predator here really gets the short end of the combi stick. I'm not even doing Arnold right now, I'm just doing Big John. Yeah, your tail basically stun locks them. Just make sure to eat their faces so they don't get any funny ideas about setting off their wrist nuke. The ending cutscene shows that the alien stows away and is, like the title suggests, Earthbound. So I guess...
You can just kiss all that goodbye!
Alright. This is a good sword.
If you thought the humans were blind with the alien, the Predator has a friggin' cloaking device. The Predator is so beefy, so ludicrously tanky, that the first couple of levels in this campaign are a turkey shoot. And they'll also be heavily blue because we're using thermal vision to track humans. The Predator soaks up damage so effectively that if a human does hit you with a pulse rifle, a 10mm caseless explosive tipped round, it doesn't even register on your health bar. Seriously, the hardest time I had in the first level was making this jump because of how weird the platforming is.
I think we're good. Just wanted to test out the sword really quick.
The Predator has 3 vision modes: thermal for humans, electrical for aliens, and PredTech for predators, and lighting the entire environment up like it was Reactor 3. Okay, fine. The Predator's HUD is made up of your health on the left side and your energy on the right. The cloak, energy weapons, and the metacomp you use to get health back.
Oh, hey, Civvy.
You son of a bitch!
How's it going? Do you have any time to...
No, shut up, and then listen, and then shut up. What's this whole cancer thing you're running?
What?
The Cancer King, that's obviously you.
Oh, no, that's not me.
That's not you. The Cancer King isn't you. It isn't you, the only organism on this entire planet that has the word cancer as a prefix to your name.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Can you just turn him back to how he was so he stops trying to get me to sponsor his crypto trading website?
Oh, no, I'm not doing that anymore. That's last week's thing.
What's this week's thing?
I got keys to the
Fuck, you might be a little nervous entering a level called Waterfall since the Predator's cloaking device doesn't work in water. But it's okay because they barely see you when you're not cloaked. I wouldn't notice a 7-foot dreadlocked alien dressed like they were going to a Farscape-themed orgy either. This campaign in particular shows the limits of this game's AI. I have other weapons besides the wrist blades, like the shoulder cannon. Can't wait to see how YouTube's compression interprets any of this Predator footage. It's gonna be bad. You've also got a spear gun straight from Predator 2 helping to round out the arsenal. It is hilariously overpowered, and only balanced by the fact that firing it decloaks you and you only have a limited number of spears to use per level. But that's fine, it's the first level and we're on Safari, learning how to Predator. While you're here, grab a trophy. Waterfall is a prelude to the hidden base right next to the waterfall. Here you can get a better look at some of the selective interactions you can do that make lots of sense, like hitting the alarm with your wrist blades to stop it. Your only ways to recharge energy in this game are to wait a really long time uncloaked for it to recharge on its own, or to get one of the pickups here. Unlike the alien, the Predator barely reacts to being showered with napalm. And then sometimes you're just gonna have to wait around to recharge your energy. Because I could grab an energy refill, but then I'd be wasting some of that, and I'd rather just have full health and energy before continuing, so I'll be patient. It's the end of the level, I don't need to be careful. I'll spear the rest of them and go into this Predator ship, which leads us to the next level and gives us a couple more weapons. The pistol and the disc, which we won't see for a while. They're not really necessary this early in the game. They're overpowered even for Predator weapons. This mission, Vault, is where the real promise of aliens and Predators fighting each other is fulfilled. Well, one Predator versus lots of aliens. It's also where you might discover that the secondary fire on the wrist blades, your trusty charge up one kill stab attack for all the enemies lower on the food chain than you, will stop being charged up after a few seconds and return to the idle animations. This is shitty and can wreak havoc on your timing while trying to not waste energy when you don't need to. The feedback is pretty bad too, as the aliens will just explode. Their acid does surprisingly little damage to the Predator. Since the aliens see pheromones, being cloaked doesn't matter. You'll also have to hold down the fire button to cook your shoulder cannon shots a little bit if you want to down a Xeno with it. This level has a lot of aliens, but not a lot of energy pickups, so I gotta wait here a little while to heal up. Of course. I swear to God, I remember the shoulder cannon being able to lock onto facehuggers. In retrospect, I should have just used the pistol. I'm still operating under the Marine. I am not getting fucking face hugged. It's humiliating. The The Praetorians are slightly less hard to hit, and the spear gun wrecks them because this game is totally balanced. In this level, I have to find a key card. Yes, the Senator has to find a key card to access an area to keep the alien and kill that because it's an abomination. I agree, and one spear later. It's not even fair. I return to the Predator ship and leave before the base explodes, taking all the aliens with it. Sounds like a pretty successful hunt all in all. The Predator campaign compared to the others is a bit disjointed, since now we rush off to Fury 161, the planet for Alien 3, to do some hunting. Extensive xenomorph infestation, USCM recon team en route, so we will see some humans later. For now though, it's a lot of switch hunting and killing endlessly respawning aliens. Since you're a 7-foot-tall, nigh invulnerable space hunter, the game will send more vicious aliens after you than it did for the Marine. This is easily the longest level for the Predator, as it has you visiting practically every location from Alien 3. The big room with an elevator you need to press a bunch of switches to activate, which takes you down to an area that lets you access Ripley's crashed EEV from the movie. Oh wait. There we go. And since I'm running low on spears, I get to show off the disc. Hell yeah. Beautiful and absolutely unfair. I'm really glad they didn't give this to any of the Predators I fought in the other levels. There's a pretty clear delineation between the parts of this level with the aliens and the parts with humans. The foundry full of molten lead is where the humans are. I assume because the alien AI would run straight into the slag. I may have spoken too soon. The humans stand no chance, and I fly away in a Predator ship to the next level, Caverns, where we deal with humans who have secured...
It's not secure. The area is secured, Ripley.
I mean, they're securing the hive with xenoborgs, and if I were a human, I'd be scared. And I get into the hive, and the game feels the need to warn me that I'm about to have a fight with 2 Praetorian guards. I realize that we're almost at the end of this campaign, and I haven't used the plasma pistol yet, so here it is. Not even fair. You know how I know that? Because for the next level it says,
to retain honor amongst your clan, your electrical weapons have been disabled.
So you have to melee the queen or use the spear gun. So you have to use the spear gun, because I'm not dumb enough to try and fist a queen alien to death. So... Yo, fuck off, face hugger. Can't take a trophy. Too bad. And the final cutscene is here to reiterate that we have a zero-tolerance policy for face-fucking in this game. Now I know what you're saying. Civvy, you didn't talk about the bonus levels from Gold Edition. I was saving them because it's easier to talk about them now that I've finished all the campaigns, because the bonus levels are all repurposed levels from other campaigns retrofitted to be playable with the other species. And when I say retrofitted, I mean that if the level is from the Alien campaign, they give the Predator the jankiest grappling hook imaginable. The first Predator bonus level is Invasion, the Marine's 3rd level. You basically play the level in the reverse order as the Marine, so you start at the landing pad on top and you make your way to the APC to kill the Marine inside. You know, I've heard of reusing beta content for an expansion pack, but reusing the content you already put in the game? Rebellion, do not give the AAA gaming industry ideas. Next up is the Alien level Escape, again, and guess what? You play it in the reverse order, and yeah, it's mostly the same. Like, it still has mostly human enemies with one Xenoborg thrown in the mix. Next up is the first Alien level, Temple, and this grappling hook. Man, it's not great. By default, default, it's bound to apostrophe, because PC gaming in the 90s was a lawless wasteland. I think the objective in this one was to kill the Pred alien, which took no time at all because the game started to be fairly close to it. Next up is Earthbound, which is like playing the level on easy mode after having to suffer through it as the alien. Now that you've got way too much health and handheld anti-starship weaponry, it's a breeze. You make your way through the level, in reverse of course, to kill an officer. Sounds familiar. The final bonus level for the Predator is the Marine mission Terrargo, which... Okay, that's dirty. Find and destroy 2 Xenoborgs and get back here. Okay, that's easy enough. That's it for the Predator, so let's move on to the Alien. Bonus level 1 is... Invasion. Again. This time it has a few new areas to explore, like a starting area, and then another area behind where the level normally starts. It's not just going backwards, you have to explore the new area and escape the atmosphere process. This involves finding a vent and running up a wall to get out, which is fine, I guess. Next, Derelict, all the way back to the beginning. Kill the company heads that have sealed themselves in the base. Okay, another one that's kind of non-linear and lets me go where I want. Lets me kill Wayland Yutani suits. Good deal. And as the alien, you get to basically go wherever you want. Like there are air vents you could climb into and use to navigate around where turrets are set up. It only lasts 5 minutes, but it's pretty good. After that, we replay caverns from the Predator campaign in reverse and have to get about to the midpoint of the level and kill an invading Predator while slicing through a bunch of blind Marines. Terrargo again, with another non-linear mission objective to kill 3 officers. However, this time we're using the massive air ducts on this ship as a way to move around in true Xenomorph fashion. I feel a little weird hitting switches as an alien, but hey, we've seen them cut the power before. This hallway of death becomes my hallway of death. I prove that the alien's head bite range is more theoretical than anything. I creep around this spaceship being an absolute menace, even once to a Predator that's there for some reason. I think this might be my favorite alien level. A lot of stalking and generally being terrifying. Now we've got Fury 161 again, which seems perfectly suited for alien play because, well, it's the first time we saw from the alien POV in the movies. Deactivate sentry guns and hunt human fodder. Okay, you have to press switches to do this because obviously sentry guns are nearly fatal to aliens. A Predator in this level finally gets me just because he's real plasma happy, till I slap his head off. It's basically playing the level in reverse and then fighting another Predator who feels the need to stop and aim while I hide from his shots behind this pillar. I tail whip him, eat his face, and the level is over. The first Marine bonus mission is the alien level Temple, where you have to start a generator, shoot aliens, get a minigun around the middle of it, and basically your path through the level is the inverse of the aliens as you start in the hive. That probably isn't good, and you should get a chest x-ray in the near future. And you end it in the upper part of the map where the aliens started. After nearly getting killed by a Praetorian that fell to a few dozen minigun rounds fired in the span of a half second. And then this blows up in some kind of... What the fuck is that ship? Is that a human ship? So then you have to play the Predator level vaults, I assume right after the Predator hits the self-destruct, in what is the most annoying Marine mission. Vaults isn't the easiest to navigate, follow the blood, so having only a minute to shut down the self-destruct, and then finding a Predator and not having the weapons to properly deal with him...
Oh, I am so sorry if you're looking at this.
On this base redundant. What you have to do is go in here and grab a minigun, use that on the Predator, and then override the self-destruct by blowing more things up. And then, as if the one-timed objective wasn't enough, you have to go save a company executive from the aliens, which is like, no, fuck you, company suits deserve to get got by the aliens. That's core tenet of the series as far as I'm concerned. And if you don't save him, you explode. Yeah, fuck this one. Next up is Ferrarco as Marine, also with a jetpack and another Skeeter launcher pickup. Way easier than playing this level as the alien. The manual for AVP Classic 2000 lies when they say that the bonus levels only have one difficulty, Director's Cut, because you get 4 saves. Maybe the rest is harder, but I didn't really notice. You have to find a way into the central core and the level is over. Next is Gateway, which is playing the same level backwards while fighting aliens. And finally, we've got Waterfall, where we have honest-to-God humans fighting beside us. They're not very good, but it's Minigun Central, kids, and we're an unstoppable death machine. 6 barrels of pain. Not today. No way. And the level ends with me blowing up a predator. And that's all of them. Also, there are targets you can hit while playing levels to unlock certain cheat codes, and while I didn't unlock all of them, just a few, like balls of fire, and one I actually went back to get because I really thought it would be fun to close the video with. So I replayed Derelict as the Marine, and with my one somewhat inaccurate weapon that jams sometimes, I had to beat the level with 80% headshot kills. Doable. It unlocks John Woo mode, which might be the first time we had slow-mo in an FPS game, and well, there's only one way to really do it justice.
Hello friends, welcome back to another episode of Strange. Last year I posted my 2-hour DashCon epic, DashCon Redemption. At the end of it I announced that DashCon 2 is real, is happening in 2025 in Toronto, the raccoon diabetes capital of the world. I made this clear. And yet, every day, I log on to tungle.hell and everyone's like, oh my god, Strange, have you heard about DashCon 2? Have you heard they're doing DashCon 2? Strange, what do you think about DashCon 2? Is everyone gonna get scammed again? I'm so scared, is this a joke? No, and I've been on their website since mid-last year. If this is a circus, then goddamn, I am one of the clowns. And if you're still sitting there, like, DashCon 2, skeptical, I still think this is fake. What is Strange trying to make this video to scam her audience into going to DashCon? No. Because you can't, it's already sold out, so you can't come. DashCon 2 is happening on July 5th at the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center in Toronto. More accurately, North York. In true DashCon spirit, it's not really in the city, it's like kind of in the suburbs of the city a little bit. And as I just said, you can't come because it's sold out. However, everything is going to be recorded and live streamed, so there will be virtual tickets where you can watch all of the panels live coming soon, and there will also hopefully be a next year if things go well. But some quick frequently asked questions, as are addressed on the DashCon 2 website. Is this the team that organized the original DashCon? No. Are they officially affiliated with Tumblr? Also no. What even is DashCon 2? It's a celebration of DashCon, it's also a celebration of local artists, fandom, and internet history, and it's also kind of dancing on DashCon's grave. Will there be a ball pit? Yes. How do you expect to keep people from peeing in the ball pit? The ball pit will be supervised at all times. So other than a piss-free ball pit, what is going on at DashCon 2? You know, convention stuff. There's gonna be cosplay meetups and competitions, there's gonna be a vendor hall, drag shows, karaoke, panels that are informative, panels that are stupid, an art trade, a crow exchange, which is when you trade little, like, shinies, trinkets, goblin things, which I suggested that one to the organizers because I thought it sounded fun, but apparently I'm scheduled to be hitting the Muppet Joker with a stick at that point. There's professional ballroom dancing in preparation for a royal ball. Ha! Get it? Cause it's DashCon! I love where they've taken the whole ball pit theme. They've even got these kind of circus clown inspired mascots, which feels like a nod to the cheesy aesthetic of ball pits, but also to another Tumblr concoction, clown husbandry. So I love that. They all have their own personalities. There's a U-quiz where you can find out which Dash clown you are. I'm almost certain that I'm melancholy just based on aesthetics alone, but okay, let's do it. What is your favorite color? Pool boy at the Vampire Mansion. Pick one, there's no going back. Oh, the Super, the Who, or the Lock. Or no. The early seasons of Doctor Who, like the early seasons of the Doctor Who revival, I think easily win this competition, but recent Doctor Who, not a fan of the writing. So currently, quite the stalemate for me. I'm just gonna have to say no. Choose a classic fake story. Weed smoking girlfriends. I like your shoelaces. Thanks, I stole them from the president. Thanks, I stole them from the president. Unironic. Thanks, I stole them from the president. Derogatory. Thanks, I stole them from the president. Seductive. I will wear Joe Biden's skin. Yeah, I will wear Joe Biden's skin. I'll make it into shoelaces. How about that? If you had to go back in time and explain one historical event to a medieval child, which would it be? Maybe the bone-stealing witch scandal? The ethical conundrum there feels like something that maybe a medieval child would have some kind of a response or an interesting commentary on. I feel like any of these other ones would just be almost impossible to explain. Who is your favorite character from Martin Scorsese's Goncharov? Haven't seen it. Ice Pick Joe Goncharov, Katya Goncharova. Actually, Goncharov was directed by Matteo JWHJ0715, not Scorsese, which is a common misconception. Ice Pick Joe. Your favorite little guy. Whichever old man is currently baby. What if Russian novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky is currently baby girl? See, I like this one because it's more broad. Which ball pit ball did you hatch from? Purple. Who could have predicted this? Also, just to clarify, because this is a question that I've been getting as well. I am not one of the DashCon 2 organizers. I took no part in the planning of this, besides the fact that I've been in contact with the organizers since early on, and like I suggested, the Crow Exchange, and I have a panel, but like I'm not really involved in any of the logistics. I am also a responsible person. I did not just throw in with the first weirdos who slid into my business email claiming to be doing DashCon 2, because honestly, there's been a couple of those over the years, and they all turned out to be deeply unserious. What especially intrigued me about this DashCon 2 proposal, what made me think it was probably different from the others, was that it was specifically said to be in Toronto, which is where I live. So I responded to that email and I said, well, you know what? One must naturally be cautious of any claims to be doing DashCon 2, but I'm kind of willing to hear you out. And the two co-founders gave me this whole presentation outlining their goals and their plans, and I was convinced they had a decent to actually pull us off. They seemed very adamant about avoiding any of the mistakes of the original draft. That included overestimating attendance and getting a venue that was to be way too big, especially since DashCon is happening in Toronto and not a major American city. So they plan to keep it small, get a small venue, and only sell 500 tickets, which they did in under 20 minutes. Shocked everyone, I think. I was surprised. I expected it. I don't know. I don't know if I expected. I hoped it would sell out. I thought it would take, I don't know, weeks or months, not 20 minutes. The ticket site crashed. It was buckle. A lot of people who had really been looking forward to getting tickets, or who had even already booked their Toronto, didn't even get tickets. On that fateful day, I posted, you freaks crashed the DashCon site and then sold out the tickets in under 30 minutes. And naturally, you have a lot of people reblogging this, like, can you believe this isn't an internet relic? This post is from the year 2025. Can you believe? Yes, it's 2025 and DashCon is back. Okay, get with it, everyone. Tia, aka Strange Jones, announced DashCon 2 at the end of a 2-hour video about the disaster of DashCon, and I've gotta say, when do we register? That's the spirit. Edward Cullen's Ice PP. Ultimately, it turned out that they had underestimated demand, and a lot of people were disappointed that day. Some of them were even mad at the organizers, but I think personally that they made a really good choice. Yes, everyone running it has convention experience and transferable event organization experiences. However, this is still their first time being in charge of a convention, and I think it was still really smart to keep it small and manageable. 550 people, well, 550 sold tickets. There's still like vendors and guests and volunteers who are getting in, so it's probably going to be around 600. 600 people is still a lot to manage. So I think good decisions were made, and I'm just so excited that hundreds of people were into this idea. There are 550 people and hundreds more who didn't get tickets who are willing to come out to Toronto's weird ball pit day. That's just incredibly cool to me because I spend so much time talking to a camera by myself. So when I get to meet people and share things in real life, it's just like, it's so cool. DashCon 2 2024, free 92% vanilla extract cake, featuring panels like Intro to Homestuck, Super Hulock Explained. Those are just videos of mine. Special guest, the Muppet Joker, get an autograph of the DashCon baby. No P this time. This was posted on June 26, 2024, which might have even been before my dad. Wait. July 31st, 2024, so this was like a month before I even posted my DashCon video. There was no knowledge about DashCon 2, this is probably why it says DashCon 2024. DashCon 2 was actually DashCon 2025, so this was entirely a joke at the time, which I find hilarious because, you know, some of it came true. A new challenger approaches the Muppet Joker at DashCon 2. You may know him as the specter in the corner of your eye, the darkest voice buried in your subconscious mind, the Muppet, the Joker, or even a beloved mutual. But DashCon 2 is proud to announce
what is going on with Tumblr, people?
For their unique writing and passion for all things Kermit and Joker, Joker is a beloved Tumblrina to many Hellsite locals. Though that's not to say they haven't made their fair share of enemies, and we fear a strange confrontation may be brewing. Hey Muppet Joker equals Strange Eons Truthers, how we feeling about this? Clearly, I am going to run between the two rooms very quickly so that the audience doesn't notice. Theater kids, bring your finest acting to my panel. Volunteers from the audience will be accepted to act out my new version of the Bible, Kermit X Joker edition. Scripts will be provided.
What?
Hashtag my magnum opus. Lachlan O'Neill, who I interviewed.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Who was one
It,
of the original person who.
It's like someone's. You know what this is? It's like someone is. It feels like someone talking to me in a foreign language. But like I know it's like. So okay, you know what it is? It's someone talking to me in Pig Latin. I know the words, but it doesn't make sense to me. Ixe, Vixe, no Tumblr Vey. Like, what are like? These words make sense, but like. I'm also pretty sure too. I'm also pretty sure too. The combination of like these words all together, maybe activating a. I'm pretty sure too. I'm pretty sure the combination of words that's being presented to me right now. I'm pretty sure we may have activated a sleeper agent or two. And considering that most of the sleeper agents were from the 1960s and 1970s, they're gonna be sorely disappointed when they figure out that their targets are dead.
This as Tumblr Halloween costume ideas. I pointed out also great DashCon 2 cosplay ideas. Tramp stamps.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Len's been dead for the last 40 years.
Shoelaces, thanks. I stole them from the president. This, okay. The laces all over the pants threw me back to the Converse pants. Someone recently sent me an ask showing me that they had made their own pants, which was delightful. If somebody wears fucking Converse pants, you know what? Don't make those. Don't do this to yourself, but if you do, wear them to DashCon 2. Be prepared though, everyone will tell you they like your shoelaces all day. It will be inescapable. Tumblr University student can be done in a group. That's true.
Jokes on you. I have old man shoes that you just use a thing on it.
And making like a patchy down with cis kind of.
Oh, shoelaces for me. Thank you very much. I'm too old for that shit.
You can steal that if you want though, because I don't know if I'll actually follow through with it. Or we can match the Croaker. That's another good DashCon 2 cosplay idea. Although the Croaker will be there, so you'll have to compare it with the real thing. Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, classic. 3 weed smoking girlfriends, classic. There needs to be a weed smoking girlfriends meetup where it's just like 20 weed smoking girlfriends. If there's a
oh man, that must be like the dankiest smelling place in the con, man.
In our metaphorical collective ball pit, Tumblr is our ball pit. The piss being our constant stream of creativity. I appreciate, I accept. How I interpret this poem. There is no need to put literal piss in the DashCon ball pit, right? It's metaphor. It's a metaphor for our creative output to the spirit of Tumblr, right? So we don't need any literal piss.
Such a fascinating topic.
DashCon 2 count towards my 40-hour high school community service requirement. Ontario has a 40-hour community service requirement for high schoolers, by the way. We will be happy to sign your hours sheet or otherwise vouch for you if you've completed your shift, but it is up to individual students to communicate with their school to find out if volunteering at DashCon 2 counts towards.
That era was a wild time. Yep, it was. Lots of cringe, but you know what? It's weird. Like when it comes to like cringe stuff and stuff like that, you know, but you kind of have to. You got like I thought, you know, we like I think that like I'm afraid I can't believe I'm saying this, but they were ahead of like these kids were ahead of our time, man. Nowadays you can be cringe and it's perfectly fine, but like before, you know, it was a weird thing, and now it's like, damn, like you know, like before it was like what the fuck? Now it's like, oh, they're just being they're being mostly harmless. Keep it up. Don't just just stay over there.
Hypothetically create DashCon Baby 2. I'm not saying you should, but you could. This was posted September 11th, 2024. So unfortunately, it's too late to conceive a baby to give birth in the DashCon ball pit, which was one of the urban legends surrounding the original one, by the way.
Oh
I don't even know if my first DashCon video even address that urban legend because I was trying to focus on more the true story of DashCon in that video. But that was a popular urban legend around it, was that somebody gave birth in the ball, which I guess was like the natural, more extreme thing.
Okay, yeah, that's just stretching it.
Each other. I don't know how that came about. It's too late to conceive a DashCon 2 baby. Looking at my very real watch. If you're like 7 months pregnant right now,
I don't blame you.
boy, do I have a proposition for you. What actually happened at DashCon to make it so awful? I've seen lots of stuff making fun of it and complaining, but nothing explaining why. This is one of the biggest errors in world history, and here's why. Although starting in the middle of summer with a few small battles, it eventually dragged out for almost 6 severe months into a brutal winter. The Russian scorched earth policy surprised the French and made the French advances much more treacherous and costly.
World War I. The trench wars. Just dirty trench wars.
Guerrilla tactics to decimate the already broken, famished, and sickened French army. Over 17,000 French troops lost their lives each month during this disastrous campaign. The DashCon Tumblr blog is run by an entity known only as Intern, who is able to channel the spirit of DashCon 2, you know. Many Tumblr blogs are run in such a way, spirit channeling, so it's a completely viable way to run a Tumblr blog these days.
It's weighing on everybody else.
I'm glad to report that in all the time I've been a vessel for the spirit of DashCon 2, they have never asked me to eat maggots. After watching Strange Eons' new video, I've learned that others have not been so lucky. Truly many.
Okay, they're full still.
New
Okay.
DashCon, new mascot. The intern running the DashCon 2 blog. Damn, I never thought there'd be fan art of me. Thank you for fulfilling this dream. Please provide the intern with nacho cheese. They don't look happy, probably because they lack adequate nacho cheese. Spilling nacho cheese in the DashCon ball pit. That is true.
Okay.
That is a true liquid that ended up in the DashCon ball pit. Watch my 2-hour video about it. You'll be devastated to learn that I can't have dairy. Do not feed the intern nacho cheese. This is rude and will make tummy hurt. Feed the intern Dino Nuggies. They taste good and the intern is
I want some Dino Nuggies right now.
Could we give the intern non-dairy nacho cheese as a dipping sauce for their nugs? I agree to this compromise. People agreeing on a Tumblr post. Peace and love on planet Earth, truly. A few interesting things have happened in the wake of the great DashCon 2 ticket sellout. The first of those is the DashCon 2 trials, which took place. I'll tell you what that is. When the ticket site crashed, many hopeful attendees were in the process of checking out. On that day, actually, February 22nd, the day the tickets went on sale, I was at my friend's house. I was filming the Oclupanid video and all those clips of me like sorting through that huge collection of Oclupanid. That was my friend's dad's old Ziploc bag filled with Oclupanids. Anyway, I was at my friend's house to get Oclupanid footage and take some professional headshots for her, and we were hanging out and I stayed the night. So we woke up that morning and we were like, had a timer set to get the tickets. The site crashed, kicked her out. She didn't end up getting tickets, and it was devastating. We had spent the night before coming up with this insane idea for her cosplay because she's going to be Nona from the Locked Tomb. So we were like, okay, we need to make her stuff Noodle. Noodle is a 6-legged dog from the books. Get with it. So we had devised this plan. We were going to order 2 identical stuffed dogs on the internet, and I was going to cut the legs, 2 of the legs off of one of them and transplant them onto the other dog, creating 1 dog with 6 legs and 1 dog with 2 legs. So their names would be Noodle and Toodle. And we ordered the dogs. And then she didn't get tickets the next morning, but I do have special privileges, and the DashCon 2 organizers took pity on me and gave her a ticket. So Noodle and Toodle will be in attendance. Anyway, I was trying to tell you about the DashCon 2 trials and not me performing back alley leg transplants on stuffed dogs. Although that is something I've done in preparation for DashCon. So the site,
I think we all have done like back alley back alley amputations and reapplying limbs in our time, right? Right?
Checked out successfully twice.
Or just me? Okay.
Succeeded the first time, so they went through checkout
Shouldn't be admitting that out loud.
With 2 tickets when they only needed 1. So far, there is 0 resale market for DashCon tickets.
Let me turn off the
This was
light.
a completely obscure event that nobody expected to sell out that quickly. There's no DashCon ticket scalping happening, even though at this point, there's so much demand that if someone did want to resell their ticket for an exorbitant price, they probably could, even though it is frowned on, and the organizers have made it clear.
Come again?
It's frowned on, and they don't want fans getting ripped off. So, being one of the only people with a...
Can you explain yourself there, you new user? Hey, there's Landis.
Waiting for extra tickets. What is Doc to do? Something completely weird and unprofitable, which I
For your shit. Oh no. I mainly stick to Fordra for the most part. Like I mainly just go wherever other people are. So it's like I don't do that special thing unless unless I'm with other streamers and stuff like that, like how I am right now.
You must succeed in my trials. Good luck, everyone. They spent a while just reblogging a bunch of these posts. Like, if anyone has got an extra DashCon ticket they are going to use, please, I want to go so bad. This is my live stream. I just live in the wrong time zone. Doc would reblog it and respond, compete in my trials, crying that I didn't get a ticket to DashCon 2. Compete in my trials. If anyone is reselling DashCon tickets, please DM me. Compete in my trials. Any DashCon 2 ticket resellers, I completely missed the ticket sales and I'm dying to
Just straight to color going from the box. All right. I think where I am right now with what I'm doing. I think if I do start another character, I think I would do it, but nah.
P.S. If I am able to go, I will throw a plastic water bottle full of lemonade, I swear not piss, into the ball pit. And it will be a good bit, I swear. That's not allowed. Compete in my trial.
Hello, grind. Okay.
No yellow liquids in the ball pit, even if they are not piss. The fun of the ball pit must be preserved for everyone, okay? Do not create...
Man, like I said, I am unfamiliar with any of that stuff. Like, I mainly just stick to myself and just do a lot of the... do a lot of the grinding and do like a lot of more vanilla PSO stuff. I don't do any of the crazy stuff like that you just mentioned.
What does the garble mean? The truth wouldn't know. Hiding on a free exceed in the trials. On March 2nd, the trials were revealed. Thank you, my dear contestants. I've brought to share with you, my friends, what the trials are that I am stating, with hope that you will win and make. As I've said before, trials come in threes, but be aware trials are unique. I will also need patience if you please. The final trial maintained discreet. First trial, the trial of the mind. The trial of the mind shall test your memory of historical happenings, a quiz of what was. The second trial,
alright, I'm close to the GameCube excuse. Okay.
Shall test your virtual traversal level. You must prove your strength and agility in order to get to the end. Trial 3, Spirit. The trial of Spirit shall test your sense of humor in a tournament of wit and amusement. You must prove yourself the comedic champion. Lastly, the 3 trial winners shall duke it out in the final trial. However, as I said prior, its very nature is shrouded in darkness. The first trial, the trial of the mind, turned out to be a Tumblr history Kahoot, and the winner was Tumblr user I Drew a Ferret. Trial 2, Trial of the Body, was Minecraft parkour on the roof of an in-game recreation of the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center, and the winner was Tumblr user Froggy Dust Cloud. Trial 3, the Trial of Spirit, was a DashCon-themed Quiplash game, and the winner was Tumblr user Your Favorite Mistake. All 3 winners were then to compete for the 1 ticket in the final trial, which turned out to be a game of fandom Jeopardy. However, the DashCon staff became aware of the trials and they devised a plan. Doc had purchased a Kahoot account to facilitate Trial 1, the Tumblr History Kahoot, and the DashCon staff also in the market for a Kahoot account. There's a My Immortal Kahoot scheduled for 8:30 p.m. after all. I would clean up at My Immortal Kahoot. I'm not allowed to go to that. It just wouldn't be fair. Anyway, in exchange for access to the Kahoot account, for DashCon,
I need a hold on, let me see if I can get red bar. Let me add one more video to this.
They got to surprise everyone by announcing that actually everyone won all 3 competitors. Isn't just really heartwarming. You all have Doc to thank for the Con My Immortal Kahoot, which I am banned from going. In more detailed coverage of the Dash trials, because the Discord community that sprung up around it was delightful and jokes. Participants are going to be interviewed in the coming episode of Return to the Pit, a Dash podcast, which is a thing that exists. I'm gonna go soon as well too. So, and Doc will be posting a full recording of all of the trials as well. This is happening in preparation. I have already foreshadowed it. It is the Muppet Joker training for our duel. The Muppet Joker and Strange Beyonds have an official meetup/showdown in the ball pit of DashCon 2. It's like infinity people who are chronically online in an incredibly specific way. None of these words are the vibe. No, it all started on July 1st, 2024. Somebody sent me an anon saying, I'm convinced to go to DashCon 2. I said, yes, we duel in the pit. For my and Joker smile strange. You will taste my blade and my hooves, I mean feet, or kick you into orbit. I accept your pit duel. I chuckled darkly. People immediately began to draw this incredible fan art of the duel. Some portray the Muppet Joker as a humanoid creature and some as straight up some kind of demon Muppet. Training for my duel. Kicking trees outside, chuckling darkly at the neighbors. Ha! It's Muppet time. Good luck to you both, it shall be a legendary battle. Good luck, my liege. Just broke a minor bone in my foot while kicking a tree. Heh, didn't even cry. Guess you could say dual training is paying off. Scared yet? Every day, I eat a whole raw onion, one bite at a time. I love the crunch, live for the crunch. I've never one single tear no matter how spicy it makes my eyeballs feel. Are you scared yet? Cocking my Joker gun, tears streaming down my face. I'm not fucking scared of you. A whole onion. That's fine. That's a child's play. I'm not scared. Someone very kindly sent to my P.O. box this effigy of the Muppet Joker in crochet with a nail polish face. I opened the package, by the way, and it just blasted me with nail polish scent. Truly an assault on my senses when this thing arrived. And it struck me that it would work as a pretty good voodoo doll. You know, maybe I could stick some pins in it, dangle it over an open flame, just these kinds of things to unsettle my enemy a little bit. I have things in store for him. I foreshadowed. What? What is this madness? It is like staring into a mirror. My foe has a doll created in my likeness? Does this give her the upper hand? Is this a power move? I am fearful of what this could mean. Anyway, I decided to run it by the internet. I said, is it unethical to win a duel by casting dark twisted emo spells on your internet nemesis? The response options being no, use whatever resources are available to you, which won by a landslide, by the way. I'm feeling vindicated. And the alternative training montage instead, you coward. But like I said, option number one won by a landslide. But I got a little anxious. I want to check if my witchcraft had worked. So I said, at the Muppet Joker, have you experienced any disconcerting bodily sensations today? Asking for no reason. Sorry for the lack of posts. I have been coughing up small amounts of black bile and grappling with visions of my own fleeting mortality. Yesterday, I was suddenly stricken with full-body chills. Fuck, I hope the emos have not cursed me again. Okay. You have officially crossed the fucking line. You know damn well, Strange, that I have emo and witchcraft trauma from my time spent living with those chemical heads fans of my chemical. You know how they tormented me with their music and how they made me eat flies for their sick gothic rituals. You think this is a fucking joke? You think my trauma is nothing but a silly bit for your videos? Ah yes, your YouTubes! I will stop at nothing to destroy you and every sick fuck who ever laughed at me in those YouTubes of yours. I will defeat you at DashCon. I hate emos! I hate Tumblr! Grr. I feel myself kin-shifting. You have all pushed me too far. You are awakening. My darkest kin. I am ashamed of my darkest kin. I have to keep it a secret. Nobody would ever understand such a twisted kin type. There is next to no support for people who discover a kin type they are ashamed of. I cannot help who I kin, okay? I cannot determine which memories I absorb from this person's life. I cannot help if they are a dark and twisted person. If I reveal my truth, Tumblr will crucify me. I am hesitant to even say his name, lest my account be destroyed. Even now, he may be listening. Okay, fine. I will reveal my dark and twisted new kin type. Do not cancel me, Tumblr. People cannot control who they kin. I kin Dark Matt. This is the darker, somehow even more evil version of a guy named Matt, CEO of Tumblr by day, punk emo by night. Yes, I know I have emo trauma, but I cannot help the twisted workings of my subconscious. Dark Matt Fast Facts. Born and raised in Houston, Texas. Emo, taking Japanese lessons. Thinks he can cook, but can't. Dated David Karp before his transition. His dad had no idea. Calls him Karpy, one of the few who can and live. Obsessed with anime. Frequents Tumblr and Twitter, so naturally runs into his ex Karpy a lot. J.K. Rowling's former mold dealer. Used to kin Draco Malfoy. Hates to recall his past. Tattoo artist. Gives himself his own.
I'm gonna run an ad here.
To like jazz and class, K-pop and J-pop.
Okay.
Flamboyant,
All right.
bad at sad face. Did you hear you traumatized the Muppet Joker so badly he's now kinning the dark version of Photomat Tumblr CEO? I said, God forbid women do anything. I cursed the Croaker to awaken his darkest kin so that I can symbolically defeat emo photograph Matthew at DashCon and seize the Tumblr throne for myself. Obviously. Don't fuck with me, darling. Don't be bloody scared, love. Blimey. My liege, how could you kin type from Harry Potter? The creator is transphobic. I don't Draco Malfoy. I kin Dark Matthew Mullenweg, CEO of Tumblr, who kins Draco Malfoy. Get a fucking grip. Who's been a bad girl? Expelliarmus. Time for your punishment, kitten. I will boil you in oil. I can't stop making sexually charged posts from the perspective of Draco Malfoy. Curse you, dark side. How I've tried to repress you. Remove your curse from Strange. This is all your fault. Are you enjoying yourself, Matthew Mullenweg? Are you satisfied with your purchase? Are you proud of what you've become? Let me die, Matt. Let me die. The soft big penis. Seeing that the Muppet Joker and I are now committed internet nemesis, the DashCon organizers saw some potential in this. Yes, the Muppet Joker and I were both reached out to and pitched separately on the idea of making a duel between the two of us, an official DashCon 2 attraction. We would be provided with an inflatable jousting ring, not quite Cool Noodles, but close enough, and a professional crew to live stream it. Faced with this suggestion, I said, I'll agree to make my life weirder on this day, and the Muppet Joker agreed to these terms as well. DashCon 2 is not for the faint of heart. Two forces of darkness will walk into the ball pit, diametrically opposed. Foes, Strange Eons and the Muppet Joker have been at odds for ages, but we have reached the boiling point. Lines have been crossed and scores must be settled. Introducing the duel. A short few months later, there is merch. You can get your very own duel t-shirts or posters. You can get stickers and buttons declaring your loyalty to either me or the Vile Frog. Ordered my Muppet Joker merch last night, so excited. Ah! Traitor! Do you ever think about your digital footprint? Never. I only think about my real footprint as I dig my toes into Kermit's sorry wet Muppet hole. Why? Do you think the things I post online will negatively affect me someday? No, I think you only stand to gain from these endeavors, Mr. Muppet Joker. Oh, Kermit, he guzzles my toes so tenderly. I'm sure some of you are curious. Yes, scandalous toe-sucking picture included the very same powerful feat I have been training day and night with my Joker kicks. I am strong enough now to kick a cinder-blocking hat. Ha! I bet a certain someone is getting scared for our duel right about now. Listen here, you freaky little frogman. You are foolish. In posting your nasty foot pics, gross ew, to Tumblr.com, you have revealed that you are but a flesh man, and not transcendental Muppet felt as you once claimed. You will be vanquished easily by my sword. Scared yet? What strategies are you going to put into place during the duel, my liege? Strange is quite a formidable opponent. Yes, that's true. I will be dressed in my most intimidating outfit, which will frighten Strange right off the bat. Warming up beforehand, stretches, air kicks, slashing out my pool noodle. She will not think to do this, as she will be too distracted by my terrifying Jurgetta and special hat. After warming up, I will be a level of nimble.
Dragon's Claw?
By field mice with nothing to lose. I will dodge.
Okay.
Cackling, adding
Cool.
and confusion. I will deliver 100 powerful kicks with my Joker feet, which will make her say, ouch! I chuckle darkly, stab my pool noodle directly through the heart. Sayonara, Strange. How fitting that your nemesis has hair the color of a bat. Grr. That just pisses me off even more. Bat-colored hair like the Batman just to taunt me? Ha! Too bad. The Joker always has the last laugh. Mark my words, Strange. If I win our duel, I will make you bald! You will most certainly not. My hair is imbued with the power of every noble emo before me, and I cannot lose. And by power, I mean, drugstore box dive. Truly, I am X-flying too close to the sun. I have become a Croaker-verse character. My 7-year YouTube career has finally culminated in me agreeing to battle a stranger in front of 600 Tumblr users at the Japanese-Canadian Cultural Center of all places. You know, if I die a warrior's death in the DashCon pit, so be it. It's been a good 7 years. But I'm not afraid of you, Muppet Joker. I'm not going down in this duel without giving it my all.
Bandits, it's your turn.
Listen to me, Kermit. You silly, silly Muppet. You will perish at DashCon. You think you're twisted? You have no idea how twisted a Tumblrina can be. I'm more twisted than any of your dark and twisted kids all by myself. I will violate your duty. I'll study the blade. I'll smack you so hard with my blade. I'll eat a whole raw onion every day until DashCon. And I will take Tumblr back for all emo kind. You can set foot in my city and live. The sewage-tainted waters of Ontario run through my veins. This is my territory. You've made a mistake. Next time on the DashCon Chronicles.
Hi, yes, they do smoke weed.
Hell.
But do they smoke weed?
The dreaded beast versus the savage hunter. Aliens.
Where the video on Phantom Fury is. Well, kids, I've decided I'm gonna.
Ooh, let's watch some Starcade, guys. Who wants to watch some Starcade?
TV's first video arcade game show, starring your favorite video games, and some brand new ones being introduced to the public for the first time anywhere. And now, here's your host for Starcade, Jeff Edwards. Okay, thank you very much. We're up stage. Our players get ready for today's big match. A couple good players today. And one of these two guys is going to have the opportunity to win his very own RB5X programmable robot. So players, are you ready?
Get a robot. Let's go. We got kids today. Can't make fun of them.
Alright, sounds like we have a great studio audience here. PMC catches breath here just for a second. You guys are pretty fast going down that hallway. Let's meet our contestants right now. You are?
Brian Kavanaugh.
Brian, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I go to Starless C School. I'm in 7th grade. I live in San Francisco. I play baseball, basketball, and
Where's Sarzak?
Looking forward to that time?
yes,
Okay, Brian, nice to meet you. And you are?
John Myers.
John, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I'm 11 years old and I'm a hobby football and basketball.
Football and skiing? Where do you go skiing?
We do both, bar skiing and
Well, where do you go any of them?
Let's get out of here.
Royal.
Okay, alright, nice to have you guys here. As you know, our contestants match up based on their ability in playing today's games. One of you is going to have a chance to win this fabulous RB5X programmable robot. Okay, we'd like you guys to shake hands. John and Brian, go to your podiums. We'll get ready to play Starcade. And Kevin will tell us about the 5 games we're going to play with today. Kev?
Jeff, it's
Ow.
a star-studded show today with 2 of the most popular characters from the arcades and their whole family of games. First is Diddy Kong Jr. His son rescues Papa from Mean Home. Next is Pac-Man, the great one himself, on a mad money. Super Pac-Man, the great one turned super size. Ms. Pac-Man, the petite one of the family. And Donkey Kong.
Like, I'm noticing a pattern today with these with these games today.
Those are today's 5 games. John and Brian have both had a chance to play them before today's show. One of them, of course, is a mystery game. You picked out the first 3 games, a valuable prize is automatically yours. And just for a second, we're going to let Kevin tell our home audience what the mystery game is. So, Mr. Whispers.
The mystery game is...
I hate this room so much. This is like the worst room in this game.
Are you guys ready? Okay, fine. First one to buzz in gets to answer the question, answer correctly, and you pick the first game we're going to play.
Alright.
In bump and jump, the player can make points by A, bumping other cars off the road, or B, jumping over other cars. John, bumping other cars off the road. Right you are. Okay, John, you got it? Now we got a choice of some Pac-Mans and some Donkey Kongs here. Which one do you want to play first?
Super Pac-Man.
Super Pac-Man it is. Good. We'll talk to Kevin if he can get out of the phone booth. What about Super Pac-Man?
The mild-mannered Pac-Man wildly eats frozen food and objects and chomps a few monsters to rack up points. Special keys open gates to warp fruit, and the super button control gives him an extra burst of super speed. Chomping a super dot, he changes to Super Pac-Man, 10 times his normal size, and able to chomp as he pleases, where he pleases, invincible to the monster's pursuit.
Okay, Kevin, thank you. Well, John, are you a Pac-Man player? Then you're in the wrong show today. We have 3 of them today to take care of. And you picked Super Pac-Man yourself. Well, we'll see what happens. I'll tell you a couple things about Super Pac-Man you probably want to listen to, Brian. If you hit the Super Energizer button, he'll become a Super Pac-Man. Hit your Super Speed button then, and just go as fast as you can for everything. But watch out when he turns small again, because then he can be destroyed. Okay? All right, good luck to you. You have 50 seconds. Ready? Get set.
This boss is such a pain in the fucking
Ow.
Too badly about it. We'll see what Brian does. Maybe he won't talk to you. Maybe he will. He got 1,960. Are you a Pac-Man player, Brian? Not really. Well, then we've evened it up at any rate today. You ready to go? Good. You have 50 seconds. Get ready. Get set. Play. Pretty close game so far. We'll be right back. We'll check the score and also see who gets to choose the next game right here on Starcade. Stay with us.
Starcade audience travels by way of Trailways bus lines. No bus, plane, or train gets you there cheaper than Trailways. Go Big Red. Go Trailways. The grand prize today on Starcade is RB5X, the intelligent robot. It's the perfect multi-purpose programmable home appliance. It learns from its experiences, moves under its own power. It can talk and even fetch the paper. Available from RB Robot Corporation, Golden, Colorado. And now back to Starcade. Here's Jeff Edwards.
John and Brian, each of you'd have a good time with that, and one of you's going to get a shot at it. We'll find out who that is a little later on in the show. But right now, we have some business to get to. Let's check the scores. John, you so far have 1,960. Brian, you have 2,030. Okay, very close game. Only 70 points separate you. Brian, you're in the lead, of course, but we do have one more game in this round. Then at the end of this round, the total points scored on both games will determine who gets to play the name of the game board. So, to figure out who's going to pick the next game, I have a question. Hands on buzzers. In Mario Brothers, what's the first kind of pest that crawls out of the pipe? John? Turtle. I'll have to ask if we'll take that. Yes, we will take that, or shell creeper, either one. Okay, Brian, John beat you to it again, so he's going to pick the game. What do we play this time, John?
Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong it is, and who better to tell us about Donkey Kong than Kevin?
In Donkey Kong, you're Jan, and your goal is to rescue the lady from Donkey Kong. Reach the top and score points by jumping over the barrels hurled down on you by Donkey Kong. Make extra points by jumping up to get the hammer, and then use it to smash the barrels and the fireballs on that level. Move on up the ladder, jumping barrels and avoiding fireballs to reach the second hammer. Reach the top, and Donkey Kong grabs the lady and moves up, and you begin again.
And, of course, the way to get those points is to get the hammer. Now, you said before that you weren't really a Pac-Man player. How do you feel about Donkey Kong? A lot better. Do you remember your highest score in Donkey Kong, by any chance?
84.
84,000. All right, that's not bad. Now, you only have 50 seconds this time, so you'll probably only get 50 or 60,000, but we wish you good luck. Okay, John?
Sure.
All right, here we go. Get ready. Get set. Play. And here we go.
gets the most points. That'll be interesting. Okay, we have 50 seconds. You ready? Get set. Play.
This is the easiest one. Now this is where this is like the real game begins right here with this form.
Amador is right. That's one. Number two, shipwreck or Arabian. Arabian. That's right. Number three, asteroids, or is that space duel?
Asteroids.
You're right. Can you get this last one? Is it Black Widow or Cosmic Chasm?
Black Widow.
Black Widow is right. Good for you. John, you're doing all right. Now, find out what you won, Kevin.
It's ColecoVision, the home video arcade system with effects just like in the arcade. Your vision is our vision. ColecoVision from Coleco.
Oh, that's terrific. Now, we'll be back in a minute. We'll play the final round of Starcade, and we'll find out whether it's going to be John or Brian who has a chance to take home their own robot.
Here's a special edition of the Starcade Hotline. Dear Starcade, we, Brad Feltz and Kurt Damaris, would like to ask if you might start a Starcade fan club. We could be the first members of the club, and I, Brad Feltz, could be president, and Kurt D could be vice president. Signed, your best fans. Well, Brad and Kurt, we think it's a great idea, and are glad to make yours the charter Starcade fan club in Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Thanks for being our best fans. And now back to Starcade with Jeff Edwards.
Okay, John and Brian, this is it. This is round two. Only one game left to play. This time only 40 seconds to play it. And there's not too many points separating the two of you guys. After this game, we'll total up all the scores, and the top score in all games is going to get a chance to win the RB5X programmable robot. We've got to name that robot. Give it some kind of name. You ready? All right, here's your last question. Here it goes. Hands on buzzers. You've just pressed start on Burger Time. How many pepper shakes do you have? A. Yes, John.
3.
No, sorry, that's wrong. It's A, 5, B, 3, and 5 is the correct answer. So, Brian, without doing anything at all, you got a chance to pick the game. We have Ms. Pac-Man, regular old Pac-Man, and Donkey Kong Jr., and the mystery game is still sitting up there. So which one do you want? Donkey Kong Jr. And who better to tell us about Donkey Kong Jr. than Kevin Jr.?
Thanks, Dad. Mario, beware of Donkey Kong Jr. He's crafty, he's fearless, and out to rescue Papa Kong from your clutches, scoring points as he climbs, avoiding the brigade of snapping jaws, ape-eating birds, and energy pods. Watch out, Mario. The son of Donkey Kong is out to rescue Papa.
Thanks, Kevin. And of course, those of you at home know the mystery game was Pac-Man, so that's the one that would have given the prize for the mystery game. But you picked Donkey Kong Jr., a good game. Brian, how come Donkey Kong Jr.? Ah, then it's a good thing you answered the question, because that's a good move for you. You need some points here. You'll have 40 seconds to play it. I don't know what to tell you. Some people feel in 40 seconds. It's best to get the key as fast as you can. Others like to pick up points in the way. So we'll see what you do, okay? Okay, Brian has 40 seconds. Get ready. Get set. Play. In the beginning there, but a nice score, I think, Brian. Congratulations. 2,400. Head on back, John. Well, John, you saw how he did. How are you at Donkey Kong Jr.? So-so. So he may have picked a game that you're not too good at, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you're in the lead coming into this. Let's see how well you do. 2,400 is what his score was. You'll have 40 seconds. Get ready. Get set. Play. And here we go. Again, a little trouble, and you head on back. We're going to total up all the scores now. We've got a close game, and we're going to find out who, in just a few moments, is going to have a chance at the RB5X robot. John, your total score for Starcade is 8,160. Brian, your score is 9,030. You got it, Brian. Congratulations. Well played. John, you played a nice game, too. Congratulations to you. You have a prize for the name of the game board. I hope you had a good time. Yeah, well, what the heck? Brian, you're our champ. You've done really well. And Kevin has something for you for being the champ of the day.
Brian, first it's a White's metal detector featuring ground exclusion balance to help you locate coins, jewelry, and precious metals while excluding mineralized soil. A metal detector from White's Electronics. And a Spectre Video SP318, the personal computer you grow into and not out of, featuring built-in CPM compatibility, 32K of ROM, 32K of RAM, 10 user-definable functions, and a built-in joystick from Spectre Video.
All right. And you're going to get a shot at your own RB5X robot. We'll find out how Brian fares right after this.
Some of our contestants and some members of the studio audience will receive Remote Champ Freedom Fighter Joystick from Championship Electronics. The first remote control joystick with no delay action when you play. 2 firing buttons for thumb and forefinger, suction cups for tabletop play, and 20-foot range. And Zonix video games with the exclusive Double Ender. 2 amazing games on 1 cartridge. Multiple screens and unbelievable graphics. Zonix new cartridges Chuck Norris and Artillery Duel. Zonix, more fun for the price of 1. And Trigger Command, the joystick making America trigger happy. Comfort, pistol grip, and trigger action. The thumbless approach to higher scores. The Trigger Command joystick from Electra Concepts.
All right, Brian, now a shot at winning your own robot. You got the pick of the Pac-Mans here. During the commercial break, we informed you that if you pick this Pac-Man, you'd have to score at least 3,421 points. If you pick Pac-Man, you'd have to score at least 3,654 points. Those are the average scores of more than 20 other players who played these same games. You reached your decision, right? What'd you pick? Ms. Pac-Man. Okay, that means if you score 3,421 points or more in 30 seconds, you're going to win the robot, the RB5X.
Oh, that's why I don't have it equipped. I don't have it equipped because I need to get slots for it.
Every dot she munches is another point on her score as she munches her way toward the Energizers. Gobbling one of these, she can then pursue the blue monsters for more points, but she's running again when the monsters change back to their original colors. She'll score extra points if she catches the fruit that appears briefly in the maze. You've chosen Ms. Pac-Man, a very petite lady.
Okay, Kevin, thanks. Well, Brian, we're all going to wish wish you good luck. You have 30 seconds. You need 3,421 points. If you pick up any of the fruit, it's going to help you out a lot. Do you have a pattern you follow on this?
No.
All right, well, just go for it, and we'll wish you good luck. You have 30 seconds. Get ready. Get set. Play. Ball for 3,421 points in 30 seconds.
I'll wait for them and see what happens.
Furnished by the Tailored Man of San Francisco. Some of the Starcade set furnished by RCA. This is Kevin McMahon speaking. Starcade is a JM production.
Hello friends! As we approach the 10-year anniversary of DashCon next month, I thought it would be timely to give you a little background history on some of the Tumblr culture 2010s. The two biggest fandoms of pre-DashCon Tumblr were Homestuck and Super Hulock. This video is about Super Hulock. What is a Super Hulock? You may be sitting there and asking. It is a uniquely Tumblr fandom. It is a fandom that Tumblr invented. It is a crossover universe between Supernatural, Doctor Who, and Sherlock. At the time, all of those shows were still running. They were very popular individually. But my question is, why did Tumblr decide to, merge them into a mega fandom? Because as far as I know, nothing like that has ever happened before, and nothing like that has ever happened since. Why did we do Super Hulock? Today on Strange, why did we do Super Hulock? But first, a word. Fanfiction crossovers are as old as modern fanfiction itself. Go back to fanzines in the 60s and you'll find the Beatles hanging out with the Star Trek crew. It's just one of the obvious things that occurs to people to do when you're playing with your favorite media like Silly Putty. What if Blorbo from my show could meet Blorbo from my other show? However, crossovers have always been a little bit controversial because they're difficult to do well or seriously, I guess. A lot of fantasy and sci-fi shows have conflicting lore, so trying to introduce all of the implications of the world building of one show to all of the implications of the world building of another show most often results in utter nonsense. Or crossovers will tend to prioritize one fandom over others, so it's not really fun to read if you're only into the secondary fandoms, and if you're into the main fandom, then you don't necessarily get all of the references to the secondary fandoms, or you don't care, so it's not really satisfying for anyone involved. There have always been a faction of people who think crossovers are stupid. And that's valid. There are certainly a lot of stupid ones out there. But of course, they are undeniably fun when you're a hardcore fan of two separate pieces of media and you want to combine them. That's undeniably a fun thing to do. Anyway, that's my overview of decades of crossover discourse. We enter our scene. Tumblr. The year is 2011. A young social media site in the midst of making an identity for itself. On 2011 Tumblr, you had the option to be fandom or hipster. A lot of the users were quite young and discovering things that they were passionate about for the first time, so there could be a surprising amount of pride and identity wrapped up in something as seemingly simple as being into fandom or being a fandom nerd. Tumblr users loved to celebrate all their big fandoms: Doctor Who, Harry Potter, The Hunger Games, Supernatural, Sherlock, Homestuck. It was idealized not to just be into one thing, but to be into fandom in general, to have your collection of fandoms. There are an abundance of posts from 2010 to 2011 which bring together various popular fandoms and kind of reinforce this sentiment, the most iconic of which is the the fandom's grab your weapons post. It starts off with this screenshot from Facebook of like people calling Tumblr boring and dissing Tumblr, and then the Tumblr users all get mad. They're gonna go find them. They say Potterheads, grab your wands, Whovians, hop in your TARDISes, Supernatural fans, get the shotgun, Sherlockians, hire your consulting criminals, Tributes, knock an arrow, Avengers fans, assemble, Lord of the Rings fans, unsheath sting, we've got a few people to track down, Les Mis fans, build a barricade, yes? And then it just keeps going like this, increasingly ridiculous. This post is iconic for being just emblematic of 2010's Tumblr fandom cringe. But there's many like it. But my question is, why did these specific fandoms, Sherlock, Doctor Who, and Supernatural, the Super Wholock fan, why did these three specifically like glue themselves together and become a whole new fandom? Why didn't we get Katniss and Snape riding around in the TARDIS instead, you know? The 3 points of the Super Wholock Trinity may at first seem disparate. We've got Sherlock, it's a modern adaptation of the iconic Sherlock Holmes stories. You got Sherlock Holmes, played by Benedict Cucumber Patch, his boy tour blogger John Watson, to a lesser extent, his nemesis Moriarty and his weird brother Mycroft are also in the show. Sherlock, both the show and the character, often deliberately make fun of the supernatural. There was never any stupid ghosts or anything, and Sherlock solves the case with his big facts and logic brain and proves it's always humans. Then you have Supernatural, which is literally fucking called Supernatural. It's about these two brothers, Sam and Dean. The
Winchester brothers.
Sam and Dean. One of them is the
My dad used to like that show.
one, and you better know which is the
Which is the weirdest thing. It's like I can have a senior dissertation as to like what my dad used to watch and stuff like that. It's
They
such
might also
so
be
weird.
demons and or having sex
Oh.
with demons for their blood, depending on the season. There's this other guy, Castiel. He's around. He wears a trench coat. Doctor Who. Funky little adventures across time and space. Super Wholock concerns mainly Matt Smith's 11th Doctor, although there is some appreciation for David Tennant's 10th Doctor. And, Christopher Eccleston, is that his name? 9th Doctor? Yeah. 11th Doctor is the most popular Doctor within
Yeah, you guys go.
He's not like other Doctors. He's young, he's hot, he's quirky, he thinks bow ties are cool. Super Wholock is an excellent example of a crossover which could never logically
Ah, yes,
happen
Doctor Who.
because it would obliterate the premise of every piece of media involved. But it does not matter, you see. It does not
I
matter.
wonder how fandom would be like if we were doing this in the early '80s, as they were transitioning from Tom Baker to Peter Davidson, because like Peter Davidson he was like 25 when he was.
Even in like the kind of detached,
He was like,
I can
fuck,
objectively
man.
recognize that these people are
Good-looking
connected in
fella.
an attractive lesbian way. Like I'm gonna be honest, I straight up don't get that, guys. I also use the word hot loosely because even within the fandom, a lot of girls recognized and took pride in the fact that these are not really your typical Hollywood throbs. They were a little weird looking, or they dressed strange. It was more important that they have such intriguing personalities, that they're so intelligent, or they have this mysterious dark side. They're also a little bit older than the typical famous actor men marketed to teenage girls. The unconventional nature of thirsting over these men was very much always part of the appeal of thirsting over them. So we got all these men. We got these men, okay, they're quirky, they're different, they're kind of weird, and they're capturing the hearts of weird girls all across the Tumblr universe. Now, what these shows lack is
I wish there was a way, like I wish there was a way, and if
So
if the rumor is true, what they say about if the rumors are true about them wanting to like redo Fantasy Star Online again, I do hope that's like they can do like some sort of like oh my god, blanking on the thing, like some sort of like waiting room, not a waiting room, but just like just like a place where you can like view other players and just chill right
pretty
there.
much all of the interesting characters on screen were men. Okay, probably the most popular heterosexual ship existing within Super Wholock would have been Rose and the 10th Doctor, which is, it's good, it's canon, it's a clean, good, wholesome ship for the whole family. But within this, women definitely took a backseat within this. Because most of the time, the only interesting characters on screen were men. In some cases, the only characters on screen most of the time were men. A great example of the lengths people will go to ship characters, I think, evidenced by Supernatural. The most popular ship in Supernatural is Destiel. Dean and Castiel. The second most popular ship in the Supernatural fandom is Wincest.
What?
Winchester, and you get it. There are so few compelling characters within Supernatural at all they resort to shipping the brothers because they're like the only characters that are consistently on screen other than Castiel. And
Yeah, it's like that does make sense, but it's like, ugh.
The final thing which I think solidifies the Super Hulock bond is just that they were all ongoing TV shows at the time, so there was this constant hype and energy around like releases of new content, and they all existed in a visual medium, making fan edits easy and popular. The main art form of the Super Hulock fandom was GIF sets. They would juxtapose GIFs from the different shows with either canon dialogue that matched up interestingly or invented dialogue linking them. It could almost be a form of mini fanfiction at times. This was also the case with fan-made trailers. There are hundreds of fan-made Super Hulock trailers out there. People would edit together clips from the shows, you know, some epic music in the background, and essentially create these invented plot lines where all of the shows end up converging. Conventional fanfiction was still very popular within this space, yes, but I do think that being born out of Tumblr, Super Hulock was a uniquely visual fandom a lot of the time. They played with images and videos from the source material like more than any other fandom I've ever seen. So, now that you have a decent overview, I hope, of what Super Hulock is, we return to my original question. Why did we do this? Super Hulock fanfiction first appeared on the big fanfiction sites of the time, so AO3 and fanfiction.net, in early 2012. January 2012 was when we see the first Super Hulock fanfictions appear. Google Trends data also suggests that it exploded very abruptly at the beginning of 2012, and the absolute earliest posts that I can find on Tumblr tagged with Super Hulock are from 2011. So we know that it developed throughout 2011 and then exploded in popularity pretty much right at the beginning of 2012. And someone actually sent me a really interesting post, a really interesting specimen, which reveals a step in the development of Super Hulock, I think. I'm so sorry for how 2011 Tumblr this is gonna get. I'm gonna do my best. I don't even watch Supernatural, but I absolutely adore the fan. Every get the fucking salt or Misha crying gif makes me laugh. And you guys get Doctor Who too. Doctor Who fandom to the Supernatural fandom. Did we just become best friends? Yes! Super Who. Hunting evil aliens, saving the universe, the Super Who business. I like this development. Super Who? The two Banthiest fandoms just got married. Hell yeah. You are absolutely brilliant. Haha, OMG you guys. I don't know what's happening. I dig Super Who. Everyone say thank you and or how fucking dare you do this to us. Tumblr user Fezzes are cool. Based on the reactions of the other people on this post, I think this could very well be the first or one of the first instances of the fandom's names being merged this way. And yes, it was just Super Who. It was Super Who before it was Super Hulock. I found a bunch of other posts from 2011 from this era that are tagged with just Super Who. It's a merging of Supernatural and Doctor Who. Unfortunately, I don't know when Sherlock was added into the mix. I don't have a perfect godsend landmark post the way I have with the Super Who post. I don't have a post like that pointing to the introduction of Sherlock into the mix. All I know is that it happened at some point in December of 2011, likely. I'm gonna say the lock was added to the Super Hulock around November or December 2011. The golden age of Super Hulock had begun, and this thing became a monster. Obsessed frothing fangirls over Supernatural was one thing. Obsessed frothing fangirls over Sherlock was another thing. Doctor Who, another thing. But when you combine them all and you create this kind of expectation that to be into one is to be into the other, and to understand how all of these characters from different media would presumably interact with each other, what I'm saying is joining them together and creating this pressure for interest in one to equal interest in another made it so that if you were only into one or two of these fandoms, it made it impossible to avoid the beast. I can say that I've had the bad experience of watching all of these shows. I stand by pre-Moffat Doctor Who, but that's about it. And no, every episode of Supernatural featuring the Ghost Facers specifically. Other than that, but back in the day, can you guess which one of these bad shows I chose to like as a teenager? Because it might be the worst choice. It was Sherlock. No, I think Supernatural's the worst choice. I think if there's a worst choice on here, it's probably still Supernatural, but Sherlock is like pretty bad. If I were to rank them, I think Doctor Who is the best choice, then Sherlock, then Supernatural. I digress. As a teenager, I was a Sherlock Tumblr girly. Unfortunately, do you know how hard it was to follow blogs for Sherlock content without getting at least a little bit of Supernatural or Doctor Who in the mix? Hard, okay? It was very hard. Have you ever wondered why I'm fucking like this? Okay? Super Hulock exposure at a young age. And you know what's worse is I didn't even just get it on Tumblr. I got it in real life. I would roll up to 8th grade. That just went off. I just lost a life. I didn't just get Super Who Luck exposure on Tumblr. I would roll up to 8th grade. 8th grade in my straight up real life, and all the fellow closeted neurodivergent kids would be talking about Supernatural and Doctor Who. The audacity. You know who you are. My lifelong friends to this day. But the point is, anyone who cared about only one or two of these fandoms individually, including myself, who was an exclusively Sherlock girly, found it quite annoying that the three tended to come as a bundle. Also, as much as Super Wholocks considered themselves like woker and edgier and more mature than Twilight fans or Justin Bieber fans, a lot of people on the outside didn't see any difference. They were all fangirls. They were obsessive, obnoxious, rabid fangirls. There's a post about that phenomenon, which says, reblog if you think water is wet, and then making fun of the kinds of things that fandom people would say, like, OMG, Sherlock and John totally bathe in water, LOL, headcanon accepted, God bless this post-John Locke 5 ever, OMG, what if Dean and Castiel went swimming, unintelligible Super Wholocks comment, LOL, this is why I love Tumblr. So essentially you can post water is wet, and people will try and somehow manage to make it about Super Wholocks. Another thing that they were known for was GIF spamming, making posts incredibly long with a million different reaction GIFs of their shows. The incredibly stupid layout of the Tumblr dashboard at the time also meant that the longer a post became, the more likely it was that the text portion became completely unreadable because of the way it tried to like stack things with all of the different usernames. It would just get squished to the point that there was like one letter per line. Yes, we used this website willingly. We logged onto this website and said, yes, this is how I want to read posts. But imagine, you're 13, 14, maybe 15 years old, you're maybe closeted, maybe you feel like a weirdo or an outcast, and these characters who represent that make you feel something you've never felt before. You're probably going to be a little weird about it. I personally have never been blessed to find myself in a massive, all-consuming fandom, enjoying the most popular clips of that fandom, but I can imagine the power. That's crazy. I remember the things that made me weird as a nerdy fandom teen. Trying to imagine if those things had been popular also? Oh, baby. Baby is walking towards me with his blankie. Oh, hi, baby. Hi, baby man. Thank you for bringing me your blankie also. Oh, baby man.
Doggo! Look at Doggo!
That is my human agent.
Oh, Doggo!
Now listen to the purrs. ASMR. ASMR. Can you give them ASMR purrs? No. You don't want to give them ASMR purrs. So, the stereotype of the Super Wholocks fan as like a rabid fangirl with a special computer containing 287 images of the Doctor and Spock kissing was so...
Oh, hello, Quark. Hello. Hello, everybody from Quark Stream. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully, all are doing well. I see you were doing Warrior for Job Fiesta. Last time I believe what you drew. What did you draw? I think the first one you drew was a Geomancer. It's infinite power on. I got a blue mage, red mage, geomancer, and a beast. Nice. Okay, yeah, you like that already getting a blue mage. That's like, you know, that's like the automatic win button right there. Cool. But hey, thank you so much for stopping by. You know, I really do appreciate it, especially everybody coming from Quark Stream. If you don't know who I am, my name is Ramses, and I do various kinds of streams: model kit streams, video game streams, reactions to TV shows, and anything else that I like to stream. Today we are doing like usual. We always do once a month. We always do like a 12-hour stream ish. Usually I go for like 12. I try to aim for 12 hours, but you know, usually I tap out like around 9-10 hours. But today we're playing Phantasy Star Online Blue Burst on PC. It's a really fun game. I'm playing with a couple other streamers as well. If you guys want to give them a follow as well, I highly encourage you guys to give them a follow as well. Yes, give Sarzak a follow. They are also doing some content as well. They're all pretty much, we're all gathered here because we're hanging out with Landis Greyfield, who's about to hit level 200. which is it's a huge milestone to get like level 200 in this game, considering how much XP you would need to get to that point. So we're all kind of celebrating, we're all kind of celebrating here, and like I was like, you know what, I'll play this for the rest of the night, whatever. You know, it's a fun game. You know, I get to go around, you know, beating up people up, and you know, it's been a minute since I played this game kind of in an extended way. So I figured, I figured that would be a good. I think I figured tonight would be a good time for that. But hey, if you need to raid and run, Quirk, you know, go ahead. I understand you're a really busy person. You know, you do a lot of stuff. You do video games and also a lot of like. So hey, take care of yourself. You know, do your aftercare stream stuff, and I will keep your community entertained. In addition to also usually when these 24-hour, these 12-hour streams, usually what I do too is I usually just have like a random playlist of like videos. So that's where like a lot of like the reaction stuff comes in, where it's like I'm just watching this stuff, just so I can like to have like a little bit of background noise and you know something to laugh at, something. For 1 minute, I go to sleep. Yeah, go do what you need to do. Okay, go do what you need to do. Brush your teeth, put your jammies on. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Like, do you? I know you're. I know I know you're a fox. Do you like have to like brush your tail as well? You know, before you go to bed, because like you know that's really important. It's very very important that you get all that. You know. But yeah, no. In all seriousness, like yeah, go do what you need to do. We're like I said, like right now I'm kind of in a weird position where it's like I'm kind of waiting on some other people because like they're off doing the stuff. Tailcare is quite important. Of course it is. So, but no, I'm waiting on some other people in like party, and we're kind of rotating in and out. So, but yeah, no. So it's like they kind of went. They kind of already went ahead of me because I was like I already did my turn. So I was like I went and I also went to do my business with like in-game stuff. Whereas like I went to deposit a few things. Went to like when to get a few extra things while they were at it. So like by the time I came back, you know they were already gone. I was like okay, that's cool. Like I'm in no hurry whatsoever for like you know I'm in no hurry. I'm just here like pretty much I'm here like as. I'm pretty much here as like I'm pretty much like doing this out of my own volition, to be honest. And it's also too like I haven't done this in a while. I might as well. So yeah, sit back, relax, enjoy watching some videos, or enjoy me playing some Phantasy Star. And you know, hey, if you want to go, if you need to go raid and run, and if you need to go afterwards to sleep, go take care of that. And you know, like I said, I'll take care of your community. All right, let's continue this video on Super Hulock. Damn.
John Locke. Stephen Moffat. Stephen Moffat
Yeah.
was the showrunner of both Doctor Who and Supernatural. No, Doctor Who and Sherlock. I found an article talking about how he was once asked if he was interested in doing a crossover of, you know, at least the shows that he's in charge of. So Sherlock Who, and he said no. He liked the idea because, you know, then Sherlock would have to factor in time travel and solving all of his mysteries in the future, and that just destroy the canon of the show. On multiple occasions, he had to address allegations that he was getting his plot ideas from Tumblr fanfiction. He denied this, obviously, but many fans remain convinced that he was jealous of their amazing ideas and totally reading their fanfiction secretly at night. There was quite a bit of animosity between him and the fans. After a couple seasons of his writing, people started to get the feeling that he was killing off these characters that they loved and playing with their emotions for cheap shock value, that he valued his own ability to look clever and trick the audience more than he valued.
Yeah, well, that's what all showrunners do, to be honest. It's not just a Tumblr thing. Like that's something that like all of them do. Period.
A lot of people from loving the characters that he was writing, and a lot of fans believed that their interpretation of the source material was better than his interpretation. That Stephen should be fucking lucky to be groveling before them and reading their fanfiction and stealing
Bumped
their
into
ideas.
Stephen Moffat once. Oh, dude.
That this disconnect between Moffat and his fans came from the fact that he is not only a man, but a male writer.
Was it Russell T. Davis? I don't know. Which one of those two? I bumped into San Diego Comic Con one year.
Imagined audience, you know, he imagined he was writing for men like him who wanted to watch strong male characters who are always right, save the day, and ogle at some hot women along the way. And when he realized that his most dedicated fans
Here's my there's the degenerate. Oh, hang around right here. They're clipped into the wall.
Kind of deliberate queer baiting in Sherlock, like almost every
I'm not that savvy to like clip myself into the wall, into clipping myself into like into the geometry like that. I wish I could.
But he never intended to actually deliver on what they wanted, which is like the definition of queer baiting. But at the very least, the beef between Moffat and his fans stayed on the internet. Let me tell you what Supernatural did. So within the Supernatural universe, there's this guy who's like God or speaks to God or something, and he's written this book series that is supernatural. So like Sam and Dean.
So also, we'll just let you guys know like how I'm playing this game. I'm playing this game off of Finia. And if you're interested in knowing more about Finia, here I think I still have it right here. Let me see if I can ring up the website. It's actually a really fun server. It's a really fun server to like play. You can play the game for free.
Characterized as like deluded, freaky basement dwellers. There's this one girl who writes Wincest fan fiction, and she is such a stereotype stain girl. It's bad.
And then Sam. No. Caressed.
Yeah, you like if you guys want to download the game and play it, you can like you can download it right there. It's like it's an easy setup right there. And hey, we would like to.
Go back and watch this episode to convince myself that I didn't
Land! Whoa! She did! She did!
I'm Becky. I read
She
all about you guys.
She did!
I've even written.
Woo! She did! She did! Someone clip that! Someone clip this! Someone clip this! I swear! Please clip this! Someone clip this! Oh my god! Someone clip this! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I gotta clip this! I gotta clip this! Oh my god! I gotta clip this! I have to clip this! I have to clip this because like this is something extremely important. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my! I was waiting for that! I was waiting for that exact. No, I was like, oh my god! Landis did it! Oh my god, Landis! I was waiting for that. I'm sorry. I was hearing myself. I was like, oh no! I literally myself. Hold on. Oh my god! Oh my god! I was paying attention, so I was like, oh, hey, this is a new person, and then I'll just say hi, and then.
She asked that there was the subtext for that to be a valid theory, valid interpretation of the character, and obviously the writers were aware of the kind of fiction that was being written about the show, and the kind of fans that were driving their popularity. But again, we know how that went. It went to super hell.
I love you.
Whoa! She did!
Small.
Woo!
So
Someone clip that! Someone clip this! Someone clip this! I swear! Please clip this! Someone clip this! Oh my god! Someone clip this! Oh my god! Oh my god! I gotta share this with. Hold on. Let me share this with my. Let me share this with the other guys here. Forgive me for a few seconds here. It's like, oh my god, this is incredible. Like just being it's like part of it in it like inadvertently was really cool just doing this. So like, hold on 1 second here while I let me pause this. Sorry. I am so sorry for overreacting for something stupid as that. But it's just like, oh my god, it's like.
Especially if it's their first level. like I've been told, obviously I've never had a character that high in Tuffy, but I've heard that whenever you hit level 180, you're basically halfway in terms of experience. So even though I'm almost level 150, like I'm not even halfway there to 200 in terms of...
Sorry about that. I had to like post. I had to post a video over there with. I had to post a video over with Sarzak as well. So.
We're happy to continue spending time in fandom space.
I am so happy for them. I am so happy that they got it. Oh my god. I'm so proud.
Some people remained conspiracy theorists, thought that everything Moffat said to the contrary was actually covering up the fact that John and Sherlock were totally gonna kiss in season 3, or that Jensen Ackles being uncomfortable was because he and his co-stars were actually hooking up behind the scenes. Oh yes, there was RPF about this too. And there was other fans who couldn't look at these shows that they loved the same way anymore, knowing that they were being created by people who openly resented them. The end of 2014 marked a really sudden plummet in popularity for Super Who-Lock. All 3 of the shows seemed to go down together just as they had risen together. It coincided almost perfectly with DashCon, and a lot of people will cite DashCon as like a reason for disenchantment with Tumblr culture. I don't necessarily think that's it. I don't think that anybody walked away from DashCon and on that very day went, I see it all now. Super Who-Lock, it was all a sham. It is now my life's purpose to kill Stephen Moffat. No, I think that DashCon and the mess that it was just a perfect microcosm for what was already going on with Tumblr culture. Fandoms naturally peak for a couple of years and then they naturally decline. And all of these shows were declining for obvious reasons. Supernatural, I was gonna say it was bad, but like it was always bad. I think personally, in my
I can't do the Monster Hunter thing where it's just like I can keep myself. I can keep my I can keep the pose on. So it's like, oh, I can't continue clapping and stuff like that. That's not good.
Shit around season 9, season 10. Why did it run into this?
I think I'm gonna take it. I think I'm gonna let this ad run and then see what they want to do next.
Doctor Who also continued running through the decline period because Doctor Who will keep running until it slows. The thing about the Doctor is that he regenerates. They switch up the cast completely every couple of seasons. So the thing about replacing Matt Smith with Peter Capaldi was that teenage fangirls did not want to fuck that old man. So they kind of lost interest in the show. Sherlock is an interesting case because there's not actually a lot of canon content with Sherlock. It's a mini-series with 3 episodes per season. So between the first 2 seasons of Sherlock, that was only like 6 entire canon episodes. And there was long hiatuses, like years-long hiatuses between the seasons. So the fandom's activity relied heavily on fan creations, and the fandom was of course absolutely obsessed with John Locke. I must once again cite my contemporary Sarah Zed. She has a great video about the John Locke conspiracy, which was the fan conspiracy that Sherlock and John were finally going to get together any day now, but probably in season 3. So when season 3 came out, sorry, baby boy, you're licking my skin. Please, you have sandpaper tongue and it hurts my skin. Please don't do this. Please no. So when Sherlock season 3 finally came out after this years-long hiatus, it came out throughout 2013, 2014, and it saw John marry a woman. Fans felt pretty betrayed. They felt pretty heartbroken. Vows were made to kill Stephen Moffat for his queer baiting and subsequent laughing at his fans. All 3 of the Super Who-Lock fandoms actually started getting quite a bit of criticism from social justice Tumblr and, a lot of the time from former Super Who-Locks. When these fandoms were rising in popularity, they were symbols of Tumblr as a gay website, the woke website. The website where you go and there's pictures of men's kissing. Yeah, suck it, homophobic parents, we have pictures of men kissing. Reblog if you think it's okay for men to kiss and be gay, even though it was problematic on like every level imaginable. And even though it was problematic on like every level imaginable, Tumblr's obsession with quirky white dudes kissing was genuinely his first introductory idea that being gay is okay. Years passed, and dissipated, and the large female fans started to realize that there's fans, and why are any women celebrated in these fandoms? It's because there are written. There was Rose and Donna in the well-written Doctor Who seasons. Were less important than the 11th Doctor seasons, and besides that, these shows were largely focused on men. And when women did show up, the writing tended to get pretty sketchy. I don't need to be the one to shit on Moffat for that particular offense. It's been done. over and over and over and over again. It has been done, it has been said, for good reason. There is a whole fan lore page dedicated to outlining what a Moffat woman is, for good reason. The man makes choices, okay? And on Tumblr, a lot of people finally said to themselves, why should we keep idolizing the work of a man who disrespects female fans, objectifies his female characters, and still does better by them than whatever the fuck Supernatural has going on with women? Holy shit, we've cracked it, guys. After all these years, we finally cracked it. These shows. Between 2014 and 2015, He disappeared off the face of Tumblr completely. We all shoved the John Locke fan art under our heads and URLs and agreed never to speak the name Super Hulock again. It was all some kind of a cringe hallucination that thank God we've all finally woken up from. But now that Super Hulock has been dead for nearly a decade, I find it interesting to look back on. Because like I said, I don't think anything else this has ever happened. It's ever happened since. And it's like so synonymous with Tumblr fandom culture of the early 2010s. I've touched on it in so many videos of mine throughout the years, but I've never, like, really sat down and said, hey, what the hell was up with Super Hulock? So here's that addition to the strange video canon. I think it's long overdue. Remember to go. Chingus says thank you for watching. He doesn't know what's going on. All he knows is mommy's laugh and some warm pets and snuggly and blanket. Truly the creature. Truly the creature of all time is the Bingus. Okay. I'll see you in another video very soon, my friends. Bye-bye!
Here I am, apparently important enough to get an early key from Bethesda to play the newest Doom game, and just like last time, I upgraded my PC for it. This one doesn't have any parts of John Romero's hair or anything weird like that, except maybe the new liquid cooling system I had to install that uses the spinal fluid of hypoxic child, something to do with the lower oxygen content and the low flammability, I don't know. This isn't really my area of expertise, but the Department of Corrections doesn't skip when it comes to Doom videos. The third entry in this new trilogy of Doom games surpassed my expectations because I didn't really have any. I mean, this whole over-the-top heavy metal vibe we've been riding since Eternal kind of burned me out. Like, it's a lot, right? Doom guy riding a dragon is a lot. So I wasn't entirely convinced that Dark Ages would live up to the pedigree of the Doom game. I remember saying that they'd gone as far with Eternal's combat as they could, and I guess it agreed with me because this game is mostly different. Oh, God, yeah, okay, something I can actually bitch about. I'm getting my big major complaint about this game out of the way now. You guys remember how that Indiana Jones game came out and it was cool and also had performance and crashing problems because it mandated that you use RTX? That is apparently now standard for id Tech games, with Dark Ages running on the fancy new id Tech 8. Now, don't get me wrong, both games are very pretty, and I'm really enjoying the short to non-existent load times on PC for something that looks like this, but also I don't think this game looks much better than Eternal. RTX is a hack that cuts your performance in half for a negligible improvement of visual fidelity, and I'm worried that this is becoming the standard. I remember when graphical leaps happened every generation, like go from Quake 3 to Doom 3, a similar 5-year gap between games, and you can see improvements across the board. Now it's just... I guess you can see farther and the levels are huge, but like, is it really worth it? Hello, my name is Ryan, I am 8 years old and I have COVID again. RTX hurts, where am I? Oh kid, I have some bad news. Listen, id Software, is torturing this child and harvesting a lethal amount of his spinal fluid really worth marginally prettier lighting? Stop forcing RTX. For the children. Hey, Katie, come on, I'm gonna look like an asshole. All the marketing made this look like it was gonna be a Quake game, and it is absolutely not. I kinda wish it was, but what we got is still really fun. You know what? Never mind. The graphics boost is necessary for that sweet-ass pelt the Slayer's wearing. What kind of animal even is that? There are medieval trappings all over the game, but that does not make it Quake. Nor does it make it Doom, but I'm still treating it like Doom and jumping right in on ultra-violence. There are 6 skill levels here. For some reason, they replaced I'm Too Young to Die with Aspiring Slayer, and there's a new one called Pandemonium. Each one gives you a quick summary of what you can expect. Don't worry about that parry window thing, we'll get to that. And if you want to customize the experience so that the game isn't even remotely fair, you can do that too. I expect someone to do a 100% speed run with all these sliders maxed out. Now that the Doom Slayer is a superhero rather than a Marine, you might be thinking this doesn't look like a Doom game. That, and based on the intro where there's dragons and the imps have hair, hairy imps. We're getting closer by the day to furry shamblers.
We will not leave here until the heart of Argent is found.
Oh, okay, Argent. We're back in Doomland. This is Argent Denur, which we've seen before. In hell. Dark Ages is a prequel, so all these people in the opening cutscene are dead. Who is this? Commander Theory? Yeah, she's part of the Night Sentinels. She's so dead.
Argent Slayer in 3, 2, 1.
Finally. It's been 3.5 minutes and we haven't been killing anything. That's not very Doom of you unless you're playing Doom 3. Right. Shotgun, shield, superhero landing. The shotgun absolutely wrecking shit, 100% Doom. The player speed, not so much. You move like a tank. Your footsteps are heavy and you have a sprint button, but I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Fuck that. When you sprint, you get your motion lines, and I kinda hate them. You need to sprint jump to get any kind of distance. So here's what I did. Auto sprint on, like it should have been in the first place. Screen effects off, FOV to 110, and classic HUD face, and we're golden. Now it feels right. The game's marketing says stand and fight, and they want to lean into that, which is fine. No complaints from me. I was hoping they'd shift away from Eternal's Adderall-fueled rampages, and I played this game directly after Viscera Fest, so I wasn't looking for another game like that. Melee has become a much bigger factor in this whole thing because of the shield and your new, honestly fucking awesome tools. Gauntlet? Yeah, I was expecting that. Punching, some light combo mechanics, bashing things for ammo, great. You will never be low on ammo in this game, it just doesn't happen. The first few stages where I'm getting my bearings and learning how the game works is easily the worst part. I don't think it's reflective of what the game is past the first few levels. There's been a deliberate push to make the battles feel more organic as painkiller. By that, I mean enemies aren't always just teleporting in from nowhere. The environment are highly destructible. Highly destructible? Yeah, Player's a tank in this one, and they make you feel like it. I spent time than I'd like to admit doing this. For people who keep saying that glory kills are gone, you're wrong. They're just kind of downplayed in favor of not stopping the action for them. And there's glory kills every time you kill one of the extra large armored demons that give you health, ammo capacity, or armor upgrades. Jesus, look at it. Your melee attacks have splash damage. Tankiness extends to combat in a way that is so over the top that I can't believe they made it like this even in a Doom game. When you bash something with your shield, don't get confused. That's dropping a bomb. Any squishy enemy around explodes into jets.
Whoa! 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 It's a Sarge. Whoa! Sarge. Hello! Hello, everybody from Sarzak Stream. Hello! Hopefully you all had a good time. Congratulations are in order to Miss Landis Grayfield. Thank you so much for it was so cool to not being there personally. It was really cool to see. It was really cool to see the ticketer pop off, and I saw your name there, and it was really cool to see. Really cool how you hit 200. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Also, I see a Pizza Mate. Hello, Pizza Mate. Hello, everybody from Sarzak Stream. If you know who I am, my name is Ramses, and I do various kinds of streams. I do video game streams, model kit streams. I do podcasting streams, and I do reactions to old TV shows or whatever else gets my attention. Today is our 12-hour stream. I figured, hey, I wanted to continue playing this game. Hold on, let me adjust this because it's why do I have so much negative space there? There you go. But no. I wanted to I can talk. But yeah, because like I wanted to join in the festivities, and also figured like I haven't streamed Fantasy Star Blue Burst in a very long time. I played it many times, but I haven't like sat down and streamed it. So it's like I figured, hey, why don't I have a 12-hour stream for it? You know what? I will do that right now. All right, Roger. I want to get some water anyways. Yes, hi. Really cool you guys just brought the stream over here. Like I said, I'll be here for it's 12:40 here for 12:40 here and at 12:40 a.m. here. I'm good for another 7 hours. I'm good to like 8 o'clock a.m. to 8 o'clock my time. So if anybody still wants to play some Fantasy Star Online, I am definitely down with it. I will be here all night. I also have a lower level character if anybody wants. If you guys want to like do some like lower level stuff as well. So I'm more than willing to do that. But hey, thank you so much for coming by here. I really do appreciate it. Sorry, Zach. So it's only midnight here in the West Coast. Same. It's only midnight here. 12:41 in the morning. So no, yeah. So if anybody wants to hop on, I'm still at the same. I'm still in the same place. You can see right the upper right hand corner where I am. But if like there are any checkers, I'm gonna go to like the main. I'm gonna go to the main. I'm gonna go to the main ship and then just do stuff here. So, and I understand too for like many of you, it's already way too late already. So like go. So I understand. So I was gonna say like if you guys need to go raid and run, I understand. Go do what you need to do. Your post stream care stuff. So hey, thank you all so much for stopping by here. We do a lot of cool things here. So it's like if you guys want to drop me a follow, it would mean a lot to me. Believe it or not, I'm almost close to 500, so it would mean a lot so you can just drop me a little follow, just a little bit. In addition to like I'm watching some videos as well. Like I'm watching videos as well here because like I figure like I'm one of those types of people that kind of like doesn't really talk that much sometimes. So it's like this is where the reaction to old TV shows or videos and whatnot kind of comes in. Where it's like I'm just reacting to old videos and stuff like that. Thank you, Pizza Man. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, like I said, I'll be here. I'll be here for quite a while. And also too, like since you guys just came in, I will. I think I was gonna take a break, but I think I'll wait till top of the hour to take a break. To be honest, and then I'm gonna take like half an hour break. So not half an hour, but like an extended 20-minute break at least, just so I can like stretch my legs out. Because like when you do these types of streams, you kind of have to pace yourself, and you don't want to like overdo it. So like I said, I'm just gonna we're gonna wait till top of the hour, and then I'll take my break, and then yeah. Also, like I said, you guys are more than welcome to stick around. But if you guys need to go raid and run, especially considering that for many of you, it's already like 4 or 5 in the morning. Go do what you guys need to do. I will keep everybody entertained here. So it's like consider this like the after party, if you will, like just the the party, like the after party where it's like this is where we all mingle and chill afterwards. So yeah. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream. Or if you want to join, you're more than welcome to join as well.
First few levels of Dark Age really reflective of what comes out, and they even started to turn off a little. I mean, a turret second in a Doom game in 2025? Get the fuck out of that. Is it a better game than Eternal? Yes and no. It's more a matter of personal preference. I think Eternal had tighter and more focused design. Even if I didn't care for the constant weapon swap required to play on higher skills, that's not a design flaw because they implemented it with the care of id Software. And the worst game that id has put out in the last 30 years is Rage. Just imagine that a game with good gunplay and a shit ending with only vague gestures toward being open world is the worst thing your studio put out after defining an entire genre. These first few levels are significantly less fun than the ones that come after, and I get it. The game needs to teach all of the new mechanics because every Doom has a different flavor now.
What should we use for our password?
Which is insane say in hindsight. Eternal was like flaming hot, and this is closer to chocolate. But they've all got a special sauce, kids.
I think we'll continue with the field thing.
And unchecked power fantasy. It had speed and ridiculously tight combat. Dark Ages has the shield.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let's just go for field.
The shield saw, which I was convinced was more of a gimmick in the promotional material, absolutely integral to the combat of Dark Ages, and I absolutely fucking love it to death. It lets me enter arenas like this.
If anyone wants to join, should be up, and we can do whatever you guys want to do.
Chainsaw until I watched this thing slice off a demon spider face. Oh yeah, pinkies are horses now. Sure, why not? The first levels of Dark Age do not prepare you for what comes after. Sure, they teach how to use shields and do parrying, but you are ready for the carnage you can inflict with this thing. Dark Ages doesn't throw one or two shielded enemies at you. They throw squads of them at you. And the ones without electric shields that explode from plasma fire instead have shields you have to superheat with gunfire before... Jesus. And as crucial parrying ranged attacks is, melee ones become just as dangerous later when the new barons are introduced. Melee attacks for demons have different timing, and the new barons have one of the more difficult patterns. But once you learn... The shield is always in play. It's always worth use. A successful parry will slow down time, or holding the shield throw button will also slow down time. Or not if you just tap it, which could too. I've gotten into the upgrades. They're basically for when you want to parry a ranged attack, but also send absurd amounts of pain back to your attacker. And okay, not everyone is better than the last, because wedged between magic homing daggers and practically being the god of thunder, you have a turret. Yeah, I didn't use it much because... And it's not just for parrying, throwing, blocking, tenderly caressing, lonely. It's for movement. I like using it to get out of sticky situations by locking onto a faraway zombie and basically translocating into a cloud of jibs. And help. There's no point in this game. The shield feels like a gimmick. It's woven into the combat so well that once you have the hang of it, you'll be using it as much as anything else. You can toss the shield into your enemies to stun lock them. It just sticks out of the chest and carves them up before you shoot them. The game balances the power of the shield by throwing upward enemies at you in increasing numbers as it goes on, and having Revenant straight up dodge a shield throw, which, no, fuck you, take your medicine. Yes, the game has other melee weapons too. Your vanilla punch, a flail, and a mace, and they all get upgrades. Everything gets upgrades. Let's talk about the weapons. It's an id game, so the weapons are incredible even if I think there's too many of them. Yes, I think there are too many weapons. Not like there's too many by number, that the new system we have here is weapon classes. So you've got 2 shotguns, 2 nail guns, 2 explosive weapons, 2 plasma guns, skull crusher weapons. Okay, so skull crusher... Self-explanatory. But you don't really need 2 of them. Like 2 shotguns, obviously. The super, which I let out an embarrassingly sexual note when I picked up. Oh! Damn it, you were recording that?
Mom Simple collected.
Defense City.
And made sure to collect the skin to turn it gold because Doom's double barrel is royalty. And the regular shotgun, while solid, really shines when upgraded to rapid-fire 3-shot burst that sets things afire. Holds its own against the SSG. But the Skull Crusher, well, one is more accurate than the other one, but they look so damn similar that I would often switch to one and not the other. The plasma guns, like the bigger one, has 2 barrels, and the spike weapons do rapid fire single shot respectively. See, your spike weapon takes place by your machine gun class, and the Skull Crush takes place in your heavy machine guns. I didn't get a ton of use out of the powerful spike weapon, which is fine because this isn't eternal. Certain weapons do work better in different situations, but you aren't forced to, let's say, use a shitty microwave no one likes to deal with some ghost enemy. It takes a lot more practice than I've had, but in short, there's animation canceling from stuff like shield bashes. It isn't required, obviously. It's there for people who want to use it. They're given more freedom to experiment, which I'm all about. So I was using the plasma gun, skull crusher, and shotguns. The explosive weapons feel a little underutilized since you're focused on stand and that means close combat. The grenade launcher is a welcome addition, and I used it more than the rocket launcher because the launcher's upgrades are a little less fun than cluster bombs dropping from half of your grenades. Then there's the chain shot, which gets almost slow by itself. Good weapon, fun to use, nukes armor nicely, but I didn't use much as I like. It has a charged attack, and I really should have upgraded it sooner to have explosive blast when it hits. It's not like weapons are bad, but I didn't touch the first one after getting the bigger one. Hard bike weapon. So I think about it, I hardly use the BFG, which is now a big fucking crossbow. Is it cool? Of course. But I saved it for when I was kind of done with an encounter and I didn't want to fight yet another cyber demon. Yeah, cyber demons are fairly common in this one, and while I couldn't humiliate him at first, those little spikes that he raises in the arena and his constant bullet attacks, oh, I don't like them. But I was persistent. Yeah, that's right. Run away, bitch!
Snatch people from hand.
Like, obviously the game is gonna shine in the combat and the weapons. It's an id, and that's what we're here for. No, it's not as tight as Eternal, and it is noticeably easier. Ammo hard to find, and I usually had whatever ammo I wanted to use. The demons are mostly familiar, with a few exceptions. The barons that people online thought were gamblers look different, but act kinda like souped-up Hell Knights. When I say it's easier, I mean that those Hell Knights can be parried in melee, or, you know, parried with white buckshot. You're slower in this game, sure, but when you're really into it, when you've got it down, you are a movable wall. And around level 5, oh baby, Dark Ages comes into its own. This is the most classic Doom feeling of the new trilogy. So you're hanging out with the Night Sentinels, and their cities get attacked. So you out alone in the battlefield to defend it. Before this, you've been trudging through mostly linear levels, learning the ropes. That loose, mapping non-linear level packed with secrets and arenas, and I think this is where the game refines the mechanics of this new trilogy the most. Instead of locking you in a room with demons, you charge into areas and wreck shit. Oh, is that a tank? One parry turns it into scrap. It feels more organic locking you in a room and teleporting demons in, which the game does still do sometimes. Specifically in challenge rooms that are marked by gore nests, so when you approach a gore nest thinking it's just part of standard play, well, no. And they're not gonna kick your ass like Slayer Gates in Eternal, usually. Although they're the hardest fights in the game and were responsible for most of my deaths. I really breaking a sweat until I got to hell. Yeah, spoilers, you go to hell in a Doom game. Also spoilers, I'm pretty sure I made that joke before. And I got to this part here and found what people online are apparently comparing to the Marauder, which is fair, I guess, since you spend more time dodging and parrying than shooting. This is the Agathon Hunter, and his parry timing fucks with me for a while. I mean, look at this. Ugh. I'm not usually driven so strongly by hate that I want to humiliate a demon, but all this bitch. Also, up into the Cacodemon. It looks like an Octobrain and acts like one. Oh, it's a Cacodemon hybrid with an Octobrain. They ditched the pain element into bolts. So you most certainly do very classic Doom things in the Dark Ages. One of those things we're hunting, which it reveals where everything is on the map, so the hunting part is kind of downplayed. I didn't find a dope fish, and if there was one in here, I'm deeply ashamed, and if there wasn't, I'm deeply offended. Secrets are good for finding collectibles, codex entries, and most importantly, upgrades. Upgrades can be purchased with gold, better upgrades can be purchased with gems, even better upgrades can be purchased with wraith stones. Secrets aren't always just a room with some goodie. You can find combat encounters, and some of them are classic Doom as all hell. Okay, so life sigils, which are extra lives, like an Eternal, although you really don't need them as much. Here's one in this secret. And then, in the most Doom 2-ass trap, it spawns like a dozen Hell Knights. You're likely to lose the life sigil in this trap. I didn't, but I had the biggest grin on my face when I saw what the game was doing. Let's fucking go. I guess this all ties back into the level design, which is really cool. The secrets aren't all like this, but oh, the places you'll go. Big castles and tech bases, check. Some sort of graveyard for wooden ship, double check. Maybe my favorite area of the game, waking up Cthulhu and then going inside of him to deal with his incredibly caustic stomach acid in the most obnoxious challenge room? Check, I guess, though I didn't like it as much as the other levels. Dark Ages levels are at their best when you're dropped into a big open battlefield and left to do between 2 and 4 things before it lets you leave. Like the Siege level from before, hell, and something I'll get to more in spoilers. Little nooks can lead to whole ass areas with battles of their own. What the game lacks in it makes up for it all around war. As well as it does with RTX Forced On. It's another example of id Software's technical wizardry, which still persists even without former id co-founder Time Space Tinkerer Avatar from Technological Achievement John Carmack. If they actually port this to Switch 2, I will be genuinely surprised. So let's dial it back a bit and talk about the handful of levels that aren't straight battlefields. Oh yeah, because we've got...
Alright, thank you, Look. I really do appreciate that.
Okay, I was wrong about the shield saw, but I was also pretty skeptical of the dragon riding and mech combat I saw in the trailers. Doomslayer riding a dragon around is so absurd that it borders on camp, and hopped the border like it was being chased by rabid dog during the Ancient Gods, but... I love the dragon. I don't love the parts where you have to lock in, dodge, and shoot down hell ships, which is really that interesting. But when you're just flying around, shooting stuff, it works. The way the dragon levels work is that you get to fly around in a big area and land places, do some battles, get back on the dragon, and repeat. It controls well and is fun. Mech combat is a little different because you feel even more like you can engage in slower, more deliberate kaiju battles. Doing perfect dodges is the name of the game with both dragon and the mech because they'll power up your attacks. And you'd think you're just punching things in the big robot, but now you get guns too. A chain gun, and then, oh my lord, that is the biggest shotgun I've ever seen. It's the stomping of ant-sized enemies on the ground and the complete destruction pretty much in your path feels kind of light and not very impactful. I guess kicking over cardboard boxes isn't very impactful either. I think all 5 of the 22 levels here use these mechanics. I was shocked at that kind of restraint. They come in, do their thing, and go away. The mech stuff feels easier than the rest of the game, even towards the end when they throw lots of enemies at you. So at its worst, meaning the first few, Dark Ages is a decent shooter with impressive technology that they've been improving with each season. new home. At best, your shield bomb onto the battlefield is a debatably human Swiss Army knife that leans a bit heavy on the can opener. But I was having a blast. I was running around, pumping my fist and shouting, "Who wants some wang?" I tossed my shield around like Captain America if he was actually serious about defeating Hydra. The ripping tearing is more than serviceable and occasionally orgasmic. In terms of design, I'd say this one is better than 2016, but maybe a bit below Eternal, which, yeah, be mad that it isn't more like Eternal. Whatever, it still kicks ass. With all that said, it's time for spoilers, because this game has enough plot and surprises for me to actually have that. There is a story to the game that's probably a little more involved than 2016 or Eternal. A little bit originally. I don't care what's going on. We've got three major players here. The Makers, who suck. The Night Sentinels, who work bravely for their survival against the demons. Hell, which for once gets a real demonic villain instead of some corrupted human antagonist. He comes in the form of Prince Azrak, who would be an intelligent villain if he didn't keep trying to kill the Doomslayer. Dumb, awful move. Don't fuck with this guy. Did you see what he did when he killed his pet rabbit? And that was before he had superpowers. In this timeline, this is after he kills the icon of sin and the mother. I guess he hasn't killed God yet.
All the power of hell, cowering of all one man. And a heart of Argent gives us power to conquer the beast.
He's after the Guffin, right, which needs to be powered with the ancient Sentinel stuff that lives inside Commander Thera, who is the daughter of Night Sentinel King Novik, this big burly Viking dude. Helping Prince Azrak is the Witch. No, that's the only name I have. She does some magic to trap him sometimes so that Azrak can survive until the end. The Makers, who apparently hold the Slayer's leash in this game, well, if you played Eternal, you know they're dead. And if you thought Khan Maker was an easy name to make fun of, get ready for...
Commander!
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding.
There's no return from Creed.
The village of Colleen is mining settlement. If it falls, everything will be destroyed.
Right, sure.
Including your Sentinel energy reserves.
Launch the Slayer.
He's in charge of all Doomslayer-related deployments, and maybe he's shafting the Night Sentinels a little bit by holding him back. He's also more concerned about the flow of energy to the Makers, because UAC, we still need a greedy, corrupt man in there. Reason. I guess once he gets stuck in a foreign realm and he has nowhere to turn, that's when Azrak gets to him. But he kills 10 possessed Makers before hearing him out, which seems like a lot until you realize that you kill 10 things simply by entering arenas.
I can help you to your location. And the Slayers, using the tether. Yes. Most useful.
Like, I got Deborah Wilson to voice Thera, and it's nice that she got a paycheck, but she's hardly got anything to do.
She's the heart of Argent.
Oh, okay.
She's the viral.
Why didn't she use her sorcery against us?
The true scope of that hero's power is unknown to her.
I feel like we spend most of the game chasing after Thera and trying to save her, and I'm just gonna come out and say it, I don't care about this story at all. It exists to stop the Doomslayer from killing everyone from the start. They just send a giant tentacle through a portal to grab Thera. After we fought through Lovecraft Dimension, Thera's Sentinel Spirit unlocks Doomslayer so Azrak can get a word in.
The Sentinels know so little about themselves. She has the spirit of an ancient sentinel but within her. A wraith who are descendants of this realm. Here her energy becomes realized. We should kill him.
Okay, smartest character award goes to who would have... Coming from someone who earlier witnessed the Doomslayer break through some of his control, getting really angry. Yeah, if I knew he was preventing me.
Yeah, since it's 1 a.m., I guess now would be a good time to take my break here. So, yeah, let me go take my break here. Like I said, I'll be back. I'm gonna take a 20-minute break. So if it's 10:05, and then I'll be back at 10:20 at 1:00. So I will be right back.
Okay, Hawk, it's operational!
Like taking candy from a baby!
Get the shuttle complex ready for launch! 2, 1! We have liftoff! We're separating from the booster! And Joe needs help! We got him! Now let's get Cobra! Yo, Joe! See a real American hero! Follow the adventures of G.I. Joe in Marvel Comics. Go, Joe!
サイバトロンに新たなる勇士登場。デストロン要塞3号ガルバトロンを撃て。シティコマンダーウルトラマグナス発進。スクランブルパワー全開。行けウルトラマグナス対決。トランスフォーマー。
Beast Wars Transmetals. Battling warriors in 3 modes. Heroic Optimus Primal changes to rocket hoverboard to BattleBot with mace cannon. The evil Megatron with 3 Transmetal changes transforms from T-Rex to turbine hovercraft to beastly robot warrior. It's a monstrous metal battle. Beast Wars Transmetals.
Cobra can run, but he can't hide. The G.I. Joe Crusader's hot on his trail. Nobody beats G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe Crusader. Cobra is shaking with fear. Crusader's gonna blast him from the stratosphere. Gotcha!
Launch the Avenger!
The Crusader and Avenger are one top team.
Gear down!
Awesome! Nobody beats G.I. Joe, a real American hero.
Crusader comes with pilot and Avenger.
Yo, Joe!
His spaceship destroyed by Decepticon fire. Springer, the toughest of the Autobot triple changers, crash lands on planet Junkion.
Hurry, hurry! Operators are standing by. No welcome waiting for a stranger.
The Transformers for the race. Junkion Wrecker transforms from motorcycle to robot.
And triple changer Springer transforms from car to helicopter to robot.
The Transformers.
The Transformers, each sold separately from Hasbro. Amiguito, Papi te invita al Gran Rally Manapla. ¡Partida! Pica delante el Batmóvil seguido por las naves de Hombre Araña, Mazinger y Superman. Atrás vienen los potentes Fórmula 1. ¡Epa! Intrusos en la pista. Un Spider Moto, un Toyota y el Robert Savannah entran a competir. Volando los Fórmula Junior y los Baby Rally. Hay niñas pilotando sus máquinas cabalgables. Recta final. Llegan a la meta. ¡Increíble! Ganan todos porque claro, son Manapla. El juguete que quiere tu niño.
El juguete que yo espero. Dame mami un Manapla. El juguete que yo quiero.
It's the Evo Constructicons, Decepticon vehicles built to destroy planet Earth. More than meets the eye, they're robots in disguise. And the Constructicons combine to form the dreaded Devastator for really big destruction. Transformers Generation 2. Constructicons each sold separately.
Girls and boys, come and see the greatest toy store in history. Dispensa's Castle of Toys.
It's a castle.
Dispensa's Castle of Toys.
It's a toy store.
Dispensa's Castle of Toys.
It's tremendous.
Come to Dispensa's Castle of Toys, Oak Brook Terrace, Illinois.
Big savings. Hasbro Spellbound just $9.88 at Dispensa's Castle of Toys.
RoboCop, part man, part robot, all cop. Drop it. RoboCop and the Ultra Police, each sold separately. The only cops with rapid repeat cap firing.
Evil headhunter on a Skullhawk is cruising for trouble. RoboCop and his armored Robo-1 will chase him down. This'll stop you? Oh yeah, nothing can stop RoboCop.
You put Robo One together. RoboCop vehicles and figures with RoboCaps, each sold separately.
Emociónate con toda la acción de la lucha libre, con las figuras a escala de tus luchadores favoritos y con el ring oficial de la Arena México con sonidos originales. Forma tu colección y arma tu propia lucha. ¡Cómpralos ya!
Somos la raza. Únete con nosotros.
This is Kiss, each sold separately, and you can put them in any crazy pose you want.
That's the name, Kiss. They may look insane, Kiss. It rocks your game, it's Kiss.
Kiss, each 12.5-inch figure sold separately by Mego.
If Labs figures are bursting on the scene, listen to what some collectors are saying.
I'm blown away by the level of detail on this guy.
This is a definite purchase. This will go on the Wall of Fame. I think If Labs has done a great job of bringing this 2D character to 3D life.
It looks real. It looks awesome.
このまた学ランが自分が着てたような学ランにそっくりなんで、すごくいいと思います。
It is the cartoon come to life.
And Rob Birkin of Toy Fair magazine says,
this is the go-through that Dragon Ball Z fans have been waiting for. The sculpt is phenomenal. Every line is perfect. No detail has been spared.
Each If Labs figure is a fully detailed sculpt that has been meticulously hand-painted. In addition, each figure goes through a rigorous approval process. Be sure to check out the new figures from Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, and Yu Yu Hakusho, because it's from If Labs where figures come to life.
Warning, the following offer is for mature audiences only. Exciting, mysterious, intense, graphic, provocative, raw. This is no ordinary animation. This is the exotic, bizarre, and beautiful world of Japanese anime. And this is your invitation to enter with the modern classic Akira. Critics say Akira makes Blade Runner look like Disney World. It's action-packed, the future of animation. Siskel and Ebert call it the video pick of the week. Akira is yours for only $4.95 with subscription when you order the Best of Japanese Animation Collection Series. With these state-of-the-art sci-fi classics, you will enter a world beyond imagination, a future out of control, and an experience you will never forget. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Call 1-800-414-4422 now to order Akira for only $4.95 plus $3.79 shipping and handling. Future volumes are $19.95 plus shipping. Mature audiences only.
Police Academy! Well, Mr. Sleaze. Put him up, dirtbag! Surprise, Mahoney. The old gun in the tie trick. Now back off. Okay! My crazy cruiser, what a lucky break. Zed, look out! Dr. Sleaze, he's dangerous. Dangerous? Whoa! So long! Gotcha, Sleaze. Welcome to jail. I love this job.
Sleaze comes clean and justice triumphs again.
Case closed.
Police Academy, each sold separately.
I feel a draft.
RoboCop, part man, part robot, all cop.
Drop it!
RoboCop and the Ultra Police, each sold separately. The only cops with rapid repeat cap firing.
Evil headhunter on a skullhawk is cruising for trouble. RoboCop in his armored RoboCopter takes off after him. Fire Robo-missile. We'll give you a lift to jail.
You put RoboCopter together. RoboCop vehicles and figures with RoboCaps, each sold separately.
Silverhawks, partly metal, partly real, mighty warriors with the powers to protect space from all evil.
Muscles busting out. Shredder too. Stargazer's seen us.
Figures with weapon birds sold separately.
Slybird, Surgery Boy, Quicksilver, Activate Power Wing, Tallywhack, Engage Scissor Wing. Now take him down. Mumbo Jumbo Air Shot. It's hero stomping time. No way.
Buzzsaw with Shredder, Quicksilver with Tallywhack. Other figures with weapon birds sold separately. Silverhawks, new from Kenner.
These steel-jawed beasts have a hunger for destruction. Can they be stopped by the ultimate galactic hunter? Predator! The battle is on. Aliens versus Predator, the hunter against the beast. An alien killer crab attacks, but the Predator crack tusk fires shoulder mount missiles, and Predator scavenge attacks with a double-barreled bola, each sold separately. Will the Predator win the battle against the evil aliens? Aliens versus Predator! Now get a special 2-pack with an exclusive Dark Horse comic.
Metallic machines 3 times as mean. New Transmetal Optimus Primal steals for battle, changing to rocket-powered hoverboard.
Maximize!
To full-on BattleBot with Mace Cannon. New Transmetal Megatron with 3 Transmetal modes. From Titanium T-Rex to turbine-powered hovercraft.
Terrorize!
Changing again to Beastly Robot Warrior, up against one ape that doesn't monkey around. Metallized machines with 3 modes of mean. New figures each sold separately.
We interrupt with a Ghostbuster bulletin. Supernatural activity has been sighted in Chicago. Ghostbusters are going live to the scene.
Look out, a ghost! Ah! Help, Lewis! I'll get her with my power pinchers. Great new equipment. Oh no, it's Terror Tongue. Help him, a tongue sandwich. Fire, bounce a bazooka. To the Ghost Sweeper.
New figures and vehicles each sold separately.
Nailed him. Mean machine.
If you see anything unusual,
Gotcha.
you know who to call.
Ghostbusters!
歴史を塗り替えるためにあまたの勇者が消え、そしてまた英雄が生まれる。ジョニー・ライデン少佐。今またフルアーマーオペレーションガンダム部隊との壮絶なる戦闘へ。機動戦士ガンダムバンダイのプラモデル。
Double Dragon, twin brothers with a secret identity and legendary power. Billy and Jimmy Lee, united against the evil crime boss, Shadow Master. The twins race on their cycles to stop him. Metro City will be mine. Take the plunge, Shadow Master. The power of the dragon. The secret of twin masters. Double Dragon. Figures and Double Dragon cycles sold.
ブルージェットロッドドリルほかマシンロボ軍団続々登場。愛と正義のため命もて、そして戦え。バンダイマシンロボ。君は人間か。
プロテクトボット発進。デストロダイノベースダイナザウラー登場。驚異の巨大パワーが迫る。メトロフレックス、地球の平和を守れ。スクランブルパワー全開。対決。ダイナザウラー撃破作戦ゲームも発売中。
Toys, donde ir a comprar es solo el comienzo de la diversión.
Below the Earth's surface, the inhumanoid Metlar is followed by Magnacore. Which way, Magnacore?
Only one way to find out. Inhumanoids. The evil that lies within.
Only Magnacore's opposite halves can position themselves to paralyze the evil Metlar.
This will stop him! We did it! Join forces! Nice job, Magnacore!
Magnacore comes together. Other figures sold separately from Hasbro.
Dragon Ball Z, the saga continues. Cosmic evil is on the rise. You and your friends are Earth's only hope. Will Goku and Trunks' Super Saiyan power be enough this time? Gohan's in danger until Team Dragon Ball Z joins the fight. But wait, it's evil Frieza. The Earth is still in trouble. Your friends are in for the fight of their life, but you won't let them down. The fate of the world depends on it. Each sold separately.
¡Triple A!
Descubre la emoción de la lucha libre con Octagón, Fuerza Guerrera. Junta tu colección de 12 luchadores. No aceptes imitaciones. Luchadores triple A, los oficiales. Colecciónalos.
We got you now, Shredhead! The Turtles have Shredder pinned down and are rolling their pizza thrower into position.
I'll blast you with retro mutagen.
But before he can act, the pizza thrower's adjustable aim and motorized firing action give Shredder and his henchmen their just desserts.
You clogged my gun with anchovies!
The Turtles and their portable pizza thrower triumph again.
Why are we so happy? We just lost our lunch.
From Playmates.
Finding the toy you want on sale when you want it is a real game of hit or miss, and miss, and miss. That's why at Children's Palace we have something better than sales. We have low prices every day on all the toys kids want. Prices so incredibly low every day, other stores have to have sales to try to match them. So forget the toy sale game. Come to Children's Palace and discover how much less toys can cost.
There's something new in Gotham City.
Wow!
It's Batman, like you've never seen him before.
Hey, Joker, a Batarang surprise! Missed me. Time for a change. That disguise won't work, Joker. No, try this. So long, Batman. That's it. Wings out. Fire! You've got great new weapons, Batman. But I don't run out of tricks. You'll need them.
Batman, the Dark Knight Collection. Batman, like you've never seen him before, each sold separately.
Now you can enter the world of DC Comics superheroes.
My super strength will stop your power punch, Lex Luthor. But it can't stop Mr. Freeze and the kryptonite ring. And Robin shuts things down aside.
Not even Penguin can defeat the powers of the superheroes. Action figures each sold separately from Sharon Toys. And now you can bring all the action of Batman home with a Batmobile, action figures, and more. Each item sold separately from Sharon Toy.
Esta es la llamada de Voltron. Más allá de la fuerza de los leones, hay un poder total. Contacto. Acoplamiento. Unión. El poder de Voltron no tiene límites. Voltron, el multiformer. Voltron de Mattel.
見えるか感じるか呼び合う5人のコスモが新たなる興奮を今君にセイントクロスシリーズ
Motor blocks are just the thing. Make a train, make a plane, make a thing with a wing. Motor blocks are gonna go far. I love the chunky wheels on the racing car. Time to meet Motor Blocks dinosaurs. I've made a mammoth. Hey, what's yours? Brontosaurus, Stegosaurus. Wow, what's next? Run for your lives, it's Tyrannosaurus Rex. Maybe we could mix them up and make a Brontocopter. I think I need a Motor Blocks doctor. Motor Blocks vehicles on Motor Blocks dinosaurs. Trust Tommy to think of them.
I am the Eliminator. I bring you 7 awesome solving weapons all in one. The Power Dagger, the Power Sword, the Laser Sword, the Army Machine Gun, the Bayonet Machine Gun, the Cyber Gun. Alone they're incredible. Together they're unstoppable. Now it's in your hands. The Eliminator TS7. 7 awesome weapons with light and sound. Batteries not included.
君の机の上はミラクルワールドミクロチェンジシリーズウォッチロボ登場ミクロマン
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie. Power Rangers, this is Zordon. Evil space aliens threaten the Earth. You must fight some of the fiercest foes you've ever faced. Even with your incredible shiny uniforms and your mighty ninja skills, this could be your greatest challenge. To keep the world from being overrun with ooze.
Oozers are losers.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. The power is on.
Imagine Eternia. Imagine the Gate of Fangs. Eternia. Batteries not included. Imagine the soaring sky tracks. Figures sold separately. The Cavern of Justice. Eternia. Imagine the power lift to the control chamber. At last, from the masters of the universe, the world you've always imagined can be yours.
Recruit, I'm Captain Seabaka. Canopy down, Cyberjack off. We're on patrol. An ambush! Draconis and Shiva are attacking! Close call, Recruit. We've got you covered. J2 Mars is using his exo-converting E-frames to change from aerial attacks to battle bike mode. And here come reinforcements. Exo-walking E-frames and special mission E-frames to the rescue with interchangeable power arms and exo-motorized armaments. Typhonis is history. Shiva's retreating. Great shooting, Recruit. New Exo Squad coming soon.
今明かされるスクランブルシティの謎。サイバトロン危うし。未来都市から移動要塞へ。そしてスクランブルパワーとは。立ち上がれスクランブルシティメトロフレックス対決トランスフォーマー。
Many of you might still be on break, so I'm gonna let the commercial. I'm gonna switch to a different part of the ship. Before I get started here again. For those of you who either have ad blocks or subscribe, hey, how's it going? How's it going, everybody? We're back. It is 1:26 in the morning, so we're almost 5.5 hours in. So it's like we're about like 6.5 hours before we can end it. So yeah, we're gonna be here for quite a while. So look out for that. Just to let you know for programming reasons, next week, I don't know what I'm doing Tuesday. Most likely Tuesday, I think I'm going to get started with my I think Tuesday, I'm going to get started with the Necromancy School. I think I'm going to play, Loop Hero. I think I'll play Loop Hero for a little bit, and then, Thursday will be our model kit day. We're going to be building a new model kit. I think we're going to be doing the master grade Sengoku Stray. So if not, then I'll see what else is right there. So just pay attention to my Twitter or like Discord or whatever. And then Saturday night is our Saturday night. We're going to be recording the Saints Out Cosmocast. So we're going to be doing it not on a Sunday but on Saturday. So we're going to be doing it Saturday, and then Sunday I'm going to be doing a job fiesta with Quark, who just rated us not too long ago. So yeah, that's going to be fun. So and our nightly our Sunday night watch along streams will be continuing next week as well. We're going to be continuing to watch Gundam G-Quicks, and then afterwards. I don't know what I'm going to be doing afterwards, to be honest. I'll think of something else to add in as well at the end. So that's all happening next week. For now, let's continue then.
Me from playing that awesome siege level, I'd be pissed too. He's about to rip an implant off a suit that looks like it's going to bring the whole ship down.
We'll need something more permanent.
More permanent than death? Wow, surprisingly good long-term planning. So they do the thing that probably won't work, which is stranding him in a magic trap. This is before Doom 2016, so they don't know that isn't going to work. Oh, he's going to rip something. He pulls that thing out and it kills 3 giant monsters, and so he falls into nasty green shit and dies. Yes, he dies, and it is most definitely not permanent. Because he gets back up sometime later, and then, swear to God... And then John was a zombie. Just like Rip and Tear, this is canon now. Oh my god, look at his mugshot. The game gives you Berserk now. Dying only made him angrier. He loses none of his abilities. Now he has to fight his way out of the spirit realm and does the most Doom Slayer thing on his way out.
Payment required.
The man is untouchable. The Sentinels bring him back, and the next time you see a cutscene, he's landing a cybernetic pet dragon on Creed Maker's ship.
Prince Azric, please, help me. I can still be of service.
Not when I'm done with you.
I'm worth more to you alive than dead.
Who are you talking to? This is a Doom game. I don't even waste a life sigil on this clown.
Azric is keeping her alive on this ship. If she dies, his power would die with her. I can take you to her.
Sure. Or... Someone forgot this was a Doom game. After that, we grab a super mech, punch kaiju demons, fist fight an elder god. And then finally, Prince Azric comes out to play, by which I mean Slayer purposefully exits his giant mech, and he's somehow more intimidating. I'll give him credit, his parrying patterns are a bit hard to get used to. And when you attempt to glory kill him, he tosses you off. Then he's all like...
Are you kidding me?
Wait a minute. You're right. You made me bleed my own blood.
And I go through the trouble of killing him, and he impales me in a cutscene. Bad form. Also, probably not enough to kill the Slayer again. Then, abandoning all survival instinct, Azrak kills your pet dragon. If you thought Doom Guy got mad when you killed his bunny, what do you think killing an awesome cyber dragon is gonna do? Demoralize him? No, he doesn't pay any mind to the idea of killing Thera to get rid of Azric's power, because that would be listening to someone else instead of beating the superpowered demon himself and ripping the heart of Argent from his chest.
Are you all right?
I am.
Good, that's settled. Then this game has the balls to call this level the final battle, and then have another whole-ass giant open level in hell where you chase Azric again because he disappeared after an explosion blew you 10 feet away from him. This is the luckiest demon ever. You know, until... Knock, knock, dickhead! This is a much easier fight. Until... Oh man, really? He's right there. He's almost dead. And when that ship crashed, I was annoyed because he was just gonna worm his way out again and... Oh, shit. The Sentinels celebrate, and Thera has a rousing speech, and I don't care because all of these characters are already dead, and I doubt we're going to see them again anyway, except maybe in a DLC or something. And then we see the awful truth. The Doomslayer floats above hell itself, and he's just staying there to kill more demons. He's just going to do that now, probably until the events of Doom 2016. What else would he be doing? Good game, fun as fuck, got me pumped up, got me into a rabid kill frenzy. It doesn't miss. Sure, there's some weirdness, and it's probably a little too easy, but go play on Pandemonium or something, or set all those sliders for maximum pain. Fair enough.
The year is 2015. My partner John Boyes was working on a show called Breaking Madden, and man, was he really good at Breaking Madden. In one of the episodes, his main character, Clarence Beeftank, tried to score more than 255 points in the game. But when he kept trying to break that threshold, the game kept crashing his Xbox One over and over and over again. 255. The Madden version of the Great Glass Elevator. The current year is 2022. Many things have changed.
Yeah, 255 is like that's a numero. That's like that's it. That's like that's what's it called? That's an overflow glitch.
255 point threshold was still the same. So yeah, we're trying to break Madden again. Will we be able to break through the Madden ceiling? Or have they raised the roof? Welcome to the Fumble Dimension. Our experiment is pretty simple. We went on our Twitch stream, which recorded our escapades of us trying to run up the score and seeing just how high that scoreboard gets. We will use the Bengals because they're my favorite team. And the Texans because I've never met a Texans fan, so less angry comments for me, I think. At first, I was in control of the Bengals, and I score on the very first play. That's cool. But then I get an idea. What if instead of being the team trying to win, we become the team trying to lose? I immediately switched sides and joined the Texans instead, where we will take a safety, let them score, and then intentionally let the Bengals score on the kickoff. This gives us a nice, efficient 3-play cycle. A few plays later, we decide just to make the Texans take a safety on the kickoff to save even more time. However, I realized that even with me trying my hardest to allow a touchdown on the kick return, sometimes I tackle the returner on accident because I can't control everyone at once.
Oh no,
So when that happens, we just let them score on the next play. But the Bengals don't want to score. They want to score on the next play. Never mind. Yeah, about... Alright, there we go. I decided to up the AI difficulty to all Madden so this doesn't happen again. Well, it shouldn't happen again. Now, if you watch the Twitch archive, this happens again. Less than 2 minutes into the game, we get our first evidence that Madden is basically held together with, like, Elmer's glue. Whenever we take a safety on the kickoff, it says it's our second safety of the game. If you say second, I haven't been keeping track of the safeties in the game, but I know that that definitely was not our second safety in the game. It's 46-0. It got to a point where the chat would copy pasta the announcer every time we took a safety because it would always say that it's our second safety. Now I know that Madden isn't anticipating people to take 3 safeties or more than 2 safeties in the game, but come on, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
Now the announcers will also repeat that the Bengals are on cruise control every time they score, accompanied by the "Who Dey" chant, which would be annoying as fuck if I wasn't a diehard Bengals fan. Midway through the first quarter, it starts to hit. If the score goes over 255 points and doesn't freeze, I might be here longer than I anticipated. Ah, shit. Now, the Madden AI doesn't always score immediately after I give them the ball. Sometimes they try to run the ball instead of audibling. Now, this is funny because I use, like, field goal block, and I know Joe Burrow is better than this. At first, I thought that they were trying to run the clock out, but that was not what they were trying to do. For many drives, Joe Burrow is seen warming up for a drive that he'll never take. Now, I'm not confident in this edition of Madden because of my experience playing Madden 22. This game has froze on me before, but like Face of the Franchise. In their Face of the Franchise mode, every time I have that cutscene of them on an airplane, my game freezes. I have tried numerous times to unfreeze this game, but to no avail. EA Sports is not slick. Midway through our experiment, a commenter says that it's no longer 255 points, which, for me, is not good. It's no longer 255 anymore? Oh boy, might be here for a while.
Uh-oh.
Since we have no way to confirm if this person is right or not, people started making possible guesses. The most popular were 512 and 999. And then the number of 2 bytes, which is 65,535, which isn't even possible given the pace of which we're scoring. Now, at our current pace, 1,000 definitely seems possible. But why the fuck did our guesses jump to over 65,000?
Because of a code.
6 minutes in, we get the most pointless booth review of all time. 25 points per minute? What? 3 minutes later, we have another pointless booth review. But why would they review that? What's there to... There's nothing here to review. There's legit nothing here to review. Now, in honor of the Bengals never having played a normal football game, of course they fumble the ball. And this safety that we take here is what changes the safety announcer audio. My theory is that because the safety was not taken on the kick return, the game was able to change the audio. We also unlock a new safety audio on the kick return. Now it's time to see if we're looped in that. Oh, we got the... Oh! New audio unlocked! New audio! You know, we took 237 points! Coming up on 255, we decided to hit that number exactly. Mostly because I want to confirm if a non-kickoff safety also changes the audio. Nope. We're on third safety audio, chat. Moment of truth time. It's time to see if the game would freeze on us. Ooh! Reality starts to creep and set in. We got ways to go. Do you think we'll get to halftime, chat? No? No way, right? There's no way. Famous last words. Checking our stats with 3.5 minutes to go in the first quarter, we noticed something strange. Oh shit! Look up here! It caps at 180. At around the 3-minute mark, my controller stops working sometimes during the play call menu. It's like the game is begging me to stop playing. It's not letting me pick plays. Which, honestly, is fair. Good looking out, Madden. I'll give you that one. With 12 seconds left to go in the first quarter, the textures are starting to wear down. Some are trying to even leave the building. They can't escape, though.
Off the bed. All right, you take care. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you so much for letting me thank you so much for letting me participate on some of the events that you did with all of this. It really does mean a lot. And like I said, I'm happy that I'm really happy to be part of like this big event you're doing. So hey, you go take care of yourself, and I will see you later. Okay, Starzak?
Players are trying to leave the arena mid-game. That reminds me, what is the weirdest thing that you saw from the old Breaking Baddens?
This is such an easy answer. The monster that Madden made in, I think it was Madden 25, my first season of Breaking Madden. That would have been almost 10 years ago. And essentially, in a nutshell, I scored like 280 points, something around there. And then I went to an instant replay. I realized the field was totally empty. No players, no refs, no nothing. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? So I navigated the instant replay camera to midfield because I saw a little speck of something. And what I found was this like half Denver Bronco, half Seattle Seahawks monster. It was just this like absolute horror of a human being with like its legs. It was like if you've ever seen a transformer that was like all like folded in on itself, that's what it looked like. And I was genuinely a little bit scared. I'm not someone who is very like superstitious. I don't, really believe like necessarily in supernatural hauntings or anything like that. But it definitely shook me a little bit because I've never seen that duplicated. I've never seen that happen with anyone else in Madden. No one else has ever come forward and say and presented evidence that they made that happen. It's like it was a horror visited upon me and me alone. And I'm still with it.
Did you name it?
No. I had some people tell me like I should name it because it's my child, and that no, it's not. It's not.
Now we've reached the end of the first quarter, and the stats aren't appealing. Second quarter. We see the kick returners actually have negative yards.
What?
Not our kick returners, the Bengals kick returners. And later on,
They can be negative? What?
Evan McPherson's kicking stats don't add up. It says he's kicked 26 extra points. I feel like a kicker would get tired of kicking, but that's just me. And if I was, I would at least want my fucking stats to be right. An hour and 40 minutes into the stream, I'm starting to fall asleep at the wheel. Everything is breaking, but the game won't quit. 30 touchdowns, 88 yards, at 12 yards per return. It's like they saw John's experiment, and then they fixed only that, and then everything else went to shit. Now, as the game rolls along, more Texans are trying to leave. The only people that seem to be actually tired is me. With 9 minutes to play in the second quarter, even the game starts to question what is happening. hours in, my camera gives up.
Oh, my camera, no. It has to be 1,000, right? You would think if 1,000's not the breaking point, I'd give up.
Now, I'm starting to space out from time to time and forget that I'm actually trying to lose. But even I still managed to throw a pick because at the end of the day,
I was trying to dive. I forgot I was trying to dive, chat.
After a bit of a lull in the stream, we get a second wind of energy. We figure out a new strategy. Now, if this was a speed run, you'd hear the Summoning Salt music intro as the chat so politely pointed out.
Can I force a Texans to fumble? Oh, shit! Oh, no. Oh, God. What have we been doing? Oh! Someone goes through.
But even with our new strategy, sometimes even Madden can't do that right, as the Bengals often get credited for a touchdown even when they don't really have possession of the ball. We're approaching the 1,000 score mark. This is it. Everything is leaning on the score.
All right. Please to stop at 99. Please. Please.
Oh no. Poor Kofi.
Oh, how much more is left? Madden is still refusing to give McPherson his due, claiming that he's only kicked 29 extra points. That's just so far off, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, how you get to that point? We finally get to halftime. The score is 1,129 to 0. Feeling bad about the blowout, we decide to give the Texans a point. We do. The 1-point safety. Now, Texans have nothing to do with their time. Their coaches don't know what's going on. It's like they're pawns with a bigger twisted purpose, and they don't know why. My motor functions are starting to get slower. I start to space out. Time isn't moving fast. Now imagine if there were actual real-life commercials in this game. We'd run out of them by the first quarter. This would be just nothing but commercial-free, infinite football. Up over 1,000 points, the Bengals have finally decided to run out the clock, but they have also decided to keep their starters in the game. The clock winds down and I'm finally relieved. Until I remember that I'm in the third quarter. Oh, I have another quarter of this. My camera falls asleep again. I don't know, guys. The Bengals finally start to show more and more mercy as they start to run out the clock more and more. I only have 3 timeouts to use, so there's only so much I can do. With 2,000 seeming impossible and off pace and nothing to play for, I throw in the towel as well. The final score is 1,804 to 1, or as I like to say, Madden 1, Kofi 5234. You win this round, but I'll be back to break you again. Alright, so I didn't get to 2,000 points because after we broke 1,000, I just mentally wiped out for the rest of the stream. It was very exhausting, very tiring. I knew that I couldn't just like cancel the stream or like pause the stream and come back later. But I know that 2,000 points is possible. What do you think the true limit is?
Well, I've done some very rough math here, and I watched through some of your tape, and my feeling is, especially once you mastered that technique of like, once you catch the ball, you flick it back, and then you intentionally fumble it so the other team recovers for a touchdown. It looks like that can take as little as 4 seconds to do. So you've got 60 minutes in a game, 60 minutes in a 60 seconds in a minute. That means 3,600 seconds in a game divided by 4 means times 8 if you get the 2-point conversion. So I think, long story short, I think 7,000 is possible. Yeah. And it is not going to be us. Just to make it clear, there are workplace regulations. I cannot allow you or me to do that. I don't want to do that. So maybe someone else who's, braver and bolder than we are can do that someday. But yeah. 7,000, 7,200 may be the upper limit.
In the NFL, a 1-0 score is impossible, right? You can't just score 1 point by itself. It's not mathematically achievable. 1-1 is an impossible score, so are 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, and 7-1. 6-1 is possible. Thanks to an obscure loophole in the NFL rulebook, a final score of 6-1 can technically happen. It would require a turn of events so staggeringly, stupidly unlikely that I'm almost positive it will never happen under current NFL rules, but because it's technically possible, a score of 6-1 is the crown jewel of scoregami, a word I made up. It's the art of building final scores that have never happened before in NFL history. Even after a century of play and more than 15,000 games, this beautiful craft is still alive today.
Hello, Shyman. Hello. Good evening to you. How's your stream? If you don't mind me asking what you were up to.
Let's take a minute and survey the boundaries. The number of points scored by the winning team determines the column. The number of points scored by the losing team determines the row. So, for example, let's say a game ends with a score of 21-17. So that's here. 28-0. Here.
Very fun. So we're playing Baldur's Gate 3. Ooh, how was that? What did you roll as a character, if you don't mind me asking?
You can win a game 17-14. You cannot win a game 14-17. Up here it gets a little bit messy because remember, you can't have a 1-1 tie. That's blacked out. You can't win 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, or 7-1, 6-1. Again, it really is possible, and I promise we will get to that. This chart stops at 73 because that's the highest number of points an NFL team has ever scored. Of course, there could be a 90-12 game or a 156-112 game. I mean,
basically, the Divinity made. Nice. All right, cool. Hopefully your stream went well. Like I said, if you need to go raid and run, hey, go ahead. I'll take care of your community here. But yeah, if this is your first time here, my name is Ramsey, and I am a PNG tuber, and I do lots of kinds of streams. I do video game streams, model kit streams, podcasting streams, and streams of reacting to old TV shows or videos as we're seeing right here. So welcome everybody to my 12-hour stream. We do these 12-hour streams every month. We usually play a game for it. So it's 20 minutes ahead. I hope you have a great time. You too. You take care. Okay. I was about to say, if you need to go raid and run, go do what you need to do. I'll take care of your community. Thank you so much. Like I said, we'll be here all night. So we want to see more. So you want to hear more from me. So like if you like the gaming and stuff like that, hey, feel free to join. And like if you need to go to, and if you need, like I said, if you need to go rest, go do what you need to do, and I'll see you later. Okay.
Actually wins the game. Out of all 74 games, there are 2 that fit that description. 2. You know what? I have a lot of quit in me, and they clearly didn't, because they came back the next year and it was still terrible. Look, everybody, there's even a 2-0 game. A safety was the only score of the game, and it wasn't just any safety, it was a ground rule safety. There was a fence in the end zone, and for some reason they decided that if the ball hit the fence, it would be a safety instead of a touchdown, and that's how we have the first 2-0 game in the history of the NFL. And we also have the only time a team ever scored exactly 4 points in a game. They did it naturally with 2 safeties. So what about this block over here? Will we ever see a 4-4 game with both teams scoring 2 safeties and tying? Well, alright, let's just imagine the NFL stays exactly like it has in the 21st century. Alright, stick with me here, because the numbers are about to get really big, really fast. On average, a team scores a safety every 32 games, so the odds of scoring 2 in a game are about 1 in 1,000. The score has to stay at 4 points, so the offense has to be shut out. The odds of that are about 1 in 70. So for a team to finish with exactly 4 points is about 1 in 74,000. Now for this to happen to both teams in the same game, the odds of that would be 1 in about 5.5 billion. Of course, we're still not done because these odds only get us to the end of regulation. This overtime has to be scoreless, right? So the odds of a completely scoreless overtime are about 1 in 87, which means the probability of a 4-4 final score is about 1 in 471 billion games. There are 267 games in a season, so if NFL rules and behaviors never changed, we could expect to see one 4-4 game every 1.7 billion years. Hey, you know what? That's pretty good news, because we should have about 4 billion years before the surface of the Earth gets melted off by the heat of the sun, so there's plenty of time. That was sad. Let's keep it sad. In 1932, neither the Chicago Bears nor their opponents scored on offense until their 5th game. Through the first 16 quarters of the season, the Bears were outscored 2-0. Here's an article recapping their 3rd straight 0-0 game. Thousands of people knew the Bears opened their season with 2 scoreless ties, and they went, oh yeah, that sounds fun, and they went and bought a ticket and sat in the rain for hours and watched another scoreless tie, and then they went home. Who are these people? I don't understand these people. Okay, so this is my completely arbitrary idea of a quote-unquote good game. I like offense, so I like to watch a game in which both teams score at least 21 points. That's not a tall order, right? I mean, there were 75 games like that in 2015. There have been some peaks and valleys, but throughout most of NFL history, 20 or 30% of good games have fit into this category. Across the NFL's first 15 years of existence, there were 2 games in which both teams scored 21 points. 2. But hey, if one-sided clobberings are your kind of deal, the early NFL just might be for you. The most well-known scoregami of all time may have been the 1940 NFL Championship, the precursor to the Super Bowl, in which the Bears beat Washington 73-0. Since then, there have been some 40-point shutout wins and some 50-burger shutout wins, but no team in the last 75 years has come even close to 73-0. Across the history of NFL scoregami, I see 3 major spikes. The first came in 1946, when the rival All-America Football Conference was founded. There were 24 scoregami that year, largely because there were twice as many games. After 4 seasons of the NFL and AAFC completely hating each other and losing money, the NFL absorbed the AAFC and took on a few of its teams, and that is why the AAFC teams are counted here. Now by this point we can see a pattern start to emerge. Of course, the 4-row and column are almost completely empty. Same story with 5 and 11. 15 and 18 are also pretty empty. Now this sort of demonstrates why scoregami is unique to football. The way scoring is structured in other sports, scoring 1 point at a time is pretty common. In baseball, you most commonly score 1 run at a time. In basketball, there are 1-point free throw shots all the time. In hockey and soccer, you can only score by 1, so mathematically, a score can only be interesting in terms of magnitude. It really is funny when, say, the Rangers beat the Orioles 30-3, but magnitude is basically the only way it can be funny. The NFL scoring arithmetic is far more awkward. Virtually all NFL scores are built with these 5 blocks: the 7-point touchdown and extra point, the 3-point field goal, the 6-point touchdown with no conversion, the 8-point touchdown and 2-point conversion, and the 2-point safety. There are no 1 blocks here. This is limiting, and the distribution of these scores make them even more limiting. Last season in the NFL, there were more than 1,000 touchdowns, and there were a ton of field goals too. There were about 100 6-point touchdowns, thanks to a missed field goal or a missed 2-point conversion, but for scoregami purposes, this isn't really that valuable because a 6-pointer is really just 2 field goals. The 8-point touchdown is valuable for scoregami because 8 is a weird number, but there were only 45 to go around all season. Finally, there's everyone's favorite, the safety, of which there were only 16. The distribution here is wildly out of balance, and it's a big reason why scoregami is so special. For example, that's why 8 is so hard to get to. You can build 8 points in 4 different ways, but all of them range from rare to astronomically rare and near impossible. And that is why we only see the number 8 in the box score once or twice a year. But if you really want to get nimble like the other sports, you have to practice in the dark arts of scoregami. These 3 maneuvers are permitted by NFL rules, but a couple of them have never been used. You know what? Parental discretion is advised for this bit. Actually, grand parental discretion is advised for this bit. If you are under the age of 60, leave the room. First, if for some reason one team refuses to play, the other team officially wins 2-0. Of course, this can't be used as a building block. It's a prefab final score. Also, there are already a few 2-0 games on the books, so you can't make scoregami out of it. Still, it's there. Second, there's the defensive 2-point conversion. If there's a turnover on a 2-point conversion attempt, and the defense runs it back to the other end zone, they get 2 points. This is clunky, though, because it comes tethered to the 6-point touchdown the other team had to score in order to force this play in the first place. And third, there's the defensive 1-point safety. Now, some of you are thinking, wait, I saw this in college football one time, didn't I? I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this, right? Yes, that was crazy, but ultimately that just results in a 7th point, which is nothing special in the world of scoregami. This is not that. I'm talking about something far, far stupider than that. And I promise we will get to it. Alright kids, we're back. In 1960 we see another huge increase in scoregami. The most obvious reason for this is the founding of the AFL, which featured 8 new teams that would eventually join the NFL. The second, sneakier reason is that unlike the NFL, the AFL allowed for the 2-point conversion. Over the next decade, AFL teams would score 82 pointers. Even one of those blips is enough to tip a highly conventional score into scoregami. And it works the other way, too. In 1961, the Oilers and Bills were well on their way to a super conventional 28-17 game. There have been 62 NFL games with that score, but after Buffalo scored to cut the Houston lead to 21-16, they decided to go for the 2-pointer to get within a field goal. They failed. They were stuck at 16, and that's scoregami.
Such a fascinating video, by the way.
The Raiders and Patriots have scored conventionally, and the Pats lead late, 35-34. Oakland scores a touchdown, but because they want to go up a clean 7 points, they go for 2. They fail. Then Boston scores a touchdown, and they want to go up a clean 3 in the event of a field goal, so they go for 2. It's good. The Raiders do kick that field goal, and the game ends in a 43-43 tie. To this day, it's the highest scoring tie in NFL history. 2 years later, in '66, New York and Washington played the highest scoring NFL game of all time, 72-41. Pete Gogolak kicked for New York, his brother Charlie kicked for Washington. Together they kicked 14 extra points that day, and thanks to those points, this game still stands today as the greatest outlier in the history of NFL scoring. It's also thanks to really, really, really bad tackling. Oof. And finally, after nearly 50 years of existence, the NFL's concrete was beginning to set. The AFL and the NFL had merged, the Super Bowl became a fixture, and the 2-point conversion was done away with entirely. The league's popularity grew, and the art of scoregami began to die. In 1992, there was only one scoregami, the lowest number the NFL had ever seen. It sure didn't help things that the extra point had become essentially a formality. As the rules evolved, the kicking got better, and by the 50s, extra points were nearly automatic. In 1974, the goal was moved back, and PATs were slightly less automatic for a few years, and then they rebounded, and they became more automatic than ever. In 2015, the extra points were moved back to the 15-yard line, and even that only dipped the accuracy 4 or 5%. And in 2016, it's rebounding again. But in 1994, the NFL finally brought themselves to innovate. The NFL reintroduced the 2-point conversion, and in doing so, they saved the art of scoregami. This was the third great scoregami bump. In the years that followed, NFL teams created scoregami not only by making 2-point conversions, but by missing them. Week 1 of the 2002 season, we saw one of the strangest endings to a game in NFL history. The Chiefs and the Browns are in a dogfight. Cleveland scores a touchdown to take a 36-31 lead. They go for 2 and they miss, instantly putting this game on scoregami red alert. At this point in history, there are plenty of scores involving a 36 that have never happened. A few minutes later, Priest Holmes rushes for his 3rd touchdown of the 4th quarter, and the Chiefs miss their own 2-point conversion. It's 37-36. If this holds, it will be scoregami. It doesn't hold. The Browns drive downfield and kick a field goal with 29 seconds remaining. It's 39-37. If this holds, this will be scoregami. This isn't going to hold either because the dam of football weirdness has bust wide open. After the field goal, the holder, Chris Gardocki, gets flagged for taunting. One story says it was the kicker who actually did the taunting. In any case, a kicker or holder getting called for taunting basically never happens. It backs up the ensuing kickoff, and the Chiefs are aided by slightly better field position. With 2 seconds left, down by 2 at their own 47, the Chiefs have to go for broke. Halfway to the ground, quarterback Trent Green chucks the ball in desperation to John Tate, a lineman who has never run with the ball in his entire life. All 315 pounds of John Tate rumble all the way to the Cleveland 25 before he's forced out. The clock hits 0 and the coaches walk over to shake hands. It's not over. The officials call everyone off the field. Dwayne Rudd, who thought he sacked Trent Green to end the game, never saw Tate scoop the ball and run with it. He thought the game was over and he threw his helmet in celebration in the middle of the play. That is a taunting penalty. As a rule, the Chiefs get one more untimed down. And thanks to Tate's run and a little penalty yardage tacked on, all Morton Anderson had to do is chip in a 30-yard field goal. 40-39. This is an exceptionally difficult scoregami to achieve. Not only is one of the numbers difficult to build with an NFL score, both of them are. And not only that, it required both teams to score at least 39 points, which in and of itself is very rare, once every 391 games. Appropriately, one of the most bizarre finishes of all time resulted in a score that might never happen again. Scoregami is an exhaustible resource, but it's not exhausted just yet. This decade, there have been 46 acts of scoregami so far, including one act of what I call low scoregami. In other words, scoregami in which both teams score 15 points or fewer. Now, these are really rare because the permutations required to make them are often very specific and very claustrophobic. Of course, teams never actually try to make scoregami because they don't know what it is, because it's a word I made up, but this low scoregami of 13-8 is about as close as it gets to intentional. With 10 seconds left, the 49ers led 13-6, a score that had happened literally 50 times, but Niners coach Jim Harbaugh doesn't want to punt it away, so he instructs his punter, Andy Lee, to kill as much time as he can and take the safety if he has to. He runs into the end zone to complete the scoregami. Fun! Harbaugh was a noted scoregami artist during his time in the NFL. Bill Belichick, he also belongs in this category, but the wizard of modern scoregami, without question, is Seahawks coach Pete Carroll. Not only has he completed a league-leading 7 scoregami since 2010, he has won all 7 of them. Carroll's most famous scoregami was a decade in the making. In 2002, the Seahawks got a new stadium. It rains a lot during football season in Seattle. Their solution was to build cantilever roofs above the stands to keep the fans dry. It did that, but it also reflected crowd noise back toward the field. The fans were loud, the stadium made them louder, the fans celebrated their loud reputation by being even louder, and the stadium made their even louder noise even louder, and so on. This reputation grew as the team found success. They played in their first Super Bowl after the 2005 season, and 5 years later, toward the end of a shocking playoff win, the fans were so loud that they famously registered a miniature earthquake. This made Seahawks fans world-famously loud, and they seemed determined to uphold that reputation. Years later, the Seahawks went to the Super Bowl across the country, and the fans came with them. On the first play from scrimmage, the noise was deafening. Peyton Manning turns to adjust the play. His center doesn't hear him.
It's snapped over the head of Peyton Manning.
It was the first game since at least 1994, and maybe the only NFL game ever, to start with a safety on the first play from
I remember this, yeah.
It established both Seattle's dominance and Denver's awkward numerical footing, and both made possible a 43-8 Super Bowl scoregami.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I remember that one.
It is November 30th. As of November 30th, there have been 5 scoregami this year. So here's
there have been a lot more since.
Opportunities are scarce. There are some vacancies in the 32-point column that look kind of like a Tetris block with a rapid-fire laser cannon. There are weird, lonely, unscratchable itches like 25-18, 20-11, 14-8. There are vast, uncharted territories in the scoring Arctic, reachable only if one or both teams score tons of points. But even that is less remote than the 4-Point Canyon. Aside from that single 10-4 game from 1923, no team has ever finished with 4 points. Under the current rules, this can't
Oh, wait. Oh, just you wait. Just you wait. That score is coming. That score is coming, and that score is coming in 2022.
Four-pointer would instantly become far more reachable. That
Boy,
I
howdy.
know I told you I would tell you about the 6-1 score. Okay, so it's a scoreless game. Team A scores a touchdown. Let's say they go for 2, and they suffer a safety. On a conversion attempt, you only get 1 point for a safety, not 2. So that is 6-1, but think about what would have to happen here. The offense would have to suffer a safety in their own end zone 98 yards in the wrong direction. That might go something like this. Team A turns the ball over to Team B. Team B runs it almost all the way back, but they fumble right before they get to the end zone. Team A recovers in the end zone, falls on the ball, and is tackled. This can be drawn. I don't think it can be done. Until the day that's done, there will always be one hole in this board.
I think that actually happens.
Forever.
That actually did happen. That mythical score did happen in real life.
The year is 2006. Harry Potter is at the height of its popularity, the Black Parade makes its debut, and Hot Topic is operating almost 700 stores across the US. It was the perfect storm for something like My Immortal to be born into. My Immortal, in case you don't already know, is generally regarded as the worst fan fiction of all time. But in the same way that people love The Room for being so unapologetically bad, so too do people love My Immortal. And it's because people love it so much that its legacy has managed to endure even now, 14 years after its first chapter was posted. And you know, that's also why the many weird mysteries surrounding the creation of My Immortal have endured with it. You know, things like who wrote it, whether or not it was meant to be a joke, or whether or not there's even a true sequel. But many, oh god, seriously, so many months of research later, I think I've finally found some answers to these 14-year-old questions. Let me tell you all about it. So,
I'm gonna get a soda really quick. Nope. Alright. I also got some. Wow. Oh, hello. Thanks for the follow. Really do appreciate that.
Before we learn about the mysteries surrounding My Immortal, first we need to know more about, well, My Immortal. So we're gonna go ahead and begin all the way at the beginning. The origin story for My Immortal does not begin with it getting posted. No, it actually began a few months earlier in September of 2005 when a user named BloodyTears666 joined fanfiction.net. What her early profile looked like has been lost to time, but we can see on later versions that although her real name was Jenny, she preferred to be called Raven. Anyways, a few months later, February 16th, 2006,
Thank you for singing. Hey, you take care, okay, chicks.
Harry Potter fic.
Good night to you too, and have a good night.
This chapter, which is called Helena, accomplishes pretty much nothing but over-introducing Raven's goth 15-year-old protagonist and shoehorning her into Hogwarts. So, yeah, surprise, this fic was pretty bad. In fact, it was so bad that it was actually pretty good. In fact, many thought that it was entirely too good and that in all likelihood this was meant to be a parody. A parody that, if it was pushed just a little bit further, could be a masterpiece. But sprinkled between the reviewers thinking that there was just no way that this writer was serious was plenty of people who thought that they were reading some Hot Topic loving teens awful but earnest attempt at fan fiction, and they usually criticize the fic for its complete disregard for the Harry Potter canon, in particular the fact that Harry Potter takes place in England during the 90s.
Stupid preps. Eternity had hoped she wouldn't see Eddie when she came to Hogwarts. They made her life in Los Angeles high school miserable. Now she was supposed to put up with them here? She sighed sadly and stared out of the window. In her misery, she heard iPod out of her Emily the Strange bag and blared on some My Chemical Romance. Author's note, don't they rock?
The unexplained gothification of, well, everything.
The boy sat down. Eternity looked at his face. He was extremely hot. He had long dyed black hair and blue eyes. What's your name? Asked Eternity. Draco, he said.
But above all, nothing, and I mean nothing, would get more criticism than its Mary Sue protagonist, Eternity Dementia Johnson, whose appearance Raven went out of her way to describe in very great detail.
She was beautiful, with long raven black hair with red streaks, deathly pale ivory skin, and piercing blue eyes that would make any goth man's heart beat like a subway train. She was skinny, but had curves in the right places. But her eyes still bore the sadness of the scars of her tragic past. She was wearing a black leather corset, a ripped black miniskirt, and black combat boots.
But these negative reviews just weren't enough to stop Raven from writing more. Chapter 2 would get posted on February 22nd, and in this chapter we see Eternity join Slytherin and befriend two new characters named Elvira and Shadow, and their inserts for two of Raven's friends named Tara and Philly respectively. It's also starting to be hinted at that this is going to turn into a love story between Eternity and the newly goth Draco Malfoy. Chapter 3 would get posted only 3 days later, and then Chapter 4 on March 3rd. But, you know, that's not the only thing that was posted on March 3rd. So, remember Raven's friend Tara that I just mentioned? Well, under the username of XXXBloodyWrist666XXX, Tara posted the first chapter of her own Harry Potter fic, and the title of her work was, of course, My Immortal. Now, Tara claimed that Raven helped her with the story, particularly with the spelling, but one, that didn't stop Tara from littering her story with spelling errors anyways, and two, if you look past the spelling errors, then Tara's writing style is suspiciously similar to Raven's. In fact, her story structure kinda is too. For example, just like Chapter 1 of I'm Not Okay, the first chapter of My Immortal does thing but introduce the protagonist, whose name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway. And naming conventions aren't the only thing that Eb shares with Eternity. They're both rep-hating, NCR-loving, self-proclaimed goths with long black hair and blue eyes. In fact, they've both been described as looking like Amy Lee. And on top of all this, they also have a strikingly similar taste in fashion, men, cereal, and responses to preps. Also, both protagonists, or both stories overall, in this case, are weirdly fixated on making Hilary Duff specifically the absolute embodiment of preppiness. You know, never mind other figures who would have filled that role better for what Tara and Raven are trying to accomplish, you know, like Paris Hilton or Lindsay Lohan. And yet, despite this, not only is Hilary Duff the prep idol who is by far mentioned the most, but she's also the only one who's mentioned in all three of Tara and Raven's fics. You know, maybe it's because they thought she was an easy target, maybe it's because she was dating Joel Madden from Good Charlotte at the time, you know, maybe it's a little bit of both, I don't know. In any case, let's go ahead and get
such a weird time the early aughts.
Remember how Raven made Tara an insert character in I'm Not Okay? Well, similarly, Tara made Raven an insert character in My Immortal named Willow. Fun fact, by the way, about Willow, around the time Chapter 5 of I'm Not Okay and Chapter 12 of My Immortal are posted, Tara and Raven start having a very public fight over Tara stealing a Gerard Way poster from Raven and Raven stealing a sweater from Tara. They make up by the time Chapter 18 is posted, but before they reach that point, they brutally murder each other's characters in their stories. It's honestly pretty hilarious.
Tara, Raven, traitor, witch.
An entire fan club dedicated to Tara was made on LiveJournal less than 6 months after.
Wow. The internet was weird, guys.
It's safe to say that My Immortal was getting really popular really fast. But you know, God, honestly, you know, why wouldn't it be? From the very start, this fic was strikingly, appallingly, but also deliciously bad. But what made it so bad, you may be wondering? Well, for starters, it had a ton of super long and super unnecessary descriptions of what people
I
were
am
wearing.
fucking tall.
Hi, my name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way, and I have long ebony black hair. That's how I got my name, with purple streaks and red tips. That
Beautiful
make
view
my
from outside.
an icy
I thought we were in a space station. Why is there clouds out here?
look like Amy Lee. I'm a vampire, but my teeth are straight and white. I have pale white skin. Today I was wearing a black corset with matching lace around it and a black leather miniskirt, pink
open some
fishnets,
candy here
and black
just so-
combat boots. I was wearing black lipstick, light foundation, black eyeliner, and red eyeshadow.
Incredibly out of character dialogue.
We started to kiss everywhere, and my pale body became all warm. And then
What the hell you doing, you motherfuckers?
it was Dumbledore.
Zero regard for the Harry Potter canon. Again, especially the fact that it takes place in England during the 90s.
My voice sounded like a pentagram between Amy Lee and a girl version of Gerard Way.
What?
Everyone clapped. Satan got an irritation.
Very over-the-top gothification of all the main characters.
My name's Harry Potter, although most people would call me vampire these days.
He grumbled. Why? I exclaimed.
Because I love the taste of human blood.
He giggled.
There was no shortage of spelling errors.
I went into the conman room, thinking of Satan. Suddenly I gasped. Draco was there. I grasped. He locked his hut as Eva, wearing black leather pants,
Lunkin Park.
Lunkin Crack t-shirt, and black eyeliner.
And sex scenes that range from childish to laughable, just to name a few of the things that made this fic.
I love this guy's face.
We started tiling of each other's clothes vehemently. He took of my black thong and my black leather bar.
I love that guy's face in the
Then
room.
he put his trobbing you-know-what in my tool sexily.
And the more
That is not how a human reacts to that kind of thing. It's like that is like a man eating.
What began as a romance between Ebony and the now goth Draco Malfoy had become a story about traveling back in time to seduce Tom Riddle, aka Satan, which, among other things, means joining a band called X Black X Tier X with him, Lucian Snape, Sirius, aka Hades, and James, aka Samoro, and also getting Satan back together with his ex-boyfriend Hedwig. Oh, worth mentioning, by the way, is that when I say Hedwig, I do not mean Harry's pet owl. No. In My Immortal, Hedwig is a sexy gothic bi guy with bleached blonde hair with black streaks up to his ears, and he was wearing gothic black Illiner, a black Green Day shirt. It showed Billy Joel with blonde hair since it was the 80s, black Congress shoes, and black baggy pants. Also, by the way, even though Ebony's in the 80s at this point in the story, he's able to hum Black Parade. Just, God, I love this so much. It's perfect. We've peaked. But unfortunately, things took a bad turn in November of 2006 with the posting of Chapter 39. You see, this chapter is called I Am a Trolling Genius LOLs, and the writer claims to be a hacker who's gained access to Tara's account. The chapter itself, in case you were wondering, is just their own ending of My Immortal, and then the Chapter 39 that Tara had in Fanfiction's Document Manager. And then Chapter 40 is just a pre-post of Tara's Chapter 39. But anyways, whether or not this was an actual hacking or just Tara playing around, we don't know for sure. But what we do know is is that whichever it was, it slowed My Immortal down tremendously. It went from getting an average of about 4 new chapters per month to absolutely nothing, or at least not until July 5th, 2007, when Terra dumped chapters 41 through 44 all on the same day. And unbeknownst to My Immortal's readers at the time, this would be where My Immortal ended. And in case you were wondering, by the way, the end is nowhere near conclusive. As a matter of fact, it ends on a cliffhanger, of all things. Basically, it ends with Ebony yelling a spell to use against Voldemort, who at this point is just trying to kill everyone. And of all things, the spell is abracadabra because, you know, of course it is. Great job, Terra. In any case, Terra's last author's note made it sound like she meant to add perhaps a little more to My Immortal, but unfortunately that just never happened because sometime in mid-October 2008, My Immortal was suddenly removed from fanfiction.net. And things get a little
Oh god, my crotch.
here because nobody quite knew why. Some thought that fanfiction.net themselves removed it, either in an effort to clean up the site or because of the unprecedented amount of negative attention that it got. But there was also someone going around claiming to be a hacker who was holding Terra's account hostage. We'll talk more about this messy little situation later in the video, but regardless of how it happened, the point is that My Immortal was now wiped off of fanfiction.net, and Terra was extremely inactive until being possibly hacked yet again in December of 2009, which is also the last time her profile was updated to this very day. And if this was any other fanfiction, then that would be the point where My Immortal would have just sank back into obscurity, you know, just an old ghost of fanfiction's past. But of course, My Immortal is no ordinary fanfiction. It's inspired countless dramatic readings, plenty of fantastic adaptations, and of course, countless other fanfics. And so it's been archived in plenty of other spots across the internet, and for well over 10 years now, it's continued to be a huge source of laughter, but also a huge source of mystery and intrigue. For example, many of its readers have still been left wondering,
Bombadil.
whereas I want
The
this video to be about
from Lord of the Rings.
I do think that figuring out whether or not it was meant to be a satire or a parody or whatever else is important enough to be an exception, because how you feel about this question is gonna seriously affect how you view everything else. So let's go ahead and jump in then. It's really tempting to look at My Immortal as a naive teen's awful but earnest attempt at writing, but the further you read, the harder it gets to believe that it wasn't at least partially written to be a satire. Personally, I tend to think of My Immortal as more of a narrative within a narrative kind of story, and that Terra and Raven are just characters in it. In other words, I'm a firm believer that My Immortal is entirely a satire. Allow me to explain. First of all, if I didn't make it obvious enough earlier, the suspicious similarities and lack of noticeable differences between Terra and Raven's writing styles should set off a lot of red flags.
Yeah, they're the same person.
Like either Raven is the real mastermind of My Immortal, something she kinda hints at in chapter 5 of I'm Not Okay, or that the real author is a totally different person who's created the personas or the characters of Terra and Raven to add to My Immortal's comedy, and this person is operating both of their profiles. Well, I say person singular, but you know, it also could have been a group effort. The point is that Terra and Raven were characters or personas all along. In any case, I tend to think the idea of My Immortal being a total satire is a lot more likely, one, because My Immortal can be a satire while the narrative of Raven, or rather the character of Raven being the real mastermind exists, and two, because after the aforementioned fight over the sweater and the Gerard Way poster, Raven just kinda stops being active on fanfiction. She writes one chapter of a different fic about a month later, and we're gonna talk about that fic eventually, don't worry. But after it gets posted, she just kinda leaves fanfiction with no particular explanation. Meanwhile, Terra is still saying that Raven is helping with more of My Immortal's chapters than not. And then there's the matter of wrong words, and this is a detail that a lot of people who think that My Immortal was at least partially a satire point to. Anyways, so what exactly do I mean by wrong words? Well, I My Immortal progresses, you start to see some spelling and grammatical errors where a word isn't just spelled wrong, but Terra uses a completely different word altogether, and some of her word choices just seem too unlikely for, let's say the character of Terra. For example, in Chapter 31, Tom Riddle is referred to as Tom Bombadil, a Tolkien character with a cameo in the Fellowship of the Ring book, but wasn't present in the Peter Jackson movies. This stands out not only because there's just no way Bombadil is a typo for Riddle, but also because Terra mentions that she's never read the Harry Potter books in one of her author's notes. So the idea of her reading the Lord of the Rings books, but not Harry Potter, despite how clearly fond of it she is, I'm not saying it's impossible, but, you know, it does raise suspicion, especially since this isn't even the only instance of something like this happening. To offer another example, she refers to Ebony as Terra 3.5 times, chapters 16, 33, 37, and 42. And the cherry on top of this, there's no way this was serious Sunday, is that Mean Girls and A Cinderella Story, two good, but nonetheless extremely preppy movies, are listed among Terra's faves, so, you know. But despite all this, there's still a lot of people who think My Immortal is all some emo teenager's earnest effort, or that maybe it started as an earnest effort, but it became a satire over time, and the people who think like this tend to do so because of the sheer volume of content that Terra and Raven made. More specifically, they think that it's too much work, you know, it's too much effort for someone who is just playing around. To be more specific, that's 50 chapters worth of fan fiction, both of their profiles on fanfiction.net, and Terra's now deleted profiles on LiveJournal, IMDb, and possibly, not 100% sure on this, an unarchived MySpace. But honestly, I know that sounds like a lot of work for a troll, but I think the amount of work that this would have required has been vastly overestimated, so check this out. So, the first chapter of I'm Not Okay was posted in February of 06, and then the final chapter of My Immortal was posted in July of 07. In other words, Terra and Raven were only actively writing for about 16 and a half months. But I say actively very loosely, because remember, from December of 06 through June of 07, not a single chapter of My Immortal was posted. So basically, it's more accurate to say that Terra and Raven were actively writing for 9 to 9.5 months, and then made one last big post several months later before finally retiring from writing. As for managing their profiles, well, Raven obviously stopped being active pretty quick. As a matter of fact, there were later rumors that she died, but we'll talk more about those later. And after chapter 39 of My Immortal, Terra's updates became extremely few and far between, and that's to say nothing of how dead her other accounts were, or the fact that not a single other profile anywhere that's ever confirmed to have been operated by Raven ever surfaced. So, in short, yeah, I absolutely believe that this wouldn't be an unrealistic amount of work for a troll, especially one who was highly motivated by all the visceral reactions My Immortal was getting. Like, do y'all remember Miss Scribe? You know, she's one of the internet's biggest, most elaborate trolls of all time, and she worked within the realm of Harry Potter fanfiction too. You know, the early and mid-2000s Harry Potter fanfiction community wasn't exactly an obscure one. There's plenty of stories out there about people who've gone to equal and greater lengths to deceive people online, so to me, at the very least, this all sounds like it would have been pretty doable. Like, have you ever seen an episode of Catfish? Because less than a year of writing fan fiction and a few years of barely maintaining a few accounts is nothing. It is but a drop in an ocean full of stories like convincing a guy that you're Katy Perry for 6 years and calling him from a Canadian phone while Katie's on tour in Canada to prove it. So, yeah, I feel pretty confident in guessing that My Immortal is real satire and that its real author, maybe even authors, plural, maybe, aren't Tara and Raven as we know them. I'd bet that there's at least a few kernels of truth in there. You know, I doubt that the personas of Tara and Raven just came out of the blue, but, you know, you get my point. That being said, just for the sake of convenience, I'm gonna keep referring to My Immortal's author as Tara for the remainder of this video. That makes sense? We all on the same page here? Alright, cool. Moving on. In any case, I wanted to address this little mystery first because I think that by looking at My Immortal as a satire, and especially looking at it through the lens of believing that Tara and Raven are just two characters whose profiles are being operated by the same person, it can really help us answer another one of the biggest lingering questions that My Immortal's left behind. Despite everything I just said about Tara and Raven and My Immortal's authorship, I mean, the fact of the matter is that someone definitely wrote My Immortal, so how much of Tara and Raven is real? Who are they? Or maybe the writer is someone else entirely. Just who wrote My Immortal? Well, many people have claimed to be Tara, friends of Tara, Tara's boyfriend, Tara's sister, and obviously there's no shortage of fake Tara profiles, but I want to draw your attention to the main four, sometimes claims but sometimes accusations of authorship. You know, the ones that have drawn the most attention over the years. So let's go ahead and walk through them in chronological order. So you remember how earlier I mentioned that we would talk about the messy hacking situation of late 2008 later? Yeah, well, later is now, and I simply cannot overstate enough just how messy this situation is. Like, it's so messy that I don't even want to say everything that I learned about it, because a large portion of the information surrounding the 2008 hacking either can't be confirmed by a primary source, or there's just too much conflicting information around to make the truth clear. Making matters even worse is the sheer volume of sock puppet accounts and unreliable sources who are involved, and of course that's to say nothing of the lack of archived threads and comments. So because of all that, in the interest of fairness, I'm gonna go ahead and stick with only telling y'all about what can be confirmed via primary sources. Which, you know, hey, good news, is still enough to give you a pretty basic rundown of what happened, which is really all we need for this video anyways. So, let's go ahead and get to it then. It is October of 2008, and the fanfiction-loving corner of the internet is flabbergasted to see some weird changes on Tara's profile. Namely, the mystery name Gareth Vandersloot is now among her likes, Raven is dead, she broke up with her boyfriend, and, oh yeah, My Immortal has been completely removed. Interesting note about Gareth Vandersloot and My Immortal, by the way, is that he's a character who originally appeared in a piece of biblical fanfiction, yes, you heard that correctly, called The Book of Seamus. This fanfiction was written in August of 2000, and among its commenters is someone who, 3.5 years later, would also claim to be Tara, or part of Tara, I should say. He claimed that he was a co-author up until chapter 15, though notably there's no mention of Raven's Fix at all. In fact, the wording makes it sound like Raven's Fix simply didn't exist, which, if I can be honest, makes me doubt its credibility right off the bat. The day after he made this post, he removed its text and requested its removal, and he claimed that he had never actually made the post himself and that his account was hacked. The confession's been archived, albeit with a typo in his username at the time, and because of how quickly it was removed, you'll still see people speculate about it every now and again. In any case, you know, that means that there were at least 2 accounts claiming to be Tara in the same year, both of whom have ties to fanfiction's biblical community, but their confessions completely contradicted each other, so, you know, eyes emoji, but let's not get derailed. The reason why My Immortal got removed is one of those fuzzy, unconfirmed details with a lot of speculation that I told you about, and is honestly probably the biggest mystery in this whole debacle. And, you know, like I said earlier, in the interest of fairness, I don't want to talk about all the speculation too much, but I will say that the most popular beliefs are that it was either removed by fanfiction.net themselves, something they haven't commented on, or that it was a hacker. So, Suffice to say, the reason why My Immortal was removed from fanfiction.net remains obscure, but the bottom line is that it was removed and nobody was, or still is, 100% sure why. And in retaliation, a fanfiction user called XXX Midnight Goth XXX, he would later say his name is Todd, by the way, uploaded something called My Immortal Bring Me to Life. For the most part, Bring Me to Life was just a reposting of My Immortal, but now with a little bit at the beginning saying that this was Tara's new account, fanfiction.net is who removed My Immortal, Raven has died, and that it was Tara's new boyfriend, Gareth Vandersloot, who recovered My Immortal. And speaking of interesting, this wouldn't be the only My Immortal related content Todd posted. In fact, alongside at least 2 other My Immortal fanfictions, he posted a fairly popular My Immortal sequel called Wake Me Up Inside. And let me tell you something about Wake Me Up Inside. Even by Tara's remarkably low standards, this
that song from Daredevil.
Loaded with spelling errors. Like, Tara had plenty of spelling errors, sure, but generally they were either wrong words or mild enough that you could still tell what she meant to say. Like, you know, for all the grief we give Tara, her sentences are coherent, and there's not even that many spelling errors in My Immortal's beginning. Meanwhile, Wake Me Up Inside, on the other hand, oh god, it's basically alphabet soup here. Let me go ahead and give you a taste.
Oh god.
The next day, I walk up from my which blood red covern is changed it cause I get rid of my old one. I get changed into a blick with strips. And the good Charlotte top I got from the concert I went to. I put on a big ticket.
What is going on? Oh my god. It's like someone has it's like I'm having a stroke reading this.
Okay, you know what? That's all I can handle trying to decipher. You get the idea. But
X-Ray, oh, look, say X-Ray.
October 3rd, 2011 and April of 2012, Todd removed all of his My Immortal related content from his account. And then on the 5th, he posted a confession saying that he was the sole author of My Immortal. His proof was that Tara had his account added as a favorite author, which, I mean, yeah, that's true, but he's also not the only one. Tara's account also had a sock puppet account added, and Raven's had an author who's simply too old to be Todd added, so... Yeah, we're not off to a great start here. Anyways, he says that he was posting his confession on this account because he couldn't remember the password to Tara's, but, God, you know, that's pretty much all he tells us in the realm of relevant information. Seriously, this confession poses a lot more questions than it actually answers. Not least of all the questions of whether or not any of the hackings were legit, who Tara and Raven's other favorite authors are, and how they play into all this. And the one I'm most curious about is why Raven's account wasn't used to make this confession, or actually why Raven isn't mentioned anywhere at all. Yeah, I don't think anyone was ever seriously buying the idea that she died, especially considering how playfully the idea is treated. And making me want answers to these questions even more is that with the exception of My Immortal's removal, all the other changes made to Tara's profile would eventually get removed. You know, Gareth is gone, Justin is Tara's boyfriend again, there's nothing indicating that Raven is dead, and, you know, it just looks as though the whole incident just never happened. But anyways, let's go ahead and get back to Todd's confession. Well, it was met with mixed reactions. You know, on one hand, this confession is extremely vague, and he was far from the first person claiming to have written My Immortal, but on the other hand, his was also the first to be by someone who Tara had some kind of connection with, even if we're not totally sure what kind of a connection it was. But as we've already established, that same connection is not the strongest evidence in the world, so, you know, he's got a lot more working against him than for him. But the notoriety of this confession was pretty short-lived, because around the same time Todd posted this confession, a new theory was emerging as to who wrote My Immortal, and it's a theory that, to this very day, is still probably the most well-known. And that leads us to our second claim/accusation of My Immortal authorship, and this time, it's an accusation. So, in 2008, a YouTube channel by the name of XX Bloody Kiss XX was launched, and at the surface, this channel wasn't anything special. It was just a duo, occasionally a trio, of teenagers lip-syncing to songs by bands like NCR and Evanescence. You know, pretty standard fare for the internet around this time, nothing to see here. And sure enough, yeah, for the first few years, their videos didn't get more than a handful of views, or at least not until October 2nd, 2011, when YouTuber Cry uploaded a dramatic reading of My Immortal on his channel. Interesting note, by the way, is how that's the day before the earliest day Todd could have removed all of his My Immortal works, and only 3 days before posting his confession. I can't help but wonder if this dramatic reading spurred him to write his confession, cause it and another dramatic reading Cry did with some friends on a stream about a year later certainly spurred several thousands of his viewers to get curious about Terra's identity, which largely led them to the My Immortal wiki. According to an article on WNYC Studios, the wiki was, at the time, linking to the Bloody Kiss channel and saying that the girls in the videos were potential candidates for Terra and Raven. So, yeah, that's when the idea that they were the writers of My Immortal really started to take hold. But that raises the question, why was this wiki, or anyone for that matter, convinced that these two girls were the authors of My Immortal? Well, it's because they looked about the same age as many believe the real Terra, Raven, and Terra's briefly mentioned boyfriend Justin would be. They're all goths, they clearly all hate preps, their taste in music is the same, but most incriminating of all, the girls were calling themselves Terra and Raven Acid. And yet, despite all this, the girls have claimed that they'd never even heard of My Immortal before people started commenting about it. Remember that piece from WNYC that I just mentioned? Well, that piece reveals that Terra and Raven Acidbath are sisters whose real names are Rachel and Sarah, respectively. As for the boy, his name was Azer, and he was just a family friend. Raven, aka Sarah, goes on to say in this piece that they just wanted to poke some fun at the goth phase that they'd just left, and there wasn't really anything else to those videos. And if you go back and watch them, yeah, they say some things that are just so over the top that it really makes it hard to believe that these are anything but satire.
Well, Sarah and I were at the mall, and we were in Hollister, and we saw him there. He was at Hollister, and if you're at Hollister, that means you're a prep, and we were at Hot Topic, and the Hot Topic is, you know, it's right in front of, it's right, like, across the street from Hollister, so of course we saw him. Yeah, we were at Hot Topic being really goth and stuff, and then we just saw Azer walking to Hollister, and we were just like, whoa, what's going on, you know?
Draw your own conclusions from this, I guess, but in watching these videos, I can't help but feel like it's obvious. You know, Teen Titans also had a Terra and a Raven, so, you know, weird as it is, it wouldn't be the first time that a Terra and Raven just happened to exist in the same space, so, you know. So with all that being said, it's finally time to move on to the last two cases, and these two kind of go hand in hand with each other. So, on March 31st, 2006, the same month, I'd like to remind you that the first few chapters of My Immortal got posted. Anyways, a fiction press account was started, and it would later go by the username XXXBloodyBlackTears666XXX. Oh boy. So, for 11 years, this account would just sit here collecting dust, or at the very least, that was the case until August 2nd, 2017, when it seemed to make its first post, and it's a post claiming to be Terra. Try as I may, I just couldn't find precisely how and where word got out about this post, but if nothing else, it's clear that Tumblr is where it picked up a lot of its early speed. At a glance, it's pretty easy to believe that Bloody Black Tears here is Terra. You know, the username combined with the time that the account was made, well, it makes for some pretty convincing evidence. And it was convincing enough that people quickly pieced together that if they could figure out who was behind this fiction press profile, then they could finally know who wrote My Immortal. So, yeah, it didn't take long before people started throwing around their guesses, and one of the names being tossed around was Lanny Sarum. And to understand why it was a big deal that her name name was being tossed around, we need to take a moment to talk about an honestly wild scandal that was happening at the same time as this Fiction Press account was being revived. So, what happened was, on August 15th, 2017, a new writer named Lani Sarum made her literary debut with a young adult fiction novel called The Handbook for Mortals. And even though this was Lani's first book, the publisher's first book, and it had virtually no marketing, it still sold about 18,000 books in its first week, which instantly propelled it to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. Now, to see so much success in a book that seemed otherwise doomed to obscurity, you know, that's really rare. Like, really, really rare. Like, maybe even suspiciously rare. And it would have been a lot less suspicious if literally anyone was talking about this so-called bestseller. Yeah, despite all of its supposed sales, it didn't receive any noteworthy press, and what few reviews it did have all looked bot-generated. Author Phil Stamper expressed his skepticism of the book's success on Twitter, and within only a few hours, there were bookstore owners saying that someone had been ordering the Handbook for Mortals in bulk. Oh, by the way, did I mention that the cover art was plagiarized too? Because I think that's worth bringing up also. A little bit of sleuthing later, and it was discovered that this was the work of a company called Result Source, and this wouldn't be the first time they bought a book's way into the New York Times bestseller list. Now, obviously, Sarum has vehemently denied having a hand in this whole scam, but, you know, a surviving IMDb screenshot that lists her in a starring role in a film adaptation of her book, and feedback from a band she used to manage that fired her for pulling, quote, these kinds of stunts, makes it really hard to believe her. In any case, once this was all brought to light, the Handbook for Mortals was instantly removed from the New York Times bestseller list after only being there for a whole 23 hours. And this whole thing just invited a ton of press attention. You know, it was a pretty big story at the time. And I'm telling you about this because, well, you shouldn't read the Handbook for Mortals on principle, but if it just so happens that you do, then you'll notice that Sarum's writing style sounds, remarkably familiar. Here, let me read you an excerpt. My well-worn and once brightly colored, but now badly faded with dirt spackle, Converse high-top sneakers made a quick tapping noise on each step. I had just replaced the laces on them, so at least they looked somewhat decent. My favorite high-waisted Levi's dark denim skinny jeans, ripped in all the right places, made the swishing noise as I lifted my legs and my perfectly flowy Lucky's top that I wear far too often billowed around me. Yeah, so even though the idea that Lani Sarum wrote My Immortal was almost certainly meant as a joke, her somehow unironically Terra-esque writing style makes it pretty easy to see why this was a joke that caught on pretty quickly, despite the fact that Sarum hadn't even heard of My Immortal before this whole thing happened. But even though the idea that Lani Sarum wrote My Immortal was clearly never a serious one, the operator of the Fiction Press profile didn't want to risk the odds that some people might have actually believed it, and made a new post which seems to have been made for the express purpose of telling people that she wasn't Lani Sarum. As a matter of fact, the post goes on to say that she was active on Tumblr and using her real name. In one final post made only a few days later, she says that she revived her dead Fiction Press account because she had been chatting with her editor about the weird legacy of My Immortal, and at some point during all this, she remembered that she made a Fiction Press account and decided to dust it off to leave a thank you note to My Immortal's readers. Though how she intended to get the word out about this supposedly hidden account, she didn't say. She talks a little more about Lani Sarum, leaves a seemingly insignificant message about how Undyne is her wife, and so ended her posts on Fiction Press. So at this point, anyone keeping tabs on the situation knew three things. Terra was a writer, she had an active Tumblr account that used her real name, which wasn't Terra, and she loved Undyne. And so the hunt to find Bloody Black Tears was on. Now, there's not a whole lot of writers out there who also love Undyne and use their real name on Tumblr, but there's even less of them that seem to be leaving a breadcrumb trail leading right to themselves by posting screenshots of them being on their Fiction Press account saying, "Hey, don't look at this!" So, yeah, finding the Tumblr profile behind Bloody Black Tears did not take terribly long. It was a young adult fiction writer by the name of Rose Christo who didn't want to be outed as My Immortal's author in this way, but at the risk of looking like a liar, she decided to admit it pretty quick. Although, quite interestingly, Christo had hinted at being my Immortals author a few months before all of this happened, so, you know, eyes emoji. While all this was happening, Christo was gearing up to release a memoir called Under the Same Stars, The Search for My Brother and the True Story of My Immortal. And she mentioned many times that she would talk more about My Immortal in the book, but she was still answering a few questions about it on Tumblr. For example, she claimed that she had never actually been a fan of My Chemical Romance and that she was only pretending to be a fan to impress Raven, who she had a massive crush on. She also said that it was entirely a satire and that her main incentive to write it was to find her brother who she had lost in the foster care system. Now, those are some, let's say, highly unexpected claims, but she said that at the behest of her publisher, she was purposefully avoiding giving away too many details until the book was out, so for the time being at least, nobody really questioned what she was saying. Or at least not until a Tumblr user came forward pointing out her peculiar behavior, most notably that for someone who talks an awful lot about not wanting to be found, Christo definitely didn't make any efforts to hide her Hannah Montana-esque identity as Tara. In fact, it was actually quite the opposite. Both she and her publisher seemed to be leaving a trail that led right to her. In short, the post was saying that Christo lied about writing My Immortal. Now, when this post was first made, the knee-jerk reaction that a lot of people had was to defend Christo and to say that this post was just thinking too hard about it. Of course, I'm putting it much more nicely than a lot of those people did, but you get the idea. And it's not until Christo's brother, yeah, that brother, the one that the book was about, stepped forward, confirmed his identity, and revealed that his sister had been lying about several details about their lives, that suddenly people started taking the idea that she hadn't written My Immortal a lot more seriously. Now, kinda like what happened with the Tumblr user, not everyone wanted to believe him at first either, and in this case it was because he came forward with all this information on Kiwi Farms. In response, he made a post saying that he tried to reach out to other sources regarding the blatant lack of truth in his sister's memoir, but that they all ignored his emails. And like, you know, I get it, I'm not a fan of Kiwi Farms either, and I'm hesitant to believe anything on there without a good reason to. But the user claimed Christo's brother had an overwhelming amount of evidence that he was who he said he was and that everything he was saying was true. You know, he posted some emails and a scan of a restraining order, a different user doxed Christo, and all the info lined up with what the brother was saying, and perhaps most crucially, Christo herself was publicly responding to what he was saying in a thread, so yeah, I think it's safe to say that the brother was telling the truth. But although the brother was able to confirm that Christo had been blatantly lying about several major things, he still didn't know for sure whether or not she'd actually written My Immortal. But considering by this point everyone had become aware that she was lying, you know, to think that she had been lying about this too, especially given how suspicious her earlier posts about the whole thing were, yeah, it's not exactly much of a stretch. I'll tell you what makes it even less of a stretch is how all the evidence that she presented to her publisher about being My Immortal's author is extremely flimsy. So, she had the Fiction Press account, a flash drive with the first 11 chapters of My Immortal on it, and Tara's email. But Fiction Press lets you change your username, changing the date on your computer can make a Word document look like it was made back in 2006, and an email believed to be Tara's did circulate among groups of My Immortal fans back in the late 2000s. In fact, personally, it's my guess that Christo was among My Immortal's earlier or more jealous fans and saw the email getting posted at some point. And even if she wasn't among that group of fans, you can still stumble upon the email from time to time if you know where to look. I would know because, well, I found it in a few spots too. It's dead, in case you were wondering. I tried sending a message to it, but my point here is that none of this evidence is particularly good. In short, that leaves Christo as an unreliable source with no strong evidence that points to her having written My Immortal. Ultimately, her memoir's release ended up getting canceled, and a few days after announcing that, she deleted her Tumblr and Twitter accounts. So, whatever she was planning on saying about My Immortal in her book, we'll just never know. And speaking of things we'll probably just never know, let me tell you something. I really hope that it was Tara's intent to hide her real identity, because if that's the case, then man, did she do a fantastic job. She's effectively made it so that knowing her email and password can can't be fully considered as proof. All of her other accounts are deleted, and with account security having been a big issue for her, it's hard to say whether or not having access to the Bloody Wrists account would even be considered reliable. In short, for better or for worse, Tara's done a great job of obscuring herself despite the popularity of her work. In any case, I think this interest that the internet collectively has in knowing more about My Immortal's authorship mostly stems from two things. First and most obvious is wanting to know what kind of person it takes to come up with something so iconic in its awfulness, and second is because the world wants to know what other content they came up with. Speaking of which... As far as we know, there's no official sequel to My Immortal, and by official, I mean something that we can confirm Tara definitely wrote. That said, even if there's no official sequel, one, there's plenty of unofficial sequels out there that might interest you, and two, they're not My Immortal sequels, but there are a few fics that are related to My Immortal and I think are worth mentioning. First is I'm Not Okay, but of course we already went over this fic, so let's go ahead and move on to Raven's only other fic called Ghost of You. So, Ghost of You was posted by Raven in May of 2006, and it's only one chapter long, and she says that she made it because she was getting bored with I'm Not Okay. That being said, she also says that she co-wrote it with Tara, so, you know. Anyways, so Ghost of You is unique among Tara and Raven's fanfics in that it does not revolve around a character of their own creation, but don't get your hopes up too high just yet, because instead of creating a totally new character, Ghost of You just throws a thick coat of late 2000s Hot Topic paint over Hermione, who's now being called Maya for no specific reason. So, this one chapter of Ghost of You's plot, if you can call it that, can be boiled down to saying that Hermione had gone through horrible problems and now she was gothic, a theme pretty consistent with all of Tara and Raven's other works. As you'd expect, of course, that's not the only signature of Tara and Raven's work that you can find in Ghost of You. Rest assured, there's also mile-long descriptions of what people are wearing.
Now, as she embarked the train to her 6th year, Maya swished her nearly waist-length newly dyed raven locks and blinked her emerald with the use of her magic eyes as she stepped into a seat on the Hogwarts Express. She wore a black leather bustier, a blue plaid mini trimmed with black lace, ripped black fishnets, and black lace-up platform boots. On her face was lots and lots of black eyeliner, blood red lipstick, and matching eyeshadow. Her skin was pale white with the lack of sunlight, and she was slender, but with curves in all the right places.
Extremely out-of-character moments.
Oh my, God, what are you, listening to?
Gasped Luna, who was sitting on another seat with a bunch of giddy blonde preps wearing a pink mini and slutty pink halter tops and Gucci shoes. She looked exactly like Hilary Duff.
Flirting with Draco.
Maya noticed now who she was sitting behind, Draco Malfoy. As he heard her voice, he looked around coyly for a split second and then looked back.
And God, honestly, is it really an autographed work of Tara and Raven's if there's no insert characters and or characters named Dementia?
Virginia, there's you, Tara, love you girl, lulz, and Cho, whose nickname is Dementia after her middle name, Philly you rock bitch, MCR rock 666 exclamation point one, standing next to her, looking excited.
As for the third and final fic, which also just so happens to be the only non-Harry Potter fic in this whole video, it's a lovely piece called Forbidden Fruit, The Temptation of Edward Cullen. It's a Twilight fic originally written by a fanfiction user called BeckyMax666. It's been removed from fanfiction.net because, of course it has, but like all the other fics I've mentioned, it's been archived elsewhere. So then, what is Forbidden Fruit about? Well, in Becky Mac's own words, pretty but troubled new gal Atlantiana Lauren comes to Forks and causes quite a stir. She has a dark secret and only Edward can help her come to terms with it. But will he remain faithful to Bella or give in to his new forbidden passion? No flames, please.
Forbidden.
XOXO. Alright, so yeah, that's cool and all, but why am I talking about Forbidden Fruit in the first place? Well, it's because there's a lot of people
Joe Forbidden.
This was written by Tara and Raven.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Hard to blame them for thinking that, cause at the surface it definitely has all the telltale signs. For starters, Tara's last profile update on fanfiction is one expressing her new love of Twilight and her interest in writing a new fic, so, there's that. But the more incriminating thing is the way that Forbidden Fruit was My Immortal, Forbidden Fruit features a prep-hating Mary Sue protagonist with a long name and longer descriptions of her appearance.
Hey, my name's Atlantiana Rebecca Lauren, but everyone calls me Tiana, or just plain Tia. My hair is long and pale like spun gold, and skims to my waist like a pale shimmering amber mist. My eyes are a deep forget-me-not blue, and my delicate features are lily white and pure as the winter snow in moonlight. I was wearing tight black leather pants with silver chains at the waist, and a red fishnet-like top. You could see my black lacy bra through it. I ignored whispers and the big pink cheerleader imbeciles pointing at me.
Out of character dialogue.
I'm Udard Cullen. Who are these?
Atlantiana Lauren. You can call me Tiana, or maybe Tia, I said, feeling shy of the way he was looking at me. I'd seen that look in so many male eyes, but never quite as intense or sexy. His eyes burned like hot gold velvet in the midday sun, like phoenix feathers and rainbows. So gold and magical.
That reminds me of bygone times,
he said, carefully reaching out a shaking hand and brushing my cheek.
Thy face is like an oil painting. Thou is exceptional.
A healthy dose of spelling and grammatical errors.
I am really graceful. Like the running antelopes when I run very fast, and am stronger and faster than most people.
And sex scenes that are described, uniquely.
I found some handcuffs on a bench and I tied him to a hook. He was unable to move, and I took his pants down and looked at his throbbing lavender man fruit thing.
But the thing is, pointing out the numbers of similarities between Forbidden Fruit and My Immortal is kind of a double-edged sword, because there's just so many that you could just as easily argue that it was intentionally written in the style of My Immortal, and that this is just a completely unrelated troll fic. So basically, they're similar, of course, but are they too similar? Well, if we look at the facts, it makes it seem really unlikely that this is Tara's writing. I say that, one, because Forbidden Fruit lacks some of the other key elements of Tara's writing, like gothifying some of the canon characters and naming someone Dimension. And two, because even though she'd fit right in, Becky Mac doesn't seem to exist in Tara and Raven's social circle. Throughout My Immortal and on her live journal, Tara mentions having a few other friends outside of her, Raven, and Justin. Most notably, there's a friend named Philly who's mentioned in My Immortal, Tara's live journal, and both of Raven's fics. So, assuming Tara wanted Forbidden Fruit to get read, it seems kinda silly to risk throwing it into the wind on a totally fresh profile when it would definitely get attention by saying that's some other character from Tara's social circle that's already been formally introduced. But hey, you know, still, regardless of its authorship, Forbidden Fruit is still a great read if you're in the mood for a My Immortal-esque so bad it's good troll fic. That being said, just a fair warning, it does have moments where it is graphic, so
oh god.
Just heads up. So, in conclusion, what have we learned today? Well, for starters, we've learned that the art of writing peaked with My Immortal, and we've been on a steady decline ever since. But we also
I
learned
think I'm gonna
that
take another
despite being
break,
so
so
overlooked,
let's see here. It is 3:10, 3:25. So I will see you then.
Dragon Ball Z! Now there are over 100 of your favorite Dragon Ball Z minifigures for you to collect. And look, there are even supersized Dragon Ball Z action figures with movable arms and legs for realistic battle action. It's a fight to the finish. But who will win? Never has there been a dark force so strong and so powerful to threaten Earth. Can Dragon Ball Z save the day? Dragon Ball Z action figures, each sold separately from Irwin.
空を見ろ鳥だ飛行機だあミクロマン
弾よりも速く力は機関車よりも強く高いビルディングもひとっ飛びそうですミクロマンは地球の正義と真実を守るため日夜戦い続けているのです
Mini cool old man.
Nothing can hold the Incredible Hulk. Introducing the Incredible Hulk Break-Up Playset Edition Crash Figures.
You'll never get out of my gamma ray trap. Watch my bubbling brains.
Hold, smash, gamma trap. Arr!
My vibrating energy field will stun the Hulk into my steel body trap.
Attach the super density arm braces. Lower the neck harness. Activate timer.
Hold, smash. Rah!
Break-Up Playsets come with Hulk. Magic Crash Figures each sold separately.
Heads up, it's Water Wars. The new X-Men Water Wars collection with the coolest water weapons you've ever seen. Sentinel attacks X-Men. Return the wave jumper to the ship. Initiate the hydro disc launcher.
Fire! Fire! Ah! Let's finish him, X-Men. Roll mode on.
Release the deep sea dive chamber.
Blast him.
Detonate slam dunk catapult.
Do the wave signal. Cool.
The amazing new X-Men Water Wars. Playset and figures sold separately.
She is the one named Sailor Moon. Imagine the excitement of having a super scepter just like Sailor Moon's. Imagine showing your friends all the magic.
I'm Sailor Moon.
Ready for more surprises? Watch this.
The jewel lights up.
Now Sailor Moon and the Scouts have their very own light-up tiaras.
Moon power!
Light-up tiara dolls and super scepter are each sold separately. Batteries extra, new from Irwin.
Sailor Moon!
It's Capcom Street Fighter 2! What's tougher than a Capcom Street Fighter? A Street Fighter's mother? No! How about the Crimson Cruiser with Championship Edition M. Bison and Street Slamming missiles? It's not as tough as Championship Edition Guile going boom in his Sonic Boom tank. Or the Beast Blaster. It comes with Championship Edition Blanca and Chun-Li and fires double trouble missiles. Street Fighter 2! Capcom Street Fighter 2, Sonic Boom Tank, Crimson Cruiser, and Beast Blaster come with Championship Edition figures, each sold separately. That's a lot of stuff!
サンクチャリーを制す悪の強行アーレス。今こそ勝負だ。強行アーレスプレゼント。
Earth is in trouble. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! We need the Gundams. It's here. All new Gundam wing action figure model kits.
That's a mobile suit.
Build your own Gundam mobile suit.
A Gundam.
Snap together multicolor pieces. No glue required. Extreme articulation. Pick your favorite or collect them all.
Gundams are on Earth. Roger that.
Gundam wing action figure model kits. Only from Bandai.
Get ready to erupt into primal rage. But be warned, these guys don't just get butt, they slam it, crush it, and trash it. And now they're even bigger. Four tasty follower figures take a bite out of their killer appetites. Now even more rage is in your hands with Primal Rage and Super Rage action figures from Playmates.
The secret decoding shield of the dreaded Dr. Doom has ordered him to blow up the Freedom Tower.
Dr. Octopus, Dr. Doom, Captain America, and Spider-Man each sold separately.
Here's how it works, Dr. Octopus. Just slip the secret message in the secret shield. Now our secret mission is revealed. How do we stop him, Captain America? That's our secret, Spider-Man.
Dr. Doom, Captain America, and other action figures from the Marvel Secret Wars collection, each sold separately. New from Mattel.
This is Zordon calling White Ranger and White Tiger Zord. Evil Lord Zed has struck again. You must morph the White Tiger Zord into warrior mode and be ready to fight. The Thunder Zord assault team is on its way to join you. Together you will morph to become the virtually indestructible Mega Tiger Zord. I've summoned Thor, the incredible Shuttle Zord with light and sound. Together you can all morph into the unbeatable Thunder Ultra Zord.
Go Power Rangers!
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
Journey with us into a mysterious world, where all is not what it seems, where the magical power of the hologram rules the world of
Visionaries, knights of the magical lights. Visionaries with magical powers they fight.
where evil darkling lords are locked in battle against heroic spectral knights.
Visionaries with magical powers they fight.
The magic hologram, the holograms, the power.
There's something new in Gotham. It's Batman, like you've never seen him before.
Hey, Joker, a Batarang surprise! Missed me. Time for a change. That disguise won't work, Joker. No, try this. So long, Batman. That's it. Wings out. Fire! You've got great new weapons, Batman. But I don't run out of tricks. You'll need them.
Batman, the Dark Knight Collection. Batman like you've never seen him before, each sold separately.
Battle Corps 94. More action than ever before. There's Stalker, Shipwreck, Metalhead, Night Creeper Leader, Major Blood. Clint, go for it. It's action to the core. Battle Corps. Battle Corps figures each sold separately. Go for the Joe. G.I. Joe.
Who are you?
I'm Many Faces with the power to change from man to robot to monster.
Oh, no.
He-Man, He-Man.
He-Man sold separately.
Hi, old friend. Hi.
He-Man. He's your friend?
Friend and ally. He's just kind of weird sometimes.
Oh, in specially marked packages, Manny Faces comes with 5 extra weapons. He-Man and Manny Faces each sold separately. Part of the Masters of the Universe collection. From Mattel.
宇宙からやってきた謎の物体ラジオかと思えばあららロボットにチェンジこれが噂のカメレオン感覚使える遊べる実用ミクロチェンジシリーズ
It's the evil Decepticons. Powerful jets that transform into dangerous Decepticon robots. Ramjet and Starscream with missile launchers and light and sound power packs. But first, they'll have to battle the heroic Autobots. Inferno, Jazz, and Sideswipe. They're robots in disguise. Jazz strikes back with a robot-ripping rocket launcher, and Inferno's water cannon is raining pain. Transformers! Transformers Generation 2. Autobot cars and Decepticon jets each sold separately.
When you're searching for something for your little girls or boys, and you're finding high prices but not finding toys, and you're sad and you're blue and you're tired of running round, let Lionel Kitty City turn that frown upside down, upside down. With that selection, upside down. Lionel Kitty City makes it easy for you. Their prices and selection are among the best around. Let Lionel Kitty City turn that frown upside down.
Big Jim's World of Adventure starring Big Josh with Talking Camp Pack.
Let's make camp here.
You unload the Big Jim sports camper gear. Big Josh says,
Bring the boat and fishing gear.
and you know the dinner will soon be here. Big Josh says,
Let's find some firewood.
now this camp is looking like a good camp should. Big Josh with Talking Camp Pack is sold separately. Big Jim sports camper comes with fishing boat and gear from Mattel.
It's showtime, babe. We're talking the Toys R Us grand opening. Hey, Ninja Turtle, take a break and boogie down. Please, Barbie baby, gotta come, doll, got to. It's the grand opening, Bonk. Major exposure. Come on, Cabbage Patch Kid. This is the big event. It's a Toys R Us, kids. You can catch me, your favorite stars, and get a free gift, too. In La Mirada, Saturday, September 14th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's the Toys R Us grand opening, babe. We won't start without you.
Os Cavaleiros da Galáxia enfrentam o perigo que vem do espaço.
Galaxy Rangers aos cavalos!
Estamos prontos.
Corre! Use o saqueado!
Coleção Galaxy Rangers da Glaslit.
Coming from the farthest reaches of the universe to challenge the worst villains on Earth are the most powerful heroes ever in the Battle of the Superpowers Collection. Can it be the Supermobile on the attack, the Lexor 7 armed with kryptonite? Will the Supermobile repel those deadly rays?
You bet. Ready for battle. Activate RAM.
New from Kenner's Superpowers Collection. Vehicles and figures with power action, each sold separately. Flying lessons for Penguin, fish bait for Luther. Can the Supermobile defeat the Lexor 7? You decide.
Terminator.
Robotic endoskeleton, the Bioflesh Regenerator. Activate!
Now you can create your own Terminator with the Bioflesh Regenerator.
I'm back to protect.
Yeah? Think again.
Battle damage. Must return to Bioflesh Regenerator.
Add flesh compound.
Activate!
You are in control.
Terminator created. I'm back.
The
BioFlesh Regenerator comes with 2 robotic figures and BioFlesh compound.
Then off. We'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe.
Cobra's attacking! We're outnumbered! G.I. Joe to the rescue!
The G.I. Joe personnel carrier holds 28 members of the G.I. Joe team.
Let's go! Go get the new members of the G.I. Joe team! Here's Torpedo and Tripwire! Get the Joe team aboard and move them out!
G.I. Joe!
The G.I. Joe personnel carrier holds 28 Joe team members, each sold separately from Hasbro.
The signal goes out. A ferocious feline is on the prowl.
It's Catwoman!
But Bruce Wayne's custom coupe is loaded with surprises. Batman returns.
What was that?
It's Batman.
Catwoman sets a trap.
But Batman's unstoppable.
No, I'm not.
Batman strikes back.
Catwoman's been in!
Batman returns. Bruce Wayne figure included with custom coupe. Other figures sold separately.
We interrupt with a Ghostbuster bulletin. Paranormal activity has been sighted in Detroit. Ghostbusters are going live to the scene.
He got a ghost! My new crazy copter will get him.
Each sold separately.
Buddy, you're gone with the wind. Cool, new equipment. Where's Ray? Yikes, another ghost. My grab and grapple will get ya. Ah! Super weapon.
If you see anything unusual, you know who to call. Ghostbusters!
Y ahora, todo el poder del universo está aquí.
Por el poder.
Prepárate, He-Man. Tu fin ha llegado.
Primero enfrentarás el poder del universo.
He-Man y los Masters del Universo ya están aquí. La batalla apenas ha comenzado.
Laser time, boys! Now the show you know in 3D is so real, you can touch it. The evil Dr. Hiss has got a plan, but 3D action's gonna save the land. He wants to rule the world with his evil bots, but ZZ and the boys say, we think not! Transforming bots pack a deadly punch, but Big Jungle Fiver's gonna eat him for lunch. Put them all together, snap, snap, snap. Now you know the car's gonna take the rap. Bots Master! Each figure sold separately. Game over.
Computer subspace transmission to Starfleet Command from Enterprise. Stardate 45481.4. It's a single blast. Source unknown. Lieutenant Worf checks weapon systems. Captain Picard orders full shields from Lieutenant LaForge in engineering. Suddenly there is an alien presence on the ship. It's one of the Borg, a hostile robotic life form. Commander Riker returns phaser fire.
Star Trek, the next generation action figures from Playmates.
Now there's a whole new army of GoBots to command. Robots you can change to super sleek vehicles and back again. 12 more Super GoBot collectibles from Bandai.
When crime strikes, nothing can stop RoboCop.
Criminals, give up. Surprise, little cop. Meet your match.
RoboCop and evil ED-260 face off with rapid repeat cap firing.
That should hold you. Calling the Robo Jailer. Run away. You won't catch us.
But the Robo Jailer smashes through their hideout.
You'll be hiding out in prison now.
Figures and vehicles sold separately.
Back for more?
RoboCop and the Ultra Police.
Imagine Eternia. Imagine the Gate of Fangs. Eternia. Batteries not included. Imagine the soaring sky tracks. Figures sold separately. The Cavern of Justice. Eternia. Imagine the power lift to the control chamber. At last, from the masters of the universe, the world you've always imagined can be yours.
Okay is effectively the prototype of my immortal. You know, I'm not okay walked so that my immortal could run. But of course, we also learned that, in all likelihood, my immortal is a satire and that the actual writer operated both Terra and Raven's profiles. It's pretty hard to say whether or not we'll ever find out who that person is for sure, because proving that you wrote My Immortal would be an incredibly difficult task. In fact, for all we know, the authors tried to step forward and sign their work before, but nobody's believed them because, well, I mean, God, how would you prove it? In any case, I hope you enjoyed this video. I've been working on this for, oh God, an unbelievably long time, and the script for this video is ridiculous, but as you can probably tell, I like to be thorough, and more importantly, I'm finally happy with how this video came out. So, oh God, thank you for watching this all the way through. I truly do appreciate it. And to show my gratitude, I hereby dub thee Not a Prank.
Nearly 100 years ago, in 1927, the editor of the Brooklyn Daily Eagle had had just about enough. The concept of slipping and falling on a banana peel had already been a trope for decades by this point, but this editor remained unconvinced that it actually happened real, that it was but slapstick, something that only Bill acts in comic strips. Prize was promised to anyone who came forward with an eyewitness account of somebody actually slipping on a banana peel in real life, purely accident. It's not possible for me to claim the prize since the Daily Eagle went out of business and closed its office near the Brooklyn Bridge many decades ago. But I could promise that it is indeed possible to slip on a banana peel. Because it happened to me. The year would have been 2018. I cannot offer the exact date, but I can specify the precise location. Brooklyn, New York, Broadway, the road that defines the border between Beds and Bushwick, near the corner of Sodom Avenue. My story is the same as everyone else's. I just didn't see it. One time when I was a little kid, I dropped it in the kitchen floor and tried to flip on it on purpose, but it just didn't work like it did in cartoons. I couldn't do it. The problem was that I was being too careful, too intentional. It only really works if you're walking with a normal, oblivious stride. You cannot choose it. It chooses you. It chose me. I caught my balance. I didn't fall, but I could have. And from that day forward, I've had no trouble respecting the terror that a banana peel can wreak upon your physical form. If you've never slipped on a banana peel, let me tell you, it is a very unique experience, to say the least. If you haven't, you might have slipped on a patch of ice before, right? That's a lot more common, but at least then, you kind of had some tells, didn't you? You knew it was in the cards. It was cold out, there was precipitation on the ground, you were probably walking around ice before you slipped and fell, and it hurts, and it stinks, but at least you kind of had some sort of warning. Banana peel, you have none, especially if it's a warm day. You have no reason to expect them on the ground. The banana peel could not possibly be better engineered for this purpose. The exterior of the skin grips the sole of your shoe like brakes on a tire, and the slippery side works like ball bearings to send you flying down the sidewalk. Despite all the meticulous cultivation and human engineering of this banana, and despite all our efforts to pour concrete over nature and banish it from our sight, nature still found a way to shake me by the ankle when I least expected it. I was as surprised as I have ever been. Nature was telling me, not so fast. I am more powerful than you will ever be. You can run from me, you can pave me over, you can try to suffocate me, but I will always find you. Nature has in fact used the banana peel to humble many, many residents in New York City for the past 150 years. Never hear about?
Sorry about that. I was eating something.
Enough to have many newspaper
Oh,
accounts
I am using the wrong image.
falling on banana peels from 1867 to 2013. All specific locations and addresses listed. This is not merely a New York story. This is an American story.
Pretty good.
What we have here is a non-exhaustive compendium of banana peel slips and falls throughout the United States that were documented in newspapers. At the outset, I'd found one funny story in the newspaper archives. I didn't have firm expectations of how many more I would come up with, but I expected maybe 1 or 2 dozen. I found a lot more than that. More than enough reason to limit my scope to the U.S. specifically. This
God.
means leaving out some astonishing international slip and fall stories, such as that of stuntman Bobby Leach, who, while in his 50s, climbed into a barrel, got shoved into the Niagara River, and fell down Niagara Falls. When they found him and opened up the barrel, he was described as, quote, more dead than alive.
Whoa.
Despite inflicting countless serious injuries, Niagara Falls did not end his life, but a banana peel did. 15 years later, he slipped on a peel and injured his leg, which developed an infection which killed him. This occurred in New Zealand, however. Between that and the fact that some reports claim he actually slipped on an orange peel, not a banana peel, Leach is excluded from this sample. We are now going to relive the history of America's complex relationship with the dreaded banana peel. A quick note before proceeding, the precise dates and locations of most of the following incidents are completely accurate, although some reports lack detail and left me to estimate when and where they occurred as best I could. Incident 1, in what I believe to be the first ever instance of a banana peel slip documented in American newspapers, Mary E. Brown of Jersey City is walking on Reed Street in Manhattan when she steps on a banana peel, falls, and unfortunately breaks her leg. May 27, 1867. We ultimately wait 5 years for incident 2, but coincidentally we only need to walk a few blocks. November 22nd, 1872, Charles Bogart is arrested on suspicion of blackmail at the world-famous restaurant Delmonico's, which used to have a location on Chambers Street. While being walked out, he makes a break for it, running about 10 blocks through Tribeca before slipping on a banana peel and being caught. New York City was absolutely filthy in this time, so it might seem a little strange that it took even this much time, but this was only the dawn of the story of bananas in America, which until now were occasionally available but not very popular. It wasn't until 1870 that they finally figured out that bananas imported from places like Jamaica and Costa Rica should be cut down when they're green, so they aren't half rotten by the time they get to their destination. Incident 3 sees the first reported banana peel slip outside of New York City when Senator David Davis slips in Washington, D.C. Incident 5 is the most troubling. On July 23, 1879, Lev Steele fractures his wrist while breaking his fall at the corner of 3rd and Vine in Cincinnati, Ohio. The doors have now swung wide open. Bananas have now officially made it inland, and with them, they will bring catastrophe. By the end of the 1880s, banana peels will become known as a serious safety hazard. After Incident 17, in which a girl in Chattanooga slips on a peel, the local Daily Tribune advocates for the arrest of anyone seen carelessly throwing a banana peel on the ground. This has clearly happened many, many times that just went unreported in the papers. The uptick we see in the 1880s is substantial. There are sprains and broken bones all over the country as far west as Deadwood, South Dakota, but none of them compare to Incident 16. May 17, 1888, Galveston, Texas. Will Willis is in his upstairs bedroom when he's awakened by a noise downstairs. Fearing it's an intruder, he grabs his pistol, heads down the stairs, slips on a banana peel that's been left on the
oh no, it goes off.
Accidentally pulls the trigger and fatally shoots himself in the head.
Oh God.
I believe this to be the first
I shouldn't be laughing.
In American history. There will be many more. Incident 19, Wheeling, West Virginia, July of 1889.
He had a safety on, bro.
When he slips on a banana peel and breaks his right arm. Incident 20, Wheeling, West Virginia, August of 1889. Weeks later, that very same Richard man is walking down that very same street when he slips on a banana peel and breaks that very same arm. Mr. Man's awful luck contributes to an overall tally that has really ramped up, as we can see by looking at the progressive total. A problem has exacerbated that, only 15 years ago, did not exist. And yet, this will be nothing compared to what we see in the 1890s. These disasters continue to take new and more terrifying forms. Incident 24, October 1st, 1890, Richmond, Indiana. In what appears to be the first banana peel slip that results in the loss of a limb, Mr. Sharon Jones is walking alongside a railroad track when he slips and falls on a banana peel. A passing train runs over his arm, necessitating its amputation. Incident 31, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, September 1892. Railroad employee Charles Gardner slips on a banana peel and, for reasons unknown, believes someone intended to injure him. He accuses nearby man Robert Williams of dropping the banana peel there on purpose. Williams pulls out a gun and shoots him dead.
Oh, God.
32, Atlanta, Georgia, February of 1893. A woman is suing the city of Atlanta after sustaining serious injuries from slipping on a banana peel. This is out of control. There are now 32 reported incidents, and using the loosest of estimates, I'm supposing that for every banana peel injury that's made the papers, there are about 100 that have not, which would imply about 3,000 serious injuries nationwide. All because of littering. The Carbondale Daily News, in search of an insult so searing that it could burn right through the page and into the heart of an anonymous would-be litterer, settles on the phrase malignant idiot. Not bad. In our time, banana peels are most closely associated with Mario Kart.
Yeah.
You're most likely to draw a banana if you're in first place, implying it's perhaps the weakest item, but as any seasoned player knows, the banana peel is as capable as a red shell of ruining your day.
Yeah.
Incident 39, October of 1893, Beloit, Ohio. Inventor William Saunders intends to drive his prize invention, the steam road wagon, which we today would call a car, to the World's Fair in Chicago. He loads up some of his other inventions, climbs in, and gets going, but doesn't get far until one of the wheels hits a banana peel and slides into a ditch, breaking all of said inventions.
Oh, no!
Writes up the incident and makes a little bit of fun of him. Saunders replies, "Tell me who wrote that so I can destroy them. If no one tells me, I will go up to Cleveland and destroy you all."
Wow.
The journalist who wrote it resigns in terror. Within this decade, 7 Americans will be killed by banana peels, but where many of us see catastrophe, some of us see a business opportunity. Incidents 41 through 43, Boston, Mass. Mary Freeman and her daughters, Jenny and Fanny, are important innovators in the burgeoning slip-and-fall scam industry in that they seem to have been the first to utilize the banana peel. The Freeman women went after
insurance scams. As early as what are we?
So this is the way it usually works, and the way they probably
It's like early 1900s. Oh, 1884. Fuck
A
me.
few moments later, another one of them.
I didn't know insurance fraud was like that early.
Is that they have perfected an ability to pretend they've sustained permanent waist-down paralysis when they're examined by doctors. They run this scam 3 times in Boston. First 2 go great. The third time, Fanny is ready to fake paralysis again when it turns out the doctor assigned to examine her is the same doctor who examined her last time. Whoops. Suddenly and miraculously cured, Fanny jumps up and runs away. That guy's a really good doctor.
Well, that's...
The decade of the 1900s will see more banana peel injuries than any other decade before or since. Before we examine Incident 72, a brief personal story. In 2000, many years before my banana peel encounter in 2018, I was 17 years old. My friends and I headed out from Louisville to somewhere in Kentucky off I-64, probably near Simpsonville, to help out with some landscaping work. It was there where I walked across a yard littered with various lawn care implements and, completely by accident, stepped on the teeth of a garden rake. The handle of the rake sprang up and hit me square in the face.
What, like fucking Sideshow Bob?
The magnitude of this. It was something I'd only ever seen in cartoons. Much like slipping and falling on a banana peel, it had never even occurred to me that this would ever happen in real life. And yet it did. To me. This was the first of 2 signature oafish acts required for me to achieve high oafhood. I must acknowledge, unfortunately, that since I did not fall after slipping that banana peel 18 years later, it fell short of a full oafish act, and to this day, I remain a mere minor oaf, a title from which I will never graduate until I actually do slip and fall on a future banana peel, fall down a well, sit on a chair that breaks when I on it, walk into an open manhole, roll down a hill pell-mell into a briar patch, fall off a turnip truck, or wear underwear with hearts on them while my pants fall down. Until that day, I will never be John Goodwin of Indianapolis, who in August of 1900 slips and falls on a banana peel 1 year after falling down a well.
Wow!
He is a high oaf, perhaps one of the greatest oafs ever seen. It's in 1905 when we encountered the difficult-to-believe saga of a man named William Lytle of San Francisco. Incident 99, March 14th, corner of Van Ness and Geary. Lytle slips on a banana peel, falls, and breaks his wrist. He remarks that he actually doesn't mind this so much because it gives him some time off from work he otherwise wouldn't have taken. Interestingly, he's not the only banana peel victim who said this. Sometimes, in their own way, they can do you a favor. Incident 100, 2 weeks later on Market Street, Lytle slips on another banana peel and takes an even worse fall, breaking his shoulder and knocking him unconscious. When he returns to work, his co-workers mock him for somehow allowing this to happen to him twice. In 102, 2 months later, while walking through the office, he slips on a 3rd banana peel and re-breaks that same shoulder. And while nobody admits to it, he's fully convinced that someone dropped it there to taunt him. Incident 103, 2 weeks later, Lytle is getting ready for bed in the room he has rented on Post Street. He turns out the light, walks across the room, and slips and falls on a banana peel. Lytle pulls himself to his feet, takes another couple of steps, and Incident 104 slips and falls on another banana peel. He turns on the light to find several banana peels lying all across the floor. He's adamant that he did not put them there, and concludes that someone, for some reason, must have thrown them through the small open window above his door. Understandably, Lytle immediately moves out of that room and into a new place on Fillmore. He's carrying his things up the steps when, incident 105, he slips and falls on a banana peel. In addition to his pre-existing injuries, he's now hurt so badly that he has to spend a couple of weeks in bed. At this point, there's no way he can tell anyone about this, except for his fiancée, who lives on Golden Gate Avenue. He trusts her to believe him. At this point, she does not. There's an argument, they have a falling out, Lytle blows off steam with a night on the town. Incident 106, he slips and falls on a banana peel on Powell Street and breaks his arm. Months later,
oh my God.
Still partying pretty hard. On April 18th, 1906, he's up until 5 in the morning playing cards on O'Farrell Street. This is where he finds himself when San Francisco is rocked by the historic and devastating 1906 earthquake. Bricks are falling from the building all over the place, but Lytle and his friends escape unharmed and take refuge in Golden Gate Park. The next day, Lytle manages to take a long detour around the city's ruins to reach his place on Fillmore and save a few of his things. Then, while carrying an armload of stuff, still manages to navigate the train on his way back. Finally, he reaches the park, at which point, incident 116, he slips and falls on a banana peel and breaks his leg. Around 5 or 6 weeks later, his leg is still in pretty bad shape, but he's able to get around with a cane to survey damage across the city. He's at the corner of Van Ness and Geary, near where he used to live, when incident 119, his cane slips on a banana peel and he falls down. Now, if you were having trouble believing any of this, you're about to have a lot more trouble. Reportedly, his ex-fiancée happens to be nearby, sees him fall, guesses that maybe he wasn't lying about all that stuff after all, and reunites with him. They plan to get married December 19th in Columbus, Ohio. While walking up the aisle during the ceremony, incident 128, he slips and falls on a banana peel.
Ow!
His fiancée both conclude that he's cursed and that it would be bad news for her to marry into this cruel.
How does this all happen to one guy? Oh my God!
Alleged banana peel slips and falls suffered by one William Lytle.
This guy has got like the worst luck in the universe. Fuck me.
To be corroborated by eyewitnesses, and this was no small-time rag that printed this. It was originally published by the Chicago Tribune and then reprinted by the Washington Post. As such, I made the somewhat difficult decision to go ahead and include them in the official tally. I mean, hey, sometimes you just gotta fill up a story, as we'll see with Incident 110, one of many banana peel incidents that occurred nationwide between Lytle's first slip and his last. Ionia, Michigan, November 1905. Apparently, banana peel slips are now such a commonplace fixture in American life that in this story roundup, a slip receives third billing behind a wagon of hay drove through town and some guy stood around for a while. Sensational. But no human being on Earth is more matter-of-fact than Hugh Sheridan of Wilmington, Delaware. Incident 123, August 6th, 1906, 4th and Market. Sheridan is running to catch a streetcar when he slips on a banana peel and falls. His foot falls under the wheels of the car. Onlookers are probably screaming in terror, but Sheridan calmly gets up, dusts himself off, walks over to the sidewalk, takes off his shoe, and gives it a little bit of a shake until his big toe falls out. Hey, alright, that's by far the best toe.
Ugh.
He stands around until the ambulance arrives. Let's now go back to the big board. With the odds all wrapped up, we have totaled 142 newsworthy banana peel incidents. Stopped being an urban or regional thing a long time ago. Wherever there are Americans, there will be banana terror. 1910. Although unfortunately we cannot identify the specifics of any one particular incident, we have to stop here and acknowledge all the scams run by a woman named Anna Strula, nicknamed Banana Anna. She was one of the greatest scammers of all time, and within her specific genre, she was the Michael Jordan of banana peel fraud, and just like Jordan, Banana Anna commanded the most respect and admiration from her
Banana Anna.
Years later, the insurance adjuster who finally caught her in 1910 wrote a feature in which he described her as, quote, one of the cleverest fraud artists who ever operated. He even secretly shadowed her for a while before apprehending her, just so he could witness her craft. Remember the Freeman women of Boston? They were running amateur hour compared to this. Although Anna seems to have operated primarily in New York City, she went all over, maintained homes in several different cities so she could list claims from a variety of different addresses. And although she worked with a partner, she threw out the conventional playbook that called for the partner to banana peel. Instead, her partner would find a station worker and tell him, hey, I almost slipped on a banana peel. Somebody should clean the floors around here. The worker would walk around in search of the peel, but wouldn't find one. 5 minutes later, Anna would drop Anna out of her dress.
Okay, is that it's the Inferno Bazooka.
An assistant making a big show of it. He pointed to the banana. See? I told you there was a banana. So now the station worker feels guilty, which makes him an easy mark. partner goes around collecting contact info from the many witnesses, and Anna seals the deal by showing off her terrible wound. She had this old leg wound that she could expertly prepare beforehand, supplement it with deep bruise, a fresh cut to make it look like a new injury. And that right there is the dedication that made her the greatest of all time. Eventually, of course, she ran out of luck.
Yeah, Inferno Bazooka.
Nationwide, which I suspect partially motivated the creation of a national register that recorded claims all over the country. And although many try to follow in her footsteps, the heyday of slip and fall scammers was over. Incident 151, February 1912, Sedalia, Missouri. Local high school student William Waddell is walking around town when he slips and falls on a banana peel. He's in good health, and a single fall to the ground shouldn't be that much of a problem. Trouble is, young William, for what I'm sure of very good reasons, is carrying a small capsule of dynamite in his pocket. He falls on dynamite. The dynamite explodes. Waddell's leg is seriously injured, and he loses a finger. Rodman Law is a famous stuntman who lives his life in defiance of death. He shoots himself out of cannons, but he's probably best known as a climber and a jumper. He routinely jumps off the roofs of 20-story tall New York skyscrapers and lands with his parachute. To be honest, I didn't even know the parachutes would work from that shallow of a distance, but they do.
Interesting.
Rodman Law walks away without a scratch. Incident 172. Rodman Law is walking around when he slips on a banana peel and breaks his ankle. By the end of the 1990s, banana peels have presented a serious public health issue for 30 years. 80 fractures, 9 lost body parts, 15 deaths. The banana peel's preferred targets are the arm and the leg, but it also attacks the head, face, hip, shoulder, ribs, even organs. Nothing is safe. Back in 1889, the New York Telegram proclaimed that, quote, "The banana peel has wrought more damage to life and limb than all the dynamite explosions that have shocked Great Britain." That probably sounded overdramatic at the time. It's hard to argue now. Let me return once again to my rough estimate that for every banana peel slip reported, there are about 100 that are not.
Ow.
It's based on nothing more than a wild guess on my part, but it's a point to start from. And it suggests about 20,000 banana peel injuries. Since a death from a banana peel slip is pretty likely to make the news, our count of 15 fatalities is probably fairly accurate, but we are probably looking at, for example, 8,000 broken bones. Given the state of medicine around the turn of the century, fractures were much more dire and might even permanently compromise one's ability to use that body part. Yes, the banana peel is dealing out pain and hardship in abundance nationwide. It's a banana peel. It's an improv prop. It's nothing. In the public imagination, it belongs in the same category as the whoopee cushion. This can't be the thing that breaks your ankle, your arm, your ribs. It just can't be. But it is. During the Roaring 20s, there seems to be only one industry in America that is not booming, the slip and fall racket. Banana might have ruined it for everybody. Incident 208, January 23rd, 1921. In a Camden, New Jersey trolley car, Frank Smith slips and falls on a banana peel and insists on a payout, but raises eyebrows after insisting they settle out of court. He's been running a slip and fall operation for 6 months and he needs to stay under the race. Unfortunately for him, claims records are a lot easier to look up than they used to be, and Smith is arrested. The rail industry is pretty clearly wise to these tricks by now, leading one Chicago entrepreneur to pick out smaller targets, mainly small shops. He's a true grinder, dropping banana peels at storefronts and slipping on them to win on-the-spot, out-of-court settlements that are sometimes as low as $10 a pop. Incident 225, this time though, someone saw him drop the peel and he is hauled off to jail. Let's fit in one last fun story before the Great Depression hits. Incident 226 will stay right here in Chicago as a little kid slips on a banana peel and is sent to the hospital for apparently not too serious injuries. They ask for his first name, Orange. They ask for his last name, Apple. Orange Apple has slipped on a banana. Newspaper editors nationwide
Wow.
are the happiest they have ever been. Both within and beyond the Depression, there will still be a fair number of banana peel incidents in the 1930s, including one of the last ever fatalities, Incident 231 in Indianapolis, in which a man slipped and fell into the path of a moving freight train. Thankfully, once we get past the 30s, there will appear to be no further banana peel fatalities in America. It's in the 40s when reported incidents almost completely grind to a halt. In fact, across a 5-year stretch between 1940 and 1945, there are only 3 reported.
Yeah, I think people were too. I think World War II had a lot to do with that.
Everywhere. They're marauding within the Atlantic, Pacific, Pacific and Gulf of Mexico, dissuading many companies from importing non-essential items and rendering bananas difficult to come by in the States. If you do score some, you're more inclined to make them stretch by baking them into a recipe, and a lot less inclined to simply eat one while walking down the street. Therefore, peels are ending up in kitchen garbage cans instead of on the sidewalk. When banana peel injuries finally start happening once again, they're celebrated as harbingers of peacetime. Incident 269, December 11th, 1946, Norfolk, Virginia, corner of what was then Banana Market. Josephine Rickey slips and falls on a banana peel. The war is over. This story acknowledges two important hinge points. First, bananas will be easier than ever to come by from now on. This will be counteracted, though, by nationwide initiatives to keep cities clean by installing garbage cans in massive quantities. The age of the banana peel menace is ending, but the goose keep on rolling. Incident 272, Pittsburgh, March 16th, 1949. Edward McGilvery is in his third-story Northside home, minding his own business when he slips on a banana peel, stumbles backwards and out the window, falls 40 feet to the ground,
Oh shit!
and lands on his feet. A claim
What?
I would immediately dismiss if not for the number of eyewitnesses. He's almost completely unhurt. Doctors will check him out later, but will only find a potentially burst blood vessel in one of his legs. So,
I bet you that guy's legs gonna hurt like shit after that.
Walking around your home one instant, and the very next instant you realize you just fallen 40 feet and not only completely defied death, but ended up pretty much fine. And now you're just standing outside. What do you do next? Maybe go to the hospital and get checked out just to make sure you're alright? Grab some eyewitnesses, go to the local paper, and recount a story of historical magnitude? If nothing else, walk over to a bar and get a drink while you reflect on your mortality? Well, Ed McGilvery does none of those things. After standing there for a moment, he just walks back upstairs and he goes back to doing whatever he was doing.
That just happened. Just going back to his room. Well, that shit just happened.
Gradual yet total shift. Eventually, you won't be able to make the news simply by slipping on a banana peel and hurting yourself. There's going to need to be a hook. For example, Incident 294, 1963, Fulton, Kentucky. It's the International Banana Festival. A reveler
Oh,
sits on a banana peel.
yeah, no, yeah, something's gotta give at that point.
1 year later, Fulton, Kentucky. It's the International Banana Festival. The Princess Festival.
Again?
Didn't see that one coming. Incident 297, a subway station, New York, New York. Val Maloney slips on a banana peel, falls, and has trouble getting up. A man sees this, rushes over, steals his watch, and runs away.
That sounds like New York, all right.
Rushes over, tries to his wallet, and runs away. In June of 1984, Milwaukee Brewers pitcher Mike Caldwell misses time after spraining his ankle, although the Brewers don't appear to elaborate on how exactly he did so. Phil Pepe does, though. Phil Pepe, the venerable baseball writer who covered the New York Yankees for decades, has sources all across the league, and he has got the scoop. Apparently, Caldwell and some of his teammates got drunk on the plane on the way to Baltimore, and upon arriving at the hotel, decided to start a drunken food fight in the lobby. Incident 302, according to Pepe, a banana peel was thrown, Caldwell slipped on it, and he sprained his ankle. Incident 303, on June 9th, 1991, is believed to have possibly slipped on a banana peel before falling and hurting his shoulder. So what's the hook? Well, that man is Byron Scott of the Los Angeles Lakers, who are currently in the process of losing the NBA Finals. Now let's go back once again to the big board. Scott was the only reported instance of a banana peel slip in the 1990s that I could find, and Caldwell was the only reported instance of the 1980s. I couldn't believe it. I still think there are a couple of stories I just wasn't able to dig up, but I ran several different searches using many different search parameters, and aside from those two athletes, all I could come up with was an abundance of newspaper writers using a banana peel slip as a metaphorical device to describe something like a team blowing a lead or a politician committing a gaffe. By the end of the 90s, banana peel incidents have become such an astronomical rarity that things have inverted. You no longer even need a hook, you just need to slip and hurt yourself on a banana peel. Incident 305, Edwardsville, Illinois. Dorothy Williams is walking out of a Quick Trip when she slips, falls, and sustains injuries. That alone is enough to earn her a write-up in the nationally syndicated column News of the Weird, fronted with the words, "It actually happens." We wait more than a decade until Incident 306, in which we see a nod to the scammers of old. August 8th, 2013, the elevator of the Potomac Metro Station in Washington, D.C. I won't show this man's name or his face because this was relatively recent and he wasn't looking for attention, he was just looking for a little bit of money. In choosing a train station, he seems to have the right idea, and in immediately complaining to a station employee that the floor wasn't clean, he has taken a page right out of Banana Anna's book. But Anna could not have imagined a playing field as tilted as this one in which security cameras are everywhere. This man can't really put a partner to drop it, because the partner he has to drop it himself. In footage, he's standing on a clean floor, so he's dead to rights the instant he performs a pretty unconvincing slip and fall. He's eventually charged with a felony, although I wasn't able to dig up how his case actually turned out. I hope they went easy on him. And I also hope this doesn't give anyone the idea that these things still aren't gravely dangerous, especially in train stations. Incident 307, just a few months later, December 20th, 2013, on the platform of New York City's Bowling Green station. While waiting for the 4 train, Manuel Cadiz steps to the edge of the platform to peer over and see whether a train is coming. It is. His foot catches a banana peel, and as he leans forward, he slips and falls on the tracks, breaking his foot in the fall. Thankfully, bystanders managed to pull him out of harm's way in time. Add on one more nondescript slip and fall in 2022, and there we have it. 308 total incidents that tell many, many different kinds of stories, but collectively tell a story of triumph. If the record is any indication, it appears as though we can claim victory over the banana.
Slicer assassin.
It's not like bananas went away. We eat them as much as we ever did. So how do we do it? There have been a few contributing factors. There's the rise of the automobile, which meant less time standing on train platforms and down sidewalks, the preferred stalking grounds of the banana peel. There's the fact that malnutrition was a major American problem during the banana peel's heyday, with about a third of all Great War military applicants rejected because they weren't healthy enough. Malnutrition takes a big toll on bones and ligaments, which ups the risk of injuries during falls. And there are, of course, fewer newspaper reports of banana peel injuries because there are fewer newspapers to report them. Let's take Beloit, Kansas, site of Incident 209 reported in the November 2nd, 1921 edition of the Beloit Gazette. Flip around a few pages and you'll see an entire section dedicated to nearby Scottsville, which according to the 2020 census has a population of just 26. Clearly, most of Scottsville has been torn down, but the street grid still reflects the town's 1920 population of 165. And if you were one of those 165 people, you stood about a 25% chance of seeing your name in the paper on any given week. This week alone, the Beloit Gazette mentions 40 different residents of Scottsville. These people went to church. This sick kid is feeling better. These people went shopping. These people ate some candy. If you sneezed, you could get in the paper. If you hurt yourself on a banana peel, that'd be a bombshell. As you guessed, the Beloit Gazette ceased operations many decades ago. Day-to-day miscellania like this is no longer reported by newspapers. That's now the domain of social media, a platform that's just about impossible to investigate scientifically. Even there, after a substantial amount of poking around, I encountered the same phenomenon I do in contemporary newspapers. Search results are dominated by people using the banana peel slip as a metaphorical device, as though it's a lightning strike or something. I spend more time searching social media than I probably should have, but I couldn't find a single post about someone actually injuring themselves on a banana peel. I believe that we have virtually eradicated the banana peel menace. It's true that for reasons we outlined, we can only give ourselves so much credit, but I think we should celebrate ourselves a little. Despite my Broadway encounter with the banana peel years ago, I do not fear it while I walk down the street. If you walk down this street eating a banana peel 5 minutes before I did, I trust that you didn't drop it on the ground for me to slip on. I don't care which walk of life you come from, or who you voted for, or anything else. I trust that you looked out for me, even if you will never meet me. Thank you. I promise I'll look out for you too. If we're going to spend all the time we do going on all
Oh god, that was too loud. I'll get some water in a little bit.
It's necessary to celebrate our collective
Alright.
victories, no matter how small. We won. In the NFL, a 1-0 score is impossible, right? You can't just score 1 point by itself. It's not mathematically achievable. 1-1 is an impossible score, so are 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, and 7-1. 6-1 is possible, thanks to an obscure loophole in the NFL.
What you're talking about? This is Fantasy Star Online, regular one.
But the ones who would go on to work on such projects as Outlaws, Sin, Redneck Rampage, Daikatana, Kiss Psycho Circus, and Unreal. Man, modding used to get you places back in the 90s. The people who made the master levels all got nice gigs afterwards, even if most of those studios got shut down or became epic. They'd pluck you from obscurity and release your levels in a compilation made for the real hardcore Doom players of 1995. They didn't have to grab a bunch of levels from the internet and toss them on a CD because they had the cash to hire people. Oh, no, wait, never mind. They included 3,000 hand-picked levels on the CD, which I don't have, thank Christ. I've shown you what those look like before. 3,000 is a lot. People have been asking Civvy, when are you going to do the master levels? And I've been like, I don't know, are they really that important?
You see this? This bar is when you release Doom videos.
Uh-huh.
And this bar is when you talk about other dumb bullshit that nobody cares about.
Uh-huh.
And this bar is when you release a really bad video.
Oh man, the algorithm is magic.
Do a Doom video or we're taking your toilet.
The master levels didn't seem important to me, because I've never played them. No, seriously, I was never that curious. It's some expansion pack that didn't even have 32 levels, right? And it isn't contained in its own episode. You had to play them all individually? Newer ports don't do this and let you play the whole thing in one big chunk with varying level orders. The newest release of Doom does this, and I figured this time, since they were all meant to be loaded individually, I'd throw on pistol starting and play them in whatever order Night Dive decided was optimal. Not like it matters.
Let me do the stretching and the getting the water. All right, I'm back. What I miss?
Master levels in 1995 couldn't be that hard.
Get some candy.
The first two levels in this pack are actually from id Software employee and Tim Willits. What, I can't say that about Tim Willits? Are you sure? Because that whole thing with the whole and the... Okay, from now on, I only believe something if it comes directly from John Romero and his magic hyperthymesia brain. As with any introductory map, this one is a turkey shoot. But with the added benefit of being self-contained, so you can get any enemy or weapon thrown at you. You won't get blue-balled by not getting a super shotgun until level 5 or something. It only takes a little over a minute for me to find the super shotgun, and I could have gotten it sooner. I wish I had. Could have saved some of my chain gun ammo. A pain elemental in the first minute is kinda nasty, though. So far, not bad. It looks decent and plays fine. It doesn't have that user map quality that I was dreading. This level even gives you a plasma gun fairly early, and a rocket launcher. You probably don't need that kind of firepower just yet. Oh no.
Oh god.
Damn it. No. When I thought the level wouldn't be able to surprise me, it drops me to that jump scare, and then I retreat into another trap that's less scary. I appreciate a good troll, but I gotta lead that mancubus away from that spot, which involves going here, then running like a madman back to that teleporter. No, that didn't work at all. What absolutely fucks with me is that there's one secret in this level. You know where it is? It's this teleporter. There's no real secrets in this map. Fine little level. I can kind of understand why they hired Tim Willits, even if he is allegedly a lying, backstabbing little creep. Allegedly. From a legal standpoint, Tim Willits is an upstanding gentleman who did not fuck over American McGee. Okay, enough about that fraud Tim Willits. Let's get to the next level, which is... Canyon.
Are you farming for a year or are you just playing for fun now? I'm just playing for fun.
Super shotgun right at the beginning. What an inconveniently placed revenant. The door closed behind me and...
Oh, God.
Yikes. But I can bounce back from that. See? 2 cacodemons and 2 zombies later, I'm back on top. Here, I'll beat the commenters to it. Nice. This level is a lot of windy corridors surrounding a main area of toxic slime that I guess is the canyon of the title. It's just a brick canyon. The level confuses difficulty with putting chain gunners and large monsters behind a door. But like the last level, I've got almost all the weapons.
Yeah, no, this is what I
here is because all that's in it is a chain gunner. Oh, sorry. On lower skills, there's an invisibility power-up, and in multiplayer, there's a BFG. But there ain't jack shit here on ultra-violence.
Hey, it's Doraemon. Doraemon.
Because of the level's layout, you have to circle around a bit when collecting keys, and at one point a bunch of monster closets open to give you something to do while backtracking. Not a bad level, even if unrelated secrets grind my fucking gears. And I'm dying to know what the point of this exit secret is. You get a med kit and a super shotgun. So you've already got a super shotgun because there's others in the level, including in the start room. And this was originally played level by level and pistol starting each one. So this is entirely pointless. Let's move on from Tim Willits' contributions and on to... the ugliest pistol start yet with these chain gunners here, but it gets better. It also gets much harder.
Well, I think I was playing with this with that person with the parasol earlier.
And you'd think this was a secret, but actually it's the way to the red key. And a pain elemental teleported in here from the other room. The master levels seem to love pain elementals, breaking from the traditions of sane people who don't spend their childhood torturing animals. All I've got is a shotgun and a chain gun, so yeah, I panic. Alright, kill the elemental before it wanders into the teleporter and everything is fine. Like, I don't want a shotgun a bear in a hell, but I don't have much choice. The other side of the map where I actually get some decent weapons, and I need all of them, super shotgun, rocket launcher, and plasma gun, which are guarded by a pain elemental and 2 hell knights, which seems easier. I realize while I'm going over the titular catwalk that it's going to be really hard to get 100% kills in this level. The catwalk lowers and there's no way back across. Since I've got a bunch of rockets I'm not using, I try to kill the far away imps with splash damage. It works, and then I realize there's a bunch of enemies still in the map. I shoot a wall in frustration and it opens to reveal a massive secret with a megasphere, a soul sphere, a berserk, tons of cell and rocket ammo, and a BFG. Again, this is the end of the level, and I can't get back across that catwalk or take these things into the next level. And unless you tried to compile all the levels into one wad yourself, you were pistol starting the next map. But hey, at least we get to use the BFG a little. This gets off to a bad start. One route will kill you if you take it first because you don't have the ammo to deal with it. This is what I get for pistol starting. What the fuck? Otherwise, this is a pretty straightforward level with a lot of shotgunning small enemies. Until the very end when there's an archvile behind the exit door. Ooh, scary.
I don't know, like these two-handed like sword weapons. A little too slow for me.
Spicy. I briefly get wrecked by hit scanners and slowly build my health back up afterwards. Then an enticing plasma gun bamboozles me. They were giving away plasma guns like store credit cards in the last level, so I really wasn't expecting that.
Ouch. Not much to say besides that. It's fine. Insert a Half-Life 2 joke about the title somewhere. I don't know. They banned me from talking about Half-Life 2 again. A few of the levels in this pack have a very specific way you need to start them. See, you have to fire on this door to open it, which alerts a bunch of lost souls you don't have the ammo to deal with. And if you do like I did and kill them all, resorting to fisting the last few, you're screwed. And I'm stuck with the shotgun and the chain gun for the whole level. But they do give you a rocket launcher. On the exit teleporter.
Wow. What dicks.
It's not bad, it's just kind of bland. This is the first one of these levels I played that I felt could stand up to the retail maps. It was made by Team TNT veteran Tom Mustaine, who co-founded Ritual Entertainment and today works as a co-director of Bethesda Game Studios. The Dallas branch. So, Fallout 76. He deserves better. Hold on, I'll get some Fallout 76 footage for a gag. Let me just install it. Alright, this might take.
Wow.
It was co-designed by Tom Mustaine's father, Bob. This map is
Just give me a hard drive with that game will be set.
A wild number of hit scanners sniping you, but there's a lot of cover. A lot of medium-tier monsters sprinkled in to keep things interesting, and a mindful drip feed of resources to keep you on your feet. And I find the BFG before the end of the level so I can actually use it. This feels especially good after how often they've been trolling me with pain elementals. It does have its flaws. Secrets are kind of borked, like this one fake wall leading to a megasphere guarded by an archvile counts as 3. Other than that, it's my favorite level so far. Ib quality stuff. I can see why Tom Mustaine still has a job in the gaming industry. Get ready for whiplash. I hate this one. I hate it good. Shotgunning 2 Hell Knights at the start is tedious, and I wouldn't have minded too much if I didn't end up doing it a few times, because the second section of this map is basically a puzzle that kills. You have to grab an invulnerability and make it through this room full of revenants and get to a switch in another room that starts teleporting monsters in. You don't have the ammo to deal with this yet. Yes, even after getting a plasma rifle. Should I follow this revenant through this teleporter? No, why the fuck would I do that? Just because that's where the shotgun ammo is? So I pistol the last revenant to death, which I don't think you should have to do. Once you get up here and grab this key, the level gets a lot easier. Mostly small enemies, and when bigger enemies show up, you have enough rockets and cells to deal. There's even a BFG you won't need. To get a high kill percentage, but this map just didn't want me to do that. I was running around this map looking for the enemies I hadn't killed and gave up after a while. See, you can theoretically get to this part of the map right here. I opened it up in Doom Builder to show you, right? You can teleport there. Somehow. You're supposed to open this door here and get 4 BFGs for this import. Sure, okay. It's more dark underground tunnels than Garrison. Now we get really spicy. I think this has the highest monster count of any of the master levels. It's massive and mean and was designed by Sverre Kvernmo. And it's certainly a better showing than anything in Redneck Rampage. There are 6 floors in this tower and they all hate you. The lowest level includes the outside of the tower, where there's an army waiting to be rocketed back to hell. Inside, it's a mess of blinking lights and raising stairs that block off a bunch of the exits. Barons teleport around because of maliciously placed line def specials. The BFG is sitting there right in the middle. That's a bad omen. Normally, I'd wait to use it, but this level is shaping up to be a real pain. The second floor has ledges that spawn revenants and chain gunners. That's right, the Plutonia special before Plutonia. Cacodemons are spilling in through the windows. Don't worry, there's only like a dozen of them. That floor was way too open, so let's go upstairs to the cramped hit scan section, where you get into Swiss cheese in the dark and face the second most diabolical archvile placement of the episode.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
The next floor is simple. Oh, the banality of evil. Go into this trap and 4 Barons teleport in. That's fine, I have a BFG. What isn't fine is all this environmental crap in the way. Saved since the Arch-File room. The 4th floor is a nasty trap stuffed with the end of knee-deep in the dead ×2. Barons and Spectres, who teleport around to make my BFG splash damage less effective. Cool, thanks. Getting to the top of the tower requires lowering this floor here, and I know something terrible's gonna happen once I do. This level is diabolical.
No way. Not a chance.
This level is about as much as you can escalate without putting in an icon of sin. The top floor gets so ugly, it starts you off with an invulnerability. That helps me deal with the pain elementals and the 20 imps, followed by an invasion of more than a dozen cacodemons, a bunch of arachnotrons, topped off with a cyber demon I no longer have the cells to easily deal with. Oh yeah, and all the previous floors are full of monsters again. Only to get to the exit and have to open a slow, secret door to walk towards a soul sphere and exit? Okay, I'm not gonna say that this is bad design. It's not like it's making any serious errors, aside from the absolute mess at the bottom of the tower. But this is one of those situations where...
You're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole.
Okay, then.
Much easier, way lower stakes. Feels like it comes from a completely different level pack. It even contains an Arch-File placement that's comically easy to deal with. See, he can't even resurrect the enemies in the room with him. It's fine. Balanced well enough so that I'm super shotgunning the last Baron after the final room's decently sized battle. It's like a 7, 7.5.
Hi, I'm Randy from Gearbox.
Is there even any sport in making fun of this motherfucker anymore? Those clothes look like they came with a guarantee that they won't wrinkle when you get stuffed in a locker. Another map that's in general prettier than the rest and not too evil. Although the super shotgun trap got me, I will admit, I panicked. It happens to the best of us. But if you don't get stuck in the crowd of imps, there's armor and a berserk to top you off.
Alright.
The level might as well be called Asshole Monster Closets because, well... Get out of the way, Cacos, you're low priority targets.
Oh, they can sell these, can I?
Okay, good one. That's on me. Ooh, you know what we haven't had yet? This is a solid level, head and shoulders above an average user map. The designer here, John Anderson, also known as Dr. Sleep, would go on to work on the original version of Blood for Q Studios, some unidentified work on Unreal, and then I can't find any credits for him after Daikatana or before his death in 2018. That's kind of sad. Hold on, looks like I was able to find an ancient GeoCities site with his resume. Looks like he designed the crypt levels in Unreal and the less bad Greek levels in Daikatana, and 5 of the levels in Kingpin. Great info to have, except because it's an ancient GeoCities website, it redirects me to this weird ad. Katie even had to censor the cursor. Holy shit. Not quite as fun as the last one. A big symmetrical base. Not particularly difficult, long, or interesting, but solid. Really not a lot to say about this one. It's fine, and obviously a cut above a user map. This map is so uninteresting that I forgot to write a section about it in the script. It's pretty easy, like easy. When I find the BFG, it gets a little silly. I use the BFG to kill a Baron and pick up a plasma rifle. Picks up at the end, but yeah, whatever, it's fine. Good looking, very moody and atmospheric, great lighting, absolutely cursed level. I'm chainsawing a pain elemental and letting infighting happen. That should tell you how dire things are. Aside from how cramped and nasty some of the monster encounters are, this one takes the idea of master level and runs with it, because unless you've beaten it before, you won't have any idea what you're supposed to do. This hectic-ass room here where you get the yellow key, oh, you don't see the yellow key? Don't worry, we'll get to that. You have to run across here, have a door open to throw Revenant into your face, then the platforms lower into slime, which does a whopping 20% damage per second, and doors open on each side with imps, chain gunners, and another Revenant. Of all the levels in this pack, this one had me stuck for the longest time because there seemed to be nothing else in this room. Until I looked it up and discovered that you're supposed to hug the wall and go across this 4-pixel wide and nearly imperceptible ledge. Yeah, master skill stuff right there. What bullshit. Fuck you. Even Sandy Peterson gave us 8 pixels. Now we're talking some shitty 90s architecture paired with almost somewhat competent design. Forcing you inside because the current weather conditions are cacodemons, this level is a fucking pain. You have to do a goddamn trick jump over here to get a rocket launcher, which I didn't do first because crossing this elevator lowers the pillar with the blue key, and that was distracting because I wanted to finish the level a lot more than I wanted to kill the monsters. There's a switch in the manor that'll let you start the process to get the BFG, but to get the BFG you need to clear all of these cacodemons first, and probably the Arachnotrons and Mancubi too. So really, by the time you get the BFG, you won't need it. This ugly Doom Cute McMansion is stuffed inside of a too small area, and I find the exit carrying enough munitions to clear a Sunlust level. Next!
Ooh.
This one's by the same author and almost feels like a sequel. It's the roughest pistol start in the episode. Yeah, you get a shotgun, then chain gunners. Alright, I've got 2 paths here. Try the other one. Nope, nothing here. It's not totally hopeless.
Oh, wow.
The level loads you up with rockets for some fun little
cool sword.
All these elevators, including one with an arch vial, obviously, give the area a nice frantic feeling. Then a door opens and you've got a bunch of Revenants, but also the most cover from their missiles that you could ask for. Most of these rockets get used outside where the real fight is. Very cool, good design, fun area. Pretty good yellow key trap here. Releasing the arch vial elsewhere first. Sneaky, keeping me on my toes. Respect. I even get to lead a cyber demon into a crusher at the end. Don't worry, my health might be low, but I'm pistol starting the next level. I'll be back to 100%. And then Sverkfernmo ruins my day. Fuck every bit of this level. It's clever, sure, and also a big gaping asshole. This tower has 8 floors, all connected by the central elevator. I play it wrong by picking too many shotgun shells here, and I'm topping off while I'm trying to...
Guess this is an online game to default at him.
Lowering because half of the lines in this level lower an elevator. I can see why this is a master level, because it throws you into cramped hallways and rooms and just says, here, deal with it. And if you accidentally pick up those shells in the beginning and waste them, restart the level because you're fucked. Remember when I said that Black Tower had the second most diabolical arch vial placement? Well, here's the first. See, there's chain gunners in this dark room shooting at you, and there's an arch vial just out of reach to keep resurrecting them until you can kill them much later in the level. There's 130 monsters crammed into this area that's smaller than the first level of Doom. For an accurate picture of what this looks like in practice, oh my god, I didn't even realize realize there would be a secret level until I read that there's a secret exit crammed into this mess somewhere. You just have to find all the hidden keys and then, because you're a Doom Master, get through this exit trap, grab an invulnerability, or don't, you pistol start the next map anyway, and then arch-vile jump to this ledge to access the secret exit. Have we even had an arch-vile jump in a Doom video yet? Well, the basic idea is that the arch-vile's attack is technically an explosion and it'll send you into the air, and you have to use that to get onto this ledge, because this staircase has blocking lines on the sides. Evil.
What?
Sinful. Demonic. The only level you wouldn't normally have to pistol start since it's directly connected into
Thank you for the follow, I really do appreciate that.
You start by chainsawing a revenant. Grabbing a megasphere and hitting a switch that'll turn on the lights in the main area. And then the actual door leads to the rest of the level. Okay, Spider Mastermind used as cover for the 34 cyber demons.
Damn.
See, all you need to do is run through this teleport, kill one zombie man, and run into the center for invulnerability, and then grab all the keys and make sure that the spider is dead, because you need to get back to the start room, because the ceiling has started to lower. Now you just have to go through the key doors. Okay. Fuck you. No, I don't care. I'll take the 97% kills. I don't care. Kinda cool map. Kinda. Unlike Titan Manor, it has enough space inside the building to accommodate a library, a dungeon, and a courtyard. And it does make you grind through some enemies, like shotgunning this Mancubus before my rad suit runs out. But it's worth it for the rocket launcher. This one is real stingy with heavy weapons. You only get the rocket launcher. Plasma and BFG only spawn in multiplayer. It's a decent challenge, and by the end I'm panicking as my last rocket misses the exit room's arch-vile, and I'm stuck shotgunning him to death. No, I didn't find the secret super shotgun. It's fine. It wasn't a problem until the arch-vile. Oh boy. For the last map in the pack, which, I know, they're not supposed to be played in a certain order, but this one should be last. It has an icon of sin in it. Not that I knew that going in. Sverk Fernmo's final contribution is, unsurprisingly, mean as fuck. You don't know how mean it is for a while. You think you do. When you're running around chain gunning a half dozen revenants, you think you know as you're forced into a room filled with more revenants and mancubi in little hidey holes inside of these icon of sin walls. And I know what you're saying, Civvy, why didn't you think there was an icon of sin in this level? Well, there's 4 walls here, and they've all got little holes filled with monsters where the brain should be. I thought I was safe. The room fills with Hell Knights and Arachnotrons teleport where the mancubi are. That's okay. I've got plenty of rockets. I don't panic when the outside gets populated by revenants again. As the level finally opens up, the trap springs. There is an icon of sin. There's Romero's head, eternally screaming inside of its fire blue prison. No, what you can't see, even in 4K, is that in front of the Romero head, there are about 24 specters. I mean, it's kind of the point that I can't see them, right? And you know what I realize? I don't have enough rockets. Fernmo! Well, I have enough rockets to kill the icon of sin, maybe, but not all the goddamn specters in there acting as meat shields, and the only place you can shoot at him properly is this room, which has 2 enemy spawn spots in it. So whether it spawns an imp or a mancubus is determined entirely by chance, or a baron if you're unlucky, it doesn't matter. Absolute sadism.
There's no one else playing. No, there's other people here. It's just,
There are 67 rockets in this level, and unless you know you need to save some, guess what? Time for a restart. Yeah, that's right. I'm a true Doom Master, because I pistol started this twice. Fucking bullshit. And that's the master levels done, checked off in the bag. And overall, it's not as bad as I feared. The 3,000 levels they dumped on the disc with it are probably terrible, and I likely did some of those when I was doing the Duke shovelware video. Now, it doesn't matter if it's id-licensed and official shovelware. The desperate things we used to do when we didn't have internet connections. Oh, hold on, the Fallout 76 download is done. Let's go see what...
Battletoads.
Secret tip for grabbing an extra one-up in Bonk's Adventure. And we do battle with Midnight Resistance. All this and more on Game Pro. So let's jam.
Hi everybody and welcome to Game Pro. I'm JD Rock. And I'm Brent On. Hey, what's up, dude? Hey, dude. Chill.
Yeah, that's right, bud. We're jamming today because the goons over there back in the game lab have been frying the game machines all week long, bud. They've been pulling out the latest and the greatest in game card tips, tactics, reviews, and...
Exactly. And where does the power come from, you ask? You know it comes from Game Pro Magazine, the source for home and arcade video game playing tips and information, the B-Meister.
Hey, you know something, bud? You were right about those eggheads, man. They've been frying the machines. This place has been smoking with about 8 and 16-bit madness for days. Hot at the arcade play, and a whole lot more of what our gamers are looking for. So, JD, what do you say you head over to SWAT World?
All right, man, I'm in. Hey, help me out there.
Oh, that's right, bud. Sorry.
All right, catch. Nice throw, baby. Here we go.
Bud.
It's tip time.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Nice outfit. Huh. I'm back inside SWAT World, the home of the tips and tactics to put more power in your game. And to show you what I mean, here's a trick in Iron Sword for the NES that'll let you
Iron
jump all
Sword.
the way to the Icefire Mountain with the Iron Sword and the shield. Check it out. Bring up the pass screen and enter PLT, RMB, RL, and BDR. That's all there is to it. Let's flash it one more time. PLT, RMB, RL, and BDR. Whoa, hey, the only way to travel. Hey, you know, your cards and letters keep telling us that you love to get secret passwords. Well, if you want it, dudes, hey, we got it. Here's an excellent password for Boomer's Adventure for the Nintendo Game Boy. Hey, watch that. It may be simple, but this password will allow you to enter the game at any stage you wish. Just bring up the title screen and enter in Ancient. That's it. Now, choose your stage of entry and leave behind the layers of levels you've been conquering long ago.
Hi, I'm Mark Wilson from California. Battletoads for the Nintendo, and I'm having a totally tough time getting through it. I hear there's some warps. Can you tell me where they are?
Right, way to go, bud. Major league question. The Game Lab techie tippers, I think, can handle it. So here we go. Fact. They came up with a couple of warp tricks that you can find in Battletoads on the NES, so check it out, right? You'll find the first warp in level 1. And to get there, you gotta beat the pig warrior with some quick headbutts, like doof. Then, you jump into the starburst on the top of the hill. Now this move will skip you ahead to level 3. And once you're in level 3, dash your Battletoad to the 10th wall, and you'll advance 2 more levels where you can surf your way around the logs in the river.
Now, we don't like to give away all of our secret tactics, so let me leave you to chill with this thought. Look for more warps on stages 4 and 6 of Battletoads, because our three-toed dudes have some other warp move tricks that we'll leave you to find on your own. Alright, Bud, solid question. The game pro is yours. Check it out.
I want that. That shirt looks cool.
Now, if any of you other gamers want to hit the techies with the tough one, get gutsy. Send it here to Game Pro. If we put you on TV, the tea is yours. Game Pro. PO Box 1678, Venice, California 90291.
Don't send mail to that. Don't send mail to that address. I don't think that address exists anymore. Pretty sure it's like. I'm pretty sure it's like some car park now or something like that.
It's time to kick it to SWAT World. Here we go.
For the girls.
You know, some guys have all the luck. Now get ready, cause surf's up with the Silver Surfer on the NES. Hey, bud. Hey, what's going on? No. I'll meet you at the beach later. Take off. Got it, buddy. All right. Cowabunga. Oh, now I don't know about you, but I could really use a little help when it comes to taming this dude. So I was definitely up for checking out these.
Yeah, this game is nigh impossible.
On your surfboard. Now you can use all three of these at once. To get into the password.
Oh god. Oh god. Get him.
Press up on both controllers at the same time. This will bring up the password screen. Now the fun begins. If you want to hang 10 with all the weapons in this game's arsenal, enter CKWJ4. If unlimited continued is your idea of shooting the curl, enter SJM333. And finally, if you want invincibility, and hey, I've said it before, I'll say it again, who doesn't?
This is not an official server. Nah. Sega's hasn't supported this game in a very long time, so it's like, you know what? These servers are, as long as you're not making a profit out of it, they can keep it up. So it's a good server. It's a Finia.
Hey, not bad wings, huh? I don't need any bad wings, bud. Yeah, but I've got a buffed body. Here's a great stage select trick for the hottest of hot shooters, Wings of War, brought to you by your friends at DreamWorks for the Genesis game system. Here's how it works. Bring up the title screen and then enter the options menu. Now,
It's like a Vallejo drawing.
Control. You have to wait there for approximately 6 seconds. Now, press the A button and you'll see stage pop up on the screen. Okay, pick any stage you want because that's all there is to it. Take a look at what the Techno Pros back in our game lab have to say this week about a couple of new game cards for the NES and T16. The third in the popular series of Faces Loaded games from Jalico, made for the NES. It's a good one. Sounds good indeed. Baseball, yeah! Now, I guess it can be said that, you know, baseball is
nice.
baseball. There isn't much you can do to improve upon the game, right? But Bases Loaded 3 has managed to take some real steps forward in bringing America's favorite pastime to the game screen. The first improvement has got to be the humongous size of the players. Not only are the pitcher and batter giant-sized, the fielders are large as life as well. Mike, nice pitch, brah. Now, if you play better at home than away, this game card comes with 3 different stadiums, each with its own look and playing oddities. The digitized umpire's voice is as sharp as in Bases Loaded 2, and the sound effects continue to make you feel like you're on the field during a real professional ball game. Hey. Come on, bud. Who doesn't love the roar of the crowd as you knock one into the center field wall, huh? Now, you should know that there is one major change in the playing system in Ryan Sandberg Plays Bases Loaded 3. In Bases Loaded 1 and 2, you're able to play a full season of games and come out with 70 to 75 wins, right? However, in Bases Loaded 3, the focus changes to playing the perfect game rather than looking for a winning season. Now this means you begin a game with 100 points. You do something great, and you get points. Mess up with an error or a walk, and you lose points. The ultimate challenge is to maintain the 100 points against a level 5 opponent. So if it's perfection you seek, this curve might work out just fine for you. But if you enjoyed the long haul to the World Series, you might be disappointed. So Bud, how do we rate this game? Well, you just can't beat giant-sized ball players that make you believe you're right in the middle of the action. These are mega graphics. Thumb her up! Now, while you can't help but love the sound effects, we kind of wish the guys who made this game would kill the weird background music and, give us something a little easier to handle. At least you do have the option of pushing out the background noise during the game. When it comes to a challenge, the good news is it's a lot easier to play a perfect game. The bad news is you can no longer play an entire season. With a souped-up special team, the game becomes pretty easy to complete. While we have to cop to being a tad disappointed with the switch to the perfect game system rather than playing out the full season, we have to say that Ryan Sandberg Plays Bases Loaded 3 is still the most exciting baseball action around for Nintendo Entertainment System, yes? And of course, if you're a Chicago Cubby fan, this cart is a slam dunk buy for you, I promise. Good job, B-Man. Thank you. Now let's hear what the eggheads back in the game lab have to say about silent debuggers for the TurboGrafx 16. We find ourselves in the future, sometime after the Great Wars occurred, and as the government of Earth now work together to move man forward into outer space, they encounter resistance from the evil forces known only as bugs.
What will they do? With no armies left to fight the evil bugs, they call upon the elite group of highly paid soldiers left over from the Great War who will still fight. But here's the catch, gamers. They only fight for the money. The most famous of these groups is called the Silent Debuggers. Now that's where you come in. You're a rookie member of the Silent Debuggers, looking to make your stripes in this elite corps. With the help of your bud, your pal Leon, you are hand-picked to take on the evil space station known only as Gain. While it's rumored that riches abound inside the 6 stages of Gain, beware, for few debuggers ever return from this evil fortress alive. You begin the adventure on the first floor of the cargo station, and with the help of your pal Leon, whose job it is to keep you supplied with strange weapons, you must wipe out the alien infestation that exists on every level of play. If you pull it off, the big bucks await you. Now this mission would be as easy as taking data from a computer if it weren't for the fact that the entire place is set to explode in exactly 100 minutes. And of course, the only way to deactivate this time problem is to reach the main computer inconveniently located on level 6. So it's you against the aliens. Lose any level of the game to these screaming meanies and risk the loss of additional power you're gonna need to make it to the end of the game.
Well, now that you've seen the game, let's check the ratings. Without any real variation in the look of each alien you must defeat throughout the game, we can't say that the graphics are much better than average. Yikes. While the sound effects are pretty realistic, no new ground was broken here. This game will challenge your reflexes, but a lot of the action is kind of repetitive. It'll keep you busy, but we played a lot of action carts that were much tougher than this one. Finally, the game could have been benefit a little more creativity in the alien population, but well, I guess it's still kind of fun to play, especially if you like action shoot-'em-up games. We think Silent Debuggers ought to keep you busy for a couple of weekends, but that's probably about it.
Whoa, Butter, what? You being serious?
Yeah, dude, I mean, I'm looking at the game and I just thought it was kind of okay. I mean,
Kind of
you
okay.
guys know what I mean.
Oh, this game cranks. What are you talking about?
So you think that without a question it's one of the freshest games ever?
Yes.
You think that this is great? Let me just take another... I'll just take another look.
Okay, take a look.
I totally disagree. Now, my little brother, he was really into it, but my little brother, well, he's 7. How old are you, Brent?
7.
7:37. That man does not look. Yeah, no, that and anybody can. It's.
Hi, I'm Billy Terrell from Blackford, Illinois, and I've defeated Dragon Warrior 2 for Nintendo.
Nice.
My name is Jason Jallow, and I'm from Niles, Michigan. And on Contra for Nintendo, I achieved 6,553,500, and I had 18 lines left.
Yeah! Good score, dudes. Your Game Pro magazine's in the shoe. Take a walk on the wild side with Midnight Resistance. My favorite part of the show. Let's go. Yeah, I think it's time to go into SWAT World. Down the hatch, load up the guns. Okay, now you see me. Now you don't.
Oh God, get that man off the caffeine. Yeah, this one's me, man.
Whoa. Hey, that was close. All right, dudes, I'm back in SWAT World with a trick that is going to get you a free pass to any stage you want in Midnight Resistance for your Genesis game system. Catch a ride on this one. I'll see you later. Bring up the title screen and make sure Start is highlighted in red. Next, hold down button C and press Start at the same time. Once the game begins, press Start again to pause the game. Now finally, press button A and you'll transport right to the next level. Now you can pull this trick off in any level by just simply doing this again. First, hit Start to pause, and then button A to take it to the next level. Go get 'em. Here's a happening little number for everyone's favorite on the T16, Bonk's Adventure. Check out how you can nail down a one-up right at the beginning of the game. See ya. When Bonk first appears on the game, bonk the ground to the far left of the screen. Now, keep doing this until a pink flower appears. Bonk the pink flower and a flying flower will appear. Grab that flying flower and another pink flower will appear containing a one-up. Bonks away. What's a home system and an arcade system all at the same time? Time's up. I'm talking about the all-time radical game system, the Neo Geo. Yeah! Now, while the fun
Neo
doesn't keep
Geo.
up the expensive system, I must say the thrills are there. With some game carts alone costing up to $200 a piece, you gotta expect a lot from this cash cruncher over here. But let me tell you, the Neo Geo delivers. The hardware is as sleek as sleek can be in both the green version and the gold version. Now, green means a starter set that includes the basic system plus one controller for $399, while the gold buys you two controllers and one game, all for the price of $599.
And we can play about prices and we can play about prices today.
To own this luxury model, I'd have to say you're on your way to super yuppie-dom, yeah. The games are unlike anything else on the home screen. But personally, my favorite has got to be Cyberlift. So check it out.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Cyberlift turns you into this futuristic space colony where androids have gone totally berserk. The only way to stay alive is to blast your way to the main computer where you can turn them up before they turn you off. Now, you just gotta cop to it. You've never seen graphics like this before at home, have you, kids? Come on, be honest. Yeah. Now, we all know that the price is a problem, so SNK, the folks who make this awesome game system, are talking about making the game systems and game carts available for rent. So, you know, at least you can play with this monster hardware on allowance day. Me, personally, I'm gonna go get a raise because I want a Neo Geo.
I mean, who wouldn't want a Neo Geo, especially in 2025?
Dudes and dudettes, because the all-American pastime has arrived for the Super Nintendo game system. Baseball is in the air and on your home screens, and check it out because we've got it. I need to check out two carts for you right now. That's what I said. I said two awesome baseball carts that are heading your way for the SNES. Now, at first glance, you might think that Sony's Extra Innings falls into, well, a comedy baseball category. But no way, Jose. There's a whole lot more to this ball game than what meets the eye. Yeah, sure. The characters are kind of short, they squat, and they look like kids. But this card has a full-blown pennant race going on, featuring teams made up of video game magazine employees. I'm not kidding you. Check this out, because the Maniac Game Lab Gonzos at GamePro magazine are right there on your screen as the Houston Petro team. And there's some serious players there. Now, when it comes to credibility on a baseball diamond, nobody has ever done it better than Jalico and their bases-loaded series of game cards. Well, you're not going to be surprised to find out that they've done it again, and I know this for a fact. Just like Ryan Sandberg plays Bases Loaded 3 for the NES, Super Bases Loaded uses the perfect game system, and that means you can only beat the game by playing a perfect game against the level 5 computer opponent. Bam! Expect the hot quality graphics you've come to expect with Bases Loaded, only now they're better. So batter up.
Next, tips for Legend of Zelda.
Hi, my name is Brian Root, and I'm from Muncie, Indiana. If you're having problems with The Legend of Zelda for the NES, I have an easy tip. It will make your journey through the land of Hyrule a walk in the park. Leave one enemy alive on each screen in the overworld. Then, when you return to that screen, there will only be one enemy remaining. This way, all you have to do is avoid the enemy and cruise to where you need to go.
Oh, good old memory.
Very tough tip, dude. Your GamePro t-shirt is in the mail and on its way.
Yeah, that about wipes out our time for today, bud. So just remember to keep those cards, letters, videotapes, send them all in, bud, so we can keep the t-shirts and freebie magazines going out. Yeah. Okay, so catch our address one more time, all right? GamePro, P.O. Box 1678, Venice, California, 90291. There it is. Okay, until next week. For Brennan, I am J.D. Roth. Power to your gaming system and peace, baby.
I think I'll help carry you guys on.
Holy crap, kids. It's a Halloween miracle. The ghastly creatures and strange specters that come out but once a year, clawing their way from eternal slumber, rising in fury and violent envy as the living mock them with their celebrations. Costume dancing and tricks and treats, observed silently from the darkness by those deprived of what the f*** are you wearing?
You like it?
No. No, I don't like it.
I got this for $12 at the Spirit Halloween on level 16.
Oh man, they closed down the stretching department?
Yeah, budget cuts and rights issues.
That looks terrible.
It came with this.
Yeah, whatever. Just let me know when Diddy gets here. I'm over here trying to come up with some games to do for Halloween, and if I do another FPS game, I'm gonna jump straight into the pit, and then they're just gonna revive me and send me back here to play like Hellbusters 2 or something or whatever. I don't know. Get this shit out of here. We're not shooting anything today, kids. We're slicing, we're dicing, we're doing exploration adventures. We're doing one of my absolute favorite games ever, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. You know, that one I've referenced a bunch in these videos before. I was thinking about finding a game with a big, recognizable monster, right? Your Frankensteins, your Dracula, your Wolfmen. But what if I did a game that has all the monsters? And no shooting? No, it's not a roundup. In the dark days of the mid to late 90s, when consoles had just broken through that 3D barrier, so everything looked like garbage for about 5 years, everybody expected the legendary Castlevania series to follow suit. And it did, on the Nintendo 64. Castlevania had branched out from Nintendo consoles a couple of times before, like with Bloodlines on the Genesis, which is a cool game. No hate for that one here. I've never been too interested in the classic Vanias. I respect them, you know. Besides the jumping controls, I never really liked those. There was another Castlevania
Actually really good, though.
lauded by many as one of the best entries
Rondo
in the
of Blood.
series called Rondo of Blood, which would later be sent through some kind of industrial crushing machine to make a port on the Super Nintendo called Dracula X. Rondo of Blood was on the PC Engine, which is a console, also known as the TurboGrafx 16. It told the story of Richter Belmont, the newest and most powerful vampire killer in the Belmont line, and because the forces of evil are stupid and didn't get the point the first 10 times, an evil priest named Shaft. What joke can I possibly make about that man's name that hasn't been made in every video covering either Rondo or Symphony? His name is fucking Shaft. Shaft sacrifices a virgin, resurrects Dracula again, and then his evil army kidnaps Richter's girlfriend Annette, as if Richter needed more motivation to go kill Dracula aside from his last name. This, strangely, is where Symphony of the Night begins.
Me, Marie.
This game throws you into the prologue called Final Stage Bloodlines. I want to go back in time and see people's reactions to this. I think it's fucking genius and insane for reasons I'll explain in a bit, because we have to get to the game's most infamous moments, which happen within the first 5 minutes. Now, even if you haven't played this game, the next part may be familiar, as its mimetic potential hasn't diminished in almost 30 years.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world.
From the first line, you know that this is going to be a perfectly cromulent translation, accompanied by some of the best voice acting in the Pacific. Anyone who hates this voice acting hates fun.
It was not by my hand that I'm once again
Given flesh. I was a human. The guy who played Dracula is fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, I'm showing all of this.
Tribute. You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. Perhaps the same could be said of all religions. Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
Oh, kids, it's coming. It's coming.
What is
It's a man.
A miserable
secrets.
But enough talk. How about you?
Now, the game is starting off with a retelling of the final fight from Rondo, which is not quite like this, and is way harder. And you can't even lose this fight because your friend Maria will come in and do some magic to make you invincible if you fuck it up. But I'm not going to do that because despite Richter only being in this part of the story, he has a lot of different moves that make this fight a joke. Make it rain, Belmont. Oh, he's transformed into a second phase. This is called an item crash, and it's something Richter can do with his sub-weapons. It's broken. You probably never know this when you picked up this game, and then you'd fuck around and Maria, Annette's sister, would come out and do her stuff, and there's no way to lose this fight. However, this game hasn't quite put all its cards on the table yet, because despite starting like a supercharged classic Castlevania game, this is an exploration-focused RPG, and the only time you see the old vampire killer again is if you unlock Richter mode and play the campaign like that, which I'm not really doing for this video, but I did grab some footage. Depending on how you do this fight, it'll give you different buffs in the main campaign. In this particular playthrough, I met a couple of prerequisites that'll give me some bonuses later. One, I beat Dracula with half or more of my health, which gives me a strength boost. I collected more than 40 hearts before fighting Dracula, so I get an intelligence boost and a neutron bomb in my inventory when I start the game proper. Yes, a neutron bomb in this video game that takes place at the end of the 18th century. Why not? I'm gonna save it for something special. And I also get a +1 buff to every stat because I beat Dracula in less than a minute. I know this sounds complicated, and it is, unnecessarily so, and also there's nothing anywhere in the manual about it. This happens often. See, the developers of Symphony of the Night, including initial director Toru Hagahara, then second half director Koji Igarashi, wanted to make a different kind of Castlevania game. We were still in a period where every Castlevania game was basically an iteration on the original. A vampire hunter, usually of the Belmont clan, but sometimes a Morris or a Lacard, jumps around with very little air control and slaps monsters with a whip. It's all very Hammer horror inspired, drawing on every monster that ever existed. The first game, and later in this one, you'll face off against Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, Medusa, a mummy, death itself, and you can see the influence in the beautiful sprite work and backgrounds, which are now rendered with the power of a 32-bit console, letting the whole thing shine with beautiful, fluid animations, while everyone else was chasing 3D polygonal graphics. And now the gameplay would change too, causing a massive shift in how Castlevania games would work. There were still 3D action games coming out on the Nintendo 64 and later the PS2, PS3, 360, and even PC. But that guy I mentioned before, Koji Igarashi, more commonly known as Iga, was heading up a little development team that would continue making 2D Metroidvanias after Symphony, mostly for handheld consoles. And there are a lot more of those than the Devil May Cry ripoffs that would come later. Iga and that team would continue to make these kinds of games until 2008 with Order of Ecclesia, and like 90% of those games are absolute fucking bangers. Konami, being Konami, re-released the DS trilogy and the GBA trilogy for modern consoles.
Oh, I have that.
Being Konami, they re-released Symphony of the Night on like every platform except for the Switch, because they thought it would be just fine to release a mobile port for iOS and Android and not that incredibly popular mobile console that would print them fucking money. You know, let's get some of Konami's bullshit out of the way right now, because when they did re-release Symphony, you know what they did? They re-recorded the dialogue. You know, the beautifully dumb, poorly translated, but memorable voice acting that you...
Yeah, because they had to...
Konami killed it and will only sell you that version. Because they're stupid. Ubisoft, EA, Activision, Blizzard, those studios are evil, and would probably resurrect Dracula themselves if it made the shareholders money. But Konami might be the dumbest publisher. Do I even have to explain why? I don't even have to mention PT or Kojima. They stopped making these kinds of Castlevania games and tossed Iga into the mines to work on whatever social games nobody remembers. So Iga, inspired by Kenji Inafune, made his own Kickstarter to crowdfund a new game. Inafune did this, and the result was Mighty Number 9.
And make the bad guys cry like an anime fan on prom night.
Ugh.
It didn't go well. So instead of fucking everything up, Iga decided to use the wealth of Kickstarter money from fans to put out Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
Man, that game was fucking awesome.
With blackjack and hookers.
それで新しいプランを全世界のパブリッシャーにプレゼンしたわけです。ところがそれではビジネスにならないと言われました。納得いかない。
And they were wrong, because he raised over $5 million.
And that game was really good.
And instead of putting out a mid-to-trash game that nobody wanted, he and his team made something awesome that everyone loved, and it met all the Kickstarter goals. The balls on this man. See all that money, Konami? That could have been yours if you weren't stupid. That's what I call erotic violence.
Oh.
So you've killed Dracula again. This time for real. It's not for real. Dracula comes back like 100 more times. I think it takes until Julius Belmont to put him down for good-ish in 1999. However, 4
Yeah,
years later,
which a game we'll never see.
Then Dracula's castle suddenly appears again. Forget about her though, because we gotta talk about Alucard. Adrian Fahrenheit Tepish, son of Dracula, a half-human vampire who went into a self-induced sleep after helping out in Castlevania 3, suddenly wakes up because there's evil afoot. And here's where things get interesting. Alucard doesn't have a whip. You might care about that if the game didn't have one of the best introductions of any video game ever made that makes me feel tingly every time I play it. Speeds in like a cracked-out madman and starts to easily murder these wargs that are like at least 18 or 19 perilous warps, I tell you what.
Here we go.
The animation, the music, every bit of it flexing as if to say, yeah, we don't have to worry about storage limitations on cartridges anymore. This music, which is uniformly incredible across the board, was composed by series mainstay Michiru Yamane, who just kept on making incredible Castlevania soundtracks even when she was limited by cartridge size. Alucard is currently an unstoppable force, and this one intro section shows you why in the show they filleted the character so much. The Netflix series is so down bad for Alucard that none of you notice that he's the only character that actually kills Dracula. They locked lips onto that damn fear dong so hard his intelligence stats went down. You run through a couple of these lavishly detailed rooms full of beautiful pixel art, massacring dozens of monsters. You're a powerhouse. But you ever get cornered at a family party by one of your dad's friends who's creepy and weird and they take all your cool weapons away? Yeah, that's death. Yes, that death. The Grim Reaper, a recurring boss in Castlevania games who's subservient to Dracula. Death itself serves Dracula. The Codex describes him as Dracula's close friend, and he's a total hard-on about it.
I've come to put an end to this.
Still befriending mortals. I have not asked you to return to our side, but I demand you cease your attack.
Yeah.
I will not.
You shall regret those words. We will meet again.
Death steals all of your cool gear and weapons and leaves you with nothing, except a neutron bomb, which won't be as useful as you think. A little more about the sheer fucking beauty of this game and the attention to detail. Look at this area. All the way in the background, that's where Richter started in the prologue. That's the end of the castle. Below it, impaled bodies, which is very true to Dracula's origins. The game is full of little details like this. I punch a skeleton to death and get a short sword, which is a poor excuse for a weapon. And so is red rust, which I also get here. We'll use red rust, like once, you'll see. I step into the nearby save room, which is one of the few places you can tell that I'm running this game upscale. The 3D models that the game uses for props occasionally, like for doors, save rooms, they look a little different now. We're doing nearest neighbor upscaling, none of that blurry shit. If you see blur, blame YouTube. And here's where you really start to get into it. You've got a couple of items here, so the inventory system isn't a clogged mess of crap yet, full of stuff you don't need and can't sell to the shop, plus a long list of artifacts, stats on strength, constitution, intelligence, luck, attack, and defense, as well as 7 different slots that let you equip hundreds of different items that'll affect those stats. 2 of those are your right and left hands. You can equip whatever in these slots. 2 swords? Sure. Unless you're carrying one of the rarer two-handed swords. Or a shield, but nah. Shields do have a purpose in this game, but I don't use them to block attacks. It's not necessary. Dodge, don't block. That's how I avoid damage. See, right here. Leather shield? Nah, garbage. Get it out of here. Exploit the game's animations to jump, slash, then land, and quickly deliver another slash.
It's like the only reason why you would need a shield, especially is like, it's just for like, it's actually for transportation reasons.
Which is a temporary annoyance, and you'll collect plenty of anti-venom throughout the game. The 2 major status effects that can screw you over are poison and curse, both of which have their own items to remedy them, which you'll have a pile of in your inventory by the end. Take note of the completely unmarked secret breakable walls, a Castlevania tradition. These 2 don't have any meat in them, just an upgrade to your HP and heart capacity. Hearts fuel your secondary attacks. Like first you get the classic throwing dagger, and then you get my favorite, the axe, which I know, that sounds kind of boring, right? You get it right before the first proper boss fight against Slogger and Gaibon. The axe is useful here as it flies upwards in an arc. I think it's the most practical of the sub-weapons, which include the dagger, the axe, the stopwatch, the holy water, the Bible, the cross, and the rest. Get in the comments to tell me how good the Agunia is, kids. But don't you dare tell me the rebound stone is worth a pint of piss. I do hate these 2. Not because they're difficult, because they're not. I hate the way they move, and how this shield fools you into thinking it'll be useful. Now, on to the library. As you progress, you start to see the scope of this game and how you're going to be spending a lot of time exploring and encountering different enemies. And I mean lots of different enemies. There's like 150 different enemy types in Symphony of the Night, and only a dozen of them are quick and dirty palette swaps. The designers envisioned a game with a bigger scale than previous games in the series, with more replayability. So what they did was rip off Metroid. But they did it so well that Vania made it into the genre's name. The first thing you're supposed to do is make your way to the library, but you gotta cut through the marble gallery first. Yeah, suck holy water, you malicious accent table. My absolute favorite part of this game that is the biggest shift away from classic Castlevania games is the way your character moves. Instead of being a leaden golem with a whip, Alucard moves so fluidly and with such fine control that it just feels good, which is really important for a game where you're going to be running around and backtracking a lot. I don't go straight to the library, for petty personal reasons. You see this guy? He used to stop me dead in previous playthroughs. If you want to slash at him forever with your underpowered early game sword, be my guest, but me? Yeah, fuck you. I want to open this path anyway so I don't have to go through the alchemy lab again to get back here. On the way to the library, you pass through the clock room, where Maria's waiting for you.
Wait a moment. You seem human, and yet, what do you here?
I don't know, Maria. What does anyone really do us here? I like to think we were here put on Earth to bring people joy and merriment.
I've come to destroy this castle.
the same purpose. I'll trust you for now.
Cool, I'll have fun playing as you in the Saturn version one day. A long hallway full of whatever this is. Katie, look it up. No, really, what the fuck is that called? Before I can get to the library, I've got to fight a doppelganger who has all the moves you do, plus ones you haven't even unlocked yet. Remember that useless two-handed sword I got earlier? It curses enemies. So for most of this fight, he's doing almost no damage to me. Poor guy. I'll see you later, and it's going to be even more embarrassing for you then. Now, I know I said I'm going to the library, but I'm not yet. See, there's this big armored bastard here that I'm horribly underleveled against. My sword takes 1 HP off me. There we go, first death of the game. Now to wait 40 seconds until I can load the game again, because dying is a slow and punishing process. I still kill him, slowly and carefully. And unlike most enemies in this game, he doesn't respawn when you leave the room. He's gone forever, which is good, because I need to exit this room the same way. So normally you'd have to wait until you get the mist form so that you can pass through these bars down here. We're not doing that because if you crouch down right here in this broken wall for like 15 seconds... This piece of armor is the mirror cuirass, which protects you against being turned to stone. Which you want. Oh god, do you want this armor before you go into the clock tower? The other item you get is the jewel knuckles. See, Alucard, like we saw before, can just punch enemies in the face. And no, I'm not even getting into the aerial attack or the special attack some of these fist weapons have. This video's gonna be long enough, I promise. So on top of the damage you're already doing from a punch that levels up, you also have another weapon adding damage on top of that. How broken is this? Very. Open an elevator to grab yourself the wolf transformation that isn't particularly useful yet, and now we can finally enter the library. Ah yes, the library, your source of rare books, uncursed potions, and one item that you need to explore any more of the castle. And I'm not talking about buying a map, forget that, waste of money.
I need your help.
Young master, I cannot aid one who opposes the master.
You won't go unrewarded.
Yes, for money and precious gems, the librarian will sell you whatever he's got that might help you take down Dracula and his minions. He doesn't give a fuck, it's not like Dracula's ever resurrected for very long. Unlike in later games, you can't sell items from your inventory, just gems that you pick up. This is the first save on this virtual memory card, so don't expect me to spend 20 hours grinding to afford the duplicator. You get the Jewel of Open, which will get you through these glowing doors around the castle. This focuses the early game a little bit, so you're not too overwhelmed with the size of the castle. Eventually you can buy spells too, which use button combos to do special moves. You don't have to buy them if you already know them. Check this out. Yeah, Soul Steel just gives you some free health off of broken light fixtures. Why not? You can also do this little teleport fire attack, engage dark metamorphosis, and a bunch of other. This game has a seemingly bottomless well of stuff you can do. I don't even know all of its secrets. I jump onto one of the fast travel teleporters, which... they're not good. They'd be improved in later games, but for right now you can't even select where you want to go on the map. It cycles through them. I've only unlocked 2 of them, so it's back to the starting area again. I don't mind, I love this track. Now I decide to take a route through the Royal Chapel, which, I mean, having a church in your vampire castle seems like a weird thing, right? There's a long staircase to ascend here with fire-spinning bone pillars and armored knights. It'd be easier to go at it from the opposite direction like I do later. Oh, it rolls downstairs, kills monsters in pairs, rolls over the corner guard. It's good for attacks, respawns when you're back, hits a big spike ball placed precariously at the top of the chapel.
Yeah.
I'm really taking the long way up these stairs, because I want to get to the next upgrade, the Leap Stone, which is past these towers, and the other way I can get here is to go through the clock tower first. And fuck that. But first I gotta deal with this giant bird.
Impressive. You're very strong.
Damn right I am. Maria, right? You like strong half-men? You wanna... oh god, no, wait, she's 17. And Alucard's like 400. Ew.
What is it you want? You didn't come here to tell me that.
You're right. Do you know the name Richter Belmont?
Of the Belmont clan? Of course, but...
He disappeared about a year ago, and I'm sure he's here. If you see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
Thank you. So, you do know how to be a gentleman?
Of course. Have you seen the cape? Here's where we get the leap stone, which lets you double jump. I don't know if it's the most important upgrade, but it sure feels like it. Let me explain. This is the first, let me go back and grab that power-up. The one where you know there's places in the castle you just couldn't quite reach before, and now you go back to those and collect the rewards. Not all of them are good, though I'd be an idiot to turn away any HP upgrade. So I go back to the marble gallery, open the underground areas, and make my way back to the library. Yes, again. Of course, otherwise I'd miss out on this. The library has an important upgrade that'll help you progress, but that's not why I'm going there. I need to double jump over here and then push this bookshelf and get... the holy rod. This thing rules. It seems to have a huge attack radius, and it works really well against the forces of darkness. You know, the ones that infest this whole castle. It's not exactly an overpowered one-and-done kind of weapon. It's just very, very useful going forward until you get stronger holy weapons. Really useful against this next boss. Oh, right, I need the mist power. I could go get it now, but I'm not going to. I think I'm ready to clear out the clock tower. Anybody who's played any Castlevania game should rightfully be wary of the clock tower. It's a platforming nightmare in every single entry. Sure, Symphony might be easier than your average Castlevania game, and maybe I got a piece of armor that prevents Medusa heads from turning me to stone. Now that I think about it, this clock tower isn't actually that hard, and my worst problem is that Alucard can't swim yet, and water damages him because vampire stuff, blah blah blah. I get a snorkel later, it's fine. I want to clear
The holy symbol, the holy snorkels.
But I have to kill this boss first. Okay, into the underground caverns. This playthrough is a little scattered, and that's okay. I like being able to do things in whatever order, go anywhere, explore, collect money, level up, all important things, and like I said, traveling through the castle is a blast. The caverns has one of my favorite little interactions in the whole game. If you push this box over this little crack, yeah, they drown, but also burst into flames. I don't think we ever see that enemy again. We've made them extinct. What you're doing down here, aside from trying to avoid water, is getting this skeleton ape to throw a barrel to destroy a bridge. I don't remember anything in Metroid games being like, get this skeleton ape, not an ape skeleton, to Donkey Kong a barrel and a piece of wood so you can progress to the next area. I sound insane.
No, that's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, frozen shades. They'll be sorry when I have a nice fire sword. This boss here, I don't even really need to fight it. It's a pain, but it does so little damage to me by this point that it might as well not be here. And I do it all for a cool invisible cloak. Alright, abandoned mine, easily the hardest area in this castle. It's important enough to be guarded by friggin' Cerberus, who does not respond well to holy attacks. To the point where we can kill monsters pretty easily. Not all of them, mind you, most of them. The way Symphony of the Night is balanced is that the third or fourth time you run through an area, you can kill anything there without having to stop. It makes exploration a lot smoother. Compared to a classic Vania, where the game is ruthlessly punishing and then it ends with you going to the store to pick up a new Nintendo controller and some tools to patch up the drywall. Rest in peace, fucker. Symphony punishes you just a little, sometimes. And then, in retaliation, you call upon the wrath of heaven, hell, the elder and outer gods, and John Carmack to make the numbers big. On top of bosses and irritating enemies, I also have my first familiar down here. Because this game isn't satisfied with one character that you level up, you can collect 4 different familiars that all have their own abilities. This demon will attack things, but right now I just need him to press a button.
A
a switch. Why don't I press it and see?
Yeah, what could be inside here? Titties! I hate her. I don't care how naked she is. The plant stuff is a deal breaker. Still, I whack her with my holy rod, which makes her all hot, and I'm abandoning this joke now in case she's like 15. All this gets me is a ring that kills my defense and raises my attack power. Yeah, okay. As many cool bosses as there are in this game, I gotta give it to Legion here. This is just a showstopper. This is one of those moments when you remember what these 32 bits are all going towards. Hordes of naked zombies on top of a pile of bones in a room full of corpses, and then all the explosions that could possibly be rendered without slowing down the game. It's only the particles that spawn when you get your HP boost at the end of a boss fight that slows the game down. In this version. You get a nice dark sword out of this, though. I still get a sword I like better from a random drop a few minutes later on my way back out. Punch one of these guys and the RNG shines upon me as I pick up the firebrand. Yeah, how do you like me now? Okay, time to meet the oarsman.
I'll take you to a place which might be interesting for you.
That's incredibly suspicious, but he actually helps me because I need to get across this water to get to the mermaid statue, which will let me summon him in another place across the map.
I'll guide you to meet your destiny.
Why do you sound like you're gonna stab me in the back every time I talk to you? The librarian is way cooler. Okay, I lied about the snorkel before. It's a holy symbol. Sure, whatever it looks like, I can travel through the water now, so I have to fully explore this area, and all the other flooded areas, and behind the waterfall. A curse upon any developer that puts no secrets behind the waterfall. It is a sacred tradition, but with all this gear, I'm ready to tackle the Colosseum, which you access by going to the central clock room at the right time and going through the left entrance. You can't go up yet, and you can only go through the right path if you got the stopwatch. I don't know how you're supposed to know to do this. I'm pretty sure I was born with the knowledge. In the Colosseum, finally, we meet Richter.
Who are you? Open Hell's Gate. Come forth, my servants. The scent of your blood. You're a Belmont. Crush this flea who invades my castle.
Yeah, sure. Oh, uppercuts? Really, fucker?
I'm certain that was a Belmont. So he says he's the lord of this castle.
It's not going to become any clearer for a while, so I grabbed the form of mist, letting me travel practically anywhere. Most of this castle's already unlocked. First, though, I need to grab the shield rock. You'll see why later. I use a library card to teleport back and sell some gems and grab the soul of Bat, allowing me to now fly. The last major navigation upgrade in the game. Not much fanfare for such an important item. The Bat Soul is technically the last item you need to finish the game, because now you can fly up those stairs in the castle keep and get to Dracula's throne room where the game started. I've got so much to do still. I need to grab the wolf power, then the wolf skill, which lets me traverse the castle like this. Then go to Ulrox's quarters and deal with him. Then get the echo of that. And if some of this is sounding familiar, it's because this is how you access the second half of the game. It's not a secret anymore. Everybody knows about the inverted castle. To get there, however, is a little bit tricky. There's an area of the catacombs that's dark and filled with spikes. It would kill you without being able to fly and see in the dark, which Echo allows you to do so you can grab the spike armor. There may be no more satisfying feeling in a Castlevania game than deleting these fucking spikes by touching them. Across the castle to do the same thing so I can meet Maria again, who somehow got past the spikes, turned into mist, and had a Jewel of Open. Because that's how I had to get here.
So, Did you find Richter?
I don't know if he's the one you're looking for, but I found a Belmont.
Really? So he is here.
But the one I saw was the enemy. He was the lord of this castle.
That can't be true. You're wrong. I must go now.
A very productive conversation. Why don't you tell me about the fucking rings, Maria? Yeah, here's the silver ring, a thing that looks like all the other gems we collect. The gold ring, which you also need, is on the other side of the castle, because of course it is. It's on a ledge in this pit that exists to screw over any new players who don't know it's coming and fall all the way down to the underground. Not me, though, not after the first 6 or 7 times. This save room looks a little weird.
Mother!
Oh, hey, look, it's Alucard's mom. When they burned her at the stake for the crime of vampire boning. They were really regressive back in those days.
Yes, Alucard. Watch me die, and remember always my last words to you.
Yes, Mother.
You must despise humans. They are to be your prey.
What?
Better for them to die than to let them compound their sins. Begin by slaying that one over there.
Yeah, he's a background object. I think they all are.
No, it wasn't like this.
It wasn't. His mom told him to love humans. For some reason, I don't know, humans made atomic bombs in the Borderlands movie, so...
No, you're not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
You broke free of my spell. I like that. Come here, little boy, and show me what you got.
Well, yeah, I don't feel bad about this one. Eat my holy rod.
That strength, that beauty. You're the son of Lord Dracula.
And then Alucard does the absolute coldest shit.
Death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity, demon.
Wait, I beg of you.
That's what you get for trash-talking his mother. This fight gives us the gold ring. The gold and silver rings have an inscription on them that tells you to wear them in the clock room, which is strange considering how fucking cryptic it is to get them in the first place. I've still got some unfinished business in this castle, like picking up the gravity boots, which lets you do this to the librarian. I'm not implying that Alucard is really forcefully eating ass to get these items. I'm stating as fact that Alucard is eating his ass.
Thank you.
I haven't leveled up enough to get everything, but the Ring of Arcana is good enough. It increases drop rates from enemies, and man will I need that soon. I go back upstairs realizing that I have enough money to purchase Joseph's cloak. You know, just a little bit of money, 30,000 gold. What does it do? Well, tactically nothing. It lets you go into the menu and customize the color of your cape. Oh yeah, purple, definitely. I spend a while running through the castle collecting things I want, like the sword familiar, who you're gonna see a lot of as the game progresses because it fucking rules. I didn't realize until this playthrough that he's a 3D object. Now I'm ready.
Why is a Belmont planning the resurrection of Count Dracula?
Count Dracula rises but once every century. My role is over. If I can resurrect him, then the battle will last for eternity.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But enough talk. Have at it. Fuck, I forgot he can do that to me now. See what I mean about the sword familiar? It kills Richter.
It's over, Belmont.
So, the war between humans and vampires finally ends here. What need for the shepherd when the wolves have all gone? My time on this world has come to an end.
I may criticize this game's writing, but it has its moments.
Alucard, how's Richter?
I'm sorry.
I see. Thank you for stopping him. Do you suppose that this too was fate?
Nope, that's the bad ending everybody got in the 90s. I may have skipped the step where I actually wear the rings in the clock room and it opens the heart of the castle, which Maria is also in fucking somehow. She gives you a pair of holy glasses that'll see through Shaft's spell that's controlling Richter. So instead of killing Richter, just bust Shaft's ball. Look, I'm sorry, the game makes it so easy.
You've defeated me, but all is not yet lost. The resurrection of Count Dracula is at hand.
And then, the Inverted Castle. This game's worst kept secret. Why would you even think to do this? I don't know, but a lot of Castlevania games after this had secret little things that you had to do to get the true ending.
No. What have I done?
Thank you, Alucard, for saving Richter.
Yeah, sure, no problem. He's gonna go fight a resurrected Dracula, right? Right?
No time for small talk. Is the person who controlled you in that castle over there?
You can call him Shaft. I won't laugh. Much.
Maria, take Richter and leave here. I'll finish this.
That's right, leave everything to me. I got a game to break. Nope, wait a second. Now I'm ready. Katie, stop it. That's not funny. Welcome to the Inverted Castle. It's a much more treacherous place than the regular one, full of mostly different enemies and a slew of new items to take them down. This is where the game may actually appear hard. It's got the same layout as the castle you've already played, but the design is far more malicious. And a little tedious, I'll admit. I mean, you gotta use the bat form to fly a lot of places because the gravity boots, which I've been using for these super jumps, aren't great for navigation. I haven't talked much about map coverage. In the first castle, you can get a little over 100%. With the second castle, you can do a little over 200%. You don't need that percentage to get the game's best ending. Now, you only need 196% map completion. I've seen things online that lead me to believe that with a glitch you can get up to like 400%. Something to do with Spirit Brothers attack. The Inverted Castle is truly an open world. You can go to any part of the castle you want to. The only thing you really need to get to the final boss at the heart of the castle is 5 items. Pieces of Dracula, which are dropped by 5 bosses that all mirror the stage bosses of the first Castlevania. And collecting pieces of Dracula is straight out of Castlevania 2. You've got the giant bat, the first one I faced, that's fairly close to the entrance. My gear is so good that it barely damages me. I kill it with the freaking Jewel Sword, which is another item I picked up in the standard castle by transforming from wolf to bat inside a secret cave so it opened a door. And no, I don't know how anyone would know to do that, okay? But the Jewel Sword makes enemies drop valuable treasure and has special attack that'll drop coins no matter what. There we go, we've got Vlad's ring. In a few areas, Symphony adds spike traps that don't care if you have armor that breaks spikes. The armor enemies are throwing explosives now. Everything deals way more damage. The clock tower is a nightmare this time around. You know, except I have... It's more of what I expect from a clock tower stage. Enemies are placed more maliciously in order to toss you around like a rag doll, more Medusa heads. Okay, maybe this game has some balance issues. Why would I torture myself with the clock tower again anyway? It's not like there are any bosses in there that need to be put down. I have my reasons. Excuse me, going back to the library again. You know what I'm doing. You know exactly what I'm doing. Don't judge me. See, there's some items in this game that aren't hidden in secret rooms or require cryptic processes to find. They require pulling up your sleeves and doing some grinding. And this entrance hallway to the library has one of the greatest treasures in this game. This guy here, the Shmoo, a stupid, useless enemy that goes down with 1 slash from a mid-tier weapon, drops something very, very special. And very, very broken.
Yeah, sounds about right, yeah.
Just grinding for this weapon, the Chrysogrim, got me a bunch of gold, 4 level ups, and 5 bowls of ramen noodles. If you thought the Daikatana was a powerful sword, kids, the Chrysogrim, also known as the Sword of the Wind, is made of 100% grade A ultra-pasteurized Wisconsin cheese. Unlike almost all weapons in the game, Alucard doesn't have to stop while attacking them. The best defense is a good offense, and this sword turns Alucard into a walking garbage disposal. Saying that this sword is overpowered is like saying the super shotgun in Doom 2 has a little bit of a kick to it. Here's how the next boss fight goes. are still dangers, like the Nova Skeleton. Oh, this absolute bastard. He shoots lasers out of his coccyx. By far the most dangerous boner in the game. I remember him hitting me in previous playthroughs for over 100 HP. And you're not gonna see that because I don't go anywhere the fuck near them during attacks. I'm going through the reverse marble gallery to get to the reverse castle entrance and fuck! Who's doing this? Who is making these machines? Who the fuck built battle bots? Am I getting shafted?
Actionable pun detected.
You know what? It's more interesting than a plain old electric shock. Oh, I'm gonna feel that tomorrow. And forever. You're not ruining this game for me, goddammit. I love this. I'm the lord of this castle now, bitches. Okay, the final guards don't count. You can fly over them if you want. Oh, there's a Medusa boss? Good thing I still have armor that protects against stoning. Lost my place. I was on the way to the castle entrance, but I got sidetracked and now I'm in the reverse chapel, which is equally as dickish as the reverse clock tower. The bosses, which are objectively more difficult and have moves that just tear you apart, like look at this. You remember how I said I didn't bother with shields? That's because I think damage mitigation is more important. Like there's this fight where you have to kill evil versions of Trevor Belmont, Cypher Belnades, and Grant Dynasty. One part of this is collecting pieces of Dracula. At the moment, I have 4 of these from the creature, Bat, Mummy, and Medusa. The item from Medusa makes me immune to curses, which makes this all way easier. I don't know if it's the armor I'm wearing or the holy damage resistance potion I took, but they can barely scratch me. I'm not even spamming the Chrysogrim, I'm using the Morgamil. At this point, the Sword Familiar is killing enemies faster than I am. I'm killing most smaller enemies with the Jewel Sword to get some cash back, you know? Bosses from the last castle are showing up as regular enemies and they only drop zircons? Maybe you think the Chrysogrim is a little too OP. Maybe it completely destroys the game's balance. So let's go grab something that's a little less of a vulgar display of power. Which means we're hunting the elusive dodo bird, the rarest creature in the entire game, practically extinct. So... You see that, kids? I find out new shit about this game every time I play it. Look, I know this game has some balance issues, okay? I know. I feel a little bad about it. I feel a little bad not engaging with more skilled combat tactics and just deleting everything with powerful weapons, even if they are in the game and just really hard to get. You see the game fighting back? I don't see the game fighting back. Ha! Right. The Rune Sword doesn't quite de-atomize enemies as quick as the Chrysogrim, though it does have ridiculous range, covering more than half the screen. I don't know why it spells out the word verboten. Like, am I not supposed to have this? Am I not supposed to level up the Sword Familiar until it becomes a weapon in my inventory that deals nearly 100 damage? Am I not supposed to kill monsters so hard that the bone snakes they're riding? Bone snakes. I'm not supposed to kill these flea man riders so hard that their bone snakes stick around like ghosts that provide easy dick jokes. I'm not supposed to Rune Sword these greener naked plant ladies that I detest. Am I not supposed to be wearing a ring that increases rare drops on both hands? I'm just supposed to suffer through a room like this where these god-awful blue Venus weeds put up a shield of vines around them without spending 20 solid minutes of my time grinding for a sword that mitigates that bullshit? I mean, if I was gonna play this without these special items, this would be a total slog. I love this game. This is one of my favorite games. Why would you make me look at it critically, you sons of bitches? Just let me have something, please. Please, just let me have something.
So, you've made it this far. In the name of your father, cease this foolishness.
Not while there's a breath in my body.
Okay, I'm gonna take another break.
For the master, I'll feast on your soul.
I will be right back at let's see, it's 5:40. It's 5:55 a.m. Oh, I'll be back.
He-Man, He-Man.
Go! Get him, Dragon Walker! Go! Go! Go!
Dragon Walker, Battle Armor, He-Man, Skeletor, and Merman.
Step right this way, He-Man. Watch that! Take that, He-Man. May the mightiest power prevail! Yeah!
Dragon Walker, new from the Masters of the Universe collection. From Mattel.
It's a bomb!
The eyes of justice are watching. It's Batman!
Riddle me this. Where would a villain like me hide a bomb?
Revving up on his high-powered bat cycle, Batman charges to the answer. A giant maze.
What flies but has no wings? Time! And it's running out!
Blasting off in his rocket gear.
Take that!
Turbojet Batman surprises Riddler. Time's up. The eyes of justice, Batman. Figure included with bat cycle. Other figures sold separately. Mason clock not included.
Long ago, in a galaxy far away, the Star Wars saga began, and Kenner continues the excitement.
We must capture Luke Skywalker.
Zuckuss, Imperial TIE Fighter pilot, AT-AT Commander, and Hoth Luke Skywalker, each sold separately.
Those guys don't give up. Which way now, AT-AT Commander? He must be in here. We've got you now, Skywalker. Shoes on the other foot. I've got you.
Zuckuss, AT-AT Commander, and other action figures each sold separately from Kenner's Star Wars Return of the Jedi collection.
What's going on here?
It's the Turtles giving the old foot soldiers the boot with their latest invention, the Cheapskate.
Whoa, dude's on a roll!
And look, in the sky, it's a bird, it's a jet. No, it's the Turtle Trooper parachute.
Sorry to drop in without calling.
Bring in the knuckleheads.
Uh-oh, those attack and grab foot machines look like real trouble for the green guy.
Whoa, getting a little carried away?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
From Playmates.
Pinned down one time too many by Astrotrain and Blitzwing, the Autobots build their own triple changers.
Autobot triple changers battling the triple changers of the Decepticons.
Triple changer Sandstorm transforms from dune buggy to copter to robot, and Broadside transforms from carrier to jet to robot to fight Decepticon triple changer Octave, who transforms from tanker to jumbo jet to robot.
Transformers.
The Transformers from Hasbro.
At your nearby KB Toy Store, you'll have a great time because there are so many exciting toys, games, and model kits for you to see. KB Toy Stores, where it's fun to shop.
Sailor Minivan, reveal the new scout! Sailor Pluto! Sailor Uranus! Sailor Neptune! The power of love and friendship! Wicked ladies! Beware my mega powers! You can protect the scouts!
Now protect the scouts with Lunasphere. She knows you're coming and guards you in the dark. And she'll help you hide away your special secrets. Sailor Moon Adventure Dolls and Lunasphere are each sold separately. Batteries extra.
Here's a shopping tip for smart toy shoppers. Playco. That's right, Playco, your best toy store. Now, if you wonder why Playco's such a hot tip, ask yourself these questions. Who stocks a fantastic selection of all the most popular toys? Who sells that great selection at the lowest everyday prices around? And who offers friendly, on-the-spot sales assistance to help you find what you need? You bet it's Playco. Low prices, friendly help when you need it, and a great toy selection. Playco, it really is your best toy store.
For toys and hobbies and more, it's Playco, your best toy store.
Playco has a fun way to beat the high cost of housing. Playhouses by Z. Made of durable vinyl, they're easy to set up, roomy as can be, and lots of fun, indoors or out. There are 2 models to choose from, Country Cottage or Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and they're just $11.69 each at Playco, your best toy store.
Playco, not the biggest, just the best.
Mechanized metal life In disguise, they swore next level. Transmetal.
Metallic machines 3 times as mean. New Transmetal Optimus Primal steels for battle. Changing to rocket-powered hoverboard.
Maximize!
To full-on BattleBot with mace cannon. New Transmetal Megatron with 3 Transmetal modes. From titanium T-Rex to turbine-powered hovercraft.
Terrorize!
Changing again to beastly robot warrior. Up against one ape that doesn't monkey around. Metallized machines with 3 modes of mean.
Transmetal.
New figures each sold separately.
Well, that's one ugly dude.
It's Scumbug, the turtle exterminator, half man, half cockroach. He's bugging Muckman, the mutated sewer worker, and his little mutie pal, Joe Eyeball, to join Shredder's evil Foot Clan. Muckman is just oozing under the pressure, but before he can answer, Wingnut the turtle's wacky vampire bat buddy and his mosquito sidekick Screwloose decide to wing it, and the roach bugs out.
Talk about batting them around.
From Playmates.
Laser time, boys!
Now the show you know in 3D is so real, you can touch it. The evil Dr. Hiss has got a plan, but 3D action's gonna save the land. He wants to rule the world with his evil bots, but Zizi and the boys say, we think not. Transforming bots pack a deadly punch, but Big Jungle Fiver's gonna eat him for lunch. Put them all together, snap, snap, snap. Now you know the car is gonna take the rap. Bots Master, each figure sold separately.
Game over.
The Unmen are back for revenge, and they want Swamp Thing.
Weed Killer's poisoning Swamp Thing's home!
Who can save it?
Swamp Thing! Nobody poisons the swamp trap. I live here. It's feeding time for my Venus flytrap. Ah! It won't stop me.
Is this the end of Swamp Thing?
No! My mighty Bog Rover will put an end to you. Fire!
Swamp Thing, Guardian of the Earth. Swamp Trap playset, Bog Rover and figures sold separately.
見えるか感じるか呼び合う5人のコスモが新たなる興奮を今君にセイントクロスシリーズ
New from the Masters of the Universe collection.
To the battle boom!
The collector case that carries more than warriors, more than weapons. Your parents put it together.
To battle!
Battle Bones can also help you carry on the struggle. The struggle for...
all the power in the universe! Attack!
The Battle Bones Collector Carry Case from Mattel. Each toy sold separately.
Be a kittygan at Kitty World.
When you think toys, think Kitty World. We have the biggest variety, lowest prices, and the friendliest service in town. You have to love kids to be in the toy business, and I do. Kitty World and I were both raised here in Delaware. We're never too busy to help you. Stop in and see. Enjoy the holidays, folks.
Be a kittygan at Kitty World.
Amos Road, Concord Pike, Price's Corner, Brookside, and Dover.
プロテクトボット発進デストロダイノベースダイナザウラー登場驚異の巨大パワーが迫るメトロフレックス地球の平和を守れスクランブルパワー全開対決ダイナザウラー撃破作戦ゲームも発売中
From one of America's most exciting comic book adventures. It's Spawn.
It's Predator. Spawn, look out!
Battling evildoers on the ground and from the sky. Monsters, demons, and forces of darkness. You're no match for Spawn. It's sold separately.
Lunar, ¡dame el poder! Enciende mi pluma mágica. Tráeme el estuche de belleza con todo su poder. Halo Lunar, dame toda tu energía. Sailor Moon, el de Bandai. ¡Qué bonito! Halo Lunar, dame el poder. Vamos a las casitas encantadas por las Sailor Scouts. Y llévanos a todos al Palacio Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon es de Bandai. ¡Qué bonito! ¡Halo Dragón lunar, ¡dame el poder! Sailor Scouts, vengan conmigo. Sailor Moon, Sailor Man, Sailor Mercury, Sailor Júpiter, Sailor Venus, Sailor Moon es de Bam Bam. ¡Qué bonito!
Secret Wars. I, Dr. Doom, will trap Captain America in my Tower of Doom.
Spider-Man, Tower of Doom, and Dr. Doom versus Captain America studied so separately. You put the tower together.
How shall I trap him, Secret Shield? Ah, with the Doom Slammer. So this is the Tower of Doom. Welcome, Captain. Get me out now, Spider-Man.
Tower of Doom from the Marvel Superhero Secret Wars collection. Dr. Doom versus Captain America set and Spider-Man figure each sold separately.
New from Mattel. Thunder. Thundercats. New Thundercats Lightning Sabers with energy-packed light beam. New Thundercats Lightning Sabers. On target, the non-visible light beam scores. New Thundercats Lightning Sabers make all Thundercats more exciting than ever before. Batteries not included. Energy pack and figures each sold separately. It's a grand toy. Even without his laser gun.
What's that?
Or his laser axe.
A robot!
Or his awesome power claw.
Roboto.
This unstoppable enemy of evil
Go get her, Roboto!
Roboto.
Yeah!
is the most powerful robot in the universe. Roboto. New from the Masters of the Universe collection. Other action figures each sold separately from Mattel.
And as the battle between the Autobots and Decepticons rages on, Megatron creates Triple Changers, the most evil Decepticons of all. But the Autobot scientist Perceptor is ready for anything. Introducing Perceptor. From a working microscope, he transforms into a robot. The Transformers. And Triple Changer Blitzwing transforms from tank to plane, and from plane to robot.
Robots in the sky. Triple Changer! Autobots, stop him! The Transformers.
Sold separately from Hasbro.
Below the Earth's surface, the inhumanoid Metlar is followed by Magnacore. Which way, Magnacore?
Only one way to find out. Inhumanoids.
The evil that lies within. Only Magnacore's opposite halves can position themselves to paralyze the evil Metlar.
This will stop him! We did it! Joining forces! Nice job, Magnacore!
Magnacore comes together. Other figures sold separately from Hasbro.
Now no evil can trap He-Man and his mighty Blaster Hawk. Awesome on the land.
Reload! Blast off, Blaster Hawk!
Invincible in the air. Blaster Hawk blasts evil away. Blaster Hawk with 8 blaster discs, new from the Masters of the Universe. He-Man figures sold separately. Blaster Hawk, another direct hit from Mattel.
The Neutralaser, awesome electronic weapon in the battle between Tex Hex and Marshal Bravestar. Bravestar! Now you've got the Neutralaser and Neutralaser Target, the weapon that really shoots invisible electronic beams to blast your enemy's target.
Gotcha!
But now Tex Hex attacks. Look, he's on a Neutralaser Target. Can you and Bravestar blast it?
Ah! Awesome!
Join the battle. Blast the Outlaws with the Neutralaser. New from Bravestar. Batteries not included. Toys sold separately. Assembly required.
Count Dragon and his legion of mutant marauders seek to enslave Earth. Who will save us? Mask Rider, the powerful and awesome teenage hero from outer space with his incredible battle cycle, the Combat Chopper. And when he transforms into Masked Rider Super Gold, not even the evil Cyclopter can stand in his way for long. Masked Rider from Bandai.
To help them battle the evil Decepticons, you can imagine the Autobots create Dinobots.
Dinobots! Grimlock and Slag will stop Thundercracker.
Each sold separately. Transformer Dinobot Grimlock. Other Transformers sold separately from Hasbro.
Tell me, how does a man dressed like a bat get all the attention?
With my incredible wall scaler, Joker won't be laughing for long.
How special!
And don't forget my crime attack batarang. Fire!
Isn't that swell?
Now let's really stop your smile. Iron Witch into action. You're finished, Joker.
I just wanted a little attention.
The Dark Knight Collection, each sold separately. Batman, the legend lives on.
It looks like bad news for April O'Neil.
Look at this. The Ace reporter don't have a trunk.
Yeah, but she's got a turtle.
Look, it's the turtle whip.
That's flip, Heartbreak. Bombs away.
Guess who's dropping by in the Turtle Trooper?
Hey, dudes, let's crash.
Where are you going, pawnhead?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, it's the Cheapskate.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, it was a pizza pie.
Only from Krona.
Triple A, descubre la emoción de la lucha libre con Octagón y Fuerza Guerrera. Junta tu colección de 12 luchadores. No aceptes imitaciones. Luchadores Triple A, los oficiales. ¡Colecciónalos!
They're fighting to save the Earth. Shadow Force has a new airborne threat, the Shadow Parasite Attack Fighter, a one-man gunship with a weapon system that can blast anything out of the air. Almost anything. Starcom's new F-1400 Starwolf can knock it down.
Who's feasted on whose soul now, you undead fuck? You glorified errand boy? You want to know what just happened? Okay, well, remember when I picked up the shield rod? It's a fun little item that you might not understand the full power of unless you do a button combo with a shield or other hand. I don't feel good about this. I don't know, but look at this. You can use it with any of the shields. Like here, I picked up the Goddess Shield, and that'll give you a resistance to darkness. But when you complete with Alucard's shield, which I picked up again after Death so callously took it away at the beginning and hid it from me, it turns your shield into a wall of pain. For the enemies. For me, I don't know, it's just giving me health. Okay, fine, I'll do it with a sword and a darkness resistance potion, but it's not nearly as entertaining. I picked up a holy sword earlier as a much less suggestive alternative to the holy rod. He doesn't even stand a chance. He's death.
I can't believe we just Melvin.
He gives us the last piece we need to get to the final battle at the heart of the castle, but I've still got some exploring to do. This is Galamoth. He's easily the called boss in this game, tossing you around and bombarding you with light attacks. Who's a lightning resistance potion? Of course. Does it help that much? No. It cornered you, forget it. His head is his weak point, but good luck getting all the way up there. I use the fairy finale of the sword because she'll auto use healing items when you're low on health. Or dead. Jesus, come on. You know how much the Codex says that Galamoth has? Me either. It's a fucking question mark. I'm trying to be... It just keep back. I have too many life apples. Anymore. I don't feel good. I love this game so much. Don't you understand? I know it's broken, and I know how easy this makes it. Haven't you ever loved something broken? Haven't you ever loved someone? I'm sorry, God, I'm sorry. Please stop. What do I even get for killing this ball-busting, totally optional boss? Ask, you know, an upgrade to your mist form. It just... Doppelganger 40? Doppelganger 40? almost done. I need more. I haven't even talked about the wing smash. No, wait, okay, one more thing. Okay, let's wrap this up. We've got a Lord of all Evil to kill. Again, I don't have 200.6% map completion. I have 198.1% map completion, which is good enough for the bear. Since I have 5 pieces of Dracula, I can enter the heart of the castle.
So you are the one who is controlling Belmont?
Yes. I am the dark priest called Shaft.
I heard he's one bad mother.
In the forge of chaos.
Okay.
Why did you make Belmont lord of this castle?
For centuries, vampire hunters have defeated evil with holy power. But if 2 vampire hunters were to fight each other...
But Belmont's power supreme among vampire hunters. None other could defeat him.
Exactly. That's why I removed him as a threat, by making him into lord of this castle.
That doesn't make sense.
But your plan has failed.
Has it indeed?
Yeah.
I'm just getting all this shit today.
I even have a chance to kill him. This game be playing itself.
You claim to love the darkness. Go then and dwell there for eternity.
But my goal is achieved. Count Dracula has come to purify this corrupt world. The searing flames...
Again?
It's not that bad, really.
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
I was hoping we would not see each other again. I can't allow you to leave here, Father.
You have ever been the ally of humans. Have you forgotten what they did to your mother?
Oh no, he did not just start talking about your mama again.
Dracula, in the name of my mother, I will defeat you again.
Yeah, and I've been saving something for the occasion.
Watch out! It go boom!
I don't need this. I got 2 swords and water doesn't burn my skin anymore. No, I didn't. I did it right, didn't I?
Back as you came. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
How is it that I've been so defeated?
I don't know, maybe you should have sent Galamoth.
You have been doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
Yes, obviously. It was that he can no longer feel love. Not the fact that he leaves powerful artifacts around his house that can kill him really easily.
Sarcasm.
What is this little man? And ooh.
I'm amazed this game gives introspective Dracula instead of silent holy water target that can be defeated by a broken window. Had Dracula gotten any kind of characterization before this game?
Nope.
1626, I believe.
This is the first time we gave him like an actual arc.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Tell me.
What were Lisa's
last
words? Tell him not means.
If you cannot agree with them, then at least no harm. For there is already a hard lot.
Life.
She also said to tell you that she'd love you for all of eternity.
Lisa,
so,
forgive
me from all my son.
What will you do now?
The blood my means
first. To the best in the world if I can forever.
I
see. Farewell. We will not meet again.
Alucard.
Don't you want to go after him? Yeah? No.
I'm sorry. I can't let him disappear from my life.
That's right, you've known him for like 10 hours.
Go after him. Perhaps you can save his haunted
Yeah, if you do at least 96%, he'll run after her.
400, and that's the end. Maria goes after Alucard, and there's hope, I guess. I don't know, man. I'm exhausted. Is this what it's come to? Having to pick apart games that I love? For what? For content? The algorithm? I'm never gonna be able to play this again. I hate this. Couldn't you just hit me with an electric shock or something? Huh?
Ooh, Stargate.
Starcade, TV's first video arcade game show, starring your favorite video games, and some brand new ones being introduced to the public for the first time anywhere. And now, here's your host for Starcade, Jeff Edwards.
Hi, welcome to Starcade. Well, here we are backstage where players are warming up for today's big match. And warm up they should, because today, one of them is going to have the opportunity to win their own very own video arcade game.
Ooh.
Time is over. You ready?
Let's go.
In the dust back there. Welcome to all of you. This is where it all happens. This is where we play the arcade games. Let's meet our contestants. Your name is? I'm Dan. Dan, nice to meet you. Welcome. What do you do for a living? I'm a bartender. Okay, we'll go to your place right after the game, okay? And your name?
Billy Doherty.
Billy, how you feeling today?
Terrible.
What's the matter?
Oh, last night I stayed up late and everything. I got in trouble and everything.
Yeah? Well, okay. Well, we'll all watch you get spanked on television. That'll be a lot of fun for
Oh
us.
God, no.
Your name?
Adam Anderson.
Adam, nice to meet you. What grade are you in?
Fifth.
Good. Nice to have you here today. And you are?
Susan Anderson.
Okay, Susan, nice to have you here. Now, the four of you have been matched up based on your ability on playing today's games, and one of you is going to have a chance to win this fabulous video arcade game. It is Amadar. All right, shake hands, everybody.
Oh man, you're.
Play Starcade. Here we go.
I don't think that's the kind of prize you want to win.
Game 2 is Mappy, a bouncing mouse. Game number 3, Arabian, a game of spells and genies. Number 4 today is Popeye, the man himself and all his friends. And number 5, Donkey Kong Jr., where Son tries to free Papa. Jeff?
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, Darties and Andersons, those are today's 5 games. You all had a chance to play them before today's show. Now, one of those games we have named the Mystery Game. If you pick that in the first 3 games, you're going to win a valuable prize. And right now, Kevin will whisper the name of the mystery game to our home audience.
Today's mystery game is Mappy.
Okay, that's today's mystery game. I have a question I'm going to ask you. First one to buzz in gets to answer the question. Answer correctly, you'll be the first team to choose the game. Anybody can buzz in, but whoever buzzes in must answer. Okay, here's the question. In Mousetrap, the mouse can be eaten by cats and hawks, lions and cats. Andersons.
A. Cats and Hawks.
Cats and Hawks is right. You know the game. Good for you. Okay, Adam. We have 5 games up there. Which one do you want to play first?
Can she play?
Well, she can play, but you have to pick which one to play first. Wacko. Okay, Wacko is the game, and we'll have our own resident Wacko explain it. Kevin?
Oh, it's Wacko, and you're Captain Cruiser. Flying low in your saucer, taking on all kinds of strange creatures. Zap them in pairs and they disappear. Zap only one, and you create mutants that have to be changed back before they can be zapped out. Big creatures become little creatures, and little creatures cannot be zapped until all the big ones are gone. It's you and your little cruiser in a world gone wacko.
All right, now we picked Wacko. Who's going to play the game? You are. Okay, Susan's going to play the game. Now, reminder, that means that Adam has to play the next game. Now, Susan, in Wacko, just a reminder that what happens if you get to the second screen, the instructions will come up. Hit the joystick. That'll knock them off, and because of time, you'll get a screen right away, okay?
Okay.
All right, turn around, and you egg her on and give her all the advice you can, Adam. When I say play, we play. Ready? Get set. Play.
Fucking sound effects, man.
do?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Okay, I think pretty good too. Go on back and let's let the next team, the Darties, come up here. We have the same game as you know. Wacko, let's turn around so everybody can get a good look at you there. Billy, who's going to play this game?
I am.
You're going to play. But both. Are you familiar with Wacko?
Yeah, and it's a little slower, so maybe I can get this one.
Well, I hope you can. All right, you know how to play the game. Any last-minute advice for your dad before he goes?
Play his best.
Play your best. Well, I'm sure he'll do that. Okay, turn around, and when I say go, we'll go. Ready? Get set. Play.
Oh no, it's a Salty John! Ah, Salty John! No, it's the guy from the Masquerade Decade. Ah, you finally got the reference to my look of my character. Good. Good. Hello, Salty John. Hopefully you're doing well, though. Why am I back to this costume? Damn it. Okay, back here. Okay. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well this evening. Or, well, it's not this evening. This morning. It's like 6 in the morning here. The IHG Gilgog and the Tomashi Nation, the Mankind Guinea Pig team. Did you buy the Gilgog from G-Quicks, or did you buy like the regular one? Just out of curiosity.
The grand prize today on Star Arcade is the video arcade game Amadar. It's pigs in paint roll, gorillas and warriors, a zany wild chase for space in the game of Amadar, furnished by Stern Electronics.
Gilgog Canyon one. Okay, so it's a regular one from this universe. Okay, just want to make sure because it's like you got to be careful now. You got to be very careful on how you describe those things because it's like, well, you got the Gelgoog, the more traditional one that looks like a Zaku, and then you got the Gelgoog from G-Quick. So it's like, oh yeah, that's right. They reverse engineered the Gundam in this universe. And try to find a G-Quick to take it after the show. And yeah, that's I think your best bet. Because that's how I kind of like got through a lot of like the kits from Witch from Mercury. Like, I had to like wait out the series, and like I think it was worth it at the end of the day. Cause, like there's some kits I was like, ah shit. And Tomashi Gilgog does not have a shoulder cannon fire effect. You would think, especially since it's a Robo Down machine. Like Robo Down machine, they put in a lot of it. Waiting for a hurry up kit to get paint again. Okay.
Collecting the letters in sequence to spell Arabian. Kicking a few others. More points. Vende, pray stay away from the genie. And oh, so sorry, Afende. I do not speak fast enough to warn you of danger.
Oh my god. Racism. That's not sure those are effects. Yeah, that's how they get you with a lot of their pricing. It's just like, oh yeah. We'll raise the price by having a lot of the effects parts and stuff like that. Well, like the licensing is just gonna be like absurd. Right. Game time. This is a very, very treacherous. This is a very treacherous place. Like I cannot I can't slack off at any point here. So it's like. So it's like if I don't talk that much, well, obviously because I don't really talk much anyways. But in particular, this particular fight is very, very, very like difficult. Funny.
I think you did well too. You almost got caught by the genie and you avoided him. Good going.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Might not buy any more Tamashis. So something turns off, turns up. Okay. Yeah, it's for me. All that stuff is becoming way too cost prohibitive at this point. Like I can't keep up with it.
All right, Adam. No, don't you leave us either. Okay. When I say play, you'll play. Get ready. Hands out of your pockets. Get set. Play.
Which sucks. I used to collect a lot of that stuff. I used to collect a lot of SH figure arts and stuff like that. I'm the first one on sale. Hey, at work with friend and sister. Thank you, Mr. Scary. Hopefully you're doing well this morning. You know, go do what you need to do at work. You know, I'll be right here. You know, we always enjoy our work lurkers here. So yeah, that's another big problem. You kind of have to like look around and you gotta pray that you get a good deal on a lot of stuff. I mean, your best bet is to like go to like the secondhand markets from Japan, like Manarake and stuff like that. That's like your best bet. I mean, if you want to get like stuff, if you want to get stuff that you previously missed out and stuff like that, or get it like a halfway decent price. When I used to collect more, when I was more into collecting the Tamashi Nation figures, I used to like go to the Mandarake a lot. So, and like a lot of their secondhand stuff was, I used to get a lot of their stuff like secondhand, and that stuff is like the way they sell their stuff like secondhand is actually really good, and it actually is like, you know, better to buy it like that than to buy it full price. Especially if you don't care about like the quality, you don't care about how the box is gonna look at the end of the day, because like usually it's like, oh, there's a little scuff here in the box, and they'll like reduce the price to this affordable price. So it's like, yeah, so it's like.
Kevin will tell you about it.
For 3 correct answers, it's Mr. Disc, a compact personal portable phone and shoe. Plays 45s and LPs from its own self-contained battery.
The moving parts along it's not actually DM command unit though. Ooh.
Providing the realism of intelligent chess and the performance of a computer in a compact package. Syces provides 8 levels of strategic play for the beginner to the advanced player. Syces.
Okay, some nice prizes out there. Susan, do you know the video games pretty well?
Not really.
Well, all right. I'll let you choose. Who's going to go first?
My mom.
Nice choosing. Okay, turn around, and here we go. In the upper left-hand corner, Susan, watch this. Is that burning rubber or turbo?
Turbo.
Turbo, right you are. Good for you. Adam, is that next one swing time or jungle hunt?
Jungle hunt.
Jungle hunt is right. That's 2. Okay, Susan, your turn. Is that strange thing eyes or Watchmen?
Watchmen.
No.
No eyes, baby. Eyes everywhere. It's got that die cap moving inside you kneel it. Yeah. So articulation it's kind of mind blowing for that kind of stuff.
Here's the latest news from the Starcade hotline. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Pac-Man. Never before in the history of video games has one game given so much so unrelated to video games. Over 600 different merchandising items have been licensed by Bally Midway. You can virtually be with Pac-Man 24 hours a day. The latest is Pac-Man Cereal, and in the work, a feature-length movie. And in case you think Pac-Mania might run its course,
I mean, they have. It's just the problem is, like, for example, with stuff like the Gelgoog. The Gelgoog, like, I don't think. When was the last time they even made like a new Gelgoog like model kit? I mean, I think they're still selling the one from like the early from the late 90s. It's like, ugh.
Scores in the top score in all games is going to get a chance to win that video arcade game Amador. I got your last question, Darties.
God damn it.
To you. You're behind. As a matter of fact, they're you guys. You better get ready. Okay. Here's the last question. First one to buzz in answers. On the first screen of Space Invaders, how many...
The part that opens up for more articulation. Yeah, because I'm just what I'm saying that is because like I look back at I'm looking at like because like for example like I have like one a kit that I have that's like, oh my god, like I like the kit, but it's like, oh god, just like I would kill for them to actually like make a new one of these. Is the what's it call it? what's the name of that one? The Hygog. The Hygog is just like it. That's in desperate need of a new version. So it's like they pipe band. Oh, that's the pipe dream, you know. And so I said it's like a lot of that stuff. Like I said, I think a lot of that stuff hasn't been benefited from age. That's like the biggest problem with a lot of those model kits, is that like a lot of those kits just were designed in like the mid '90s, and they feel like it. Like they didn't really update a lot of it. So it's like, oh shit, like.
Come over here if you will, Dan. Ready? Get set. Play.
So it's like that. That's I think like the biggest problem with like the with what's it called? I think that's like the biggest problem in general when it comes to like to like a lot of those older kids like the Gilgug and stuff like that, because it's like, oh, yep. I think that has more to do with the fact it's like because it was because I think it was co-produced by Level 5. So it's like they're gonna bury that. They're gonna bury the lead on that series as much as they can. Maybe that's why they're gonna build it. Everybody the kid to build series. Yeah, and that's what kind of possessed a lot of, and that's what kind of like possessed a lot of model kits. That's why I possess a lot of like not model kits. That's what kind of like started a lot of like the new like wave of like gaming revivals. Like the Zaku and stuff like that got like a new version because they were used so heavily in build fighters. So it's like if they only made like a Gelgoog in build fighters, I think things would have been we would be having a very different conversation. I will agree with you on that. I found the Lavis Cannon after defeating the Quali Slime. The hell? Ooh, Photon Drop. MSV. Didn't they just like make that like not too long ago as like a P Bandai? There's more Master Grade Johnny reading Gilgo, but not the Gilgo. Okay, so there is a Master Grade, but not. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, it's just like it's 6 in the morning, and like I'm running. I'm trying to figure out like things in like back in my brain right now. So it's like, forgive me if I'm like you watch G-Quicks, not this week's. I'm watching in blocks of episodes at a time. Last time I watched was episode 6. So I'm like around the time that Nyan and oh god, I'm blanking out on her name. Machu. And Machu are just kind of like at odds with each other because they're like, oh my god, you can only the Kira's only one for me. Why?
The arcade staff stays at the Sir Francis Drake Hotel in the heart of San Francisco, just off Union Square. Some of our contestants and some members of the Starcade audience will receive Return of the Jedi. The saga continues with Yoda, the Ewoks, Darth Vader, R2, and C-3PO. Available at fine gift and toy stores everywhere from Adam Joseph Industries. May the Force be with you. And Trigger Command, the joystick making America trigger happy. Comfort, pistol grip, and trigger action. The thumbless approach to higher scores. Available at Toys R Us and local dealers nationwide.
Everywhere the original G-Quicks plot goes, there's yeah.
Computers and games, the magazine of the computer age. Easy to read, witty, and informative. It's the ultimate magazine for gamers and computer users of all ages.
Sorry, I gotta. Usually when he's supposed to like this, he was a little agent, maybe. Yeah, that's what it's starting to. That's what like, even from even from where I'm at right now, that's what it's starting to look like. Like you know, that he's working with Cassilia, and it's just like some shit's about to go down soon. No, yeah, I think it's Xavier. Again, you're talking to a guy who's like kind of like sleep deprived at the moment. So like anything that comes out of my head, anything that comes out of my mouth right now, don't trust it.
Mario, beware of Donkey Kong Jr. He's crafty, he's fearless, and out to rescue Papa Kong.
Ow.
Clutches, scoring points as he climbs, avoiding the brigade of snapping jaws, ape-eating birds, and energy pods. Watch out, Mario, the son of Donkey Kong.
These are still not sure, by the way. Huh. That's an interesting theory. You guys signed to the Fall Guy, Johnny reading along. I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter about this theory. Okay. Yeah, it's like I think it's Char. In all honestly, I made it up. All right. But there is some validity to what you're saying, so it's like I'm like it could be right. Again, too, like you're talking to a guy who's like sleep deprived, so it's like I'll believe anything I'll believe anything someone will say to me, which is bad. Oh. Let's see, GR and Quick. I can get 2 fucks about Char. Yeah, like I mean, it is known that like there's a lot of characters and that there's a lot of. I mean, it's kind of already like yeah, the universe is already kind of fucked up as is. So it's like, but that's the thing. It's like how would in this universe would because like the whole idea of Johnny Reedon is that he kind of is like he's kind of like the designated survivor whether he liked it or not. Feed me Cassia, feed me your Chimera Corp.
Do a whole big video on the game with big name cameos. It'll be just like that Half-Life video or that Duke Nukem Forever 2001 video. Yeah, those were good times. Now I'm just waiting on Slipgate Ironworks to finish the game. After that, it'll be a bonanza of content.
They're kind of like the Titan Money team. The 1 year war comprises Xeon Aces. Yeah.
Adventure, mystery, murder, functional alcoholism, hard-boiled gumshoe, Mike Dane, while investigating the disappearance of a dame named Alexia Price while drinking grain alcohol and smoking Chesterfield cigarettes.
My head. What time is it?
Time for justice, Mike, and for the smooth, relaxing flavor found only in Chesterfield cigarettes. Brought to you by the Cancer King, who's been insisting on these ad reads to increase profitability. 9 out of 10 Cancer Kings recommend the barely filtered taste of Chesterfield.
Watch it be. You know what?
Chesterfields, because this is the 1950s and my humors are balanced fine.
You know what? You know what would be interesting that now you mentioned like new type like aces. It would be interesting if if one of those guys was freaking Amuro. Like they kind of just shoved them out to it.
Who is this? The guy trying to save your soul. Now, get out and get moving before they show up.
Return of Johnny Reedon. I think I read some of the synopsis of it. And it sounds just insane. That it sounds like fucking insane. Like, it sounds fucking insane. Like some of the whole plot of like the Return of Johnny Reedon. Where it's like I think he gets amnesia. and he thinks he's someone else for like the longest time. Am I correct? Am I correct to am I correct on that one?
So obviously this is a new blood game, so I gotta see what the dope does. Holy shit.
What the hell is going on?
Traveling up the broken elevator, more goons try to get to me as I turn the power back on. But these are low-level goons, voiced by Gianni. That's okay, I don't think I'm gonna survive this game. Hey, that's the guy!
Yeah. Ow. Ow.
I got no money. Mike's a private eye, so he's gotta have something stashed away. Mike, being an alcoholic, can't be expected to remember his safe combo, so he used the big numbers on his billboard outside his C, axe, baseball bat, pistol, all the tools of the trade. Only a nerd uses
Oxygen loss and side effects and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's trying to come back now. Like, the ridiculousness of that particular story. Because I need to you get to toe with a car. You can go to it with a car.
Damn it, this game is an sim, so I have to wait for steady aim. Also, Mike is probably a little shaky anyway. It's been hours since he had a drink.
That's the charge new name on a car. You see, again, you can say anything you guys want. Boom, boom, or was gonna crash this into the trees. Again, you can say anything right now in my current position, in my current like in my current position of like lack of sleep, and I'll believe it.
I've seen its true face. Oh no. Who is this guy? Fight!
That's for being an asshole.
These punks invaded my favorite comic shop and burned down the mayor's campaign headquarters. I can forgive one, but not both.
Thanks for coming to the party.
I don't see how that's a party.
Oh God, please no, Katie. That physically hurt me.
3 months living in the city and every asshole wants to kill me. And host my goddamn department. Shit!
This is why it's good to separate your work life and your home life. So I go on a donut run and laugh at this cop who reminds me of that Barney in Half-Life that couldn't quite make it to the health station in time. Hey, I'm scrounging here.
Stupid asshole.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, I can just steal from the parking meters? $1 goes a long way in 1930 whatever. Listen, I'm not a cop, and I don't think the cops would care if I stole from the mob. I gotta go see my buddy Pete. I was pretty hungover yesterday, but I think I remember where he lives.
No. Shit! Pete!
You know, they could have sent him to my office if they hadn't burned it down. Also, weren't they planning to kill me before I got here? Were they hoping that a Mike would find this corpse? There's a lot of Mikes in Switchblade City, and I bet they've all got the same shitty luck. Mike Thane hasn't fallen asleep without liquor or head trauma since World War I.
Mike Thane finds himself in a pickle, tied up by one of Glassjaw's henchmen, who's ready to hit him like a pinata filled with scotch and delicious Chesterfield cigarettes.
Put a ball and split your noggin now, would you? Don't I pay you to be cooler-headed with that?
Boss. Oh, that must be Glassjaw. I'm sure he's a pushover.
All I'm saying is, after all the shit he put us through, why we iced this?
Oh my God, that is not Glass.
Thomas? In the flesh. What's left of it, anyway. Tom, hear me. Don't need to do this. Listen to him crying for his life. It's over for you, chump. Nobody messes with the glass.
I'm starting to feel like the sidekick in a superhero story.
Listen, you probably have a lot of questions.
I am a detective.
If you want to get out of here alive, you need to follow my instructions. You see that drawbridge? That's our ticket out of here. You'll need to figure out a way to lower it so you have a or escape.
Man, am I glad I already played Thief 2, so I have a point of reference with this. It's kind of like the warehouses and docks in that game because it's huge and open and deliciously im-simmy. It's really the centerpiece of this first episode. I've got all I need for a night of goon killing. Caffeine and nicotine. I'm not kidding, you get accuracy and speed buffs with these. I have $778 on me, which has the same buying power in 1938 as $17,213 today. So I think I'm doing all right on this case. While I try to knock out some goons silently, I don't feel incentivized to do that. You know, unless there's a whole army of them here guarding stuff. You know, special imports. You can judo chop guys into unconsciousness.
Some bastard got what he did.
Oh, yeah, and the snipers. Despite being a superhero, Nightwave has no problem gunning these guys down.
Send him a little lead.
Take the shot.
Nuts. Get him!
He had knives.
He go around like that?
These goons decided to stand in a giant puddle of flammable liquid next to explosive canisters, so it'd be significantly more effort on my part to keep them alive.
Okay. All right. I don't know. Let's get the hell out of here. From there. Where's the water?
This is like spitting in the face of someone trying to do a pacifist run. Same with these clowns. And these clowns. Oh yeah? That's very interesting.
Stay down, asshole. Get the hell out of here.
Huh?
Ain't tough now, are ya?
Yeah, later, chum.
Actionable pun detected.
They're actually drowning because they can't swim. They're not getting eaten by sharks. I wouldn't normally go swimming with killer sharks, but there's a spear gun here. What am I supposed to do, not get in the water? I've got more spears than sharks, so you know what that means.
You're shit out of luck.
Okay, I didn't murder every mobster in Switchblade City, but hey, listen. Jumping between rooftops, I've forgotten what I'm actually doing here. That could be due to Korsakoff syndrome, but that's why detectives keep notebooks. I know I'm gonna need some firepower that's a little more efficient than a spear gun, so I look in one of the warehouses. No, sniper rifle's a little distant and impersonal, but a Magnum and a Chicago typewriter?
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, pretty boy. Got the key. Gotta lower the goddamn bridge. Ah, shit. The whole dockyard's getting hideous racket.
Yeah, they are.
Don't go losing your head. How'd you like that, huh? Oh, what a... Dead!
You bastard!
You killed me!
What the fuck did you think was gonna happen when you entered a life of gooning? Further reinforcing the idea that I'm a sidekick doing bitch for superheroes, Nightwave drops in from the ceiling and beats up 5 guys, which I could have done, probably.
And while you're here, you're my bright-eyed guardian angel?
Something like that. I may have use of someone with your particular skills.
Do you mean murder? Because kicking everyone's ass and then stumbling into clues isn't exactly detective work. However, if your night wife is cheating on you, which she totally is, I can get pictures.
Mike Dane and Nightwave are caught in a deadly car chase that would be so expensive and time-consuming to put into the game itself that they show it in comic panels instead.
Next time, I'm calling a cab.
Yeah, well, it's a lot safer than taking the train.
So Nightwave puts his brave sidekick, Mike Dane, on a train.
No, but he's right. The trains are very dangerous.
Freaking butter, you bastard! Come here.
Could have killed him. Best you just lie there, but bleed.
Ain't so tough now, are ya? Leave it to the homeless to have the fun weapons. Time to give these mooks the old Townsend special. It's staying lit. I'm supposed to go help Nightwave's friend at the junkyard, but I can't ignore this whole
2 weapons I can't fucking use. Thanks a lot, game. 95,000 Meseta.
Before I even get into the junkyard, there's 3 heavies guarding the gate. I suppose I could get into a brawl with them, but...
Alright, 1 more hour to go.
Thanks for dealing with those crooks.
Dogs didn't stay.
Oh, him. He's the punk who started this. Came in here eating like a stuff. Demanding I hand him over. I had half a mind to. But, well, last time I checked, this is my goddamn junkyard. And I'm not gonna have some mob assholes shove me around without a fight. Bound to be more of those
I'm gonna take a... I'm not gonna break, but I'm gonna just stand up for a few minutes here. I'm not...
system where killing people screws you over. Because now I'm strapping improvised explosive devices everywhere, and Blake here is shooting people left and right.
Ooh.
This is kind of like defending a turret.
Could have killed him.
I need one of
Dealing with
those.
them crooks. I don't know what this city's coming to.
Yeah, I can't believe all the violence in Switchblade City. I'm moving back to
Be a little bit
China,
more
though
active.
I
Be
think the weather
standing
might
up.
be better in
I should
Claymore.
stand. I gotta
Hold
do
on, I got like 10 more
gotta-
of these.
I gotta walk.
Now that Nightwave has been
I gotta-
reunited with his Wave-mobile, the fastest car in town, he and his sidekick, Mike Dane, stake out.
Wait a minute, is he eating fucking dog food? He's not even voiced by Gianni. So these goons have dressed up like cops and they're searching the mayor's mansion. See, Mayor Waltz used to be part of this little superhero team that Nightwave was on, and somebody's going around killing the former aces. So the game, you know, fallen aces, right?
Wonder what they're after.
Worry about that later. For now, try and pacify all of them. We don't need more corpses lying around the crime scene.
Oh, okay, sure, that makes sense. At least he gives me a blackjack and a tranquilizer gun for the job. They both work good, especially the blackjack.
Lay there and think it over.
God damn it, Mike. I said pacify them, not turn the place into a graveyard.
I've turned 3 places into a graveyard already, and you didn't seem to care then, but fine. I'll reload a save and play your way.
Rich asshole can afford a nice big house, but doesn't even use any of that dough to buy some proper cold cuts. Sure, we got
How's it going? Let's see. Hey Ramses, how's it going? You have no idea what game I started taking time to, and it's so the GameCube app. Soul Calibur 2.
This game can manjan my hard salami. Hey, that's dick related. Why didn't New Blood put that on the... Jesus Christ. Fucking New Blood. I barely said anything about this game. They don't come to me about a quote. They just throw it up there like it means something. I pushed 10...
Actually, wow. I guessed that. I'm like half paying attention to my I'm like still kind of like.
No, you shut the fuck up, New Blood. Where the fuck do you get off putting that quote on your store page going over my head? Did you think I wasn't gonna find out? I don't know whether you know
Annihilation.
this or not, but you only have your fucking studio because I made that possible. I'm what counts out here, not your fucking game awards or your fucking PAX booths. Without me, every fucking YouTuber around to be taking a piece of your ass. You're fucking warned. Don't
Wow.
over my head again, you motherfucker.
I started doing a map that because I remember you unlock a bunch of shit. Yeah. Like the weapon master mode is like that's what you're supposed. That's like the main mode. You have to like do the map stuff and stuff like that. So long, but like. At the end of the day. I want to play Soul Calibur 2. That is still like. Are we all still in agreement that's like the best Soul Calibur game?
This fight alerts every mook in the place, and I can't kill any of them. This isn't ideal. You know what strangely doesn't count as murder?
Better than using Talon. My Mitsurugi. I really like. I used to use Mitsurugi a lot. So.
Sit down. I think I did all right under the circumstances. I'm not great at blocking.
What is the best entries? But Soul Calibur 3 comes back. So it's.
Listen, guys, he ain't gonna be missing it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, the sandwich guy didn't hear all the commotion.
I explained it to them already. I didn't eat the book. I was...
Pretty good, but I don't like mayo. I find my way into the, Ace Cave?
So these are the aces, huh? Whatever happened with you guys?
It's a long story. Some of us didn't see eye to eye on things. That led to some bad plays on Waltz's part, which in turn led to some tragic events.
Fine, don't tell the detective you've employed vital information. I'll just wait until it gets revealed in episode 3, which will come out in 2030. Hey, wait a minute. That's the dame from the file I've been looking for this whole time.
Alexia Price. What do you know about her?
Led by Scarlet Whisper. She was the one that came up with the idea of forming the Aces.
I thought Waltz formed the group.
Waltz took credit for a lot of things.
And just as I grab evidence of shady dealings by everyone, probably everyone in the whole city, more goons show up. Glassjaw himself too, but he's not coming in. Andy's got a hostage, Delia, who he wants to trade for the info I just stole, but you know, he's probably not very trustworthy. I don't give a fuck, I'm walking out of here with the modern equivalent of over $200,000. The no-killing rule has been lifted, and just like the mooks flooding into this mansion, I'm not gonna question...
Yeah, for some reason, when you said Mitsurugi, Oh, you're a Raphael man. Interesting. No, I used Mitsurugi. That was my character. And Siegfried.
Nightwave and his faithful sidekick, Mike the Lush, speed towards the Moth and Flame nightclub to rescue Delia.
I know I've seen this doll somewhere.
That doll has more in common with you than you realize. You're both looking for the same missing woman, Alexia Price, her mother.
If I survive this night, I'm gonna dance a damn jig.
So I steal some painkillers from a homeless guy and beat up some goons. The health you get back from a finishing move is surprisingly generous. I sneak into the club.
Good work. Okay, sit joint.
Finally. Been holding this in forever.
Oh, no, I already heard this in the demo, and an earlier version of this level was in the demo, and no, I don't want it again.
Oh, yeah.
Why did I come this way?
Oh, come on, come on.
I can't take any more of this. The guy in charge here with the key I need isn't Glassjaw. It's Malone, who I'm sure is very scary. He's got 2 pistols. I hear a rope.
Shit. Miss Price?
Took you long enough, new guy. Nightwave sent you. Ugh, lazy prick. Making you and me do all his dirty work.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
I know you can hear me through that comm, Night Dick.
I love this woman, and I will do anything to protect her.
I'm ready to blow this joint when you are.
I like how I'm like the tallest character here.
I just need to.
Oh, God damn it.
All right, Miss Price. You're coming with me.
It's all right. I know a way out of here. Hold on, I'll be right back. Here we go. Oh, okay, these guys have Tommy guns. I gotta deal with them.
Eat lad! Eat lad! Eat lad! Eat
Hey, thanks for coming to the party.
Nightwave and his helpful assistant did something or other get Delia into the wave-mobile and
You have to exploit 80% to get to the boss.
reveals themselves.
I mean, not yet. He's wearing a mask, but he'll reveal himself later. Or maybe Mike will do some detective stuff. You know.
Anyway, tune in next time when Mike brutalizes criminals with even more blunt objects.
Fighting games. Who doesn't love them? There have been so many renditions of fighting games over the years, and for all of
there we
them,
go.
the objective is basically the same. Whether you're a pro who spends countless hours memorizing combos and techniques, or a casual who likes to spam that one move, your end goal is to beat the crap out of your opponent. Today, we're going to witness neither of those strategies. This is Stupid Crapface, the fighter who refuses to fight. Welcome to the Fumble Dimension.
The man with the man who just uses 2 blocks with his face. Great tactic, bro.
Stupid Crapface is our crash test dummy, violently ragdolling in the driver's seat of the jalopy we call human ethics, along the bumpy road we call human existence. Previously in Fumble Dimension, we cloned hundreds of copies of Stupid Crapface to populate the entire NBA and destroy basketball forever. But this time, he's not out to destroy. His only desire is to maintain his existence, fill a little bit of space in the universe, and to keep his head, arms, and legs in the same place the Lord put him. MMA is beautiful to me. Is it institutionally flawed? Extremely so, yes, but it's an outlet through which we can satisfy our primal desire to fight, whether directly or by proxy. And by doing so in a controlled environment with at least some emphasis on safety and sportsmanship, I'd consider it a far more upright than all the violence outside the island we're told is heroic justified. Still, radical pacifism is such a compelling concept, and it's the one stupid crapface we'll explore today. You can call him weak, you can call him a coward. In the tiny world of the Octagon, that might be what he is. But though you can cut his lights off with a right hook or stick his elbow in an armbar, you will never strike his spirit. You will never find it. It lives well above you, on a plane you can never reach.
Story modes in sports video games have always been an interesting topic to me. I know this because I made 3 videos in 2018 that no one asked for. I'm bringing this up because today we'll be testing the limits of UFC 4's career mode. There's probably a term for this, but I'm going to say that we're looking at a game's career mode flexibility. Taking a look at how many situations a career mode is actually prepared for, if at all. A good example of different career mode flexibilities are the 2 long shot modes that Madden tried to do. In the first Madden long shot, you were a 5-star QB that quit football in college. He tries to get back into the NFL by going on a reality TV show called Long Shot, in hopes of getting drafted. The choices you make throughout the story affect your draft grade, and at the end you either get drafted or have to watch your friend get drafted while you go unsigned. It was impossible to truly ruin your last chance to play in the NFL, however, as even if you go undrafted, you still get a call from a team asking you to work out for them. Which I understand because not getting drafted or a phone call would be fucking sad, but it would also be a super realistic ending. Now in Long Shot Homecoming, you really don't have any choices to make. You finish the story mode the way they intended you to, and everyone goes home happy except for me. Kofi, why are you bringing this up? Well, because today we're putting stupid crapface in UFC 4 story mode, which like FIFA and Madden have some cutscenes and are made by EA. What could possibly go wrong?
So what exactly do you think will happen? We're not going to be throwing a punch. We're not going to be kicking. I have no idea what's going to happen here.
I don't have predictions. I have hopes and dreams for Stupid Crapface because I genuinely care about his well-being. And
I think this is way too technical for my taste.
He can go a long time without throwing a punch and receiving one. Like, I think I've told you about the Shamrock vs. Severn fight in like UFC 8 a while back, and that was the famous one where sanctions were put on the fight like hours beforehand, and the state like would not allow the fighters, either Shamrock or Severn, to throw a punch. They had to be like open-handed slaps, and as a result, they didn't know how to fight anymore. It's literally 10 minutes of them like circling around each other and just staring. And eventually the ref has to break them up and everybody's booing, and it's regarded as the worst fight of all time. That is where Stupid Crapface could truly excel, but I don't see that happening, and honestly I'm kind of afraid.
Our story starts with 2 people, Stupid Crapface and Coach Davis, who first sees an amateur fight and Stupid Crapface getting his ass kicked. We are then thrown into the fire as we just escaped the round. We're outmatched and need to make it to the bell to have a chance. Stupid Crapface decides to stick to the only strategy he knows, bobbing and weaving. Is that bobbing and weaving? It kind of looks like he just human button mashing. Anyway, it doesn't work.
Right, he's doing a jig. Commence the jiggling.
Coach Davis, however, who's so impressed with our resolve that he decides to take us on as clients. Seeing that our only quality
Just
is never give up,
cool. You can block with your face. Cool, dude.
I can make like 48 different anime references in this video, but I will show restraint. Coach Davis then takes us to a studio where we must learn about fighting from the ground up. The first lesson is punching. UFC 4 has a very detailed skill move list, and we're not going to be using any of them. Our coach keeps giving us word of encouragement even after 15 minutes of us doing absolutely nothing.
Come on, go, go,
Our next lesson is
What?
we surprisingly pass with ease. The lesson after that is leaning strikes. He's not that good at those. Stupid Crapface bobs and weaves so much that it eventually drains all of his stamina reserves.
Another gun?
Decides to call practice. It's time to save our energy for our first fight against Alan Farley.
In MMA and boxing, fans use the term tomato can to refer to any fighter they've shoved out there who's perceived to have no chance, just to bulk up his opponent's record and let him get some hits in. It's a pretty brutish and disrespectful thing to call somebody. You're gonna get hit over and over and over until red stuff leaks out of you, hence tomato can. The way it used to be, your first opponent in any video game was always a jobber like that. But
Glass
the days
Joe.
of Glass Joe from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out are gone. Alan Farley isn't even an obscure low-level fighter. He's a completely fictitious one. And he's tuning Mr. Crapface up. Farley could at least leave us the dignity of surviving into the second round, but he doesn't. With 10 seconds left in the first, it's nap time. Oh, God. We're the tomato can.
Oh, I'll take that. Our coach is just looking at us, concerned. Oh man, I've been up for like too long when I'm just mumbling. How's everybody that's willing to like say something? And if you don't, I appreciate the lurkers. It's one of those things where it's like, oh man.
Right? Which fighter's gonna keep grinding until the other one quits? I know you're not a quitter, and I got you a chance to prove it against another amateur opponent. A decent wrestler, but you got what it takes to win.
Yeah, you ain't making it, bro.
Yo, take a look at Crapface's stamina bar real quick.
Oh, wow.
We lose in 58 seconds.
Your striking is better than this. Yeah. Your ground game is better than this. Yeah. Your coach is better looking than this. Maybe. You come a long way. Right? You win this one, you got a shot at the Contender Series. Then the fun really starts. Hungry? Yeah. Then let's go.
In the final amateur fight, we actually showed improvement by surviving a round. Mid-second round, stupid Crapface gets a little bored and decides to taunt his opponent. We survived the second round barely. Stupid Crapface has learned to manage his stamina by rationing out his bobbing and weaving. Now, we still lost, but at least we survived a round. And now, after all of this, our fate is sealed. We've been invited to the World Fight Alliance. We also have a big decision to make. Do we play on easy mode or legendary mode? Would this be a fumble dimension if we didn't choose legendary mode? No. We start off our career with $30,000. If I was Stupid Crapface, I would take the money and run.
Yeah,
But that's
I
just
would
me.
too.
We also have 10 fans and a fight offer. But first, it's time to use our purple star thingies to improve our players' abilities. We decide to bolster his blocking footwork and cardio so that he can actually have a chance in legendary mode. Our first fight is offering $6,000 for just showing up. Hell yeah. And to cut down on gym fees, we'll be setting the fight to a week from now. Our coach reminds us that it's good to build a positive relationship with fighters, but to also sometimes talk a little shit so the fans think we're edgy and cool. I also like how he starts off our messages with, "Hey, stupid." Now we're here for a good time, not a long time, so it's time to taunt some fighters. We also promote the crap out of this fight, and the hype goes from very low to very low. The fight is here.
Kofi is getting pretty irresponsible with the taunt button, if you ask me.
Oh!
Our hero's face is getting kneaded like pizza dough. But This is what troubles me most. We've got an info box that tells us we're seeing stars, okay fine, but are they trying to simulate concussion-like confusion by immediately slapping a second info box on top of it? What are we supposed to get out of this, Electronic Arts? They also disappear at almost the exact same time. These are like the endless pop-up ads you experience when you're watching bootleg live streams, which, to be fair, is the definitive UFC experience.
We make 5,000
Pop-up over
pop-ups and lose 4 fans. We suffer a minor injury, seeing stars, and a concussion, which requires us to sit out for 270 days. We also seem to have gone viral. Our coach tells us that we have the option to turn down fights and that we don't have to live like this. We understand. The injury has also reduced our chin strength and recovery. Next up is Noel Valencia, which, if you've been paying attention, is the same person that was tweeted on social media 270 days ago. One thing I will say is that if we're going to do one thing right, it's taunt on Twitter. Maybe they'll make a beef history video on us one day.
We're not gonna do that.
We promote the fight and again earn 4 fans. I see why we ended the last time with 10 now. In our match with Noel, Super Crapface hears the audience laughing. He realizes that the audience loves his taunting. Noel gets sick of our shit and gives Stupid Crapface his second concussion in as many fights. The game awards us the achievement of becoming rivals with Noel. The concussion knocks us out for another 270 days. Yay! So after talking shit to Noel Valencia, we got a concussion and a 270-day suspension. And I don't even think that's the worst part about this. The worst part is that he didn't even talk shit and tweet at us afterwards. He just pretended that we weren't even worth his time anymore, and that's the more insulting thing to me.
Yeah, there you go.
That hurts my feelings a little bit, because in this scenario, you and I are both kind of Stupid Crapface here. He's our stand-in, and I would think that if someone beat my ass, they would at least be proud of it. Also, why do they have to call it a suspension? Like we did something bad. Oh, you got your ass beat. We are going to punish you for being bad at this. Couldn't they say a medical leave or something like that?
Leave of absence? No, it's a medical suspension. And I think that 270 days is the max. I feel like after 2 consecutive concussions, we should be out for longer.
Also, just call it 9 months. We have a concussion. Are you going to make us count to 270?
Our next fight is against Thiago Moraes. We again gain 4 fans from promotion. After a long time in the fight with no action, the crowd starts booing. This is what the fans paid to see. We survive a round, and then we get obliterated. We suffer 4 injuries, including another concussion, in addition to a major head injury. How much will EA allow?
Damn!
Well,
it's a better bazooka than the one I got.
Contract. The only difference is that we're
Alright, we're putting this one away.
This time. I feel like this is either a supply or demand thing, or the game telling us to try harder. I wonder who could possibly be our next fight. Oh boy. Valencia again. We suffer a bruised rib, 2 leg contusions, and a meniscus tear. And we're only in round 1, guys.
Damn.
In round 2, we tear our ACL. The fight lasted
What the
7
fuck?
minutes and 16 seconds. And for Stupid Crapface, that must have felt like an eternity. We're given another 270-day medical suspension. Alright, so our second bout with Valencia, we get a bruised rib, 2 leg contusions, seeing stars, a meniscus tear, and an ACL tear, and another 270-day suspension.
Okay, so the last one wasn't an injury. It's just, well, insult on top of injury, so...
Yeah, so that counts. I think I'd retire.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
I'd be like, yeah, we're done.
I would take the...
I wouldn't even know. First of all, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even remember my name, where I live.
Retired to the woods.
Wouldn't even know who the president is. You're like,
sticks I found, and like
just going through life being totally oblivious to what's going on in real life.
That would be my future.
Can't show your face in public.
Nope, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Don't even have a face at this point. This is the most grim episode of Fumble Dimension yet.
Yeah. And you got fired last episode.
Yeah. Hey man, I would rather be fired. God, I would love to be fired. I would love for Stupid Crapface to be fired by someone. That's his problem. There's no one to tell him no.
Yeah. He just keeps getting new contracts. This is like just a circle of hell. Honestly.
Ugh.
After 3 more concussions, we're given another fight contract. This time it's for 3 fights, but at least it's the same price, right?
There's one hope Stupid Crabface can cling to. Maybe he's not real. Maybe he's just a character in a badly misremembered anecdote. A couple things support this possibility. For one, he's fighting in the World Fighting Alliance, which ended operations 15 years ago. For another, this B-League promotion is being officiated by Herb Dean, the most high-profile ref in the entire world of MMA. None of this makes sense. So maybe this isn't real. Maybe this isn't happening to him.
Maybe this is just all Stupid Crapfaces, like just illusions.
So you're telling me that the World Fighting Alliance doesn't even exist anymore?
No, and I actually had to look this up because I don't remember it at all. Apparently it was like some B-League promotion that the UFC bought in 2006, and then they just basically took all the fighters from it and folded it.
The Contender Series is above the World Fight Alliance. So we don't even make the Contender Series at first. We make the World Fighting Alliance. So now we're not even in the minor league, we're in the minor league, which is weird.
It's such an anachronism, right? Like it's just, we're in like an imaginary purgatory. Like imagine if you were watching a TV show that was set in the present day and the characters are watching like UPN. You're like,
He's not wrong.
We're 0-7, but only 2 spots below our rival Noel Valencia. Interesting. It seems that the game arranges all the unranked fighters by alphabetical order, so technically we don't know what the standings truly are outside of the ranks. This is what I would tweet at Valencia, if the game would let me. The game's not letting me tweet at him. Stupid Crapface's career routine is more of the same. Pick a fight, hype up the crowd for 4 new fans, and get our ass kicked to lose those 4 fans. For 99% of the fighters, this would be considered our prime years, but for Stupid Crapface, it's an everlasting plateau. His skills never improving, the result never changing. No one has tweeted at us in 9 years. I haven't heard from my coach in 8 years.
Uh-oh. That's
we
bad.
Are truly fighting in the age of loneliness.
Just like the documentary.
So, no one has tweeted at us, and it's been, I don't know, but 8. Our coach doesn't contact us, but he shows up to fight because you can hear his voice giving like words of encouragement in the background, and then when you get knocked out, there's like a cutscene, and he's like briefly there looking over your knocked out body. So he knows that we exist. He doesn't contact us he just shows up to the fight and is like, knocked out again? Oh, and then disappears again. Like, this is just so bizarre. I'm sorry. This is...
You know, Cyberpunk 2077 has received enormous criticism for the state of the game at release, but you know what? There's something to be said for aiming high and falling short. Meanwhile, can you think of a game with fewer moving parts than a UFC game? 2 fighters and a ref and a canvas, that's it. And they can't even pull that off. There's no ref. Stupid Crabface literally has to fall asleep so he can dream him into existence.
After 13 fights, we finally have our first fight that doesn't end in a concussion. We lose another way. We only have to sit out 90 days instead of our usual 270. I call that progress. Fight 15.
Oh my God! Jesus found an Agito.
We're ready to take on whoever wants it. It's the best we've felt in years. Our next opponent is... Fuck, Valencia again? Despite all the beef we have with this guy, the game still won't let me tweet at him. Maybe I'll send him a letter.
Five.
We suffer 9 injuries, which
9?
longevity by 30.6%. To put it nicely, he's fucking our shit up. Now, stupid Crabface has gotten older, but not wiser. As I'm changing his facial hairstyle, the game decides to shut down on me. As if my PS5 wants us to stop the fighting. But we press on and face David Gardner for the second time. Looks really similar to our sparring partner, but he can't be him because he's 24 and that session was over 10 years ago, right? Gardner has improved since last time. We haven't. We end up with 10 injuries and lose 54% of our longevity. This looks like it's gonna be the end of Stupid Crapface's career. Just kidding, he got a full-patch contract. For our next match, we accidentally agree to 5 weeks in training for the fight, and we get injured in training. Suddenly concerned about our injury, our coach texts us for the first time in who knows how many years to ask us if he wants to back out of this fight. We don't chicken out and instead choose the fans and the glory. We get 400 fans, 400 new people to watch us and cheer on Crapface. We lose in a submission. We lose 404 fans. Our longevity is all the way gone. It looks like we're going to have to retire Stupid Crabface's fighting career for good. That is, until we get a message from the game. Saying that, yeah, it's time to call it quits, but we get one last fight. Make it one to remember. Stupid Crapface lets out one last taunt. And just like that, a career is over. Stupid Crapface loses in 10 seconds. But he left his career the same way he began it, with a concussion. Now it's seriously time to call it quits. The reason? Longevity damage. And that's the career mode, guys. There's nothing left I can do on this screen. No coming out of retirement, no heartfelt goodbye from the coach that believed in us, no cutscenes whatsoever. It's just Stupid Crapface and his 10 loyal fans. We have to look at these Stupid Crapface stats in a specific light because today we're not looking at if he lost, but how he lost. Every fight gave us the same result, but how we got there is a different story every time. For most of the fights, we didn't make it out of the first round, and we escaped with minor injuries and a concussion. But there is one opponent that stands out. We have to talk about Noel Valencia again. In the Noel Valencia fight, Stupid Crapface took 41 hits, 75 hits, and then 80 hits respectively. But the more interesting part about these fights are the time. In the first fight,
wow, that's a
Valencia
big
took
bird. What the
18
fuck?
seconds. In
he took 7 minutes and 16 seconds. And in the third go-round, he took 7 minutes and 28 seconds. These times stand out because they last longer than most of the other fights. Hell, we even had a fight that lasted 10 seconds. These long, drawn-out fights tell us that this was more than business. This shit was personal. And we can further tell by the injuries. In the 3 Valencia fights, Stupid Crabface endured 3 counts of seeing stars, a bruised rib, 4 leg contusions, 2 meniscus tears, a torn ACL, a damaged orbital, and 2 concussions. Our tweets from the early years stayed in the back of Noel's mind for years and years. And in our matches, he toyed with us. Prolonged the torture as if to get his long, drawn-out payback, even though we've never been in his league to begin with. And that, my friends, is one of the pettiest things I've ever seen from a sports video game character. I'm so glad we don't have to fight him again.
So that's it.
Oh wait, that's it? It's done?
Yeah, we're retired. We used up all of our longevity. So that's it.
I don't feel very retired.
No. Yeah, that story mode ended so awkwardly. We don't know how to end the video. So to stay up to date with Fumble Dimension, follow me and John on Twitter. And we also have more Fumble Dimension conveniently located in the box below. Yay! Bye.
Oh boy, here we go. This is how we're gonna end the night, or is it how we ended? This is how we end the stream. Game Pro TV, baby, let's go. Hey, paying attention, Starzak?
Amount of tips and tactics and new game card intros to run by you today, and it all comes from the #1 source for video home and arcade games, Game Pro Magazine, so check it out.
Yeah, check it out indeed. So, if you got the info, bud, I've got the desire. Think you can go kick it into some SWAT away? Yeah? Alright, yeah. SWAT away!
Secret weapons and tactics.
A little bit of gold. Thank you very much. So, it's almost time to go to school. You want to get through one more game of Gauntlet on your NES before the bell rings.
No, you don't.
Soup up those suckers with this tip that'll make major improvements in the character lineup for the popular NES game.
Ow!
Use these passwords to add some speed and power to your elves, wizards, and warriors. To soup up the elf, enter HPE Z9HZOI. To add some energy to the Valkyrie, enter HPE
Valkyrie?
Z9HZIZ. If you want the wizard to whiz through the game, type HPE Z9HZZI. Finally, if you want a supercharged warrior, enter
Warrior.
Z9HZZZ.
Wow, you're from fucking Boston, aren't you, there, JD?
I hope he's not afraid of heights. For all you Ryu Hayabusa fans,
Hayabusa.
that'll get you 9 reserve ninjas in Ninja Gaiden 2 for the NES. Ha!
Ow.
First, you gotta make it to stage 4, level 2. Now, move to your left, grab the 1-up, and run back to the beginning part of the stage. Now climb up the ladder, then climb back down the ladder. Check it out, gamers. The 1-up is back again. grab it. Now keep this up and down. Gutsy, send it here to GamePro. If we put you on TV, the T is yours. Check out the address at the end of the show, okay?
Keep your thumbs at the controls, because we're coming back with secret rooms and the Hedgehog. Next on GamePro.
Very attractive. Who am I, dude? Gee, I don't know. Maybe a chipmunk on steroids or something? No, dude! I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, I should have guessed that one. Maybe it's the shade that threw me off. You take care now, okay? I'm going to Swamp World. Catch you later.
Guy's clearly on drugs.
What's lean meat? And to know when to expect the coming of spring? Sonic the Groundhog. Yeah, bad joke. But there's nothing bad about
Hey, Comey.
it.
How you doing?
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Welcome to welcome to the last half hour and the last bit of my sanity here. How you doing?
It all happens in Act 3 Marble. Now, get to the spot where there are two spiked platforms side by side. Get up on the right platform and push it to the right. This will expose a secret room. Get your super hedgehog hide into the secret room and look for the secret passageway that's on the right side. All right. Welcome to your shortcut to level 4. Let's check that out one more time. Okay, get to the spot where there are two spiked platforms side by side. Now, get up on that right platform and push it to the right. This is gonna expose a secret room. All right, go into the secret room, look for the secret passageway that's on the right side, and you made it to level 4.
So yes, learning yesterday, lurking because I need to take care of things. All right. Oh, that's a good game.
The game's final count with the maximum of vials, lives, and weapons the game has to offer. Now check this out. Here's the password. NPANRRXY. Hey, there you go. You got all the lives and vials and weapons you need. Go get them. Once again, the password is NPANRRXY. Gamers, what's this? A video game cart that's not only fun, but dare I say the words, you might learn something. Oh. Whoa. Dude, it's okay, really, you know? I mean, this game is called Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego? It's for the NES, right? And it's totally happening detective. Check it out, bud. Now, you computer hackers may already know the game from the original version, which can only be played through a computer disk drive. But for you gamers who don't do much time on the computer, the NES version is happening, bud. Here's the story. As a time sleuth for the Acme Detective Agency, you control the Chrono Skimmer 325i. That's the finest time machine money can buy. And this beamer will let you move through history at a push of a button as you snip out clues to bag the bad guys. The game also comes complete with the new American Desk Encyclopedia, which you use to cross-reference historical clues you need to win. Encyclopedia? I bet you guys are saying bogus, right? Well, no way, dude. The book's easy to use and makes crime solving a whole lot more doable. You start off a game with details of the crime. Now you hop aboard the Chrono Skimmer and head back into history to start gathering...
Oh my god, what are you doing, Ramses?
Who done it? You get to question witnesses and gather the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That'll help you solve the mystery. But there is a catch, bud. Each time you question a witness or informant, you use up time. And time counts because each case has its own time limit, usually about 28 to 34 hours. Now keep in mind, you're not the only dude tripping through time. See, the bad guy you're chasing is also moving back and forth through history, trying to keep a solid one jump ahead of you. But once you've scoped out who your numero uno suspect is, you can issue an arrest warrant and close in on this most heinous villain. All right, B-Man, I've been playing this game on my computer for years. Let me tell you something. I really love this one, but kind of curious. How did the Game Lab brain break this one? Well, okay, help your curiosity, bud. Do it. Remember, we check them out for graphics, sound, challengeability, and fun factor. To begin with, there's not a whole lot of animation in Carmen Sandiego because, you know, the game just doesn't really require it. The things are the various times and places in history are really happening, and they kind of give you a real feeling for what things were like in any particular time. So, that got a 3. The sound effects and the music are nothing you really get excited about. You know, they're kind of okay.
Yeah, I need more rockapella.
The game does get tough when it comes to tracking down the bad guys before the clock runs out. So if you want a challenge, bud, you got it. We use the encyclopedia, okay, dude? Use it. You gotta use it, all right? You gotta save a lot of time there if you do it that way. Because the mondo important news is you can have a lot of fun with this game, and you can actually learn something while playing it, bud. Very nice indeed. It's kind of like, you know, kind of like that Bill and Ted thing, you know, except without the phones. That's what it kind of reminds me of. And it's definitely not a bogus journey, man. Not a bogus journey.
Yeah, you're not playing. You're not playing Twister against death.
Christmas getting dangerously close, we thought it might be a good idea to give you a preview of the game cards that are getting set to hit the stores. Now, some will make it before Christmas, and, well, a few may not. But if you're going to get your Christmas list ready, you're going to need to know the facts. And that's what we've got, the facts. So here's a new one for the SNES called Lemmings. Now, in this game,
Lemmings.
hordes of mindless creatures known as lemmings, and they got to escape hostile environments in over 100 game levels. And while a typical lemming has the IQ of a football, you can teach them certain skills that'll help you to help them. For example, they can dig, build bridges, climb, float, block incoming tides of lemmings, or, well, if you're the cruel and heartless type, you can make them blow themselves up and use them as obstacles. Whoa, man, that's cold. Now, this card has been breaking records in its personal computer version in England and has some of the hottest graphics to date for the SNES. Now here's one for the TurboGrafx 16 called Andre Panza Kickboxing. This new card for 1 or 2 players will have you jabbing, blocking, spin kicking your way to the championship match against kickboxing's world triple champion, Andre Panza. The game lets you choose from 8 different sets of lightning-fast moves and provides you with an opportunity to train in a gym to improve your skills before facing opponents. I could use that. If you're into martial arts cards, check this one out. Now, if you're a quarter killer in the arcade, you gotta know the hit arcade game Caveman Ninja. And if you've played Caveman Ninja in the arcades, you'll recognize the stars of that popular game, Joe and Mac. These 2 Neanderthal dudes now have their own game for the SNES, and if you liked it at the arcade, you're gonna love it when these lovable cartoon characters come to your house in a jungle adventure that can be summed up in one word: pre-hysterical. With super hot SNES graphics that'll hold up to the arcade game all day long. You and a bud can just race against each other to rescue the Cave Babe and win the ultimate ninja prize, a Cave Babe kiss. Here's one for the young and the hungry. It's MC Kids for the NES, and it stars MC Kid and Mickey D. No, it's not about a couple of rappers. It's about trouble in McDonald land, dudes. Check it out. Seems the Hamburglar has heisted Ronald McDonald's bag of magic, and hey, Ronald without his magic is like a burger without fries. So it's up to Mickey D and MC Kid to run, duck, and throw their way through a series of scenes as they help Ronald get back his bag of tricks. Now, this may not be for the game pros out there, but if you're looking for a Christmas present for the young video game player, you should check out this Burger Buster. Here's a hot new sports card for the Genesis, and yo, check it out. The Pittsburgh Penguins win their Stanley Cup with their star Mario Lemieux, and he's got his own hockey card. Not bad, huh? Neither is this game. This card has tons of fast action and more statistics than any other sports video game ever made. If you like hockey, this is a definite stocking stuffer with real value. Here's another one for the Rugrats in the house. It's Donald Duck. Now, he's everyone's favorite pal, and just like the other Disney Genesis projects, you can count on this game to have mind-boggling graphics. Finally, we have Chuck Rock, also for the Genesis system, and again, we are into caveman territory. You know, I think I spot a trend this Christmas. Now, Chuck Rock isn't your run-of-the-mill caveman. Chuck Rock is a rockin' and rollin' cave dude. He's bumming out because Gary Gritter's kidnapped his cave lady. Now, her name's the lovely Ophelia. This prehistoric rescue adventure covers 15 scenes of action with awesome sound effects, including our favorite one, the caveman Ooga Booga. Well, there you have it, gamers. Enough stocking stuffers to make a Christmas a gamer's winter wonderland.
Hello, I'm Chris Kilgore. I'm from Jasper, Alabama. I defeated Uninvited for the Nintendo system. I'm Jeff Ramirez from Palmdale, California. On Castle of Illusion for the Sega Genesis.
All right, take guesses if like those scores are real or not.
Oh my. Hot score on the challenge board this week, bud. Game Pro magazine freebies on the way. Ow!
And remember, if you want to win, gotta send them in. Cassie basketball action with bad boy Bill Lambier. Next.
I know. Time for SWAT World again.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Wow, this guy just.
Passwords for one of everyone's favorite blood curdlers, Castlevania 2 for the NES. Now, while you may think that you've seen it all when it comes to doing in the Dracman, there's a couple surprises here for you. This card has a couple of endings that only come out at night. Ooh. Whoa. Hey, what's up, bud? Hey, bud. Sorry. To see the first surprise ending to Castlevania 2, bring up the password screen and enter OYZYUQAUR12SSMIA. Once again, that's OYZYUQAUR12SSMIA. Now, if you want to check out yet another surprise ending, enter C1DF06DL1KN FWJK. All right, once again, C1DF06DL1KN FWJK. Whoa! Check this out! Cool! Now, don't say I never gave you anything, because I have the ultimate weapon for Cybercore on the T16 game system. Now, while this game normally lets you use 3 different weapons that work at one at a time, this tip will give you the ultimate weapon, a blend of the powers of the 3 individual weapons. Check this one out. Find the Metamorphosis capsules which appear when you blast certain enemies. Pick them up in this exact order: red, blue, green, green, yellow, and red. Once again, red, blue, green, green, yellow, and red. Now let the enemies blast your ship until it returns to its normal state. The enemies think that you're on the run, but not a chance, dude. Now you've got the best of all 3, and that's the ultimate weapon. All right, let's go to the Pro Review. Now you know that around here, we are suckers for a good sports card. So the Game Lab Gonzos went airborne when this copy of Bill Lambier Combat Basketball for the SNES bounced into this lab this week for a slam dunk.
Yeah, but according to our gargantuan gamers, this cart may not be a slam dunk.
Ooh, let's see. Check out basketball in the year 2030. Roundball's #1 bad boy, Bill Beer, has been forced to retire from the game because the league could no longer sanction his, well, shall we say, overly competitive style of play? But wait, Lane Beer's back as the commissioner of basketball. And what's this? He looks exactly the same as he did in 1991. Give me a break. Well, if you're buying into this weird basketball fantasy trip so far, you might as well listen to the rest of this stuff. So, with Bad Bill in the driver's seat of the NBA, he immediately fires all the referees and eliminates the personal foul rule, leaving the pros to wear armor and compete for not only hoops, but for weapons, explosives, and cash, all of which are tossed into the game by the crowd. Wow. Defensive play means taking the ball away from the opponent by punching out his lights or leveling them with a body block. So, dudes, what's the big deal? Sounds like your average everyday playoff game to me. So, what did the game pros think about this smash and bash game pretending to be a sports cart? Well, the game uses an overhead perspective, so you don't get to see much in the way of character graphics. Pretty ho-hum stuff if you ask us. The sound effects include a few grunts and crunches, but we heard a whole lot better on other SNES games. And we gotta diss the challenge. Once you get the hang of the play, it all becomes pretty easy. While the game's a lot of fun at first, we think a sports game ought to be a sports game. Maybe Bill Beer ought to check out a day job as a wrestling dude because this basketball game is no basketball game. So, B-Man, I get the idea. I know what you thought of this one. A real sleeper.
We've got a hot one for Battle Royale, so stay with the program on Game Pro.
Hi, my name's Shaker Christian. I'm from Danville, Pennsylvania, and I have a great tip here for the game called Battle Royale for the TurboGrafx 16 system. Now, this is very useful to get your fighter back into the ring after he's been thrown out. All you have to do is press button 1, up, down, left, and right. Press button 2, up, down, left, and right. And then press button 2 again, and your fighter should be back into the ring in no time.
Way to go, bro. The Game Pro T is all yours. Hey, well, that about closes things up for today. But I'll be looking for you next week with some Super NES tips and a whole lot more freebies. So remember, keep your questions and your tips rolling in. So you don't forget it, take one more look at our address. Game Pro, P.O. Box 1678, Venice, California, 90291. Yeah. Okay, JD and I will be here next week on Game Pro, so peace. Later.
Hello friends, welcome back to another episode of Strange. Last year I posted my 2-hour DashCon epic, DashCon Redemption. At the end of it I announced
The year is 2058. This is what the NBA looks like now. This is what basketball looks like.
This is Starcade, TV's first video arcade game show. And today's show is special. We'd like you to meet 4 Starcade champion teams. First, here's Chuck Booth and his son Attica. Here's Kaio Karimi and his sister Gianna. Here's Luba Held and her son Richard. And here's Michael Lenzik and his son Mark. These are our 4 champion teams, and now here's your host for Starcade, Jeff Edwards.
I think they'll do this one last one and then we'll call it a night. Or call it a day. Or call it whatever it is. It is at this point. I see their son.
On previous Starcade shows, they're back to compete against each other, and one of these teams is going to win this fabulous Hawaiian vacation.
Ooh, Hawaii.
Well, Well, it's good to have all of you back. Now, before the show, we matched you up at random to see who would be the opponents in today's two matches. The winner of each round will go on to play each other for the championship. So, Kevin, if you will, please tell us who the first two teams are.
Jeff, our first two teams are the Carinis and the Olenzics.
Alrighty, that means the Booths and the Helds, you can go off stage. We'll be back with you in a little while to play the second match. We'll see you all later. Booths and Helds, thank you. And the Carinis and Olenzics, you'll be our first two teams, so shake hands and get ready to play Starcade. There you go. Head for the podium. And as they head over there, I want to remind the home audience that each of our players has had a chance to choose one of today's games. So, Kevin, tell us what games the teams have chosen.
Our first game today was picked by the Helds. It is Bubbles, a real messy, greased-up game.
Bubbles.
Next is Guzzler. It was picked by the Carinis and
Most unfortunately named game I ever saw. Oh yeah, that's Sinistar.
The Olympics picked Zookeeper. The animals are on a rampage. And Congo Bongo chasing a great gorilla. And that's the one that I picked to see just how good our Starcaders are today. Jeff?
All right, Kevin, thanks. Those are the 5 games on today's show. And let's see, as Kevin told us, Kaio and Gianna Carini, you chose Guzzler. And Mike and Mark Olenzik, you chose Zookeeper. Now, obviously, those are the games you'd like to play at some point today. But you've also had a chance to play the other games on today's show. So right now, we're going to show you the playing field of a video game on our Name the Game board. First one to buzz in and identify it correctly chooses the first game to be played. So if you're ready, hands on buzzers, and name this game. Olenzics.
Black Widow.
Black Widow. Right you are, Mark. Good for you. So you have the advantage. Which of today's Starcade games would you like to play, Mark? Zookeeper. They're picking their own game. Good idea. Kevin, tell us about Zookeeper.
Well, they give me almost
Zookeeper.
I am only one man, but I do my best to keep
Game's
the animals
bonkers.
wandering the streets. It's not an easy job to rebuild the cage because they are hungry and they keep chomping away at it. And only the net can help once they've escaped. And until that net appears, I can only run and jump over the animals to get points. It's not an easy job being a zookeeper, but somebody's got to do it.
Okay, Kevin. Well, Mark and Mike, I presume you figured out your strategy, and who's going to play this game? Mark, you going to play Zookeeper?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll have 30 seconds, so I wish you good luck. Ready to go? Turn around, get ready to play, and Mike to cheer him on. Get ready, get set, play. And here goes Mark. Good jump. Grab the brew, good. All right, get the other one. Go up, got it. Okay, time's running. Nicely played, Mark. Congratulations to you. Nice game. 2000.
You know what? I think we're done. I think we're done.
And here come Kaio and Gianna.
I know 10 more minutes, but it's like I don't think we're gonna find. I don't think we're gonna find any more.
Now, Keeper was their game, and I know you guys discussed it. Which one of you is going to play it? You are. Okay, Kaio. You'll have 30 seconds too. And wish you good luck. You cheer him on, Gianna?
Yes.
I know you will. Okay, here we go. You ready? Get set. Play.
I'm back to my old costume again. What the fuck? Stick there. Okay. All right, guys. Oh man. Oh, it's been a great stream. Really, I'm really happy to have done this stream, and it's like, ugh. It's just right now. I'm like, I just need to go get some sleep. I really do. Let's see who's on tonight. Let's see who's on today. I already see somebody already, but let's see who else is there. I send you out to this person. It's a little shy over 12 hours, 11 hours and 50 minutes. So I think that's pretty good. Usually, I think that's pretty good, especially for considering everything we've done throughout the day here I can talk before we do these streams. So yeah. Okay, let's see who's on first and foremost. I don't see anybody here that. So, you know what? When in doubt, we'll go with someone tonight out. We're gonna go with Finley Fish. Finley Fish is playing Baldur's Gate for the PC. He's doing it as part of Starzak's necromanting school. So he's a cool dude. He's really cool, really welcoming. He's also a fish. So, all right, like I said, Tuesday there might be a stream Tuesday, so I'll be on the lookout for that. So like I said, Tuesday we'll be back on Tuesday with maybe something we might do a randomizer or we might do necromancer school. So let's see how things pan out. Thursday is gonna be a new model kit, so we're gonna be working on that. Saturday, take a contest. Sunday, we're gonna be doing a randomizer. We're gonna be doing a 4th job fiesta over at Quark. So, well, like I said, guys, thank you all so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Let's get that raid started, and I'll see you all on Tuesday. So, thank you all so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Say hi to Finley Fish. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.